Chapter 451. Soldiers coming to stop them. The chatty boy nodded. There are fewer and fewer people on the plain. When we arrived in the Lion City, there were not many people left. Passing over the Lion City, Shen-Yi and the others quickly jumped down. They headed straight to the warehouse. And just when they were about to land, Jiangwu reminded them. Shen-Yi frowned and said, "Continue to fall. Land on this unfinished building and the green warehouse. We will form an angle between the gun lines. We want to kill people anyway, so we will fight them. It's just a good time to test our progress," the chatty boy said excitedly. "Okay." However, what surprised them was that when the team saw that Shen-Yi and others were extremely determined, they turned directly and turned to the interior of the Lion City. Parachutes were densely packed in the sky, and there were at least dozens of people parachuting in the Lion City. The resources on this map are very rich. A Lion City is enough to feed dozens of teams. The supplies in one room may be enough to feed one person. Then spread out. There is a car here. Let's search for supplies quickly. We will try to complete the search within 10 minutes, and then gather together to grab some," Shen-Yi said. "Okay." The four people quickly dispersed, and Shen-Yi landed in the green warehouse. After landing, Shen-Yi's eyes lit up slightly. In front of him, a 98K was lying in the warehouse. Landed one for 98K. He quickly started collecting equipment. Soon, the first circle shape was also refreshed. "Huh? We seem to be in the center of this circle, and we don't seem to have to move," Jiangwu said with excitement on his face. "Yes, this circle is centered on the Lion City. A circle that radiates around. It looks like we are lucky. How about we stay here?" the chatty boy asked. Shen-Yi shook his head and said, "We have to shoot and kill people. This location is not a good shooting position, including inside the Lion City. There are too many buildings that block the view too much." Shen-Yi shook his head and said, "Let's go to the church. This location is considered to be close to the center of the circle. It is also an important traffic intersection, and there are some houses that can supply some resources, and target shooting is also very good." In fact, in Shen-Yi's opinion, the location of the church is one of the best locations for target shooting in Miramar. "Okay." The chatty boy nodded. Shen-Yi quickly collected supplies. "I'm fine." After a while, Li Yuner from the unfinished building next to Shen-Yi said, "I have a half-full M4 and a mini, 3 first aid kits, and 6 bottles of drinks." She was talking about her supplies there, while jumping down from the roof and running toward Shen-Yi in the green warehouse. Soon, he saw Shen-Yi picking up things over there with a solemn expression. She frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Shen-Yi took a breath and said, "In this circle, the Lion City is in the center. I'm worried that the final round may be a street fight." The chatty boy grinned and said, "If the soldiers come to block it, the water will come and the soil will cover it. Anyway, I am being chased by the serious team, and I may not be able to escape if I go out. It doesn't matter if I die here." Shen-Yi shook his head and said, "Indeed, there is no need to worry unfounded. Even street fighting has street fighting methods. How are you collecting resources?" "Okay," Jiangwu and the chatty boy both said. "Then transfer. Go to the church. It goes here quickly," Shen-Yi said. Their location is very close to the church, and it takes about 10 minutes to drive there. This is the desert map. Just like the real game. This map is very rich in resources, and the time to collect resources is very fast. The disadvantage is that the map is too big. The team farthest from the circle may take a long time to get together. It will take several days. Shen-Yi and others ran to the side and drove towards the church. Of course, they did not directly attack him immediately. The game has just started now. It is possible that someone is collecting resources at the location of the church. When they were about 700 or 800 meters away, they stopped on the slope below the church. Shen-Yi used the 6x lens worn on the 98K for observation. The door to the room was opened. Shen-Yi exhaled and said, "There are 2 people on the roof of the church. Is there anyone there?" Li Yuner frowned. "How about changing positions?" Jiangwu said hesitantly. They were in the center of the circle before, and were in the first position to grab the circle point. If there is someone in the church position, there will be no problem if they move. "Don't worry," Shen-Yi said. "The 2 of them are on the roof. If we kill 2 of them in an instant, there is a chance," he said calmly. "Besides, it is very likely that they will only lose 2 people in this place. After taking over this place, we will set up shop here, and other teammates are still in other places, so we don't have no chance." At this time, the 2 people had already cut into the slope on the other side of the roof, and were constantly looking over to see where Shen-Yi and the others were. Yes. Shen-Yi and the others came by car, and the sound of the car had already exposed them.
My left side and your right side. Are you sure they will be gone in seconds?
Shen-Yi asked.
It's too far,
said the chatty boy. In fact, their supplies are just enough. Shen-Yi has a 98K. Li Yuner has a mini. But neither Chatty Boy nor Jiang Wu have sniper rifles. Both of them had 2 rifles on them, one of which was used as a sniper rifle. At this distance, both sniper rifles and ordinary rifles will fall quite seriously. And because the distance is too far, even if they hit, the damage will be greatly reduced.
Okay, let's push it forward.
Shen-Yi nodded. They drove forward and pushed forward for about 500 meters. They were only about 300 meters away from the church.
That's enough,
said the chatty boy. They stopped the car and reached out again. At this time, the 2 people on the other side of the church were already shooting at them. They are reminding Shen-Yi and the others that there are people here. Don't come. If you come, you will die. Yes, attacking a building is a very difficult task. And it is a place like a church that is relatively easy to defend but difficult to attack. The location of the church is an absolute high point for the surrounding area. Although it covers a large area, as long as 4 people stand still, it will be difficult to reach it. The car of Shen-Yi and the others was parked in a pit. Bullets kept hitting the back slope in front of their pit. Shen-Yi and the others lay leaning against the pit.
His grandma! Don't bullets cost money?
The chatty boy cursed.
There are still only 2 gunshots for now. I guess my guess is right. They only have 2 people occupying this place. The others probably haven't come over yet. Remember? The one on my left and the one on your right. Listen to the gunfire. Judging from the sound, the 2 of them are like a SKS and a cannon. If we kill them, our resources will be able to make up for it,
Shen-Yi said with a grin. Chapter 452. That's all.
Okay,
Li Yuner and the others said.
3, 2, 1.
After Shen-Yi finished speaking, he stood up suddenly, picked up the gun, and aimed his eyes at the camera. The 98K aiming crosshair landed on the opponent's head.
Snapped.
At the same time, a blood flower appeared on Jiang Wu's head next to him. The opponent had been shooting at this position, and Jiang Wu became the winner.
Boom!
At this moment, Shen-Yi suddenly pulled the trigger. The distance of 300 meters is too strong. Aim and hold your breath. Shot! Almost in one go. His overall stability and body functions have been improved in all aspects after taking advanced genetic medicine. At the same time, on his right side, Chatty Boy, Li Yuner, and Jiang Wu also fired.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Bursts of gunfire rang out. In the distance, in Shen-Yi's lens, a ball of blood suddenly appeared on the head of the person on the left. The second stage on his head exploded directly, and the whole person suddenly fell to his knees on the ground. The expression of the person next to him changed slightly, and he immediately wanted to retract his neck. At this moment, 3 bullets flew over almost at the same time. He was shot twice in the head and once in the body. At a distance of 300 meters, Li Yuner and the chatty boy made no mistakes. The bullets all hit each other's helmets. Jiang Wu's the gun successfully hit the defensive armor. And because the shot was slow, Jiang Wu got the knockdown.
Beautiful,
Shen-Yi said ecstatically.
Get in the car. Fight over. Buzz.
The car started, and they drove straight over. The journey was smooth, and they arrived at the bottom of the church smoothly. First, they cleaned the church gently.
Buzz. Buzz. Buzz.
At this moment, the sound of the car suddenly sounded.
Maybe his teammates are here.
The chatty boy exhaled and said,
Don't worry. Go to the top of the church first. There will be 2 people stuck on the stairs later. They fell to the ground. They are the ones who are anxious. Yuner, you and I go to the top of the building,
Shen-Yi said. Shen-Yi is a sniper, and Yuner has taken the advanced potion of the sniper rifle. The long-distance battle between the 2 is the most fierce. They climbed to the top of the building. Shen-Yi opened the mirror and looked over. His face changed slightly and said,
Be careful. There are 4 people in the car. These are not their teammates. They should have heard the gunfire and wanted to come over to break up the fight. Take this point.
Right. Zira.
At this time, the car stopped at the slope on the left side of the road, about 200 meters away from the church. They took advantage of the reverse slope next to the road and started observing. Shen-Yi also looked through the mirror. When he saw the pattern on the other person's chest, his expression changed slightly. There is a snowflake on their chest.
It's the second one on the list.
Team Hanjan. Shen-Yi swallowed his saliva. His voice is extremely serious. Although the strength of the entire team is improving rapidly, Shinny knows that compared with the real top 10, the gap between them exists objectively. It is impossible for them to defeat them in a real head-on duel or encounter. This is a top 10 team. According to them, most of the top 10 teams on the list have taken all the high-level potions. In other words, they have no shortcomings to speak of. Although the teams have their own dedicated snipers, the others are his sniping skills are not bad either. And he has taken all the advanced potions for various firearms. As for their team, only 3 people had taken a high-level potion. And that was it.
Damn it. I don't believe they dared to charge.
The chatty boy cursed. Shinny was stuck on the stairs, and he let out a long breath. He didn't want the other party to drive up to him. If they did, it would be hard to say anything, even if the other party attacked the building. He was not sure of victory. His overall strength, the gap is there. Fortunately, the other party did not rush over blindly. Shinny probably guessed what the other party was thinking. Just like before, he first used snipers or shot each other to kill 1 or 2 people, and then quickly drove closer. And they are waiting for the fighting here to continue. Taking advantage of the gap in the fighting, they look for a time to come and break up the fight. Shinny swallowed, and several names came to his mind. As the second-ranked team in the human rankings, the Hanjan team's overall strength is quite high. For example, Lin Hai, who is third in the human rankings, is their team's ace. At the same time, they also have a super powerful female sniper, number 8 on the list, Yang Lurong. She is also the only female among the top snipers in the elite battlefield. At this time, she was leaning out of the back to observe the situation here. The way to prevent them from getting close is to confront the opponent, snipe the opponent, and deter the opponent. Of course, if he was shot down, the other party would probably attack him. This is what Shin Yi is most worried about, because the opponent has Lin Hai, third on the list, and Mang King Kong, who is known as the elite battlefield and invincible in close combat. Lin Hai. He held his breath, flipped out sideways, opened the camera, and held the opposite angle. Not long after he poked his head out, 2 heads popped up at the opposite angle. They were also looking at this side. At the same time, they saw Shin Yi probing his head. Boom, boom, boom. 3 gunshots rang out simultaneously. Shin Yi's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as the opponent's figure was revealed, he suddenly held his breath and pulled the trigger. Call out! Call out! Call out! The sound of bullets piercing the air resounded in the church, and blood instantly appeared on Shin Yi's head. It hurts! Shin Yi yelled. Yes, the bullet hit his head, and the pain was intuitive. But with the shot, he did not fall to the ground. The opponent that hit him was a SKS, not a bolt sniper. At the same time, the knockout information was revealed on the upper right side of the blue page. Shin Yi used Kar 98K to knock down Yang Lurong. Yes, in this wave of sniping, when Shin Yi was stuck in position first, he succeeded. He successfully sniped Yang Lurong to the ground. Beautiful, Li Yuner said excitedly. At the same time, not far away, a secondary head exploded on Yang Lurong's head, and she fell to the ground with a scream. It belongs to his grandmother. Next to him, a strong man with unshaven beard scolded him with eyes like a glaring King Kong. How dare you attack our sister Lulu? I thought he didn't want to live anymore, so I quickly pulled him up. We drove them away. We couldn't kill them. Next to him, a person was already helping someone. At the same time, Yang Lurong, who fell to the ground, said, Lin Hai, calm down and check the knockout news. Huh? At this moment, they noticed the knockout news. Chapter 453, on the verge of breaking out. I saw Shin Yi's name. Aren't these the people Sun Mingming mentioned? Another person next to him said. When I fired just now, I did see a dragon embroidered on their chests. It should be what the Lone Star team mentioned. Hidden Dragon team. She asked us to take care of her before we met her and kill her. I'm afraid of them? Lin Hai glared and said. You guys are too cowardly. We already have issues with them. This Hidden Dragon team is still their ally. I'm going to charge. Stop talking nonsense and help me up quickly. Rush over and I'll shoot every kid. Lin Hai. Shut up. Yang Lurong shouted. Lin Hai obediently closed her mouth. At this time, she had been helped up. While injecting medicine, she said, just give them some face. We don't want this spot for now. Let's go up the mountain. Sister Lulu, don't be afraid of the Lone Star team. Lin Hai said. It's not that I'm afraid, Yan Lurong said thoughtfully. We may be opponents in the elite battlefield now, but when it comes to the high-level battlefield, we may be allies. Whether we or they may enter the high-level battlefield at any time. In short, listen, that's mine. Lin Hai gritted his teeth and said, Okay, it's his grandma's. It's an advantage for them. Then the four of them got into the car and quickly left. Not far away, Shen frowned and said, Hey, the sound of cars. They seem to have left? The chatty boy grinned and said, This person who is second on the list is too cowardly. I'm a little timid, but it's okay not to come. Let's take stock first, Shen said. With that said, he and Li Yuner jumped down from upstairs and began to clean up the church bit by bit. They didn't find anyone else until they were completely cleared. The two teammates on top of the church had no intention of coming to support them. There were two of them left, and they didn't dare to come over. It was normal for them to want to survive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After clearing the spot, the roar of an airplane resounded from the sky. At the same time, Shen looked up and saw an airplane flying over their heads. At the same time, over the hillside about 500 meters away from the outside of the church, a red box hung under the parachute and slowly fell down. At the same time, a majestic voice resounded in their ears and said, Side Mission 1 starts. Win the airdrop battle. A total of 5 teams will be arranged to grab this airdrop. Become the final winner. And get airdrop means completing a side mission. If the mission is successful, 100 points will be awarded. If the mission fails, 100 points will be deducted. 5 teams compete for an airdrop. This means that this will be a chaotic battle. Obviously, this so-called side mission should be to bring the 5 teams where the airdrop fell to come over and compete together. Of course, you can withdraw without any risk, but 100 points will be deducted. Shen vomited and grinned. Actually, this is good. Our location is at least on a high slope. The airdrop place is not far in front of us. Let's pull to the blue house first. There is a reverse slope at that location. Let's stick to this place and shoot some targets. Even if we can't win the final victory, it's good to get some heads. Okay, said the 3 chatty boys, and they quickly moved towards the reverse side. Da-da-da, da-da-da. At the same time, at the green-roofed academy on their left, gunfire started ringing out from a team, and they were shooting at people from a factory next to the academy. Someone is driving here, the chatty boy reminded him. Shen looked around and saw that between the unfinished building and a red building below their church, a car moved and hit the reverse slope of the road next to it. At the same time, Shen also saw 2 motorcycles pulled out from a green warehouse point on the lower right, not far from the unfinished building, approaching the airdrop direction at an extremely fast speed. Airdrop battle. On the verge of breaking out. At the same time, the upper right corner of the Miramar map is a military base. As one of the most fertile and easily accessible points in Miramar, this place is loved by many players. Of course, this point also has its limitations, because it is at the edge of the entire map. It is almost impossible to refresh it in the finals. At this time, there was a group of 8 people in this position. They were dressed luxuriously, and almost every one of them had a level 3 armor. 8 people, holding guns, walked out in a row from the inside toward the outside. If there were girls in this place and saw 8 people dressed like this, they would definitely scream with excitement. He is indeed a bit handsome, just like the Special Forces team members in the movie. And these 8 people are none other than the Sirius Squad and the Cold Thorn Squad, an alliance between these 2 top 10 teams. As they walked out of the military base, they asked, What is your mission this time? On Tianlong's side, Ho Lang said with a smile, Our mission this time is not too difficult. It is a total damage mission. It is not too difficult for us. What about you? Lung Xiai took a breath and said in a solemn tone, Our mission this time is relatively difficult. Our requirement is to win the chicken. Are you on a death mission? Ho Lang asked with his eyes moving slightly. Yeah. In a chicken-eating situation. And killed 240 people. The member of the Lingthorn team breathed out. How many times has this been your death mission? Sirius asked with a frown. The 4th time. The captain of the Cold Thorn team said. This is also the last death mission. After this mission is over, we can find hidden missions with peace of mind, and then find a way to enter the advanced battlefield. Sirius frowned and said, This time, there are still some difficulties. Lone Star and Sirius are both in this map. But the good thing is that we are also here. No matter what. Let's circle first. I hope we can meet those people like last time. You boy. I want to avenge Lao Wan. It's okay.
Ho Lang said calmly.
After we get through this mission, we can catch that kid called the Chatty Boy after we go out, and then force him to find out the whereabouts of the others. Even if there is no revenge here, when it comes to reality, we can do the same.
Sirius nodded and said,
Let's circle first.
A group of 8 people got into 3 cars, with a motorcycle at the head. He drove ahead to explore the spot. The 3 cars slowly moved towards the circle. At the same time, in a reverse slope next to the road next to Picado. In the pit below the reverse slope, the yellow igo bushes are growing extremely densely. If you look closely, you will find that there are 4 kinds of bushes in the igo bushes. The individual was lying down in 4 directions, but their heads were always pointing in the same direction, which was a pickup truck in front of them. Chapter 454 Multiple Missions. And these 4 people are from Zheng Nan's team.
Zheng Nan, if you play like this and win no one, our resources will be too scarce, and we will die sooner or later.
Next to him, Hu Yen frowned and said,
Don't worry.
Zheng Nan shook his hand and said,
In the whole Picado, this car is the only one that is good. The other cars have been secretly destroyed by me, and my hands are all swollen.
Yes, his hands were red at the moment. Not long ago, he secretly knocked off all the tires on the cars around Picado with his fists. Just as they were communicating, a group of footsteps ran over. As they ran, someone cursed.
Damn it! That son of a bitch did it. There was no gunfire just now. So why were the tires knocked off? If this car is still broken, we may have to go on foot.
Another gloomy voice rang.
Boss, the car is good.
A man ran over, circled around the car, and said excitedly,
Get in the car and go.
Another voice sounded, and then the 4 people quickly climbed into the car.
Beat.
At this time, Zheng Nan gave an order, and the 4 people quickly climbed up from the bush, pointed their guns at the car, and fired fiercely. They were really poor. 2 of the 4 of them were shooting with submachine guns, and 2 of them didn't even have a mirror. But the distance is only about 10 or 20 meters, which is enough. Under the fire of 4 guns, the car could not resist. Without increasing the speed, it exploded in a few seconds.
I'm going to hack you.
Before the roar could stop, the car exploded, and 4 boxes exploded out of the abandoned car.
Awesome.
A person next to him exclaimed.
This sinister feeling is so good.
Zheng Nan said with a proud look on his face.
This is called occupying a city and waiting for a destined person. We are his destined person. After licking the bag quickly, go and occupy the spot. His grandma's.
With that said, he marked the location of the church where Shani was and said,
Go and have a look near this church. If no one is there, go in.
Of the 2 teams on the lower right, one team sticks to the reverse slope on the side of the road, peeking out from time to time. Another team on motorcycles pulled slightly to the right. There were 3 small houses in that place. When the small houses were pulled up, there was also a huge reverse slope. However, this position was next to the factory building above. It was possible want to fight.
Then we just watch like this,
Jianwu said with some heartache.
If the airdrop is picked up by someone, we will lose 100 points. We will fight whoever gets the airdrop. If someone comes towards us, we will drive them over. Do you understand? Let their teams fight first,
Shani said.
Why do you sound like you're driving an animal?
The chatty boy also finished licking the bag and ran over. They licked 2 sniper rifles, relying on the resource supply of these 2 people. The team's current resources are completely sufficient, but they are missing some accessories. At the same time, there were cars ringing around, and many people stopped far away from the airdrop. They didn't come to grab the airdrop, but they also wanted to shoot the target, hoped to pick up a few heads. Most teams have kill requirements. People who have experienced many missions know that airdrops are usually accompanied by airdrop battles. It will hit very hard near the airdrop. Li Yuner kept getting up and looking to the left, firing a cold shot from time to time, while Shani was looking at the lower right.
Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of cars. Behind them, a convoy was driving towards this direction.
I'll go!
Shani cursed and said,
Brother Jiang, just stay here and look over here. Let's go over and drive them away.
As he said this, he called Li Yuner and the chatty boy and moved towards the church. As he approached the church, he saw 2 sports cars slowly driving over from the road in the distance. They were not driving very fast, maintaining a steady speed of about 60 yards. At this time, we were only 200 to 300 meters away from the church. They seemed to also see Shen Yi and the others. And then the 2 cars stopped. Then, Shen-Yi was shocked. For people jumped out of the 2 cars. There were 4 people. 3 men and 1 woman. The men were all wearing suits. What shocked Shen-Yi and the others the most was that the woman was actually wearing a pure white wedding dress. She also held a bouquet of wild flowers picked from somewhere in her hand. Bunched together to form a bouquet. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. After getting off the car, the 4 of them raised their hands in the air and slowly approached Shen-Yi and the others.
I'll go. What's going on?
The chatty boy exclaimed. Shen-Yi and Li Yuner were also shocked. Especially if it was in the real world. They probably thought it was some kind of wedding. But the fleet was a little short. The 4 of them slowly walked towards Shen-Yi and the others. And stopped only about 20 meters away from Shen-Yi and the others. The opponent was unarmed. And Shen-Yi and the others were not in a hurry to shoot. After walking in, one of the people wearing white gloves stepped forward, smiled at Shen-Yi and the others and said,
Brother, can it be convenient for my friend to hold a wedding in this church? We don't have guns on us. Without any weapons. It won't matter even if you kill us after the wedding. Huh?
Shen-Yi was stunned. He really came to the church to hold the wedding. And Shen-Yi was convinced. In this place where one could die at any time, there were actually people who did not carry weapons, occupy positions, or kill people. Instead, they came over wearing suits and wedding dresses to hold a wedding. There are indeed many houses on this map. And you can pick up anything, including wedding dresses and suits.
There's something wrong with you,
the chatty boy scolded. At this time, the man wearing the groom's clothes stepped forward and said,
We are newcomers to the elite battlefield. We know that we can't survive this time. So we want to fulfill our wish to get married with my girlfriend. It just so happens that I am a poor boy in reality. We can't afford a decent wedding for him. But on this map, we can still get 2 luxury sports cars and a church. This is our wish.
Shen-Yi's brows furrowed. He raised his gun and said to the chatty boy and Li Yuner,
Go and collect them for grenades and the like. Remember to also search inside their pants and underwear, just in case there is thunder hidden in the crotch. And we can't even cry.
Chapter 455 Indie.
Nima, why don't you go search it?
The chatty boy scolded.
I'm still a child,
Shen-Yi said. Not far away. The corners of the mouths of those people twitched. The chatty boy cursed and ran over. Li Yuner also followed and put it away on the bride. Although the chatty boy was scolding, he still searched carefully. Everywhere on his body was searched. He ran back and said,
No.
Shen-Yi frowned and said,
You didn't search your butt, you bastard.
The chatty boy scolded.
Where can they hide? I am so convinced that I have never met such a ruthless person. This must be an anal fisher. Disgusting.
Li Yuner cursed from the side.
So, did you really come here to hold a wedding?
Shen-Yi was stunned.
Yeah.
The groom smiled bitterly and said,
We can't survive this time. So, I just want to give her a wedding. This is my promise to her. While I'm still alive, I can complete her here. At least there will be less regrets if you die.
Shen-Yi lowered the gun he was holding, frowned, looked at the chatty boy and said,
Chatty boy, what do you think?
The chatty boy hesitated and asked,
Have you given up on treatment? To be able to go to the elite battlefield, you have eaten chicken 3 times in the ordinary battlefield. At least you can get some primary and intermediate medicines. Entering the elite battlefield is not the same.
No chance at all.
The groom smiled bitterly and said with a slight blush,
No one in the novice battleground have killed the chicken. Each of us relied on the 30 points from 3 chicken games to redeem a Pei-Yuan pill.
Shen-Yi, the chatty boy. This is okay. This is simply a circle-sucking monster. How lucky it is to be like this. 3 destiny circles in a row. And the last person was poisoned to death.
Perhaps, if we let them stay with us, our luck will be better,
the chatty boy said.
In addition, they are getting married again. Can we be a little happy?
Shen-Yi pondered. Li Yuner frowned and said,
Let them hold a wedding. I can also be a bridesmaid.
The chatty boy also nodded and said,
They have no fighting power. So let them hold a wedding. And let's talk about what to do next.
Shen-Yi also nodded and said,
No problem. But you have to wait a little. Come with us. We are doing a side mission. Side mission?
The 4 of them came to the elite battlefield for the first time. And obviously they had not heard about it like Shen-Yi and others. Li Yuner briefly explained to them. When they heard that Shen-Yi and the others had to grab the airdrop among the 5 teams, their faces changed slightly. In fact, while they were talking, the fight was already getting heated over there. Gunshots filled the air. After listening, the 4 of them nodded.
Follow us,
Shen-Yi said. As he said that, he led the four of them through the church, reached a small slope and said,
"You squat down first, and we will let you hold the wedding after we finish the fight."
Although Jiangwu has been observing here, he has been hearing Shen Yi's conversation and knows what the specific situation is. He glanced at the four of them curiously, with a trace of envy flashing in his eyes.
"What's going on now?" Shen Yi asked. The fight on the left was very fierce. A team on the lower right seemed to have been shot several times by people from a distance, and it seemed to have retreated into the unfinished building.
Jiangwu said,
"It seems that they may give up this fight."
"Give up? It's just a waste of 100 points. If the fight continues and they stick to the reverse slope, they may be targeted from behind and trapped in it, and their lives may be lost."
"So there are 4 teams now?"
Shen Yi said thoughtfully.
"It looks like this, and the left side has been playing very fiercely. I don't know what the situation is."
Jiangwu said again, "The position on the left is indeed very intense, but there is a slope on the left, blocking their view. The 2 teams on the left have been fighting, with grenades, smoke, and gunfire. They have been fighting for a long time across a dirt road." Shen Yi took a breath and said,
"They have been fighting for so long, but we still have a chance. In this way, Brother Jiang, I will leave you with the gun here, and the other 3 of us will go over. At the same time, you should also keep an eye on the 4 of them. Don't let them move around."
Jiangwu nodded and said,
"Okay."
"At this point, it is actually best to keep someone with good marksmanship. For example, Li Yin'er is the most suitable. Her current sniper rifle ability is the strongest in the entire team. Although Shen Yi is the strongest with bolt snipers are not that good at hitting moving targets, and Jiangwu's frontal ability is not strong. But there are risks after passing." After Shen Yi thought about it, he asked him to stay here. In fact, the main purpose was to keep an eye on these 4 people.
"Follow me,"
Shen Yi said. The others nodded, and the 4 of them, holding their guns, walked towards the academy from the large slope on the left. Everyone on the other side was looking at the factory building across the dirt road, and since there was a large slope, they couldn't pay attention to this side at all. Soon, they quietly touched the wall of the academy. The 3 of them stood against the wall of the academy. Shen Yi pointed to the tree in front of the chatty boy, and then made a gesture. This is a gesture they agreed upon privately. This gesture means the top of the head, and the position of the top of the head is the tree. In reality, Shen Yi thought of a lot of gestures in command, which would make it easier for them to communicate during actions, especially when attacking a building. You can avoid a lot of communication to avoid being overheard by the other party. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Li Yin'er and pointed at his feet. He pointed at himself again and clicked on the academy in front, meaning to ask Li Yin'er to help him set up the gun, and he entered the academy. Li Yin'er nodded, and soon Shen Yi ran into the academy, with Li Yin'er taking his place. Shen Yi posted it on the corner of Green Roof Academy. At this time, the chatty boy in front turned his head and glanced at Shen Yi. He was in front and was the first observation point. At this time, he saw the situation in front and quickly made a few gestures. Shen Yi understood the meaning. 4 people. 2 fell to the ground. Shen Yi breathed out, turned sideways, and took a look through the mirror. Sure enough,
in the pit ahead, 2 people fell to the ground. His teammates were pulling them, and the gunfire stopped temporarily. What surprised him was that with the 2 people on the ground here, the 2 people on the other side didn't pounce on them. Then there is only one possibility. The other party also fell to the ground with more than 2 people. Chapter 456 Out of Danger. Shen Yi breathed out slowly, made a shooting gesture, and then quickly poked out 3 guns.
"Shoot!"
Shen Yi whispered.
Boom!
He shot out suddenly, and Li Yin'er and the chatty boy didn't hesitate and fired quickly. Duh. The other party obviously did not expect that Shen Yi and the others would actually touch the back of their buttocks. Both of them squatted on the ground without saving anyone. The distance between them and Shen Yi was only less than 100 meters. Under such circumstances, they did not make any mistakes. Shen Yi 98k one person in an instant. The other person was instantly beaten by Li Yin'er, while the chatty boy hit a person who fell to the ground. In an instant, the team destroyed the opponent.
"Hit their position and speed,"
Shen Yi yelled. At the same time, he put away his gun and rushed towards him. The chatty boy and Li Yin'er nodded and rushed forward. They quickly held the position, and Shen Yi exhaled and said,
"Reverse slope. Combination grenade. 2 rounds."
Li Yin'er and the chatty boy nodded. The opponent has been fighting for so long. And the grenades and other grenades should have been almost used up. At this time, there is a dirt road across the road and both sides have reverse slopes. Whoever has the grenade will have the greatest advantage. This time, from picking up their butts to sticking to them, 3 people were knocked down in an instant. Even if it was a grenade, this was an extremely terrifying thing. After knocking down 3 people, Shen-Yi and the others quickly ran from the ground. They rushed directly across the dirt road. When they reached the opposite side, he saw the last person on the other side taking off his gun and running towards the factory building.
Get down to the ground.
The chatty boy grinned and fired. The next moment, news of the killing jumped up in front of them. In an instant, they destroyed the second team. After all 3 of them took high-level potions, their personal strength truly reached the level of being on the leaderboard. Facing most ordinary teams, there was a qualitative difference in their strength. Plus, they have a commander like Shen-Yi. From Shen-Yi's decision to dig his butt to this wave of grenade attacks, let alone the opponent's ordinary team, even the Hanjan team would probably be defeated by such an unconscious but dig. In this game, personal strength is only one of the key factors that determine victory or defeat. No matter how strong their personal strength is, they cannot show it when facing grenades.
Someone passed by in the direction of the airdrop. They were driving motorcycles. There were 2 people in total.
At this time, Jiangwu roared.
Got it.
Shen-Yi breathed out. Then he looked at Li Yuner and the chatty boy next to him and said,
Step on the reverse slope on the right and kill the people at the short end. They left 2 people behind. Those 2 leave it to me personally.
The 3 of them quickly stepped back and stepped onto a reverse slope where they could reach the airdrop. At this time, a motorcycle pounced on the airdrop. In the so-called airdrop battle, the one who wins the airdrop is the final winner. They took advantage of the chaos here and ran to the airdrop to sneak the airdrop away. This choice was correct. The timing was right. But they never expected that the battle here would end so quickly. The other 2 drove to the airdrop, and the 2 set up guns for them behind the slope. The speed of the motorcycle was very fast. After it pulled to the place where the airdrop was placed, the person behind the airdrop dropped a smoke ball on the spot. Another person quickly attached to the airdrop box. And while moving, he started to open the airdrop and drop it, wanting to pick up the contents of the airdrop.
Hit the tires,
Shen-Yi said. Li Yuner and the chatty boy nodded, and they shot at the rear tire of the motorcycle, causing the tire to explode.
Boom!
At this moment, a 98K voice suddenly rang out from far away. About 2 seconds passed. The person who was watching the airdrop suddenly fell to his knees on the ground. At the same time, at the bottom left, 2 people poked their heads out, wanting to help their teammates set up guns. They began to shoot in Shen-Yi's direction.
Boom!
Shen-Yi also fired a shot. At this distance, he made no mistakes and knocked down 1 person steadily, and the other person quickly retreated. At the same time, he pondered and said,
What happened with that shot just now? It seems they were shot at this location.
The chatty boy marked an unfinished single-family building between P-City and the church. Shen-Yi's pupils shrank slightly. This distance, compared to the real-life version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, is more than 2,000 meters. This is a quite exaggerated number.
Are you kidding?
Shen-Yi swallowed his saliva and said,
What the hell, Mo Fei is a serious?
Li Yuner said with a deep look on her face.
It's indeed a bit scary. Even if he is not serious, he is still a top sniper at his level.
At this distance.
Serious?
Shen-Yi licked his lips and said,
Let's clean up the affairs in this place first. After that, I will go back and think about the tactics to deal with this team. If it is serious, I will kill them directly.
The serious team. For this trip, it is best to kill them directly after they complete their mission, so that the serious people cannot survive, and the real crisis of the chatty boy can be solved naturally. The current situation is very good for them. The tires of the opponent's car were removed, and a person fell to the ground. It was almost impossible to escape. Obviously, this team is not a very strong team. After his teammate fell to the ground, another person was very panicked. He seemed not to know that the tires of the motorcycle had been removed. He ignored the people on the ground and put the motorcycle on the ground. He helped him up, turned around and got into the car, wanting to leave, but with the broken tires, he couldn't run any faster. As soon as he drove out of the smoke, he was violently shot by Shen-Yi and Ziyao. He also fell to the ground in an instant.
Give me a gun and I'll get the airdrop,
Shen-Yi said. He turned around and ran into the academy, found the car of the academy's team just now, and then drove directly towards the airdrop. He used the car and the airdrop box to set up an angle position. When he arrived, The smoke thrown by the other party dispersed. He threw a smoke on the spot, covering up the 2 people who fell to the ground. And then, the airdrop box was opened. The 2 men with guns on the left stuck their heads out and wanted to hit Shen-Yi. At this time, Ziyao and Chatterbox Boy would shoot them back.
Jitchy! Get rich! Get rich!
Shen-Yi shouted excitedly. Inside the airdrop box, a green arm is placed. Because it is a reality, this arm has many more bullets than in a game. It has 3 magazines and 60 bullets. At the same time, there is also a ghillie suit and a 15x mirror. After picking up the things, the sound of the system completing the task has not yet sounded. Obviously thinking that he is not out of danger yet. Chapter 457 Elite Battlefield. Shen-Yi let out a breath, got in the car again, and drove in the direction of Li Yuner and the chatty boy. Just as he landed, a majestic voice resounded loudly.
The side mission is completed. 100 points will be awarded. It's done.
Li Yuner breathed a sigh of relief.
Hurry up and fill the bag. After licking the bag, let's go back to the church,
Shen-Yi said with a grin. At the same time, in the unfinished single-family building on the left side of the church in P-City, on the second floor of the unfinished building, Zheng Nan put away a handful of 98K in his hand and cursed.
His grandma's airdrop was picked up, and the head was returned. Got robbed. Damn it! How is the observation over at the church? Is there anyone there?
After speaking, he asked.
I think I saw it just now, but I don't know if I saw it wrong.
One of Zheng Nan's teammates said suspiciously.
I seem to have seen a woman in a wedding dress.
As Zheng Nan, who is second on the list, is naturally not too bad. His abilities are also quite strong. He can also snipe from 2,000 meters away. Of course, this requires the other party not to move and a certain amount of luck.
Wedding dress? Are you hacking crazy for wanting to get married?
Zheng Nan said speechlessly.
It's not true. I seem to have seen it when I was observing just now.
At this time, Hu Yin also said. Zheng Nan cursed and said,
Really? Forget it. Forget it for now. Let's just stay here and see what the shape of the next circle is like. If the church is in the center of the circle, then we can think about it carefully. How to darken this spot.
Above, Shen-Yi and the others drove back to the church with some supplies, accessories, and so on. At this time, the 4 people were standing there, looking at Shen-Yi and others with dull eyes and saying,
You guys are so strong.
Yes, in their opinion, Shen-Yi and the others are simply too perverted. He picked up his butt, destroyed 2 teams in an instant, and then used the enemy to airdrop. The whole process was quite smooth. They looked at it from a distance, as if they were seeing a real special forces unit fighting. Li Yuner smiled at them and patted the dust on her body. In fact, on the map of the desert, if you don't pay attention, you will be very embarrassed. The same is true for Li Yuner. She looks quite good at this time. He was in a sorry state, with a lot of dust and sand on his body. But she just snapped it. In fact, in reality, she is a very clean girl. But the experience of these few missions has long made her accustomed to this kind of survival in the wild. She patted it and said,
Okay, you can prepare your soul power. Thank you. Thank you. We came here with the determination to die. We thought that most of the people here would not agree to our unreasonable request and thought that they would kill us when we got off the bus,
he said with red eyes.
Thank you for fulfilling our wish.
Shen-Yi put the gun on his back, sat down, picked a piece of grass from the ground, put it to his mouth, and said cheerfully,
Go to the church to arrange it. You can just go. I'm outside to check the situation.
As he said that, he took off his ghillie suit. This thing is very concealing, but it is actually worn on the body. Not very comfortable.
Okay.
The bride and groom burst into tears of gratitude. Then the groom pursed his lips and said,
Brother, can you be our master of ceremonies?
He looked at the chatty boy. The chatty boy was startled, then smiled and said,
I've never done this before, but I can give it a try. Thank you,
the groom said excitedly, and the group of 7 people moved towards the church in a hurry. Shen-Yi sat on the sand and laid down against the reverse slope. He held one in his mouth and looked at the sky, his eyes a little hollow. In this desperate game, no one knows when he will die. Maybe a bullet will pierce his head in the next second. Under such circumstances, I actually want to give my lover a wedding. In reality, he is a poor boy and does not have a sports car. It's in the game. You can't find a church in reality, but you can find it in the game. This, maybe it can be regarded as a kind of romance.
It's a pity. I'm still young. But my cousin is right. I may have to consider leaving a child for the old Shin family.
Shin Yi pondered and said.
But I don't even have a girlfriend now.
Shin Yi couldn't help but feel a little sad when he thought that he was still single. Several names crossed his mind. The class beauty of the high school class, and the campus beauty of the school. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that compared with Li Yuner, Han Xiaomu and Sun Mingming, they are far behind.
How about choosing one of the three of them?
Shin Yi pondered.
Sun Mingming can't see through it. Han Xiaomu can't stand it. Sister Yuner, she's so fierce. She will definitely become a hen wife in the future.
Shin Yi muttered to himself. At this time, he heard the sound of a car. He didn't care too much. He stood up suddenly and held the fully equipped M416 he had just replaced in his hand. He quickly moved towards the direction of the sound of the car. Dee-dee, 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 dee-dee. At this moment, among the sound of the car, the sound of the horn suddenly sounded. Shin Yi's eyes moved slightly.
An ally is here?
He said with great joy.
Sister Yuner, chatty boy, an ally is here. But I don't know who it is.
Yes. This is the secret code they agreed with their two ally teams. When driving, they kept pressing this sound to remind their nearby allies that they were driving over. He quickly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the sky.
Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Bang bang!
He fired in response. Soon, not far from them, a motorcycle and a sports car quickly turned around and drove in their direction. He quickly picked up the 98K and looked through the mirror. The next moment, he saw two cars approaching in the distance. There was a mark on their chests, which was a red star. People from Lone Star Team. It was Su Mufeng and the four of them. Shin Yi was ecstatic. This team with the highest number of people on the list, their allies, actually came over at this time and joined them. They were really matched on a map. And with the number one person on the list joining them, they spent the chances of this death mission are much higher. This damn thigh is the thickest in the elite battlefield. Zit's easy. Soon, two cars ran out at the door of the church. At the steps of the church, the chatty boy and others were standing there. After hearing Shin Yi's words, they quickly came over. Chapter 458 Crazy. In addition, the group of people who were preparing to perform the soul power exercise were not in a hurry to go in. They turned around and looked this way. The two cars stopped. On the motorcycle, Suja jumped off the car, looked at Shin Yi, and said cheerfully,
"Oh, he's not dead yet. Man Bien is alive."
Shin Yi's face was dark. "Are you talking human language?"
"Let me go. Where did you get the third level head? Take it off quickly. I am the strongest sniper in our alliance team."
At this time, Su Mufeng jumped out of the sports car behind, his eyes red. Look at the third level head on Shin Yi's head. Then, he saw the green on behind Shin Yi. His eyes changed from red to green and said,
Let me use it quickly. I believe you are a ghost."
Su Mufeng glared, and then his voice changed and said,
"Please give me a shot. I have gone through so many missions and only got the Magnum once. This is what I do shame on the elite battlefield god of war. I'll give it to you when I have only the last 5 bullets left."
Shin Yi said.
"You've gone too far."
Su Mufeng yelled.
"What's going on?"
At this moment, Zhang Chunjing noticed a few people preparing for a wedding at the door of the church. And he said, Shin Yi briefly explained the matter. And then the people in the Lone Star team were stunned. Su Mufeng swallowed his saliva and said,
"This is so beautiful."
After a moment, he rolled his eyes and said,
"What? Handsome guy. After you finish the ceremony, would you lend me the wedding and the suit? Ming Ming, I also owe you a wedding. How about the wedding was held here too? How romantic it was."
Sun Mingming glared and cursed.
"Get away. This is the 183rd rejection. I'm so heartbroken."
Su Mufeng covered his chest. Then he turned his eyes slightly and looked at Li Yuner next to him and said,
"Yuner, why don't we get married? Get out."
Li Yuner glared at him. During their stay in Yanjing, they got to know each other and figured out Su Mufeng's character. He's always like this. Crazy. Shin Yi introduced the chatty boy to them. After getting to know each other, the chatty boy smiled and said,
"Okay, don't delay them from doing their business. I am still the master of ceremonies. Those who want to be the audience can go into the church and sit down. Just leave one person outside to observe the situation. I'll stay,"
Shin Yi said again. Several people looked at him in surprise. Li Yuner frowned but said nothing. Shin Yi took Zawo in his mouth and ran up from the bottom of the church towards the roof. At the top of the stairs, he sat down again and leaned against the wall. It was very lively down there, with Sun Mingming screams from time to time.
Wow! She looks so beautiful in a wedding dress. I'm so envious. Meng Meng, I can give you a more luxurious wedding. Now I will capture 100 people and let them all sit as spectators. I will find 20 sports cars and form a fleet. Let's get married too, Su Mufeng said aside. After a while, they sang the wedding march in unison. Shen sat above, curled his lips and said, Children playhouse. People die. The wedding ceremony is of no use. You don't understand. At this moment, a voice rang next to him. Li Yuna ran up to him at some point, sat down next to Shen and said, For girls, the wedding of the ceremony is actually quite important. Even if you die, you must die romantically. Why don't you watch it? Shen asked. I'm afraid I'll cry, Li Yuna said. You're crying. Shen curled his lips, and after a moment he asked, By the way, there's something I haven't asked you about. Huh? Li Yuna frowned and asked, What's the matter? Chen Hui? Are you engaged to that Chen Hui? That second-generation rich man on the internet who sleeps with the internet celebrity every day? Shen asked. Li Yuna was startled and said, How do you know? As expected. Shen took it out of his mouth, curled his lips and said, That person has no good character. You should retreat. I also want to retreat. But these things are a bit out of my control. And I also want to resist. Li Yuna sighed. Shen subconsciously rubbed her head and said, Don't worry. I will support you. As long as you don't want to marry. They will tie you to the wedding venue. And I will also crash the wedding and rescue you. Li Yuna was startled and turned her head to look at Shen with her big eyes. Shen said with some guilt, This is a pit of fire. I can't let you jump down like this. The same is true for the chatty boy and brother Jiang. Exactly. Li Yuna curled her lips and said, Actually, I have also imagined having a wedding in the future. It doesn't have to be very luxurious. It can even be in the church of this game. As long as I am with the person I love. Shen trembled and said, Sister Yuna, you have changed. You are so gentle. I can't stand it anymore. While they were talking, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Side mission. Side mission. It was the sound of the system, and it was repeated twice. Shen frowned. There was such a side mission. The joint team of the Serious Killing team and the Cold Thorn team are now coming towards the church. A majestic voice rang in Shen ears. Kill one person on the opponent's side, and everyone will be rewarded with 100 points. If one person is killed, 100 points will be deducted from all members. Note that the side mission of the Serious Squad and the Cold Thorn Squad is to kill your joint team. The mission rewards are the same. The Serious Squad and the Cold Thorn Squad are heading towards you from the northwest. Location is close. Shen heart moved slightly. He quickly opened the map. At this time, 8 red light spots appeared on the map. The southwest direction was the direction of the hillside behind. 8 light spots are approaching rapidly. Shen stood up suddenly. Is there such a mission? You guys come down first. At this time, the chatty boy said. Shen and Li Yuna looked at each other and ran downstairs. On the other side, on the hillside, 2 cars drove to a green warehouse on the hillside. It was still far away from the church. It took about 20 minutes to drive there. And they stopped temporarily. On their map, you can also see the light spots of Shen's 8 people. Huh. This mission is considered transparent. Sirius sneered. Both of them were able to find each other's position. At this time, the battle was about frontal abilities. Chapter 459, Some Losses. This mission is not mandatory. It's just that you can get points by killing it. On the other side, the captain of the Cold Thorn team said, But they must not have completed their mission now. In other words, if we kill them now, they will really die. Sirius said lightly, But the opponent has the Lone Star team, so we attack them rashly. Even if we can win, we will still suffer losses. The captain of the Cold Thorn team said, What? Are you scared? Sirius sneered. Can Lone Star be stronger than our combined strength? The other team is very average, and it was given for free. We can know each other's position, and we are fighting for one. It's just a positive ability. The captain of the Cold Thorn squad pondered for a moment, then licked his lips and said, Destroy the Lone Star squad. It seems not bad. They judged that the winning rate of this wave, even with Shen's team, was about 60%. This was something worth betting on. As for who died on their side in the end, it all depended on luck. No matter what happens, it would be a good idea to find a way to kill 1 or 2 people once you get close. There is another reason why the members of the Serious team are so anxious to fight back.
in addition to the tasks given by the system. They also want to avenge their teammate Lao Wan. His enemy is over there, and they have to find a way to avenge their old teammates. On the other side, Shen Yi and the Lone Star team had serious expressions on their faces. All of them came to the first floor of the church. The wedding was still going on. The chatty boy stood in the position of the master of ceremonies and presided over it in a decent manner. At this time, the two newlyweds were already standing on the platform above the church, with sweet smiles on their faces. On the chairs under the stage, Sun Mingming and others were sitting there. Shen Yi also leaned over. He and Li Yuner sat down behind the Lone Star team. Several people were discussing quietly.
They are approaching us,
Zhang Chunjing said.
coming from above. If they want to fight forcefully, they may hit the slope below us.
Shen Yi interrupted him and said,
It shouldn't be possible. We have 8 guns if they charge directly at our house. If they dare to come, they should at least blow up a car. My guess is that they won't fight back.
Come here. Isn't Sirius the #1 sniper? He will definitely choose to shoot with us from a distance first. Judging from their position, they may choose this housing area first.
As he spoke, he marked a housing area between the church and City L and said,
There is no one in this location. They may choose to enter here first and then engage in gunfire with us. They want to kill us, but they don't want to.
He will give us points for free.
Zhang Chunjing pondered. At this moment, Li Yuner suddenly said,
Their points have disappeared.
Huh? Shen Yi's heart moved, and he quickly opened the map. Sure enough, the other party's light spot could no longer be seen on the map.
Where did it disappear?
Shen Yi asked.
Probably here.
Li Yuner marked it. About 2 kilometers away from the church. The other party's light spot disappeared.
So that's it.
Shen Yi took a breath and said,
I thought the system would always mark the light spot for us. Although we have formed a hostile relationship with each other. It seems that as long as we are within 2 kilometers, this light spot will disappear.
Shen Yi breathed out, looked at Li Yuner and said,
Sister Yuner, please come with me.
Huh? Zhang Chunjing frowned and looked at him and asked,
What are you going to do? I'll lend you your motorcycle.
Shen Yi grinned and said,
By the way, I'll leave the church to you first. Let them continue with their wedding. Chatty boy, you continue to host it. After the wedding here is over, you join the battlefield again, and I will tell you where you want to go and what you need to do.
On the stage, the chatty boy nodded to them. After saying that, Shen Yi didn't care too much. He took Li Yuner and ran outside the church.
What is this kid going to do?
Su Mufeng said cursingly.
If I'm not wrong, he is probably going to steal someone.
Zhang Chunjing said. He is the commander of the Lone Star team and one of the top commanders in the elite battlefield. He can probably guess something.
Stealing people? How? Stealing women or men?
Su Mufeng asked with a smile.
Didn't he just say that?
Zhang Chunjing said.
He said that the serious team might choose to go to this housing area to fight with us. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it's true. Although the location of this housing area is not as good as the church, but it is also near the center of the circle. Compared with us, this position is not so comfortable for shooting. There is a slope behind it, but there are relatively many bunkers in the room area. For Sirius and the others, even if they cannot attack us, might as well be stationed there. What does this have to do with stealing people?
Su Mufeng curled his lips and said. Sun Mingming looked at him speechlessly and said,
Are you stupid? Since Shen Yi knows their location, now he drives down the slope behind this housing area and hides. When the other party gets out of the car, can he steal someone?
Sun Mingming said.
Su
Mufeng curled his lips and said,
I didn't expect such a sinister way of playing. After all, I am the kind of wolf warrior who is up front. You are Taihanhan.
Suja curled his lips and said,
Okay, let's go upstairs first. There are 2 of us here. Su Mufeng, you and Ming Ming go to the roof with me. Jiang Wu, you and Suja stay on the first floor. You follow Suja's command. Okay?
Zhang Chunjing also began to make arrangements.
It's okay,
Jiang Wu said. The group of people moved quickly. On the other side, just as Zhang Chunjing thought, Shen Yi drove along the road next to the church, made a circle, and pulled to the back slope. He stopped the motorcycle far away, and then said to Li Yuner,
Let's run over. Wait for them to get off the car. Touch a place about 20 meters away. Wait for them to arrive by car. And pinch it directly. The position of the grenade must be accurate. Do you understand? I know better than you.
Li Yuner curled her lips and said. The 2 of them quietly walked over, and then laid down against the slope of a slope. Not long after, the sound of cars rang loudly. Shin-Yi quietly poked his head out and found that the other party did not stop on their side, but stopped at the bottom of the slope opposite them. There was no place for grenades in their position.
I'm going!
He cursed, then put the grenade into his backpack, cut out the rifle and said,
These people are quite careful. They must have guarded against this. And they didn't stop on the side.
Chapter 460 The Mob. Stopping on the side, their 2 instantaneous thunderbolts would kill at least 2 or 3 people.
Someone is coming!
Shin-Yi licked his lips. The other 8 people arrived here. Although they found no one here from a distance, they still chose to take a careful inventory after arriving. At this time, a person was leaning against the wall on the right side of the housing area, running towards them and doing a count. Shin-Yi's fully equipped M416 was replaced with a triple mirror. He glanced at Li Yuner and said,
Hit and replenish. Hit!
Then, he and Li Yuner immediately pulled him out. 20 meters distance. Triple scope. Aiming. Fully automatic strafing.
Ta-ta-ta-ta.
In an instant, there was a burst of gunfire.
Da-da-da.
At the same time, gunfire rang out from the church in the distance, and bullets were fired in their direction. I'm covering for Shin-Yi and Li Yuner.
Walk!
After Shin-Yi stole the person, he put away his gun without any hesitation, turned around, and leaned towards the motorcycle.
It's over!
When they ran to the direction of the motorcycle, they had just raised the motorcycle when Jiang Wu's voice suddenly rang in their ears.
What's wrong?
Shin-Yi asked.
The Yellow Uniform Army. The Yellow Uniform Army is here.
Jiang Wu swallowed his saliva and said,
The scale is at least hundreds of people, and they are running straight towards the church.
What? Shin-Yi was shocked. He quickly got into the car, hit the accelerator, and headed straight to the church. Just as they left, 4 people climbed up the slope. However, what was left to them was the back figures of Shin-Yi and Li Yuner riding on motorcycles. Sirius's face turned green. From Lao Wan to now Ho Lang, they all died at the hands of this person called the Hidden Dragon Team. His majestic Sirius team, 5th in the rankings, actually lost 2 people in a rookie team one after another. The first time was to persuade him to fight. This time, it was stolen. None of the confrontations were head-on, and he was frustrated when he lost. Unwilling to lose, he turned his head and looked at Ho Lang's box on the ground, tears bursting out of his eyes in an instant. He is a tough guy in the elite battlefield, 4th in the personal rankings, and the #1 sniper in the elite battlefield. A man who stirred up troubles in the elite battlefield. But, under the hands of a newcomer, he lost his teammates one after another. These were his brothers, who had gone through countless battles with him.
I, Sirius Lin Siyuan, swear that I will not avenge this revenge, and I will not be a human being.
Sirius gritted his teeth and said with red eyes. Next to him, Zhong Sheng burst into tears. He was a little helpless and furious, holding a gun in his hand and shooting at the motorcycle going away. But the speed of the motorcycle was too fast, and he couldn't even hit it with a single shot. Shin-Yi and Li Yuner had already arrived directly at the church. He looked at Jiang Wu's position. At this time, Jiang Wu had already ran down from the roof and ran to the direction of the airdrop. Shin-Yi and Li Yuner hurriedly ran over. Over there, Zhang Chunjing and 4 members of the Lone Star team were stuck in position. The 4 of them formed a line. On the slope, on the 2nd floor of the blue building next to it, and on the 2nd floor, the 4 people had completely opened the wall downstairs, and there was still some coverage between the gun lines. The Lone Star team had no problems laying out the formation.
What's going on?
Shin-Yi asked after taking a breath.
The men from the Yellow Army are here.
Zhang Chunjing looked solemn. Shin-Yi stood up and looked into the distance. Sure enough, in the direction of the airdrop, about a kilometer north of the airdrop, a group of people wearing yellow takeout clothes were approaching their position in a mighty manner.
Nima, why are there so many people?
Shin-Yi was startled and said,
Are they coming to take away the church? It looks like this.
Zhang Chunjing said.
The location of the church is indeed the best shooting location. They want to take it. What should we do? Get out?
Shin-Yi asked with a frown.
Get out?
Su Mufeng grinned and said,
Are you so cowardly? When I was in St. Martin, I made the Red Army cry for father and mother. Although the so-called Red Army and Yellow Army are many, they're just a bunch of rabble.
Zhang Chunjing also licked his lips and said,
Brother, do you dare to play with a big one? Huh?
Shin-Yi raised his eyes slightly. Su Mufeng grinned and said,
How many are we? Now there are 7. And there are only 8 including the chatty boy. The chatty boy is still helping to hold the wedding. There are only 7 of us.
Shinny said.
Where's the other side?
Su Mufeng asked again.
At least more than 100.
Shinny said.
It's like a hacking army. I'll hack them.
98K.
Boom!
The next moment, he suddenly fired, and 98K bullets flew out. Among the crowd of yellow-clad soldiers, a man fell to the ground.
I'll go!
Shinny was stunned. When the people from the Lone Star team asked him, he actually thought that the Lone Star team might be going to fight this. But he didn't expect it to be so fierce.
For the time being, there should be no resistance from the serious team. Their command is still very calm.
John Chunjing said.
Don't you have a killing mission? You look at the mighty more than 100 people in the queue. I'm here to kill you. Why don't you kill me right away? But maybe it will happen after there are gunshots here.
Shinny said.
They may think that we are fighting with others, and they will come over to break up the fight. Just come here and fight them together. You're scared.
Su Mufeng stood up again and started shooting.
I'll go.
Shinny cursed and said.
Then do it.
As he spoke, he quickly stood up, took out his green arm, and pointed it at the distance. Similarly, Li Yin'er and the others also stood up, pointed 7 guns at the more than 100 people in front, and began to violently the shooting.
Da-da-da. Da-da-da.
The other party quickly fought back. Some of them squatted down. Some stood, and with more than 100 guns, they quickly started to fight back. But their marksmanship is really hard to compliment. Yes, as they said, be it the red-coated army or the yellow-coated army, they are mostly rabble-rousers. They form illegal teams in order to survive. Their personal strength is not very good, and most of them are not. There are very few people who have taken intermediate potions, and very few have taken high-grade potions. But with the numerical advantage, few people dare to do anything to them. There are more than 100 people. Just imagine what will happen if a small team provokes them. They will be surrounded and suppressed by more than 100 people. Ants can even kill an elephant. Chapter 461, Finding Wealth in Danger. At this time, Shen Yi and the others knocked down many people, including Shen Yi, and also knocked down 2 people. But no one could make up for it. Those who fell to the ground would be quickly overwhelmed by the crowd, and it was impossible to make up for them. At the same time, in the distance, smoke bombs began to rise. The people in the yellow clothes seemed to be angry. The smoke began to spread towards the church. The people in the yellow clothes were moving towards them, getting closer. At the same time, it is pulling away from the left and right sides, forming an encircling posture. While fighting, Shen Yi frowned and said,
Brother, you won't harm me. What is your mission? You won't complete the mission silently. And then it doesn't matter if you die. And then deliberately deceive the yellow army. Kill us. Hack you. Are we this kind of people?
Su Mufeng glared and said,
Our mission is also to enter the top 10 and kill 150 people. The difficulty is not much lower than yours.
Oh, Shen Yi said. The other party is getting closer. With more than 100 people, this place almost turned into a sea of clouds, filled with smoke. Below, Zheng Nan was staying at the single unfinished building. At this time, the 4 people were stunned. They looked at the slope in the distance, which was almost blocked by smoke.
I'm a turtle,
Zheng Nan said.
The people in this church are very brave, but they dare to provoke the yellow army. Isn't this looking for death? I just listened. There were about 7 or 8 gunshots above. It should be a joint team of 2 powerful teams. Could it be people from the serious team and the Cold Thorn team? It's possible,
Zheng Nan said thoughtfully.
It is indeed possible that the 2 teams in the top 10 will take the initiative to provoke.
Among the top 10 teams, the only teams that are known to be in alliance are the Serious Team and the Cold Thorn Team. They feel that only such powerful teams dare to challenge the Yellow Army.
It's his grandma's. Fortunately, he didn't steal them. He is such a madman. He will probably have 2 people even if he dies,
Zheng Nan said. At the same time, he pondered.
Also, Shen Yi's grandson has gone somewhere. I've been observing, and there's no news about them at all.
Yes, he observed the people around him, mainly looking at the marks on the chests of those around him. But he never found Shen Yi and others. While they were talking, Wang Yijuan's people were getting closer and closer. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. They were still pushing forward by relying on the smoke. Of course, Shen Yi and others were not afraid. They were shooting at the smoke. Slowly, a kill finally occurred. But most people can still be pulled up. Finally, when the opponent advanced to only about 200 meters, they began to move around, as if they wanted to completely surround the entire church. They still used smoke to create a smoke wall. Everyone was hiding in the smoke. In the church, the wedding was still going on. But the chatty boy became a little restless, and he could no longer remain calm. The group of people holding the wedding, the bride and groom, also had a look of fear on their faces. They tried their best to control their emotions and wanted to complete the wedding, but the countless gunshots outside made them feel numb. Finally, one person couldn't bear it anymore and asked,
"What's going on?"
The chatty boy took a breath and said,
"You can host the wedding yourself. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to fight."
The newlyweds were startled. At this time, their wedding was actually coming to an end. The chatty boy gritted his teeth, picked up the gun, and ran out the door regardless of the other people. Outside, there was still heavy artillery fire, and the opponent had advanced to a distance of only about 150 meters.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The sound of sniper rifles was still ringing, and the people of the Lone Star team were still calm. Facing the approach of hundreds of people, they were still firing one shot at a time, constantly changing positions, and using the bunker to set up their guns. Take a shot. The opponent is changing machines. Although his marksmanship is not good, he wins because of the large number of people. Shinyi's level 3 armor had been shot several times. The opponent formed an arc and was still advancing. 140 meters. 130 meters.
"Sister Yuner, take off your clothes."
At this time, Shinyi suddenly lay on the ground and said to Li Yuner next to him. The two of them have actually knocked down a lot of people, but they still have very few kills. The opponent can use the smoke to pull people up. Occasionally, someone pulls down the edge of the smoke, and they can make up for one person.
"Huh?"
Li Yuner frowned and said,
"What are you going to do?"
He knew what Shinyi meant. Taking off his clothes meant dragging off his protective armor.
"I'm going to hit them with my car,"
Shinyi said with a grin.
"What?"
Su Mufeng said in horror.
"Are you crazy? There are more than 100 people on the other side. They are all in the smoke and can't see me at all. And there are so many of them. If I rush into the crowd, they dare to shoot. Aren't they afraid of hitting each other?"
Shinyi grinned and said,
"Wealth is gained through danger. Not only do I want to drive there, I also want to integrate into them and be their teammate."
John Chunjing and others are going crazy.
"Shinyi, don't be impulsive,"
Li Yuner also said quickly. The risk is too great.
"If we continue to let them get close to us, we really have no chance. The only option is to drive away,"
Shinyi said.
"We still underestimated each other."
John Chunjing's expression darkened and he said,
"It's true. When we fought against the Red Army, we used the stairs to block the building. For spray guns and grenades were used to block the narrow stairs. Only then did we destroy the Red Army. This Yellow Army, the overall quality is indeed much higher. The reason why I wanted to fight before was just to get some kills. If I couldn't beat him, I could just drive away if there was a car behind me. But I don't want to give up this position. And it's not without a chance. There are more than 100 people here. And it's all about damn points,"
Shinyi said with a grin. Li Yuner pondered, then looked at Shinyi and said,
"Then you should be more careful."
With that said, Shinyi took off his helmet and protective armor, and Li Yuner put them all on. Shinyi put on her second-level armor and second-level armor, then ran into the room and searched for a while. She found a yellow dress and put it on herself. He warned,
"Don't hacking hit me later."
"With so many people, it's normal for me to make the wrong call."
Su Mufeng scolded.
"Don't blame me if you die. You are a lunatic."
Yes. He thought Shinyi's decision was too crazy. John Chunjing still wanted to persuade, but seeing that Shinyi had already decided, he said nothing.
"Give me a few grenades,"
Shinyi said. Chapter 462 Chaos. Li Yuner frowned and gave Shinyi 3 more grenades. In total, Shinyi already had 8 grenades in his hand.
"You want to go in and blow yourself up?"
Su Mufeng asked with a frown.
"Blow yourself up? I'm here to kill people, not to die,"
Shinyi said.
"Aren't they getting married? I'm going to set off fireworks for them."
After saying that, Shinyi ran towards the place where the motorcycle was parked before. When the chatty boy saw Shinyi running over, he quickly asked,
"How is the battle going?" "It's okay,"
Shinyi said. He didn't say much and just got on the motorcycle. The sound of cars resounded, and he approached from the flank. On the other side, Su Mufeng had a hint of horror on his face. He didn't expect Shinyi to actually do this.
"This guy is crazier than you."
Su just swallowed.
"No. When he first left, it seemed that Alm was not on his back, and this seemed to be hidden."
Su Mufeng thought for a while and said cursingly. When the sound fell, All of them stopped their guns and looked towards the side. On the side, there was a loud sound of motorcycles. And from the side, they disappeared into the smoke at an extremely fast speed. Yes, he saw a large row of hit information and refreshed it instantly. The 7 people did not fire at this time, but waited over there. In the smoke, Shin-Yi drove into it. Sure enough, just as he imagined, the smoke was filled with white, and there were many people inside. He drove around randomly, but no one dared to shoot.
Some people were cursing, but no one dared to shoot.
I'll go. What's going on? Which idiot is driving? Don't drive. Don't drive. Just use the smoke and move forward slowly. That's it. Pull the person down quickly.
A murmur of voices rang around him. Shin-Yi drove for a while, stopped quickly, and then jumped out of the car. After jumping out of the car, he quickly ran in one direction. After running a distance, he yelled,
"Damn it! That idiot! Don't drive! I'll pull my teammates!"
In the crowd, curses continued. After a while, there was some silence in the smoke, only the sound of smoke filling the air. Then Shin-Yi heard a loud roar and said,
"Brothers, help those who have fallen to the ground quickly. Today is the battle for fame of our Yellow Army. In front is the Lone Star team, the biggest killer in this elite battlefield. I don't know if any of your brothers or sisters have died in their hands. Today, we have destroyed this Lone Star team, and then this will be our battle to become famous. After today, we will make the Yellow Army an entity that no one dares to provoke in the elite battlefield. Kill them, get points, and continue to become stronger. We will make the top 100 people on the list, and all of them will become our Yellow Army team."
Obviously, this is the leader of this group of yellow-clad troops. It looks like a pyramid scheme. But in the smoke, he couldn't see who was roaring. Shin-Yi roared,
"Today I am proud of the Yellow Army, and tomorrow the Yellow Army will be proud of me."
His words also affected the people around him, and many people were shouting loudly,
"Today I am proud of the Yellow Army, and tomorrow the Yellow Army will be proud of me."
They roared with passion, in the direction of the church, with many people shouting loudly. The sound reached their ears.
"Today I am proud of the Yellow Army, and tomorrow the Yellow Army will be proud of me."
With hundreds of people shouting in unison. The sound resounded through the sky, and they could hear it clearly. Zhang Chunjing frowned and said,
"What's going on with them? Why are they shouting slogans?"
The corners of Li Yun'er's mouth twitched and she said,
"It seems that the idiot has blended into their crowd. Just now I heard the idiot yell first, and then the people in the yellow uniforms also shouted. Is this okay?"
Su Mufeng's eyes bulged out. He drove into it, and the smoke filled the air. No one else recognized him, so he probably set the pace.
"This guy is really a talent."
Su Zhe was speechless. Zhang Chunjing frowned and said,
"He really got in, but now I don't know how he can get out."
Everyone was stunned. At this time, a voice came out from Li Yun'er's ears and said,
"You can fight in the front row. I am hiding in the back. The gun line should not be able to hit me."
Yes, Shin-Yi stood there for a long time, and he could feel someone leaning forward. At the same time, their commander-in-chief shouted loudly,
"Brothers, there are still about 100 meters to go. When we get to the church, teach the people of the Lone Star team how to behave. The smoke continues to seal forward."
There was a sound of pulling the bolt, and it was thrown forward. Shin-Yi also took this time to pull the bolt, and he lost 2 in a row. Of course, what he threw was not smoke, but smoke. Grenade. He threw 2 grenades forward in a row. According to his judgment, the location where he threw them was mostly where he hit the car just now. There was a group of people lying on the ground there, and their teammates were still pulling them. A few seconds passed. Suddenly, the sound of explosion resounded.
Boom! Boom!
2 grenades exploded in succession. Some people who fell to the ground were directly replaced. Because of the large number of people, some people were directly bombed. Shin-Yi's kill count reached 13 in an instant. In this wave of grenades, he harvested 9 heads.
"Oh my god! This is so cool!"
Among the crowd, a lot of curses resounded.
"I'm going to ask you to throw smoke, not grenades. Which idiot threw the grenade? I will fight with you. Shin-Yi! Who the H.L. is Shin-Yi? Stand up for yourself. I will kill you with one shot."
Shin-Yi stood in the white smoke. He curled his lips and said in his heart,
"Only Uncle Ghost will admit it."
As the 2 grenades fell, the entire Yellow Army was in chaos in the smoke. The commander-in-chief shouted loudly,
"Listen to me. When everyone throws smoke, look carefully before throwing it. Those who have fallen to the ground quickly help them up and push forward slowly. The others continued to seal the smoke forward.
At this time, Shinny pinched a few more grenades and threw them towards both sides. In the smoke, no one could see anyone else. When a group of people were in the smoke, an undercover came in. The lethality of this undercover was very terrifying.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
After a while, another burst of grenades sounded. At the church, everyone in the Lone Star team stood there, watching the scene blankly. They saw the sound of grenades coming from the smoke in front of them. And then suddenly, the bodies of several people were blown out of the range of the smoke, and then hit the ground hard.
How many people has he killed?
Su Mufeng swallowed, looked to the side and asked. Chapter 463, Deadly Reconciliation. Before, they thought that Shinny rushing in was no different from seeking death. But after thinking about it carefully, they rushed in and were enveloped in smoke. No one recognized him. He was wearing red clothes and pretending to be the other party's person. Even if the smoke cleared, they still recognized him. Not coming out.
No. I don't know. Anyway, there seemed to be many people.
The chatty boy's rough face was filled with dullness.
He really set off fireworks for this group of newlyweds.
John Chunjing curled his lips and said,
This kid is really brave and careful like him.
As he said that, he looked at Sun Mingming and said,
You really saw the right person.
Su Mufeng took a breath and said,
After this battle, he will definitely be on the personal ranking list. And his ranking will not be low.
In the smoke, Shen Yi's mouth almost reached his neck. It was so cool. After 2 grenades were thrown in the same direction, there were more than 10 heads. This is so cool. And then while walking, he can try to lick the bags of the corpses and get grenades to replenish himself.
I want all of these more than 100 heads.
Shen Yi laughed in his heart. Zheng Nan said suspiciously,
I guess I threw the smoke by mistake. It turned into a grenade. Then, there are too many wrong people.
Hu Yan said speechlessly. Zheng Nan pondered and said,
I do think there is a possibility that people from the church may have sneaked in.
Having said this, he shook his head again and said,
No. I infiltrated into the Red Army and was in their camp when I bombed them. It was not a confrontation between the two sides. At that time, I just caught them by surprise and lost them.
He got into the car and ran away after grabbing 2 grenades. He wanted to get in.
But then he thought of a lot of smoke. And he frowned and said,
This kind of thing is very obscene and dangerous. If it is that kid, I am afraid he will really try to do it. Who is that kid you keep talking about?
Hu Yan asked.
Is that the guy you said harsh words about at the birth point? Is he very powerful? Top 10 people in the future.
Zheng Nan said calmly.
Oh,
Hu Yan said doubtfully.
It's not that easy to get into the top 10. Look at the situation in the distance.
Zheng Nan said lightly. At this time, the yellow-clad army stopped, and their commander shouted loudly,
Stop! Stop! Don't move forward yet.
In fact, they were only about 80 meters away from the church at this time. Yes, he felt something was wrong. The commander gritted his teeth and said,
Did that motorcycle drive out just now? I don't know.
Someone said,
There may be a mole inside us. Stop it first.
The commander shouted loudly. Where will Shinny stop? Anyway, everyone is in the smoke, and no one can see anyone. I will continue to drop bombs. As he walked, he looked for corpse packages to replenish himself with bombs. As long as there was smoke, he kept throwing them. He lost count of how many bombs he dropped. His murder rate is soaring crazily. 20, 30, 40. As time went by, his number of kills had reached more than 60. A quite terrifying number. A number that Shin Yi could not even imagine before.
This means that all his killing missions have been completed. In this mission, on the first day after entering Miramar, before the first circle was reduced, he had already obtained more than 60 heads, with more than 180 points, plus 100 points for airdrops and 100 points for killing Sirius. He has already scored close to 400 points in this game. A quite scary number.
Boss, we can't continue. 3 of our team have died. 2 of us died here too. I'm the only one in our team.
Because he was in the smoke. He didn't know the circumstances of his teammates' deaths. When he heard the numbers of those killed in action, his expression changed wildly. Are there already so many people killed in action? He only felt his scalp numb. On the other side, in the smoke, Shin Yi still held a grenade in his hand. He roughly heard the approximate location of the person who spoke. Then he pinched the grenade and threw it away. Then, he pinched open the second one and threw it away again.
Damn it!
The commander yelled.
Who did it? Who is the undercover? If you offend our yellow army, you will get nothing good. Boss, your name is Shani. Yes, Shani. It's this guy. He was the one who killed my teammates. How did he get in?
In an instant, a large number of voices resounded.
Very good. Shani. Very good.
The commander gritted his teeth and said,
I, the Yellow Army, have a sworn relationship with him. Don't let me know in the future.
Throat. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of something metal falling to the ground under his feet. Halfway through what he was saying, he felt his scalp tingling, paused, and then swallowed his saliva.
Boom!
The next moment, with him as the center, a grenade exploded, and his whole body was blown up.
Shani, I'm going to hack you,
he yelled. Then he shouted loudly,
Chin Fong, help me quickly. Help me quickly. I fell to the ground.
This time, there was endless fear in his voice. However, before he could land in the air, the second grenade arrived, and he was blown up again, and his whole body was directly blown into a wooden box.
Boss! Boss! Please speak! Boss! Where are you?
On the other side, Shani had a smile on his face, and he gained 5 heads again. A set of these 2 grenades, if thrown in one place, can kill more than 5 people. This is so cool. Among the soldiers in yellow, after calling for a long time without getting a response from the commander, the atmosphere in the entire smoke became a little solemn. They all thought of one bad thing. That is, their commander might died. Shani frowned. As soon as the commander died, he estimated that the Yellow Army's attack would probably fall apart. He would have to think of a way to escape before he could do it. The smoke was eerily quiet at this moment. Shani cleared his throat, and then shouted,
The boss is dead. Brothers, run away!
Then, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps, and many people were retreating towards the back.
Run!
No one wants to die. At this time, people who continued to die in battle put too much pressure on other people. Before, there was a commander, directing them to move forward. But now that the commander is gone, this group of people has instantly become a mob. They just want to survive. They are worried that the next person killed by the bomb will be themselves. Chapter 464 Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. A large group of people were retreating, but Shani had a slight smile on his face. He stood on the spot, and even walked slowly forward along the smoke, walking with these yellow-clothed troops. Both directions. The Yellow Army retreated like crazy. More than 100 people were killed, and nearly 70 were killed by Shani alone. Repel. Above the church, the members of the Lone Star team frowned.
They seem to have retreated?
Suja said with a frown.
This scares everyone.
John Chunjing said.
No one wants to die. Hit those who run away.
Several people nodded, and then started shooting at the yellow-clothed soldiers who ran out of the smoke. As time passed, there was no replenishment of smoke, and the smoke slowly dispersed, getting lighter and lighter.
There is actually a person in the smoke.
Su Mufeng suddenly raised the muzzle of the gun. The 2 sides were about 80 meters apart. Under the gun, Su Mufeng could see clearly. The man, dressed in yellow, had a gun in his mouth and a gun in his hand. The wind made his yellow clothes rustle. The smoke receded, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, smoke, and blood. In the vast smoke before, he was the only one left. And behind him, those countless boxes. Those are his trophies.
This guy is showing off again.
Jiang Wu couldn't help complaining. Li Yun'er was relieved and stood there funny.
Let him pretend again. It's his grandma's.
The chatty boy also said with a smile. Next to them, the people from the Lone Star team looked at Shen Yi, who was standing there. At this time, Shen Yi changed his posture again. He put the gun on his shoulder and faced them sideways. He felt that this was more elegant. Sun Mingming laughed out loud and said,
This guy is really interesting. Let me tell you that I was not wrong about him at first.
Su Mufeng took a breath and murmured.
He was able to defeat over 100 people in the Yellow Army almost by himself. He was able to defeat an entire division by himself. And he also killed about half of their number. This guy is really... I'm not afraid of him pretending. But I'm afraid of his boldness.
Suja also said with a smile.
Meng Meng has indeed seen the right person. A person who can go through the death mission 3 times is really extraordinary. Moreover, after this time, he should be able to be on the list.
Next to him, John Chunjing said.
And the ranking will not be too low.
As he said that, he looked at Su Mufeng with a half smile and said,
Su Mufeng, when was the first time you were on the list? How many places? I am also on the elite battlefields ranking after 3 missions. And I am directly ranked 32nd. I don't believe that his ranking is higher than mine,
Su Mufeng said proudly.
Back then, we were at the 22nd station. I destroyed 3 teams by myself. Call out! Call out!
While they were talking, bullets suddenly flew over. Shen Yi was standing over there, and was hit in the leg by a bullet from a distance.
I'll go!
Shen Yi didn't care about posing, and started to run away. Li Yuner also said quickly,
Come back quickly!
Shen Yi quickly ran back to the church. After arriving at the church, several other people quickly gathered around. Sun Mingming asked,
How many people have you killed?
Shen Yi glanced at the blue page, smiled and said,
Not many. There are 71 people in total. Hey, it would be great if they didn't leave. These are all points. Can you die without pretending?
The chatty boy kicked him, and then said enviously,
Damn it. Your death mission has already completed the number of kills. Damn it. I only killed 3 people. I'm the only one.
Jiang Wu scratched his head in embarrassment.
I'm only 4.
Li Yuner said next to her. When fighting the Yellow Army just now, Li Yuner still touched a few people.
Don't worry. I will help you later. The first day has not passed yet. It is still early,
Shen Yi said heehily. In the death mission, the number of homicides has reached the target, and the only thing left is to eat chicken. As long as he eats chicken, he can survive. Of course, eating chicken is the most difficult. There are too many variables in this game.
Didn't anyone from Tianlang come over?
Shen Yi asked.
They dare to come here?
Su Mufeng said disdainfully.
They were probably scared out of their wits when they heard so many gunshots here just now.
Previously, the Yellow Army had fired a round at a time, with hundreds of guns blasting at them at the same time. The scene was indeed quite terrifying. Shen Yi smiled. Then he glanced at Su Mufeng cautiously, then ran to a nearby wooden house and carried the arm out again. The corner of Su Mufeng's mouth twitched a few times. At this moment, he felt that Shen Yi was even more shameless than him. Li Yuner approached Shen Yi, pulled down the 3rd-level head and said,
Give the head armor back to you. No need.
Shen Yi shook his head and said,
I have completed the killing mission. You can just dress yourself.
Li Yuner's heart moved, and she looked at Shen Yi.
If you really don't want it, give it to me. I want it.
Su Mufeng hurriedly ran over and said,
Stop making trouble.
Zhang Chunjing said,
We have spent a lot of supplies just now, especially bullets and the like, and more than half of them have been damaged. We will have to find a way to lick the bags later. Let's go there when it gets dark.
Suja said,
If we're lucky, we can stay in this church for a long time and bring back more supplies. Then we can do some crazy target shooting.
Shen Yi and others nodded. And then Shen Yi said,
Okay, let's continue to watch their wedding.
With that said, the group approached the church. When they arrived at the church, they found that the 4 people inside came out. When they saw Shen Yi and the others, the groom bowed to Shen Yi and the others and said,
Thank you. The fight was so fierce just now. Are you okay?
Shen Yi chuckled and said,
It's okay. I just set off a firework for you. Unfortunately, you couldn't see it, but the sound should be heard.
The groom seemed not to have heard Shen Yi's words. He pursed his lips, gritted his teeth and said,
Now our wish has been fulfilled. If you want to kill us, just do it.
Shen Yi and others were startled. They had agreed to let these people hold a wedding. But Shen Yi and others had never thought about what to do with them after the wedding.
Let's go!
At this time, Zhang Chunjing said,
If you are strong, maybe we can make an alliance? But you are too weak. So weak that I don't even want to kill you. There are enemies everywhere in this place. And I can't take you with me. But I can't trust you either. I've seen too many people pretending to be pigs and eating tigers.
Chapter 465 Smoke fills the air. No one else refuted his words. The bride looked startled. At this time, Shen Yi smiled, and then said,
Let's go! If you can survive and enter the top 10, we can still meet you. Then you can give us a few heads and give us some points.
At this point, he moved slightly and said,
I'll give you a suggestion. Go to City L and find a room to stay. If you are lucky, you may be able to enter the top 10 alive. There are many boxes on the sand in front of you. It's sunny now. It's getting dark soon. So you can go dark and buy some supplies tonight.
The bodies of the groom and the 4 others were trembling slightly. They did not expect that Shen Yi and the others would actually choose to let him go. Yes, both Shen Yi and the others, as well as the 4 members of the Lone Star team, were more or less moved by them. They couldn't bear to kill these 4 unarmed men. so they chose to let them go.
If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you.
The groom gritted his teeth and said. At night, the moon hung high, but there were several busy figures next to the church. Shen-Yi and the others were frantically carrying supplies. Grenades, smoke bombs, bullets, and medicines. Everyone in that team had already left. Shen-Yi and the others didn't even ask for their names until they left. Perhaps only the chatty boy who was the master of ceremonies knew their names. But he didn't mention it either. They don't think these 4 people can survive unless they encounter the ultimate destiny circle. However, they have already experienced it 3 times. If they experience it a 4th time, they will be the truly chosen ones. They are just passers-by and have not made friends. Otherwise, when their friends leave, they will only add some psychological burden. After moving for an hour or 2, 8 people sat down in the church. Shen-Yi looked at the houses of the Sirius team in the distance through the window, and said with a grin,
Do you want to check the mentality of Sirius and the others? Huh?
Everyone looked at him. Shen-Yi grinned, looked at the row of throwing objects and said,
I did the math just now. We have picked up 120 grenades. It is impossible to use them all. There are 8 of us here, and it is very late now. We each carry 7 or 8 grenades, smoke, etc. Sneak into their housing area, and then create a smoky environment for them, and then create an artificial bombing zone for them. If we are lucky, we may kill them. Where are 2 people?
John Chuinjing's eyes lit up slightly. Su Mufeng looked at Shen-Yi speechlessly and said,
You are too insidious, but I like it.
Just do it. 8 people. They put down some items in their backpacks, then put on some smoke bombs and grenades, and then took advantage of the darkness to sneak towards the opponent's position. The position they touched was not in one direction, but divided into 4 groups. Someone reached the flank, while Shen-Yi and Li Yuna reached the place where they knocked down the person before. Then he laid down over there. At the same time, Shen-Yi reminded the team via voice.
It's time to vote.
In this area of housing, Sirius and the other 7 people are all in the building at this time. And their faces are not pretty. Especially the 3 members of the Sirius team. 7 people were leaning against the wall, discussing their
Sirius, don't be too sad. We still have to keep fighting.
Lungthorn's captain said. The Sirius team is different from most teams. Before they met Shen-Yi, their team had never lost a member. It had always been the 4 of them. They played together for a long time and had a very strong relationship. Sirius's expression was not very good. The moonlight shone on him through the window. His eyes were extremely cold at this time. Really like a wolf. As if he wanted to eat people.
I must avenge this,
Sirius said calmly.
If we can't kill him here, then when this mission goes out, we will catch that chatty boy, torture him slowly, and force him to find out other people's addresses. No one from this hidden dragon team can escape. Crack! Crash!
At this moment, the window of their house suddenly broke.
What?
The 7 of them were all top players in the elite battlefield. The moment the window was broken, one of them shouted,
Enemy attack!
Then, the 7 people quickly climbed up. They were not in a hurry to climb out of the window. Several people quickly reached the stairs, and 2 people stood on both sides of the window.
Zitsizi! Zitsizi!
At this moment, many smoky sounds rang out, and no one knew how much smoke entered their room area. At this moment, the entire room area was filled with smoke.
How many people?
Sirius asked with a roar.
I don't know.
Zhong Sheng, the commander of Tianlang, yelled.
Don't they want to live? They actually came here at night.
At night, the light is very dark and is not suitable for combat. Therefore, few teams will choose to launch a surprise attack at night because the chance is too high. He never expected that someone was actually touching them, and it seemed to come from all directions.
Throat! Throat!
At this time, in the smoke, the sound of metal falling to the ground kept coming.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The next moment, the sound of grenade explosions continued to resound. As the smoke filled the air, roars and screams could be heard from inside. In the distance, Su Mufeng said with bright eyes,
This is so damn good! It feels so good to hear them scream.
As he spoke, he pinched another grenade and threw it into the smoke. He didn't know which direction it was thrown from.
Boom!
After a moment, he glared and said,
I blew up a person. Wang Yi from the Cold Assassin Squad. In which direction? We will throw grenades for you.
John Chunjing asked quickly. Because the 2 sides are on mutual missions. Killing each other will reward you with 100 points. And it can greatly weaken the opponent's ability. so they want to make up for their opponents.
Uncle Ghost knows that it is so smoky that he has forgotten where it is.
Su Mufeng scolded.
I should have known better than to throw away the cigarette. Throwing smoke can block the opponent's field of vision. Otherwise we won't be able to retreat later. Forget it. Let's gamble on luck.
John Chuanjing's voice rang in his ears. A group of 8 people kept throwing grenades. Everyone lost 7 or 8 grenades. At a certain moment, Shen Yi's eyes lit up slightly, and he saw that there were 100 more points on his points page.
Did it kill someone?
Shen Yi exclaimed.
It should have been killed by the explosion from Lone Star Team,
Li Yuner said. On the other side, Su Mufeng's eyes lit up and he said,
It's great. Suja, you can actually make up for this for me.
Chapter 466, a look on his face.
You'll die if you mess around.
Suja curled his lips and said. The opponent was uncomfortable in the smoke and could not tell the direction at all. Shen Yi and the others created an artificial bombing zone and blasted wildly. Shen Yi originally wanted to mess with the opponent's mentality and discuss the serious team and the Cold Thorn team. He never expected that he could actually blow up the other person. And in the house, the ones who roared this time turned into the Lingxi team.
Wang Yi!
The moment their teammate died, they let out a cry. But the cry was quickly drowned out by the sound of grenades.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
That night, the sound of grenades in this place lasted for a long time. Almost 10 minutes. People nearby saw the rising smoke and the exploding grenades through the moonlight. At a single-family villa not far away, Zheng Nan cursed.
His grandma! Who is so disgusting? Going to blow up others in the middle of the night. That location. Either someone from the church touched it, or someone down here touched it.
Hu Yan marked the moving house area not far from them.
I suspect it's the person from the church,
Zheng Nan said.
The church just fought with the Yellow Army. It seems that someone went in and blew away the Yellow Army. This night, they went to discuss people again. I feel more and more that the person is that kid Shen Yi. And he is the only one who can be so disgusting. The joint team of Tianlang and Lingxing should not have this kind of thinking.
They had previously suspected that the serious team and the Cold Thorn team were stationed together in the church. But now, he suddenly changed his mind. In the darkness, he looked towards the church, his expression uncertain for a while. Zheng Nan's face didn't look good. Based on Shen Yi's play style last time, there are many creative ideas for the command. As for other top elite battlefield commanders, he has dealt with most of them. For example, bombing your opponent at night may be something that many people want, but very few people do.
His grandma's. The location of the church should be the joint army of that boy and the Rose Squad.
Zheng Nan licked his lips and said,
Brothers, come with me to do something.
What? Hu Yan frowned and said,
What are you going to do tonight? Don't go crazy.
Zheng Nan gritted his teeth and said,
Don't we want to touch the church? I guess the people in the church have gone to the bombing area now. Let's touch it quietly in the dark and listen for footsteps first. If there are footsteps, we will slip away. If there are no steps, we will hide there and capture some people. But there are 8 people on the other side.
One person said with a frown.
So what if there are 8 of us? We belong to the dark side,
Zheng Nan said.
Stop talking nonsense and hurry up.
He is the commander-in-chief and the first commander of the elite battlefield. Since he has finally made the decision, naturally no one will contradict him. The 4 of them took advantage of the darkness, carrying guns, and began to move towards the location of the church. On the other side, Shen Yi stood up and threw the last grenade.
Boom!
As the grenade exploded, he said with pity on his face,
It's a pity that I only killed one person. It would be great if I could blow them all up. This is 800 points. When this mission is over, we can each change 2 bottles of high-level potion.
Yes, for this side mission, except for Shen Yi and the others. They are all in the top 10 teams on the human list. And most of the individuals are on the human list. They kill each other for 100 points each time. But if someone on their side dies, 100 points will be deducted. For example, the current alliance between the Sirius team and the Tottenham team has been deducted 200 points. Then, Shen Yi and the others gained 200 points. Before the first circle was narrowed, Shen Yi had already earned 513 points in this mission. And Jiang Wu and the others also had more than 300 points in their account. As the last grenade exploded, Shen Yi grinned and said,
Let's go!
As he said that, while the smoke had not dispersed, he and Li Yuner walked back from behind the slope. Soon, the 8 people gathered in a pit, and then headed towards the church in a group.
His grandma's. Brother, it's really yours.
When Su Mufeng saw Shen Yi, he ran over and hugged each other and said,
You are too fierce when it comes to disgusting people.
obviously, they were in a good mood after earning 100 points for nothing. Sun Ningming looked at Shen Yi and said with a smile,
I really want to pry open your head and see what is in your head. Okay, let's go back first. When everyone goes back, be careful and check the location of the church first. I'm worried that someone will sneak in at night.
Zhang Chunjing reminded.
Let's talk about anything after we get back.
Yeah. Others nodded. Then the group of people quickly moved toward the church. When they reached the slope of the church, all 8 people picked up their guns and then moved toward the church bit by bit. At this time, inside the church, 4 people were lying in the middle of the benches. It's Zhang Nan. After hearing the footsteps, Zhang Nan slightly made a silent gesture towards them. At the same time, he sneered in his heart.
You are indeed careful enough. But the moment you walk into the church, you will be captured by me.
The 8 people slowly approached the slope. They did not enter the church immediately. Instead, they cleared the area near the slope. After confirming that no one was near the slope, they moved toward the church.
Huh?
At this moment, Shen Yi looked towards the church door. His eyes suddenly moved. Then he raised his hand and pushed back to signal others to retreat. The 8 people retreated to the slope. And the chatty boy asked in a low voice,
What's wrong? Someone has gone in,
Shen Yi said.
And it's an old Een.
Zhang Chunjing frowned and said,
Did you hear the footsteps? We didn't hear anything. I even took a special look and found that these doors had not changed at all.
Shen Yi shook his head and said,
I was worried that someone would sneak in while we were leaving. Before leaving, I did some tricks at several doors of the church. I placed a small pile at each door. Sand! But look at where the door is.
At the door, the sand is still there, but there are obvious signs of being bulldozed, which was caused by opening the door. Zhang Chunjing's expression changed. He gave Shen Yi a thumbs up and said,
You are really good.
Shen Yi chuckled and said,
The few people who went in were also very sinister. They restored almost all their positions and didn't make any sound. They were probably waiting for us to go in. Then what to do?
Su Mufeng asked. Chapter 467 Turtle and Urn. Shen Yi grinned and said,
You have to use the old Yin's thinking to guess where the opponent's perineum is.
As soon as he finished speaking, all 7 people looked at him.
As for Dao Lao being shady, there is probably no one here who is more shady than you,
the chatty boy said.
Where do you think he will be?
The others nodded in deep understanding. Shen Yi, you seem to have misunderstood me. But at this time, he was too lazy to say this. He exhaled and said,
Both sides of the door. All the rooms. The opening on the stairs to the top of the building. And in the middle of the bench.
After saying this, he took a breath and said,
Clear it bit by bit.
In the room, Zhang Nan heard footsteps moving away. His expression changed slightly, and an uneasy feeling emerged. He looked around, and then whispered,
At this door. Hold down your steps. Little by little. Get out first. You're not here anymore?
Hu Yen frowned.
We may have been discovered,
Zhang Nan said softly, and at the same time, he pressed on the possibility immediately and slowly moved towards the doorless entrance of the church. At the same time, he reminded in a low voice,
After walking around to the door, go around from this side and flank them, and hit them on the side.
Outside the door, Shen Yi and others also began to quietly approach the church, and began to investigate according to the places where Shen Yi said there might be ghosts. It's a battle between 2 old men. Under the night, 8 figures moved forward slowly, and when they reached the head of the church, Shen Yi whispered,
Zhang Chunjing, I will leave 2 people for you, and you will leave 2 people for me, and we will go in through the doors on both sides.
Zhang Chunjing nodded and made 2 gestures. Sun Ningming and Su Mufeng quickly approached Shen Yi. At the same time, Shen Yi also signaled Chatterbox Boy and Jiang Wu to stay. Shen Yi walked around to the other side. Just when he was about to open the door and go in to take stock, Shen Yi's expression moved slightly, and he said,
I thought about it for a moment, and it seems that we don't need to take risks.
Su Mufeng frowned and asked,
What do you mean? When we took inventory this night, it was almost completely dark inside the room. Several locations were completely dark. You couldn't see this location at all. For example, if you looked at the wall, it would be blocked by the shadow of the wall. Wearing a pair of if a Class A person lies down here, unless they step on someone, they won't be able to see it at all,
Shen Yi said.
And if we move, our footsteps will eventually be exposed a little. and they will listen to the sound and identify the position. And they will probably shoot. Hit us. Even if we can fight back, we will probably lose people.
Su Mufeng and Sun Mingming both nodded in agreement. Su Mufeng expressed his thoughts to Zhang Chunjing. Zhang Chunjing nodded and felt that what Shen Yi said made sense. He asked,
Ask Shen Yi. What are his thoughts?
Sun Mingming looked at Shen Yi and said,
Then what are you going to do?
Now that we have confirmed that they are inside the church, we will guard several openings in the church until daybreak. They are the turtles in the urn. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Mingming and Su Mufeng's eyes suddenly lit up.
Boy, I really have you.
Su Mufeng scolded.
His grandma. I even want to join your team. Although Lao Zhan is a good conductor, he sometimes acts like a fool.
At another doorway, Zhang Chunjing's face darkened. However, he still made arrangements and said,
Just follow what Shen Yi said. I think the 2 entrances on our side should be attacked at dawn tomorrow. Otherwise, our position may be attacked by people from the Sirius team and the Lingthorn team.
Shen Yi nodded. He took a breath and said,
Su Mufeng, you are the strongest personally. You can guard this door alone. The 3 of us will squat on the other side of the stairs.
Su Mufeng nodded. Shen Yi and Li Yuner walked along the inner wall of the church, trying their best to suppress the sound of their footsteps, and reached the side door. After arriving, Shen Yi said,
You 2 are stuck here. I will quietly go behind the tree. If they come out from this door then, we can achieve a gun line angle.
The 4 of them stood still, and on the other side, at the reverse slope below the church, Zhang Chunjing and the 4 of them moved away and blocked the other 2 exits of the church. This church was surrounded by them, just waiting for dawn. At this time, the moonlight was shining on the church at the door on the side of the church near the road. For people were lying in the shadow on the side of the church near the road. This shadow is pitch black and cannot be seen at all without light. It was Zheng Nan and the 4 of them. In fact, at this time, they had sneaked out of the door held by Shen Yi, and then followed the shadow of the church and touched this position bit by bit. Zheng Nan's idea was very simple. The car was parked at this location. The footsteps of Shen Yi and others retreated. He felt that Shen Yi and others must have guessed that someone was inside, and then chose to withdraw. But he did not want to leave just now. So I plan to continue to hide in this place. As long as someone comes out of this door later, they will have a chance that they are hiding here. As long as you catch 1 or 2 people, you will have a bargaining chip. No matter how bad it is, there are cars in this place. So it's not a big problem for him to steal the car and leave. Time is passing slowly. In people, the competition is who has enough patience. Shen Yi didn't move, and neither did Zheng Nan. The entire church was quiet except for the sound of wind and sand.
Zheng Nan, it seems no one has gone in,
Hu Yin said.
We can't hear them even if they go in quietly. So don't worry,
Zheng Nan said with a smile.
They will go in. No matter what. We have a car here, and they can leave at any time.
Yes, there were several cars in front of them. In this way, both sides waited quietly. Zheng Nan waited for Shen Yi and others to come to the door, while Shen Yi and others waited for dawn. And then several people surrounded the entire church. One night passed without realizing it. And the next day, the dawn slowly emerged, and the light slowly appeared at the bottom of the church. For people were lying there. Hu Yin frowned and said,
Something's wrong.
Zheng Nan, why don't we leave quickly?
Zheng Nan breathed out. He didn't show up all night. They knew that there were 8 people in this place. Zheng Nan gritted his teeth and said,
His grandma, this kid is really smart. There are indeed 8 of them. Let's fight.
We suffer a loss and steal one of their sports cars. So let's run away.
With that said, they stood up and opened the car door to get in. The moment they stood up, Zhang Chunjing saw them on the slope below.
Let me go. They have been hiding here.
Zhang Chunjing shouted.
All 4 of them are on the flat ground on our side. Come here quickly.
The chatty boy also informed Shen Yi. Chapter 468, hard to explain in one word. On the other side of the church, Shen Yi and Li Yuner quickly approached.
Duh.
At the same time, the faces of Zheng Nan and others who opened the car door changed. They heard a burst of gunfire in their ears. And then the sports car they wanted to get into had 2 tires gone. Zheng Nan's face changed wildly. He looked to the right. On the right, Shen Yi and 3 people were double-teaming him. He looked towards the direction of the slope. There were 4 guns raised on the shore. Their dark muzzles pointed at them. Surrounded.
Don't fight. Don't fight. I surrender.
Zheng Nan's desire to survive was very strong. He dropped the gun in his hand on the ground in an instant and raised his hands above his head, without any desire to resist. Next to him, Hu Yin and the other three were startled. They felt that Zheng Nan was too immoral. But when they saw him throwing away his gun, the three of them had no choice but to throw the gun on the ground. At this time, Shen Yi saw Shen Yi and several members of the Lone Star team. He was stunned. He didn't know how the two teams got involved. But a flattering smile appeared on his face, and he said,
"Hey, it's you guys. What a coincidence. TSK TSK. I didn't expect it to be you,"
Zhang Chunjing said with a half smile.
"You will fall into our hands one day." Shen Yi is right. He is indeed a super old Yin. If Shen Yi hadn't used some tricks, maybe we really suffered a lot.
Zheng Nan chuckled and said,
"What happened to me? Judging from what you said, we are all old friends." "Old friend?"
Zhang Chunjing approached with a gun in hand.
"Old friend will sneak up on us in the middle of the night. And he is still hiding at a place like this? Would you believe me if I said we actually got lost last night?"
Zheng Nan asked seriously.
"I remember that's not what you said last time."
Shen Yi smiled. Then he looked into the distance, holding a gun, and said,
"Be honest. Go to the church first."
As he spoke, he shot Zheng Nan at the foot. Zheng Nan's body trembled, and he quickly said,
"If you have something to say, say it well. If you have something to say, say it well. We'll go in immediately."
He ran towards the church, opened the door, and ran in. Shen Yi and the others didn't hesitate much and hurriedly ran into the church. At this time, the sky was getting brighter and brighter. The Sirius team and the Lung Xiaothorn team in the distance would definitely beat them when they saw them standing on the ground like this. After entering the church, Su Mufeng also ran over at this time. When he saw Zheng Nan, his face lit up and said,
"His grandma. I said that grandson is so sinister. I didn't expect it to be you. Zheng Nan, you are also in trouble.
When it's in our hands, let's see if I don't kill you."
Zheng Nan quickly said,
"Brother Su Mufeng, we have something to say."
Next to them, Hu Yin and the others dared not speak. Zheng Nan quickly said,
"Although I killed you with my grenade last time, it was only after you completed the mission. I was actually trying to survive. If I didn't kill you, I would have died. There was nothing I could do. I don't care. You have to die here today."
Su Mufeng said. Zheng Nan suddenly knelt on the ground. He looked at Shen Yi and others and said,
"Please let me go. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I can't die."
As he spoke, tears fell from his eyes.
"Let me be your prisoner. I am a very qualified prisoner. And I am also the first commander of the elite battlefield. Of course, I can't compare with Shen Yi in terms of insidiousness. But in terms of transfer and formation laying, I am still very strong. I can help you,"
Zheng Nan said quickly. Next to him, Hu Yin was speechless. This Zheng Nan doesn't have the demeanor of a master ranked second in the rankings. He has absolutely no morals at all. Shen Yi had also seen Zheng Nan's rogueness. But when he saw it here, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Second on the list of people. This virtue is true. It's hard to describe in one word.
"Keep it. Maybe it will help us."
At this time, Zhang Chunjing said,
"And there is still a month. We can slowly torture them."
"Okay." When Zheng Nan heard what Zhang Chunjing said, his eyes lit up slightly and he said,
"You can torture me in any way you want. I like being tortured the most. Your uncle."
The chatty boy couldn't help but kicked him. This guy was really disgusting. Shen Yi looked at Zhang Chunjing. He probably knew what Zhang Chunjing was thinking. His impression of Zheng Nan was actually not too bad. And Zheng Nan had first-hand command. After all, he was known as the first commander of the elite battlefield. Shen Yi curled his lips and said,
"Take out all the things you have on you."
"Okay." Zheng Nan was very active and took the initiative to take out all the things on his body, including backpacks, defensive armor, and the like. Hu Yin and the others could only follow suit. They also want to live. After making sure that several people had nothing on them, Zheng Nan chuckled and said,
"Are you all satisfied?"
Shen Yi clicked his tongue in surprise, looked at Zheng Nan and said,
"I remember you said you wanted to capture me this time, and then go capture me and pick up the strong man. Right? You want me to enjoy myself until I die every night. Right? Did I say that?"
Zheng Nan said,
"You are my savior. I, Zheng Nan, am not good at anything. I just remember gratitude but not grudge. It is absolutely impossible for me to say such things to my benefactor. If there is any doubt, that should be the second me." You're the second one?
Li Yuner frowned.
Yes. To be honest, I actually have a dual personality. Sometimes the other personality will come out to help me attract hatred.
When Zheng Nan said that, Shen Yi couldn't stand listening anymore. He kicked Zheng Nan towards Su Mufeng and said,
You can torture him however you want. At dawn, I will go to the top to observe the surroundings.
Su Mufeng laughed evilly, clenched his fist, looked at Zheng Nan coming over, and punched him.
Ouch.
Zheng Nan screamed after being beaten, but still said with a smile on his face,
Uncle Su Mufeng, this punch is satisfactory. Do you want another punch? I'm fine.
Shen Yi. Li Yuner covered her face, ran to Shen Yi's side and said,
This person is even meaner than you. I really don't know why he is ranked second on the list. Well, I feel like you are scolding me.
Shen Yi curled his lips and said,
Okay, let's go up and detect it first.
He climbed to the top of the building and continued to detect the surroundings. The effect of detection is firstly to make sure no one is attacking them, and secondly to make sure no one is in any place so as to make plans for the next move. When they reached the top of the building, Shen Yi looked at the number of people alive. At this time, there are still more than 1,800 people alive. This was even after Shen Yi killed more than 70 people by himself. In fact, in the elite battlefield, the first circle attrition is quite small, except for extreme circle types, such as the airport circle. Chapter 469 quite difficult. But in fact, even if the airport circle appeared last time, the reduction of the first circle was not much. The next day, a change surprised Shen Yi and others. The serious team and the cold thorn team not far away from them chose to transfer. Yes, they seemed to be afraid that Shen Yi and others would go over and bomb them at night. When dawn came, they left the location where Shen Yi and others were, and after 2 kilometers of nausea, their spots appeared on the map of Shen Yi and others again. Obviously, this side mission requires people on both sides to fight to the death. As long as it's 2 kilometers away, each other can see each other's position.
They actually moved.
Shen Yi curled his lips and said, This Tianlang team and Langthorn team are a bit cowardly.
Li Yuner was with Shen Yi. She glanced at Shen Yi and said,
We have to find a way to get rid of the members of the serious team. Otherwise the chatty boy may be in danger.
Shen Yi nodded. The chatty boy is being hunted down by members of the serious squad in the real world. Even if one member of the serious squad is gone, there are still 2 of them. According to the chatterbox boy, it was quite difficult for the serious team to find out his information. Among the people the serious team knew about who attacked them in the first place, Shen Yi and the chatterbox boy were the only 2 people. The wolf team caused the knockdown, and the chatterbox boy was knocked down twice by the members of the serious team. Among the 2 names, Chatterbox Boy and Shen Yi, it stands to reason that it would be much easier to find information about Shen Yi. But the serious team found the chatty boy. According to the chatty boy himself, the members of the serious team should have been invited. So in Shen Yi's opinion, whoever invites people from the serious team to take action against the tuberculosis boy is the most critical thing. But the serious squad and the cold thorn squad are famous after all, and it is really difficult to take action against them. Shen Yi looked at the blue light screen map. At this time, the serious team and others were still moving. They drove all the way to the city. Then the 2 teams occupied the blue and white high-rise building at the entrance to the city, and the building opposite the blue and white high-rise building. Tall buildings. They have achieved a double frame. If the final circle reaches the city, this position can be regarded as a pretty good shooting position.
I hope they can complete their mission slower.
Shen Yi breathed out slowly. Serious team. Ever since they entered the elite battlefield, the grudge between them has never ended. And now the grudge has spread to the real world. This is a serious problem. And Shen Yi also feels that no matter what the situation is, it is best to solve it for the serious team.
You don't have to worry,
the chatty boy said.
We may not be able to get out successfully. The death mission, the 2 requirements of killing and eating chicken, are not easy to complete. If we get out alive, I can at least get it. A bottle of high-level potion. And there are only 2 of them. If I can't defeat them, there's no chance of escaping.
The chatty boy was not on the roof. There were only Shen Yi and Li Yuner on the roof. But they can communicate via squad voice.
It makes sense,
Li Yuner said. Time goes by, and it takes nearly 10 days for the first circle to shrink. During these 10 days, Shen Yi and the others were relatively stable, standing at the church. They would try to collect tolls. There are many teams from outside the circle that enter the circle and pass by the roads on both sides of the church. During this period, Su Mufeng also truly showed them the strength of being number 1 on the list. In the case of collecting tolls, his head count came to 23. And he collected tolls from nearly 20 people. And most of these people were shot in the head by him in moving cars. The team is relatively less active. Shin-Yi is holding back and fighting. His mission of killing has been completed. He is helping Jiangwu to fight. For example, when sweeping a car, he would sweep a shuttle, and then let Jiangwu find a way to sweep down people or blow up the car. But Jiangwu's personal strength is indeed quite limited. For 10 days, among the countless people he passed by, he only killed one person. That person was Su Mufeng's head that Shin-Yi asked him to snatch. After all, Su Mufeng and Shin-Yi are not in the same team. Both Li Yuner and Chatterbox Boy had some gains. Li Yuner's kill count came to 9 people, and Chatterbox Boy's kills were 7. After taking the advanced sniper rifle potion, Li Yuner's target shooting ability has been greatly improved. The most important thing is that in these 10 days, Li Yuner's bodybuilding technique has finally been perfected, and her physical strength has reached the level of taking advanced genetic medicine. As for the terrifying Lone Star team, in addition to Su Mufeng's 23 kills, there were also about 10 kills from other people, and their total kills came to close to 70 people. This is the strength of being number 1 on the human list. For them, the task of killing people is to give them points. The difficult part is just the requirement of entering the top 10, even if they are number 1 on the human list. This kind of occupying a huge it's hard to say about luck. Of course, Zheng Nan suffered the most in these 10 days. He was beaten every day. There were more than 60 backpacks of medicines in the room, and he had used at least half of them. And the people in his team are relatively honest and don't make any mistakes. Just like that, 10 days passed by in a flash, and the second circle refresh was about to come out. At this time, a group of people gathered together in the church. The chatty boy grinned and said,
I don't believe that we can be cut out of this circle. There have been new people getting married here, and they have been tainted with some joy. This death mission must be the circle of destiny.
Shin-Yi curled his lips and said,
I hope. If it is a city circle, it will be really difficult for us.
If it is a city circle, it is almost an impossible task to eat chicken. At least close to 1,000 people will gather in the city, and they will fight at almost every step.
Don't worry. It's impossible,
the chatty boy vowed.
I don't believe it. Although City L is also in the center of the safe zone, there are too few opportunities for city battles.
The other people nodded in agreement. At this time, the second circle was instantly refreshed.
I go!
The moment the circle was drawn, Shin-Yi and others roared out instantly.
What a hacking mouthful you are!
Su Mufeng went crazy.
You must have opened your mouth before.
Zhang Chunjing also said. Shin-Yi couldn't help but cover his face. Li Yuner said,
I have said that a chatty boy can't talk when doing circles. But this mouth is really bad.
Yes. The circle was refreshed. In this circle, a north cut appeared directly, and the Lion City was still relatively close to the center. But Shin-Yi's church was cut out directly. Chapter 470 No Hesitation.
I want to die so much. You chatty boy. When you go to brush the circle in the future, just shut up,
Shin-Yi said speechlessly. Li Yuner and Jiangwu nodded in agreement and said,
I think it makes sense. I suddenly thought of something.
At this time, Shin-Yi suddenly said,
I remember. I asked that group of people to enter the Lion City. They couldn't really be in the Lion City circle. Are they really that strong? Could it be that they are from the Destiny Circle?
Several other people were slightly stunned at this time.
Stop talking. You idiot. How do you beat this circle?
Suja asked. Then everyone looked at Shin-Yi, the chatty boy, and Zheng Nan. These 3 people are the commanders of 3 teams. I have to mention that Zheng Nan's luck seems to be really good. This time, he has another ranking task. But it is more difficult than last time. Their team's task is to enter the top 5. There are no mandatory requirements for killing. Zhang Chunjing pondered for a moment and said,
I suggest you touch this position first.
He marked a point on it, which was a small housing area under the church near the unfinished building in Lion City. This housing area is still on the edge of the circle.
I agree,
Shin-Yi and Zheng Nan both said. In fact, as top commanders, at this time, the 3 people's ideas are not very different.
This line, firstly, can ensure that the circle is cut. Secondly, when the third circle comes out, you will probably know whether it is an urban circle. If it is an urban circle, we can get into the city very quickly. If cutting north or west again, this location is not in the city. We have preserved the vehicle, and the transfer is quite simple,
Zheng Nan said. Shin-Yi has the same idea. After a few people were sure, they started detecting. The 4 members of Zheng Nan's team became purely supply soldiers for Shen Yi and the others. Shen Yi and the others did not give them guns or mines. They only brought bullets and medicines. In contrast, the 8 members of Shen Yi brought less of these things. Bring a few more throwing items. Soon, they detected that there were people at this location. Only 4 of them. Without any hesitation, they rushed over. The Lone Star team fought closer, while Shen Yi and others set their guns at a distance. The Lone Star team showed them a wave of terrifying coordinated building attack techniques. The pulling between the gun lines in the formation, and the cross-use of throwing objects. Cooperating with Shen Yi and the others' long-range guns, they successfully destroyed this point in 2 minutes. Awesome! Shen Yi and others couldn't help but exhale. The strong personal strength, terrifying execution ability, and cooperation have made the Lone Star team number 1 on the list. After standing still, while waiting for the second circle to shrink, they also started shooting at those who entered from outside the circle. A few days passed again, and when the third circle came out, Shen Yi and others were in a completely bad mood, including Zheng Nan. The third punch shrinks again. This time, they are still on the edge of the circle, and the third punch directly wraps the entire Lion City, which means that this will be a city battle. A city battle that has been decided.
There are still 1,506 people alive. In this circle, this Lion City, at least more than 1,000 people will flood in,
John Chunjing said with a solemn expression. For those who have ranked tasks, city battles are the battle they hate the most. And for them, there are not only city battle missions, but also killing missions. Entering the middle of the city, everyone is inside the building. It is actually quite difficult to kill people. In the situation of cooperating to kill people, Shen Yi and the others had one and only one choice, which was to slowly advance on the poison side and hit them circle by circle. Want to eat chicken? Disaster? Disaster? Disaster?
This is really a death mission.
Shen Yi swallowed his saliva and sighed. He looked at Li Yuner and the chatty boy. He felt that it would be really difficult for all 4 of them to survive this mission. City fighting means street fighting. Most of the time it is about attacking buildings and close combat. In this situation, it is really difficult for them, who are not particularly strong in melee combat abilities.
Why don't we attack the center of the city?
The chatty boy said through gritted teeth.
We have a killing mission. It's very difficult to kill people in the center of the city. And the most important thing is that there are already a lot of people in the city. At the entrance is Han Zhan and the Sirius team. Who knows how many people we will get killed when we go there? Sweep the car,
Shen Yi said.
We almost have only one choice now. Abandon the car. Walk. Pull away. Push flat. Fight all the way in.
Su Mufeng licked his lips and said,
Just push flat. It's Grandma's. If it's a flat push on a hillside, I'm really not afraid. It's just that this long flat push has too many limitations. But fortunately, there are some guys pulling gun strings here.
The corners of the mouths of Zheng Nan and the others twitched, and Zheng Nan said speechlessly,
Brother, how about you let me prepare a few guns? And we can also join forces. And then, there will be no problem in pulling the gun line. We also have people in our team the strength of the top 10-inch. Uncle Ghost dares to make an alliance with you.
Su Mufeng sneered.
When you are one person short of entering the top 5, you will definitely kill us without hesitation. Okay.
Zheng Nan smiled bitterly. The chatty boy let out a breath and said,
I think we should leave those people who got married in the church. This damn trap attracting ability is too strong. When you come to the Lion City, you can really suck in the traps. Now,
let me go to their uncle.
Okay.
Stop complaining. Take advantage of this circle and continue to beat the people on the sidelines. After cleaning up, when the next circle comes out, we will attack Qinli bit by bit.
Shen Yi waved his hand. Said, For the next 3 days, I stood here shooting again. At the same time, Shen Yi and the others would go to the city from time to time to have gun battles with the Sirius and Lingxi teams that were stuck at the entrance. They are not too far away from Lingxi and Sirius on Galpa. The icons of both sides also disappeared within the blue light curtain.
Finally, the third circle passed. The fourth one is circled. The fourth circle has a slight south cut. As for Shen Yi and others, their expressions turn completely ugly. The circle is not far away from them. It is at the entrance of the city in front. And the positions of the Lung Spur and Sirius teams are just inside the circle. If they want to enter the circle from this side, they will definitely be stuck by these 2 teams. Live. For them, this is another ultimate circle of divine punishment. Above, the faces of the 2 teams, the Sirius squad and the Cold Thorn squad, had expressions of ecstasy on their faces. In the previous duel, they had knocked each other down, and they both knew each other's position. Chapter 471 The Feeling of Fear.
Great!
Zhong Sheng shouted loudly.
Damn it! If they want to enter the circle, they will most likely attack in our direction. There is a large desert area to their left. There are quite a lot of people there. If you go over there, you will be attacked. We are shooting targets in a high-rise building, and they have not collected complete information on the right side, so they would never dare to blindly attack from the right side. So their best choice is to pass from our side.
After saying this, he licked his lips and said,
Old Wang, Old Han, today, we will avenge you.
In the corner, Sirius was sitting on the ground, holding a 98K in his hand and loading bullets into the magazine one by one. There was a cigarette in his mouth, filled with cigarette smoke, and at this moment, a cold light was flashing in his eyes. The good thing is that there are many bunkers in urban warfare. Shen Yi looked at Jiang Wu next to him, with a trace of worry on his face. Jiang Wu wants to complete this mission. It's really difficult. If it were in the wild, relying on the three of them's relatively strong command to find a target shooting position for Jiang Wu to practice, with Shen Yi's active help, it would not be impossible to complete 35 kills. But now, it's close combat. It's a city battle. Even though he has taken several primary genetic medicines now, he is still one of the people at the back of the elite battlefield. Melee. There are many variables, and most of the time it's just a matter of consecutive hits and straight-up kills. Jiang Wu's combat ability is insufficient. In this kind of close combat, it is good to survive. It is really difficult for him to kill people. He has only killed 13 people in total now. They were all killed during target practice while stuck in poison. There were still 22 people left before he could complete the killing mission. Killing 22 people in melee combat is too difficult. Unless the people from the Lone Star team were willing to help. After they were defeated, Jiang Wu was asked to replace the heads, but no one from the Lone Star team mentioned this matter. So it was naturally hard for Shen Yi and the others to talk about it. The Lone Star team is really strong. Their number of kills is now very high. It's just target shooting around 3 circles. Most of them are moving targets. Their total number of kills has reached more than 130 people. Su Mufeng killed nearly 36 people alone. This is only the 3rd lap. He averaged 71 kills in this game. And he was not just joking.
How to attack?
Su Mufeng's eyes lit up slightly. They don't feel much fear.
Tell me about it. I'll add it.
At this time, Zhang Chunjing looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi licked his lips, nodded and said,
There is enough time now. We will only go here for 10 minutes at most. First, Su Mufeng and I will find a way to snipe at the breaking point. Judging from their gunshots just now, they have 3 people standing on one side. There are 3 people on the 2nd floor of the red building on the right. And then, there are 3 people on the blue and white building on the left. We don't know where the people in the blue and white building are standing. It's clear. I didn't have any direct confrontation with them.
Shen Yi analyzed eloquently.
And on the right. Sirius is on the right. He knocked down Su Mufeng once before.
Shen Yi said,
My idea is that when Su Mufeng and I are at the sniper point, it is best to snipe the 2 people on the right at the same time.
And in order for them to communicate with each other, they must have 2 teams standing across each other. Standing crosswise?
What do you mean? The chatty boy asked.
Li Yuner said. To put it simply, there are 2 serious players paired with a Cold Spurs player on one side, and 2 Cold Spurs players paired with a serious player on the other side, so that the teams can communicate with each other.
Shen Yi nodded and said,
If we each knock down one person at the same time, in order to pull people away, one person from the other side must go to the red building, and there are only 2 people at the blue and white building. At that time, we will drive directly to the blue building. Bailu. Only 4 people are going. Then, Zheng Nan and the 4 of them pulled on the ground, and the remaining 4 stayed on the spot to support the 4 at the red building, preventing them from coming over. After our side captured the blue and white building, everyone gathered around, including with this red building sandwiched between them. If the combined mines are thrown away at the same time, they will be defeated.
Shen Yi deployed very rigorously this time. He explained in detail how to start the fight, how to set up the guns, and how to lay out the formation.
I agree with this,
Zhang Chunjing said. Zheng Nan smiled bitterly and said,
Then, why do we need to pull the gun line? After knocking down 2 people, they must pull it. You can just hold them back and pass.
Shen Yi shook his head and said,
What if we can't stand it? They rushed into the blue and white building after a while. Those who attack the blue and white building may be attacked from both sides. You pull the gun line to draw their attention and let them hit you.
Zhang Nan.
Okay. I'm a prisoner anyway. Just do as you say.
Zhang Nan said with a bitter smile, but no one noticed that he lowered his head and a glimmer of light bloomed in his eyes.
The difficulty of the problem is that when you snipe someone, although you don't want to admit it, the other person is indeed the #1 sniper in the elite battlefield.
Su Zhe said.
His sniper rifle ability is better than Su Mufeng. What are you talking about?
Su Mufeng scolded.
The sniper fight just now was an accident. He beat me low. He just has an advantage. After we pop out later, leave Tianlang to me. And you can shoot the other person.
Shini said.
You look down on me so much?
Su Mufeng glared and said.
I am #1 on the heavenly list.
Shini said speechlessly.
I am and I will ask Sister Yuner to give me the 3rd stage head later. He is 98k. One shot cannot break the 3rd stage head. I have the advantage. Then it's different if he gives me the 3rd level head?
Su Mufeng glared. Shini coughed dryly and said.
You are just a 3rd level guy who wants to lie to me.
Okay.
Don't be poor.
Zhang Chunjing said.
Now that you've decided, let's do it.
Shini nodded and said.
Okay. When we attack the building later, I, the chatty boy, will cooperate with Su Zhe and Su Mufeng.
Attacking buildings is still very dangerous. And no matter how strong you are in melee mode, you can't say it well. So Shini's idea is to have 2 people in a team. Of course, he left both girls behind. In fact, under Shini's command, Li Yuner never took any risks. Although her combat power is considered to be the strongest in a team now, she is equivalent to taking 2 high-level potions. But if this is the case, he still did not let her deal with such a dangerous matter. But he and the chatty boy took it on. Zhang Chuncheng nodded and said,
No problem. I'm responsible for the command here, and you're responsible for the command over there.
After the discussion, Shini changed into a 3rd level head, and both he and Su Mufeng touched the slope at the back of the room area. They looked at the window of the red building in front. Chapter 472 Success or Failure.
Huh?
Shini breathed out, then stood up and opened the camera to aim at a window of the red building at the entrance to the city. In the red building above, Sirius's eyes narrowed. He lit another cigarette at the corner of his mouth, then turned sideways and looked through the mirror. After seeing 2 guns at the ready, he quickly pulled back, took a deep drag on the cigarette,
and said he looked at the 2 people next to him and said,
The one on your left. The one on my right.
With that said, he pulled out again and opened the camera. Shooting.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of 98k, the sound of AWM, and the sound of sniper rifles resounded through the sky at this moment. Yes, it was not like he had never fought with the people below before. But at that time, both Shen Yi and Su Mufeng were 2nd level leaders, and Su Mufeng's helmet was blown through by him. But Li Yuner didn't come over to confront the gun. He didn't know that Li Yuner had a 3rd level head. This time, I suffered a heavy loss. As soon as he fell down, another person next to him also knelt down on the ground in an instant. The person who knelt down was a member of the Lingxi team. He and Zhong Sheng had just exchanged guns with Su Mufeng, and then got caught in seconds.
Beautiful,
Zhang Chunjing said with great joy.
The sniper is still very powerful in breaking points. Bring the car over. I'll give you some medicine. And after we fight under the Lombai building, Zhang Nan, you guys pull the gun line immediately,
Shini said.
Don't worry. I'll kill them if they don't pull the cord,
Zhang Chunjing said with a smile. Shini nodded and packed a first aid kit. The car drove over at this time. He and Su Mufeng quickly ran up and started getting drinks in the car. At this time, 2 plumes of smoke rose on the edge of the highway. And then someone ran out of the blue and white building and ran into the smoke. Apparently, they were there to pull people away.
Let's go,
Shini said. The driver was a chatty boy. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car headed straight towards the Lombai building.
Bang!
After the car arrived at Lombai building, it swerved to a stop.
Enter the building,
Shini shouted loudly. A group of 4 people rushed directly into the first floor. Below, Zhang Chunjing and 4 others climbed up the slope. They exhaled and said,
We must fight to death. Don't let them succeed. Zhang Nan, run and pull the gun line,
Zhang Chunjing said.
Okay.
Zhang Nan nodded. He called to the 4 of them, and quickly ran in the direction of the blue and white high-rise building at the entrance of Luchinki. But they didn't think of the gunfire they imagined. They saw that the four of them had been pulled up on the second floor of the other party, jumped directly from the air. Then, they disappeared into the smoke. And they simply ignored Zheng Nan and the four of them. Go directly to help.
Go!
John Chunjing said.
No. Let's get in a car quickly.
On the other side, Zheng Nan and the four of them were running. And Zheng Nan said,
Brothers, whether the escape is successful or not depends on this wave. Escape?
Hu Yen frowned and said,
We don't have any guns. How can we escape? Isn't this city big? We have enough other 5th grade items. We only lack guns and throwing items. It's not very difficult to pick up a gun in any building,
Zheng Nan said. Hu Yen curled his lips and said,
I think we are only on ranked missions anyway. It's good to follow them. Some of them are on death missions and have to win. We don't have to fight. There are top teams like the Lone Star team to help us fight. This how wonderful.
Zheng Nan was so angry that he cursed as he ran.
Of course you are good. But I am not good. I get beaten by them every day. Didn't you seek your own death?
Hu Yen thought to himself. But he didn't say it.
Anyway, no matter whether you run away or not, I'm going to run away. If I pick up a gun, I'll be a good man again.
Zheng Nan cursed. The four of Shen Yi rushed into the building. Su Mufeng and Shen Yi said almost at the same time,
The top floor.
Yes. The moment they entered, they heard footsteps.
You chatty boy. You take the lead. I'll be second. Su Mufeng, you're the god of war. Remember to make up your shots as soon as possible,
Shen Yi said.
Suja, you're stuck on the first floor and the back is cut off.
The four of them rushed forward quickly without any hesitation, while Suja stayed on the first floor. He held his gun and aimed at the door of the first floor.
Duh.
The sound of footsteps echoed, and Shen Yi and the other four quickly went upstairs. In the process, Shen Yi saw a black S-12K on the ground. He hesitated, threw the AWM on the stairs, and replaced it with this spray gun. He was running upstairs while changing bullets. Soon, the three of them reached the stairs on the top floor, and the chatty boy paused for a moment.
I rushed.
The chatty boy exhaled and said, Rush. Falling to the ground is almost inevitable, and it means possibly real death. But now he has no choice. He is a breakthrough player. When this kind of breakthrough occurs, he always has to be at the forefront. He can only believe in his teammates and believe that his teammates can make up for the shot as soon as possible. After saying that, he stepped out directly. Duh. Shoot in advance and go straight to the door of the top floor. There is no one at the door. On the top floor, there are only two people at this time. A person from the Sirius team and a person from the Cold Thorn team. The one from the Cold Thorn team is their commander and the captain of the Cold Thorn team. The two of them were stuck at an angle in the room. One was next to the door, and the other was not far away. Both guns were mounted on the narrow door. The chatty boy didn't hesitate and rushed directly into the door with a gun in his hand. Shen Yi also followed closely with a spray gun.
Duh.
Still shooting in advance. The chatty boy shot in early.
Duh.
The next moment, the sound of two guns rang out in the room. The chatty boy jumped in. He tried his best to create more space for Shen Yi and the others to come out. He knew that if they were blocked at the door, then just die in vain.
Duh.
Blood spurted out from the chatty boy's body, and his defensive armor was knocked off in an instant. The whole person fell to his knees. Shen Yi also rushed in without any hesitation.
Boom!
At this time, he pulled the trigger in his hand very quickly. When the man at the door saw Shen Yi coming in, he was still shooting at the door. But the next moment, he saw a dark muzzle pointed at him. Head. Immediately afterwards, the troll's bullet spurted out and shot him directly in the face. His whole body was sprayed out. Instantly fell to the ground. But the bullet from the other side hit Shen Yi.
Duh.
At this time, Su Mufeng fired at the door. Su Mufeng turned sideways, and 3 shots shot out in an instant. A gun shot to the head, and the last person holding the gun was instantly penetrated through the head by him. This is the terrifying personal strength that ranks first on the list. Then, he quickly held down the chatty boy. Chapter 473, Concentrated Gaze.
Tuck.
At this moment, a burst of footsteps sounded, and at the same time, gunshots also rang out on the first floor.
They're coming in,
Suja shouted.
I knocked down a person, and my blood is very weak. I'll retreat first. Duh.
He was a little anxious. Shen Yi never expected that Suja would be knocked down after the attack. He took the lead and got stuck at the door. If he couldn't beat him, he could retreat quickly. He was knocked down and indeed fell into passivity. In fact, they had the advantage by knocking down 2 of their opponents. But the people in the Lone Star team definitely didn't dare to gamble. And they didn't dare to let Suja suffer in this place. Shen-Yi didn't expect that the other party actually ignored Zhongnan and others, and directly chose to come for support.
Tell your people not to drive here,
Sirius roared loudly.
Otherwise, I will replace Suja now. At worst, I will switch with you. Don't make up for it. Sirius, I'll hack you,
Su Mufeng roared, and at the same time said in his voice,
Lao Zhan, don't come over yet.
Shen-Yi let out a breath and shouted from the 3rd floor.
Sirius, don't show off to me. If you dare to make up for someone, I will make up for your people immediately. So I said negotiation. Now we have 2 people coming up to pull people. And you come down and pull them alone,
Sirius said.
After the people are pulled up, you can use guns to carry them to the 1st floor. And we will also carry yours. People were waiting on the 1st floor. And then we exchanged people. After exchanging people,
we left immediately. Should I go to HL with you?
Shen-Yi sneered.
You only need 2 people to come up. When the time comes, we will sleep on top of each other 2 against 4? You are really good at calculating. Now, I will push down your 2 grandsons and climb down. Come alone and watch Suja climb up. After the hostage exchange, get out of here.
Okay. Sirius roared quickly.
Remember, don't be impulsive.
Su Mufeng said.
Suja's life is in your hands.
Su Mufeng said. I'm measured. Shen-Yi nodded. He pulled the chatty boy up, then glanced at the 2 people lying on the ground next to him and said,
If you don't want to die, hurry up and help me crawl.
The 2 people's faces were covered in cold sweat at this time, and they didn't know whether it was because they were afraid of death or because they were in pain. But after hearing Shen-Yi's words, they began to crawl towards the door. Those who fell to the ground on both sides were all knocked down in one fell swoop. So there was enough time. Soon, in the middle of the stairs, Shen-Yi saw Suja, who was climbing upwards. Suja was lying on the ground with blood flowing all over the floor. When he saw Shen-Yi, he said with an apology on his face,
Sorry, it's holding us back.
Yes, this wave of attacks on the building can be considered quite successful. But because of Suja's mistake, they now have to exchange with each other. But the opponent is one of the top 10 teams after all, and they may die if they attack the building. This is something that is hard to say. Shen-Yi smiled and said,
It's okay. Just climb up first and let Su Mufeng pull you.
Below, it was Tianlang who came up pressing Suja. His eyes fell on Shen-Yi. His eyes serious.
You? Very good.
After a moment, he said calmly, but anyone could see that under his eyes, there was a strong murderous intent. Shen-Yi said with a smile but not a smile.
To be honest, this is because you are lucky. Otherwise you would have been destroyed here. But it doesn't matter. With this opportunity, you will still have a chance next time.
Sirius sneered and said,
Really? Without the Lone Star team? You are just trash. How many times has this happened? Is this the 2nd time? I was sniping me down while facing a sniper.
Shen-Yi sneered.
How dare you call me trash? In addition, when there was no Lone Star team, you also had a teammate. It's in my hands. You guys. In my eyes. It's just a moving 3 points. Oh no. Now it's a moving 100 points. In addition, this is my 4th mission. At the beginning of this mission, your serious team will no longer be my opponent.
Shen-Yi said lightly. Yes. After this mission, he can at least take 2 high-level potions. The bolt sniper and the rifle. Shen-Yi feels that with the potential he has shown before, once the 2 potions are used, he will be truly useful, qualified to compete with these masters on the list. After hearing Shen-Yi's words, Tianlong's eyes darkened again. This was a rookie team, and he knew it. He already had 2 teammates, but they fell into the hands of this rookie team. Serious eyes were fixed, and he stared at Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi shrugged and said,
What do you think I am doing? Are you planning to kill me with your eyes? Huh? The days are long.
Sirius said calmly.
By the way, let me ask you something. Shen-Yi said with a smile. If you are satisfied with your answer, I can spare your life next time. Who asked you to hunt down the chatty boy? Shen-Yi asked.
Sirius sneered and said,
You think I will tell you? I suffered a lot from the past few times. I admit it. But next time, you won't have such good luck. You will tell me. I promise. And you will kneel on the ground, begging me to listen to you.
Shen-Yi said calmly. Sirius didn't say anything more. He looked solemn, held a gun, followed the two people crawling below, and moved towards the first floor step by step. Shani smiled slightly and ran up. On the stairs, Su Mufeng had already run over. He was helping Suja and wanted to help Suja up. Suja smiled bitterly and said,
"Oh my god. I got greedy and was shot down by Sirius through the window." "It's okay,"
Shani said.
"Now let them fight over quickly. It will take some time for them to pull people. Have you finished taking the medicine for the chatty boy? If so, jump down with me. We can't let Sirius and Ling do it today. Let the stabber go."
"Huh?" Su Mufeng's expression changed.
"You guys."
Su Mufeng frowned.
"You too. Be careful,"
Shani said.
"After we double team, they may choose to attack by force. If there are many people, jump down from the building. Don't fight with them. Trap them upstairs and slowly processing."
After he finished speaking, he glanced at the chatty boy, and then the two of them turned over and jumped out of the window. On the other side, Zhang Chunjing quickly drove over.
Boom!
Shen Yi fell downstairs. Because the distance was relatively high, he lost a little blood, but he didn't care at all. He stood close to the wall, pinched a grenade, and sneered.
"I told you. I will let you go today."
"You kneeled down and begged to tell me everything."
As soon as he finished speaking, 2 grenades were thrown into the room from the door, and the sound of cars also rang outside. The location of the grenade is not close to them. Chapter 474. The face changes wildly.
"Quick! Go to the stairs. You two spray medicine." After the spray, we rushed straight up. There were only 2 people above them, and they actually wanted to attack. 6 of us rushed to the stairs, killing 2 of them and blocking the stairs. "Mouth!"
Zhong Shun shouted loudly. The 6 people quickly retreated towards the stairs, but it was too late.
Boom! Boom!
The grenade was a little far away from them. It could blow up a little blood at most, but it couldn't kill anyone. However, 2 of them had just been pulled up and had not had time to apply medicine. The moment the 2 grenades exploded, the 2 fell to their knees on the ground again.
2 are down. Come here quickly and double team them."
Outside, Shani shouted loudly to the team's voice. Li Yuner and the others had already gotten into the car and were driving over quickly. Buzz! 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 The sound of the car is getting closer. Upstairs, Su Mufeng has pulled Suja up and he is applying medicine.
"It seems like there's a fight down there,"
Suja said after taking a breath.
"Go to the window and block people,"
Su Mufeng said with a serious look.
"We blocked the stairs at the 2 windows. If there are too many people, just jump down."
He and Shini were not in the same team, so they didn't know that 2 people below had been knocked down by grenades.
"Smoke! Smoke!"
Zhong Shun shouted loudly. They didn't want to give up on 2 of their teammates. Smoke began to rise rapidly.
Boom! Boom!
At this moment, the sound of 2 cars hitting the wall was heard. Zhang Chunjing and 4 others arrive.
"Come in!"
Zhang Chunjing shouted in a low voice.
"Su Mufeng! Suja! You slowly come down from upstairs. We'll go in and trap them inside."
Below, Shani breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this wave would most likely be successful. At the door and window, 6 people quickly climbed in, and then took stock of the location on the first floor.
"It's easy."
At the entrance of the stairs, smoke began to fill the air.
"Grenade!"
Zhang Chunjing said. At the same time, they opened the grenades, and in the next moment, 4 or 5 were thrown directly into the smoke.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 2 people who fell to the ground in the smoke were directly killed. At the same time, Zhong Shun was knocked down by a grenade. There are only 3 people left in the joint team of Ling Thorn and Sirius. In the smoke, Sirius's face changed wildly, and he shouted loudly,
"Brother Zhong!"
He is really going crazy. In the Sirius team, the 4 people who were together before are now the only ones left with him and Zhong Shun. The new teammate was killed by a grenade just now. If Zhong Shun dies, then only Zhong Shun will be left. Him alone.
"Leave me alone!" "Sirius, jump out of the window of the stairs quickly. Run! They have formed a double team. You will die if you stay here. Run! Revenge me in the future. Remember? Avenge me. And you have to take care of my family for me." "No!"
Sirius roared.
"If you all leave one by one, I won't be able to live anymore. I will fight with them." "Sirius, don't be impulsive. From the first day we entered this battlefield,
we have been prepared to die at any time. But we didn't expect that we would fall into the hands of a newcomer.
Zhongsheng shouted in a low voice.
You should leave quickly. You have to take good care of our 3 families and live well. Didn't we find a hidden mission just now? Complete it. Enter the advanced battlefield. Find better teammates. And then, revenge us. Go. Get out.
In the smoke, serious tears suddenly flowed down. At the same time, Lun Xi's remaining 2 people had jumped out from the window and jumped directly downwards along the large slope next to the blue and white tall building. Them want to live. It's really difficult for them to reach this point. To reach the top 10 team in the rankings. And they don't want to be lost here. Sirius's tears flowed down heavily. This tough guy is very kind to his brothers. But this is the cruel world. Either you die or I die. They have only one choice. And that is to fight. One battle after another.
Get out.
Zhongsheng yelled. Sirius shed tears, held the gun, and bowed to Zhongsheng.
I will definitely resurrect you in the future. I promise.
Sirius wiped his tears, and then shouted loudly.
Shen Yi, Hidden Dragon Team, Lone Star Team, I, Sirius, Lin Siyuan, are at odds with you.
After saying that, he turned around, threw himself at the window at the stairs, and then jumped out. Like a cold sting, he slid all the way down the slope. Zhang Chuanjing's expression changed and he said,
They jumped out of the window. Jump out.
Shen Yi and the others nodded and quickly rushed out from the door. But at this moment, bullets were shooting towards them from upstairs in the distance. This building has been under attack for a long time, so it naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. In fact, when Shen Yi and the chatty boy jumped down just now, they were harassed by some distant gun lines. This time, more people were harassed.
Forget it.
Zhang Chunjing took 2 shots and ran back quickly. Shen Yi and others returned to the room, with some disappointment on their faces.
That's right. I killed 3 of them again. And there are only 3 of them left.
Jiangwu said from the side. Shen Yi nodded. Not destroying the opponent together would be a serious problem after all. At this time, inside the room, the smoke slowly dispersed. And in the smoke, a kneeling figure lay over there. It was Zhongsheng who fell to the ground. And his blood hadn't finished yet. Shen Yi leaned over, looked at Zhongsheng and asked,
In the real world, who asked you to deal with this chatty boy?
Zhongsheng sneered and said,
I won't tell you. He provoked people he shouldn't have provoked. Prepare to be buried with me. And you, Sirius, will avenge us. You and your family will all die. It's a pity.
Zhang Chunjing stood up and said,
There are fewer and fewer good commanders in the elite battlefield. It's a pity that you chose to stand on the opposite side of us. It's just the winner and the loser. There's nothing to say. Sirius is still alive, and he will resurrect us.
Zhongsheng lay on the ground, raised his head, looked at Shen Yi and the others and said,
Come on. Kill me. Boom.
Shen Yi didn't torture him. At least the other party was respectable in the end. He fired. 1 shot aimed at Zhongsheng's head. Zhongsheng's body fell to the ground and turned into a box. Ranked 5th on the list. Commander Zhongsheng of the Sirius team was destroyed. In the Sirius team, 3 people were killed in 2 missions, leaving only Sirius. As long as he gets out alive, he is confident that when the next mission begins, his overall strength and positive abilities will not be much worse than those on the list. Chapter 475 Sudden Realization. At this time, Su Mufeng and Su Zhe had already run down the stairs, and Su Mufeng had a green arm on his back.
Hee hee. This is mine now,
he said with a smile. Shen Yi was speechless. When he was attacking the building, he replaced the arm with an S-12K and threw the arm on the stairs. As a result, Su Mufeng actually picked up the gun after he ran down.
Wait for the circle to refresh. And let's go upstairs for target practice.
Zhang Chunjing said. The chatty boy scratched his head and said,
By the way, I always feel like we forgot something. Shen Yi's heart moved. He looked around and said,
By the way, where are Zheng Nan and the others?
At this time, a group of talents suddenly realized.
Yes, where are Zheng Nan and the others?
Su Mufeng turned around and asked.
Run away.
Zhang Chunjing laughed bitterly.
Run away?
Shen Yi said with a surprised look on his face.
They didn't even have guns. And they actually ran away? Didn't they want to live?
Zhang Chunjing curled his lips and said,
Didn't we ask them to pull the gun line? As a result, several people on Tianlong's side ignored him and came directly to support this side. The 4 of them ran all the way, directly across the highway, and around to went this way.
Zheng Nan and the others entered the circle from the right side. Shen Yi and the others had not captured any information from that direction. Shen Yi frowned and said,
"They won't be beaten to death. If you beat him to death, he will beat him to death."
Su Mufeng cursed.
"Zheng Nan deserves to die. Since he ran away, let's leave him alone. Moreover, Zheng Nan's character is very difficult to die. If we enter the finals, there is a high probability that we will be able to see him."
Zhang Chunjing curled his lips and said,
"Now, we still think about it. Let's figure out how to fight next."
Shen Yi took a breath, put aside other distracting thoughts and said,
"Okay, let's go up and detect people in nearby buildings. Next, we really have to fight with bayonets."
"Yes, every time the circle is refreshed. As long as they are brushed out, they have to fight all the way in. Now there are at least 1,000 people in this city." Soon, several people went upstairs and began to detect slowly. In the city, although everyone is in their respective housing areas, the sound of probing each other's gunshots continues to ring out and never stops. In a certain room in the northern part of City L, 4 people were sitting in the 4 corners of the room holding their legs. They all had firearms on their bodies, and they were fully equipped with firearms. There were a lot of supplies on them, but they had no intention of attacking anyone. They just sat there, with gunshots all around them, and they even trembled a little. If Shen Yi were here, he would definitely find that this group of people was the same group of 4 people who got married that Shen Yi met before. They followed Shen Yi's suggestion and drove around for a while, arriving at the northern part of City L. It was still very early, and the first circle had not been refreshed yet, so there were not many people in City L. They successfully touched the northern part of the city, inside a house. Then, the circles were drawn one after another, and they were always in the circle. Now their position is not in the center of the circle, but even somewhat close to the edge. They feel that once the next circle is refreshed, they will most likely be kicked out.
"Brother Liang, are we really going to die this time?"
the girl said. The groom's name is Huang Liang, and he is also the captain of their team. Although he is the captain, he has no strength or background. He smiled bitterly and said,
"Hey! Bang! Bang! Bang!"
At this time, gunshots continued to ring out, and several people hid inside, not daring to breathe out. At the same time, in the south direction of City L, at the entrance of the city, at the edge of the safety zone, the 4 of them, Zheng Nan, were standing close to the cliff.
"The taste of freedom. It's so damn good."
Zheng Nan grinned, with 2 guns on his back, an UMP-5 and an S686, and there aren't many bullets. Yes, the supplies are a bit cold. They just went to lick some unfinished buildings below, but this position was where Shen Yi and Li Yuner jumped. There was nothing left, but there were a few rifles. Zheng Nan gave it to his teammates. Got a submachine gun and a spray gun. In urban warfare, submachine guns and sprays may be easier to use.
"Don't do it,"
Hu Yin said speechlessly.
"I think it's better to just follow them. They have strong fighting ability and clear thinking. If you follow them, you may be able to enter the top 5. We are on the edge now and need a gun. We don't have a gun. We don't have a mirror. We don't have any throwing objects. We can't attack the building.
So how can we fight? It's better to control your destiny in your own hands,"
Zheng Nan said.
"You don't understand. Anyway, next time these people don't fall into my hands. Otherwise I will kill them. Especially Su Mufeng and Shen Yi, his grandma's grandson. Su Mufeng beats me every day these days, and I have dozens of first aid kits. So hack him. I see you're enjoying it quite a bit."
Another person next to you said,
"Stop talking nonsense. Hide here first. Get through this circle, and then let you see my superb command art. Those 2 idiots Zhang Chunjing and Shen Yi are just brothers in front of me."
"Zheng Nan," he said proudly. "Time. Slowly passing by. The number of people is decreasing little by little. On the 3rd floor, people from the Hidden Dragon team and the Lone Star team were shooting targets one after another. Shen Yi knew that Shen Yi and the people from the Lone Star team discussed it and decided to let the people from the Lone Star team give up their heads to Jiangwu, and they would make up for the points with the people from the Lone Star team. In other words, after the Lone Star team members knocked down someone, Jiangwu was asked to make up for the loss. The Lone Star team agreed. This circle is their last shooting circle. Next, the circle will inevitably be fully penetrated into the city, and then the bayonet will see red. But after the circle came out, most of the people began to move into the city. There were not many people outside. When the circle was completed, Jiangwu had only killed 19 people. There are still 16 people left before the mission. It is enough. And the people of the Lone Star team are also willing to help. It depends on whether Jiangwu can survive. When the circle was refreshed again, Shen-Yi and others were autistic again. Circle shape. Cut north again. If Shen-Yi knew the location of Huang Liang and others, he would find that Huang Liang and others were cut to the center of the circle at this time.
I'm playing tricks on you.
The chatty boy yelled.
You want us to die?
Shen-Yi took a breath and said,
Okay. Don't complain now. The circle has been formed. Thinking about how to fight is the most important thing. Let's talk about the number of kills first. How many do you have? Chapter 476 A Hail of Bullets. Zhang Chunjing nodded and said,
We will almost definitely achieve the number of kills. We are still just a little short of it. What about you?
Shen-Yi looked at the chatty boy and Li Yuner.
I have 27 people.
Li Yuner said.
I'm 19.
Jiangwu showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. There were 19 people, many of whom were fought by the Lone Star team for him.
I'm 21,
said the chatty boy. Shen-Yi took a breath and looked at the number of survivors. There were still more than 1,200 people. It was because of the extreme circle shape that so many people died in the three circles. Many people rushed blindly towards Qinli, which led to a sharp decrease in the number of people. But now, most of the more than 1,100 people have entered this urban area. The urban area is crowded with people, and it will be very difficult to fight. At least half of the people in this northern circle have been cut out. They also want to enter the circle. There will be a bloody battle all the way there.
How to fight?
Su Mufeng tightened the gun in his hand and asked. Shen-Yi took a breath and said,
There is no other way. I can only bite the bullet and fight. Let's fight all the way in from this route.
Shen-Yi marked the direction to the left and said,
The difficulty is that it is difficult to get past this flat land. And then there are several high places. So be careful.
Zhang Chunjing nodded and added,
When the point is broken later. Shen-Yi, Su Mufeng, Sun Mingming, and Li Yuner, you keep your guns. This is the case every time the point is broken. Do you understand? We have to do it now. Start fighting. Otherwise it will be too late. Okay,
Su Mufeng said with a grin. Shen-Yi frowned and said,
Brother Jiang, please stay and set up the gun. I will accompany you to break through.
Jiangwu was startled, and then a trace of gratitude appeared on his face. The position where the gun is set up means that it is a relatively safe position. And when making a breakthrough, one has to move forward against a hail of bullets. Zhang Chunjing frowned, but still nodded, and then said,
Mingming, I will leave the subsequent command to you.
Sun Mingming nodded and said,
Okay.
Although she is a woman, she is indeed the deputy commander of the Lone Star team. There is no problem in leaving her to deal with the gun in the back.
Lao Zhan, you stay here. I'll follow and break the point. You and Shen-Yi are responsible for the command on one side. His command is pretty good,
Su Mufeng said.
It won't be of much use if I stay here as a sniper to set up a gun,
Su Mufeng said at this time.
Let's go for it when we decide. Feng Yan, prepare to stick to it,
Shen-Yi said calmly.
Then follow the direction of the periphery and fight all the way to Sansong. This way we can try to avoid the large number of people in the city.
Shen-Yi's route was actually heading north along the periphery of City L. Of course, there is no way to avoid fighting. And there will definitely be many people who choose this route. Several people nodded, started to pull out from the door, and started to seal the smoke and move forward. Because it was an urban battle, Shen-Yi had to change his firearms. He changed to an S12K and picked up 20 rounds of spray bullets. As for the sniper rifle, he has given up. During the city battle, he planned to hand over the distant gun directly to Su Mufeng and the Lone Star team. They have all taken various high-level pharmaceuticals, and most of them have very strong sniper rifle capabilities. Just when the Lone Star team and the Hidden Dragon team were jointly attacking. On the other side, the three surviving members of the Sirius and Lingthorn teams quietly touched the location of Sansong in City L. They quietly walked down the slope. The call came over, and they were able to get into Maikang's red warehouse without any danger. And luckily, there was no one in the red warehouse. Among the three warehouses, there were only 2 teams of people. They were all in the green warehouse next to them, and they were still exchanging fire.
Sirius, what should we do next?
Lungshi team asked. The commanders of both teams are dead. Sirius's ranking is very high, and the people of Lungspur follow his lead.
I have to complete some tasks next. Let's separate.
Sirius exhaled and said,
Huh?
The 2 members of the Lengthorn team frowned and said,
Separate? It's too risky for you to do it alone.
Sirius didn't say anything. They had already triggered a hidden mission before. He was going to complete the mission and then enter the advanced battlefield during the next mission to get to know stronger teammates. Then take revenge for Zhong Sheng and others.
My mission this time is a damage amount mission. It's not a big problem for me alone. Let's separate.
Sirius exhaled. The two members of the Cold Sting team frowned, but didn't say anything, while Tianlang breathed out a breath, sorted out his condition, and after filling up on the medicine, he turned around and walked out of the red warehouse. The remaining two members of the Langthorn team frowned.
Humph! This person is trying to burn bridges by crossing the river.
One of them frowned.
Yes. If they hadn't forced the fight this time, we wouldn't have suffered so much loss.
Another person said.
Why bother? We must go against the Lone Star team. There is no need at all.
Naturally, Sirius couldn't hear their conversation. He backed out of Mikura, filled up his drink, looked at the high slope behind Mikura, spit out a mouthful, and started to go around the high slope. No one knows what he is going to do. At the same time, on the elite battlefield, on another battlefield, is the tropical rainforest map. Compared with the desert map, the rainforest map is much faster. The desert map takes 30 days, while the rainforest map only takes 20 days. At this time, it was almost the final round. In a certain wild area of the rainforest map, at the edge of the map. At this time, the three members of the Rose team were standing over there, and Han Xiaomu's expression was not very good. Yes, there are only 3 people left. Apart from Han Xiaomu and Han Liling, there is also a strange face standing next to them with a hint of a sinister smile on his face. Zhou Su, already dead, incarcerated before. In addition, there were 4 people standing there. 4 men, with half-smiling looks on their faces.
TSK. TSK. There is still one last night.
One of them said cheerfully.
After tonight, tomorrow will be the final battle.
As he spoke, he looked at Han Xiaomu and said,
I heard. Your mission is to enter the top 10. As long as you serve us well at night and make the brothers comfortable, I guarantee that you will be able to enter the top 10 tomorrow. There is an icon on the chests of these 4 people, which is a blue sky. It's the blue team ranked 3rd on the list. Sun Tianqing stayed in the elite battlefield for a long time. He took almost all high-level medicines, but he could not wait to be listed, because most of his teammates were tricked to death by him, and he was not a famous person like Zheng Nan, who ranked 2nd on the list. He was not famous either. Chapter 477 Cruel and Ruthless. The only one who knows about him is the blue team. His cooperation with the blue team started very early. At that time, the blue team was still a new team, and Sun Tianqing was an old bird, and a very good commander. When the blue team first entered the elite battlefield, he captured the blue team. Then after learning about the experience of the blue team, he was optimistic about the potential of the blue team. At that moment, he knocked down 3 of his team members and reached an agreement with the blue team. In each map, they will choose a location to meet up. Sun Tianqing will bring his teammates to kill the blue team. And then, he directed the 4 members of the blue team to complete the mission together. And he was the hidden commander of the blue team. In return, the people from blue team will also help him complete his mission. In fact, Sun Tianqing himself is not weak, and he has extremely strong command ability. So even when there is no blue team, he can usually complete some tasks on his own. But he is different from people like Zheng Nan. He just clicks and stops. For example, if the system asks him to kill 20 people, he will never kill one more person. All his tasks have just been completed, and he will choose to commit suicide and leave the battlefield. Therefore, his data is not luxurious, even if his personal ability is very strong. Without data support, he will not be on the list. This is a cruel and ruthless person, but also very rational. Within the system, it was enough for him to survive. He had never thought about entering a high-level battlefield. His allies, the Kanglin team, trust him very much and have cooperated with each other since the novice team period. To a certain extent, the 4 Kanglin people are the disciples brought out by Sun Tianqing. But between the two, the confidentiality is very good. No one knows about their relationship except them. As for Sun Tianqing, almost no one in the elite battlefield knew about him. This time, the person he matched was Team Rose. At first, the point he wanted to jump to was the one agreed upon with the Kanglin team. But Han Xiaomu rejected it. Sun Tianqing coveted the beauty of Han Xiaomu and Han Liling, and gradually showed his commanding ability along the way, and finally got the command of Rose team. And then, he took the 3 of them, and found the blue team.
After seeing it, Canlin's people killed Zhou Su without hesitation, under attack from both inside and outside. Han Xiaomu and others had no time to react. They never imagined that there would be such a person in this place, who would betray his teammates.
How about it? You two beauties, please think about it carefully.
A person in the Canlin team stepped forward with a smile. He looked at Han Xiaomu and said,
Han Xiaomu, I have wanted to fall in love with you for a long time. But I have always wanted to have sex with you. I didn't have a chance. I didn't expect that you would also be a challenger to the system. This time, I must reward myself well.
Han Xiaomu's face was extremely ugly. She looked at the person in front of her and gritted her teeth and said,
Chen Hui, when I get out, you will die in an ugly way.
Yes. Chen Hui, Li Yun'er's nominal fiancé, is a member of the blue team. Chen Hui, the name of the personal gang. Shen Yi has seen this name, but he did not know Chen Hui at first. Later, when Chen Hui appeared, he thought it was just the same name. The world is so big, and the whole country is called Chen Hui, who knows how many there are. The world is big, but at the same time, it is also very small, because he is in the third team on the list. He is very confident in the real world. Likewise, because of this, he knew the people from the serious team.
TSK.
Chen Hui grinned and said,
In reality, you are very coquettish. In this systematic world, how can you and I pretend to be chaste and virtuous women? I also look at people's beauty.
Han Xiaomu gritted his teeth and said,
Even if I die, I won't let you touch a finger like you. Really?
As he spoke, he raised his gun, pointed it at Han Liling who was next to him, and said,
Now, take off your clothes, strip naked, and dance for me. Otherwise, I will kill you, little sister, immediately. It collapsed. You?
Han Xiaomu's face changed wildly.
Are you taking it off?
Chen Hui sneered, and the barrel of the gun was directly pressed between Han Liling's eyebrows. Han Liling gritted her teeth. Her face was ashen, and she murmured,
Sister Xiaomu, don't take off your clothes. Let him kill me. If Zhou Su is dead, I don't want to live anymore.
Shen Yi naturally didn't know about the other map. At this time, they were making raids, one after another. The whole city L was now filled with gunshots and smoke. There were countless screams and grenades. Shen Yi and the others came all the way, and it was also extremely tragic. The chatty boy fell to the ground twice more. But fortunately, they were all pulled up. Su Mufeng and Su Zhi showed their strength as the number one in the rankings, driving high and blocking low. And one after another people fell to their guns. Down. Shen Yi also fell to his knees twice, but was also saved. Every time he fell to the ground, he felt that death was so close to him. The four people at the breaking point in front were advancing almost under a hail of bullets, clearing the way for the four people behind. Fortunately, most of them were near misses. At this time, they had already reached the housing area above the three warehouses. Li Yun'er in the back. Her heart was entangled again and again. This death mission is too difficult. Really too difficult. Every time he saw Shen Yi and the chatty boy fall to the ground, his eyes would turn red. Tragic. Truly tragic. At this time, the helmets and defensive armor of the four people in front, including Su Mufeng, were either gone or were already red. They couldn't even remember how many people they had killed. There was blood and corpses all along the way. When we hit here, the poisonous circle began to refresh, and the entire city L was filled with blood. The number of people is decreasing like crazy. At this time, in the housing area, Shen Yi said with an unsightly expression,
We are still at the last point. Now we step into the circle. There are gunshots in the warehouse below. There are people inside. Our biggest difficulty in the past was on the right. In the city, there will be interference from the gun lines here. Are there still smoke and grenades?
Shen Yi asked.
No more.
Zhang Chunjing shook his head and said,
We have fought all the way, and the grenade smoke has been used up long ago.
Shen Yi took a breath, and then said with stern eyes,
How about we fill up the drinks, and wait until the poisonous circle comes over to resist the poison, and go around to the red warehouse here. This is an option.
Zhang Chunjing said.
Others should not notice it. But it is too risky. Once knocked down in the poison circle, I'm afraid there will be no way to save it. And we don't have a car.
Once you enter the poison circle and are knocked down, you are now in the fourth circle of poison. The damage caused by the poison is already quite high. Falling to the ground means that you cannot get up. Chapter 478 Die Together.
This is a downhill slope. As long as you go around it, It will be quite safe unless there are people on the mountain on the left. I guess there will be no one on the mountain opposite,
Shinny said. Only a small section of the hillside is still in the safe zone, due to the constant cutting north. The location of the highest shooting point on the hillside is no longer so good. It is easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. Shinny feels that when this circle is formed, the people above it should be able to touch it early. The most important thing is that they never heard any gunshots on the hillside along the way.
I think it's better to bypass the poison. In the past, at least 20 people would hit us on this flat ground. No matter how good our marksmanship is, it would be too late.
Suja also agreed with Shinyi's suggestion.
In that case, let's do this. Let's sort out the status first. Wait for the circle to refresh. Resist the poison. Go around to the red warehouse. And enter from the red warehouse,
John Chunjing said with a breath. Time passed, and when the poison circle came around, several people filled their drinks, then turned around, submerged themselves into the poison, turned to the left, and leaned towards the red warehouse. None of them noticed that on the high slope, at the edge of the safe zone, in the stone depression on the high slope, Sirius was sitting there leaning against the stone. He had a cigarette in his mouth, and there were already countless cigarette butts on the ground. He, who was not very talkative, now had a tragic look of despair in his eyes.
Call!
He took a long drag on the cigarette, and then looked at the sky. Above the sky, the sun was shining brightly. The desert sun is very dazzling and scorching. With a cigarette in his mouth, he stood up again, then opened the mirror and looked into the city. Suddenly, he saw to his lower right, inside the poison, 8 people running around the poison circle. He opened the mirror and looked over. And then, murderous intent suddenly bloomed in his eyes. The next moment, he opened the camera. 98K held the 8 people below. And at a certain point in time, he pulled the trigger.
Boom! Call out!
The bullet streaked across the sky, and the sound of piercing the sky sounded. The bullet passed through the poison circle and went straight to the people in the poison circle. Tropical rainforest map. Han Xiaomu was very embarrassed at this time. Her red hair was messy at this time. She was standing against the window of the house. At this time, it is evening in the tropical rainforest, and the circle has reached the 7th circle. The number of survivors. There are still many, and he knows that the chance of entering the top 8 is very small. Chen Hui put the muzzle of his gun against Han Liling's head. Han Liling's face was full of despair. There was sadness in her tone as she murmured,
Sister Xiaomu, don't take off your clothes. Zhou Su is dead, and I don't want to live either.
All right. Let him kill me. You think I don't dare to kill you?
A ferocious look flashed across Chen Hui's face. No one noticed that the hands behind their backs were gesturing.
I will die with you.
At some point, Han Xiaomu yelled,
Even if I die, I will not let you succeed.
Crack. Almost at the same time, he and Han Liling pinched the throwing objects at the same time. Fell to the ground. One is a grenade. The other one is smoke.
You're crazy.
Chen Hui's face changed slightly when he saw the grenade falling at Han Liling's feet. Then he quickly started running to the side, and the other 3 people also ran away. They thought that Han Xiaomu and Han Liling chose to commit suicide with 2 grenades. He did not expect that the 2 girls were so strong.
It's easy.
At this time, a sizzling sound suddenly sounded, and Sun Tianqing's expression changed and he said,
No. They are trying to escape. Get out quickly.
Yes. The moment the 2 girls lost the smoke and grenades, they quickly climbed out of the window and jumped out. They didn't care about anything else. And the smoke was quickly thrown toward the hillside behind the wild area. Boom. After a while, the grenade exploded and smoke filled the air. Next to them, the people from the blue team and Sun Tianqing had already ran out. Sun Tianqing could see the position of the 2 girls. He quickly marked this position.
Quickly. Knock them down with grenades. I can pull them up. We can still do it at night.
Enjoy. Run.
Han Xiaomu yelled. And they looked at the spreading smoke and ran all the way up the hillside.
Da-da-da. Da-da-da.
From behind, the sound of bullets resounded, and the people of the blue team chased out. Grenades were thrown towards them, and bullets were fired towards them. Both girls were shot instantly.
Boom!
At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the distance. Among the blue team members who were pulled outside, one of them was directly knocked down by the others. At the same time, there were other gun lines running over.
Go!
Chen Hui cursed, and they quickly retreated into the room. Fortunately, the person who fell to the ground was at the door, and could still get up. But under such circumstances, the two girls, Han Xiaomu, successfully ran up the hill.
Interesting,
Sun Tianqing said with a grin.
I know their position. Don't be in a hurry. I can play with them slowly. And if it doesn't work this time, there will be another mission. Such a good-looking and beautiful woman. The next mission. If we are in a battlefield, we have a month. And then we can enjoy it slowly. I'm afraid they won't survive,
Qin Hui said with a pitied look on his face. On the other side, the bullet passed through the air and passed through the blue poison circle.
There's someone on the hillside,
Su Mufeng yelled, quickly squatted down, opened the camera, and shot. The muffled sound of arms started ringing. But at this moment, a scream suddenly sounded next to them.
Ah!
Plop! Immediately afterwards, a person knelt on the ground. Shen Yi's whole body tightened at this moment. At this moment, he seemed to be unable to hear the gunshots around him. He stood there blankly, turned his head, and his eyes were full of horror.
Brother Jiang!
Li Yuter screamed. Jian Wu. He was shot down by a sniper and shot in the head.
Brother Jiang! Jiang Wu!
The chatty boy and Li Yuter shouted. Jiang Wu was hit. His head was shot. His helmet exploded, and blood was flowing out. He was lying on the ground, not crawling. He didn't know whether he had lost the consciousness to think or the desire to live. The 4 members of the Lone Star team stood still, holding on to the top of the mountain. For a moment, they didn't exchange a glance. Jiang Wu, who was lying on the ground, looked at Shen Yi's trembling body, looked at Li Yuter and the chatty boy, smiled slightly and said,
I'm going to die.
The tone was very calm, without too much fear. On the contrary, there is a sense of relief. Jiang Wu has lived a life of more than 20 years so far. In the first 10 years, he was well fed and well off. But since his father's accident, he has been very tired. In order to pay off the debt, there are endless jobs and part-time jobs. After entering the battlefield of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, all his points were exchanged for money in order to pay off debts. He was so oppressed by life that he could not hold his head up, had no self-confidence, and did not speak much. Chapter 479, Life and Death. He has some ideas on weekdays, but he has never taken the lead in the team's decisions. Most of the time, he listens quietly and executes them quietly. Finally, Shen Yi came forward and helped him kill Yun Laosan. He no longer had a debt crisis. He thought that he could complete the task well, improve himself, and stay safe and sound with his 3 teammates. Live on. However, in this death mission, with Shen Yi's best efforts, he was still struggling. Fortunately, there was the Lone Star team who would knock down people and let him make up for the loss. He thought that as long as he carried out the orders well, he might be able to survive. But in this crucial transfer, he became the unluckiest one among the 8 people. That shot hit him. He knows. He is going to die. This poisonous circle can no longer be closed. And even if it is closed, it cannot be cured. He raised his head and looked at Shen Yi, the chatty boy and Li Yuter, with a smile on his face.
Smoke! Who still has smoke?
Shen Yi reacted and roared loudly. The chatty boy stepped in front of him, held him down, and tried to help him up.
Shen Yi! Chatty boy! Go in! Don't save me! I can't be saved!
Jiang Wu laughed, and then he murmured,
It's actually good to die, but I have to trouble you to take care of my family.
As he said that, he turned to Shen Yi, smiled slightly and said,
Shen Yi, my sister is the same size as you. Although you have a nasty mouth and make weird things all the time, you are quite reliable. If you want to chase my sister, I agree. Don't talk,
Shen Yi said.
Get on top of the mountain and pull it up. There are bandages on the ground. There is still a chance.
At this time, the poisonous circle had arrived, and the blood of Shen Yi and others began to fall out piece by piece. Jiang Wu was helped up by the chatty boy.
Plop!
But in the next second, Jiang Wu knelt on the ground again.
Shen Yi, you chatty boy, give up,
Jiang Wu said with a smile.
You can't pull it up.
Seeing the chatty boy pressing towards him again, Jiang Wu began to crawl towards the side.
Shen Yi, if you drag it on any longer, everyone will die.
Jiang Wu looked at Shen Yi and said, Shen Yi is very depressed. He didn't want to see his teammates die. Jiang Wu went through 2 missions with him, and 3 missions with Chatterbox Boy and Li Yuter. At this time, the eyes of the 3 people were red, and Li Yuter's tears were streaming down. Jiang Wu smiled slightly, and looked at the chatty boy who was about to pull him away again. He began to crawl bit by bit, and his blood volume was dropping bit by bit.
Let's go!
At this moment, Sun Mingming came over and patted Shen Yi on the shoulder. Shen Yi's eyes were red. He clenched his steel teeth, took a deep breath, looked at Li Yuner and the chatty boy, gritted his teeth and said,
Sister Yuner, chatty boy, let's go! Serious? I'm going to hack you.
The chatty boy roared angrily, stood up, and fired a bunch of bullets at the top of the mountain.
Ta 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 ta.
There was a heavy, unbearable sigh in his chest.
Let's go!
Shen Yi roared. He glanced at Jiang Wu on the ground and said,
Brother Jiang, I will avenge you and take good care of your family. I am sorry for you and my decision led to your death.
Jiang Wu smiled, and everything in front of him was already gray. Shen Yi turned around, and several people pressed a first aid kit against the slope. At this time, all their points were deducted by 100 points. Yes, the side mission is still going on. Jiang Wu died, with no bones left. He turned into a wooden box and couldn't even erect a monument. In this world, thousands of people like this die, cruelly and helplessly.
Let's go!
Zhang Chunjing gritted his teeth and said. A group of 7 people moved forward while raising their guns, absolutely not giving Sirius any chance to snipe at them again. Soon, they ran into the red warehouse of Song Song. The 7 of them stood at the door, leaning against the 2 rooms at the door, spraying medicine and waiting for the blood volume to recover. The next circle has already come out. This circle is not far away. The green warehouse in front of them is in the safe zone. There is still a lot of time before the circle is refreshed. After Shen Yi arrived, he sat down on the ground. Li Yuner sat down next to him. She rested her head on Shen Yi's shoulder, her body trembling and sobbing slightly. Beside them, Sun Mingming and Su Mufeng stood, their voices a little regretful. The Lone Star team had been working together for a long time, and they had never experienced this kind of separation.
The mission must continue. You should sort out your thoughts,
Sun Mingming said. This is a bit cruel, but it is a reality they have to face.
Actually, now is not the time to despair.
At this time, Su Mufeng frowned and looked at the 2 of them and said,
In the system, there is a pill called the Resurrection Pill, but it is quite expensive and requires 300,000 points.
Shen Yi's eyes lit up slightly and he said,
Real or false? Really,
Su Mufeng said.
As long as you live well and enter high-level battlefields or top-level battlefields, the difficulty of obtaining points will become lower. By then, you will be able to save them after completing a few more missions. Of course, the premise is you must elevate yourselves to the Lord.
Sun Mingming also nodded and said,
There is indeed this elixir. If you really want to resurrect him, there is still a chance.
Li Yuner wiped her tears, looked at Shen Yi and said,
Shen Yi, we must resurrect Brother Jiang. We will definitely be able to resurrect Brother Jiang. Right.
Shen Yi nodded.
So, calm down. If you don't want you to die one after another, then calm down your emotions and continue fighting. The mission is not over yet.
Su Mufeng said calmly.
Huh? We have to fight again.
Shen Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. This system world is really cruel, and it doesn't even give you time to feel sad.
The 2nd floor of the warehouse,
Su Mufeng said.
The footsteps sounded like about 2 people. It was very light. I don't know if there are people elsewhere. Arrange your positions.
Shen Yi exhaled, gathered his thoughts, and quickly threw himself into the new battle.
The 3 of us go in from the passage. You go around. Go in through the gate. And synchronize.
At this time, Zhang Chunjing also came over from another room and whispered. Shen Yi nodded, and Li Yuner also wiped her tears. The 4 of them walked around to the main entrance and opened it. Shen Yi roared into the room.
Come in!
Brush. The 7 people almost agreed on the time and pulled into the red warehouse. The 2nd floor was where the remaining 2 people of Lung Xiai were. They were hiding on the 2nd floor. When they saw the people at the main entrance, they quickly opened fire.
Duh.
Chapter 480, A Sudden Chill. Shen Yi and Su Mufeng immediately squatted down and fought back. Li Yuner and Sun Mingming were heading in another direction. If there were people in this place, they could supply the gun line immediately, including the 3 people who came out of the passage. The gun lines of 7 people were all over the entire red warehouse. Blood was pouring from Shen Yi's body, but Su Mufeng's shooting skills were too good. The moment he squatted down, 3 bullets directly penetrated the opponent's head. The other person fell to the ground. The remaining person hid behind the wooden box on the 2nd floor. He shouted loudly,
Don't fight! Don't fight! I will throw myself over. Spare us!
One of them raised his hand.
Calm down!
Su Mufeng shouted coldly. At this time, the man stood up from behind the wooden box. Several people saw him. Shen Yi's eyes flashed with resentment and said,
It's you?
Yes. He recognized the people from the Cold Sting team.
We surrender. Spare our lives,
the man said, with cold sweat on his forehead.
We are willing to be prisoners. Spare our lives.
Yes. Their mission was also a ranking mission. When they found out that the person who came in was the Lone Star team, they immediately gave up the resistance. They knew that there were only 2 of them, and they had no chance against the Lone Star team. Therefore, he chose go to. I want to be a prisoner. Then follow them. Keep my rank. Complete the mission. And survive.
You guys!
At this moment, the chatty boy's eyes suddenly turned cold. He directly raised his gun and pointed it at the opponent's head.
You all deserve to be damned. The only one to blame is that you are allies of the serious team. You deserve to be damned,
the chatty boy yelled. They didn't know where to vent their anger about Jiang Wu's death. But now they actually encountered 2 people from the Cold Assassin squad. How could he endure it and shoot directly? And a bunch of bullets flew out. The person standing on the 2nd floor had blood pouring from his head instantly. And then in an instant, he fell to the ground and died immediately. So far, only one Sirius is still alive in the side missions of both sides. Shen Yi and the Lone Star team scored 600 points through this battle.
Go up and get some throwing objects,
Zhang Chunjing said. Because of Jiang Wu's death, the atmosphere was still somewhat solemn. Suja went up and licked some of the thrown objects. And everyone shared a little. Zhang Chunjing said.
Think about how to fight next. This damn circle is finally a little more friendly to us. My mood is not that stable right now. You can take charge,
Shen Yi said thoughtfully.
Okay,
Zhang Chunjing said.
Now there are 2 ways to play. One is to enter the circle from the left. There are many short houses on the left. There is no shortage of bunkers. But it is very likely that you will be sniped by high-rise buildings. The second is to enter the circle from the left. Just finish cleaning up the 3 warehouses and get through this cycle.
Zhang Chunjing talked eloquently. In the end, they chose to open a warehouse. Soon, the people in Sansan were cleared by the 7-member joint team. Shen Yi and others put on helmets and defensive armor. And the throwing items were also supplemented to a certain extent. Time passed, and the circle passed again, arriving at the 7th circle. After being hit by the heavenly punishment circle one after another, the 7th circle is not too bad. It is not far from Sansang Slope, under the command of Zhang Chunjing. And with the powerful breaking ability of the Lone Star team, they fought all the way in, came to the finals. 1 month is running out. As for what happened to Sirius in the end, they didn't know. When they were in the warehouse, they only heard the sound of gunfire on the hillside behind them. The sound of 98K, one shot after another, until the poisonous circle spread and enveloped the hillside. On top of that, the 98K sound also disappeared at that time. At this time, there were only 20 people left on the field. Shen Yi and the others reached a red warehouse in the city, and the final round was in a low building opposite them. Apart from them, there are only 13 people left. Zhang Chunjing looked at the map and said,
There are 2 people on the left, and there are gunshots on the right. The number of people is unknown. Our ranking task should be completed. I guarantee that you can eat chicken. Just take it easy. We will leave 3 people. I'll set up the left, right, and rear points for you.
Shen Yi nodded. After these rounds, a few days later, during the city battle, they kept their nerves tense at all times. And Jiang Wu's death in battle also eased a lot. Smoke rose from the road. The 3 members of the Hidden Dragon team and Su Mufeng disappeared into the smoke and rushed towards the opposite housing area. They brought Su Mufeng with them, because Su Mufeng's overall strength was much stronger and could help them break points. Soon, they reached the low house. At the same time, gunshots rang out from behind, and the 3 people on the left and right sides were directly killed.
Death light on the left. The one on the right will die directly.
Suja and Sun Mingming spoke.
Go over,
Zhang Chunjing whispered. And then a group of 3 people followed them to the room area. Zhang Chunjing looked at Shen Yi and said,
You guys stay here for now. We are not in any danger. Let's go explore some places for you first.
After speaking, he made a gesture to the other 3 members of the Lone Star team. The 3 nodded and quickly turned over and entered the room from 4 directions at the same time.
Is that you?
Zhang Chunjing was stunned as soon as he entered. Shen Yi frowned slightly, then pushed the door open and walked into the room. There were 4 people in the room at this time, and they were all hiding in a corner of the room. Who are the 4 Huangliang people who didn't get married in the church?
I'm so damn convinced. This bullshit system is such a cheating thing.
Su Mufeng cursed loudly. They came here by invading. Really invading. And the number of kills among the 7 of them was quite terrifying. Only they themselves know how thrilling this journey is. Including Shen Yi. He also knew very well that this time, if it weren't for the Lone Star team, they really wouldn't be able to break into this circle. The Lone Star team's point-breaking ability and marksmanship have given them a lot of help. At this time, Shen Yi had killed more than 70 people in the early stage. But because of the breakthrough, his number of kills also reached 91. A very terrifying number for him before. Of course, he killed a large number of the Yellow Army. There are 42 people for Li Yuner and 45 people for the Chatty Boy. The Lone Star team was even more terrifying. They almost killed about 60 people. From the number of people killed, we can see how brutally they fought since they entered the city. As for Huang Liang and others from the Destiny Circle, that's it. Spotless.
If I had known, I wouldn't have let them leave.
The Chatty Boy scolded.
If they had stayed in the church and kept drawing the circle toward the church, Jiangwu might not have died. Crack.
Chapter 481 The Fierce Battle. At this moment, the sound of the windows breaking was heard. And then several people jumped in and cursed.
His grandma. I heard you guys here from a distance. Hu Han-san, are back again.
Shen Yi looked around and was stunned again. Zheng Nan and his team actually maintained full strength and survived until now.
You guys can still survive?
Suja was shocked. When they ran, they didn't even have guns on them. And the circle shape was just as difficult as Shen Yi's. Or even more difficult. He walked on the right side. And he didn't know the information at all.
Humph. Who am I? First Commander. Okay. We were lucky. His grandma's. There weren't many people on the right side at the beginning. We went around and stole a car at the entrance to the city. And then moved the anti-drugs across a large area. From the hillside here is pulled all the way over.
Zheng Nan said.
Hey! Then the journey was smooth, and we arrived smoothly. Then we stayed here, and it was almost the Destiny Circle. I feel that there is something wrong with you guys. Damn it. When I was there with you, I always got damned.
After saying this, he chuckled and said,
There are 11 people, plus 15 of us. There are only 2 people left. After all, we are at least in the top 6.
As he said that, he looked at Shen Yi and the Lone Star team with a ferocious smile and said,
His grandma. You grandsons. I remember. How dare you capture me? Especially Su Myukin. How dare you hacking do it every day beat me? And Shen Yi, you have tricked me twice in a row. It would be unkind to not take revenge. Don't let me meet you next time. And I'll chop you to death. That's not right. Where is your boring gourd? He's not dead. Is he?
Suddenly, he found that Jiangwu was not there and asked.
Crack.
The next moment, Shen Yi, Chatty Boy, and Li Yuner immediately raised their guns.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
Zheng Nan said quickly.
Oh, we have been fighting for so long. And we have already developed our emotions. Speaking of which, I haven't hurt you either. I'm just teasing the atmosphere.
After saying this, he coughed dryly and said,
How about I join your alliance? Anyway,
the Lone Star team has offended the top 10 or even the top 20 teams. And I can't get over it. There are only a few people. But many people hate me. It's just the right time to form an alliance. With my command, this kid's brains, and the combat effectiveness of the Lone Star team, we are invincible in the elite battlefield. Forget it. Uncle Ghost dares to form an alliance with you. And you might be betrayed at some point.
Suja said with a sneer. Huang Liang and the other 4 did not dare to speak. They swallowed their saliva. But his eyes were full of excitement. Seeing these people, they knew that they had entered the top 10 and that they had once again survived in this desperate world.
Okay, let's not talk so much now. Kill the remaining 2 people. And then sit down and have a good chat. As for you joining the alliance, it is not completely impossible.
Zhang Chunjing said. Zheng Nan looked happy and said,
Okay.
There are now 17 people alive. And there are 15 people on their side. The battle has lost its suspense. Shen Yi knew that they had finally passed this death mission. Unfortunately, the only fly in the ointment is that they lost a brother. 2 hours later, the safe area outside the room. Gunshots rang out. And the 2 remaining survivors were killed before they could run into the circle. At this point, all enemies were cleared.
It's over.
The Chatty Boy muttered. sitting down on the ground. Shinny also sat down, put his hands on the ground and raised his head. Take a deep breath. In this city of L, rivers of blood flowed, and the smell of blood hung in the air. Behind him is a blue light curtain. This despairing blue light curtain. Idiot. Li Yitter walked to Shen Yi's side and held his shoulders with both hands. Shen Yi looked at the sky. The sun was dazzling. He just sat there, and no one bothered him. Sun Mingming walked up to him and said,
Shen Yi, you are very talented. Your team will not be worse than us in the future. When we entered this world, we knew that we would die at any time. And we were prepared to die at any time. So don't think about it, there are too many. As long as you become stronger, you will have a chance to resurrect your teammates.
Shen Yi looked at the sky and murmured,
Actually, I have been thinking about a question. What is this system? Why can it bring so many people in and let so many people die? It allows us to improve. What is his purpose? Is there someone behind him?
His words stunned the others, and they stood there blankly. They have never considered this issue. Ever since they entered this place and experienced the fierce battle, they began to enjoy the improvement brought by the battle. As for what the system is, they never think about it.
Huh?
Shen Yi sat for a while, then stood up and said,
I just thought about some questions. Just think of me as nonsense. Get ready to end it. I will accept your scores. Remember to stand together. I'll end it all with one grenade.
After saying that, Shen Yi glanced at Huang Liang and the others again and said,
I hope I can meet you on the next mission. I won't let you slip away then. You are so lucky. Nima, did you agree to let us join the gang?
Zheng Nan glared and cursed.
Let's talk about it,
Shen Yi said with a smile.
Nima, you are indeed a cheat.
Zheng Nan yelled. Su Mufeng and others smiled. Although they were not teammates this time, they had established a very good friendship with Shen Yi and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 grenades fell to the ground. At the same time as it exploded, Shen Yi and the others' blue light screen emerged. And in the upper right corner, 8 words appeared.
Good luck. Let's have chicken tonight.
At the same time, the system's cold, majestic and emotionless voice sounded in the ears of Shen Yi and others.
Mission accomplished. Return.
And for this mission, Shen Yi also knew very well that they owed the Lone Star team a huge favor. Without the Lone Star team, it would have been impossible for them to survive this death mission in an urban battle. He walked towards Li Yitter and said with a smile,
Hey, she is still beautiful in realistic clothes. It makes my heart move. Sister Yitter, we have been living in the same room for so long. I can't even hold your finger.
I haven't even touched my head.
Isn't this a bit worse than a beast?
Li Yitter was startled, and then her pretty face turned red. She glared at Shen Yi and said,
Idiot. If you keep talking nonsense, I will castrate you when you get out. Don't bother me.
Shen Yi yelled. Chapter 482 Unlimited Potential. The chatty boy probably knew what Shen Yi was thinking, and that Shen Yi was deliberately adjusting the atmosphere. He took a breath and said,
Let's calculate how many points we got first.
Shen Yi nodded and said,
I killed a total of 94 people, and fell to the ground twice. The side tasks totaled 700 points, including the 100 points rewarded and the 50 chicken points. This time, I got a total of 1126 points. Integral.
Li Yitter also said,
I also scored a total of 927 points. Well, I also have 950 points here. Shen Yi, lend me 50 points later, and I'll exchange them for 2 high-level potions,
said the chatty boy. Shen Yi nodded. Li Yitter also said,
My points are enough. I had more than 100 points before. Then for Brother Jiang, I plan to find a way to give 1 million to his family first. No matter what. We have to take care of his family.
One time,
the chatty boy nodded and said,
When I go out here, I have to face Sirius. But he is the only one. I have taken high-level medicine. I may not be able to defeat him, but there shouldn't be a big problem in escaping. I will come to Yanjing tomorrow too. Come on. Let's go see his family together. Hey, I don't know what to say. After people die here, the memories of people in reality are gone.
Shen Yi smiled bitterly and said,
I really don't know how this system works.
Li Yitter and the chatty boy fell silent. Shen Yi smiled and said,
No matter what, we should be masters when the next mission starts. This time we all have 3 or more high-level potions. The most important sniper rifle and rifles high-end potions in the challenge can be used.
8.
The short range of the rifle. The medium and long range of the sniper rifle. With these 2 high-level potions, it is enough for them. Moreover, They have taken both primary and intermediate potions.
Well, after taking it, maybe we won't be too far behind others. The only difference is experience.
Li Yuner said.
Okay, let's exchange it first. And we'll talk about the rest after we return to reality,
said the chatty boy. At this time, a majestic voice resounded.
Task evaluation. Shen Yi. Excellent. Can get 250 to 500 points. And draw items once. Chatty boy. Good. Can get 1 to 50 points. Draw once. Li Yun Sun. Middle and lower.
In this mission, Li Yuner didn't take too many risks. Chatty boy and Shen Yi were always on the front line. And Shen Yi's performance in single-handedly challenging the Yellow Army was enough to put him on the list.
A lottery of 500 points. This is so cool.
Shen Yi chuckled and said,
I hope you can give me a bottle of high-end potion. Okay, let's exchange it first,
the chatty boy said. Shen Yi and Li Yuner nodded and walked into the Pillar of Light. Inside the light pillar, Shen Yi's level had reached the level of sergeant. Shen Yi took a look and found that his authority had been increased again. He could see items with 1,000 points. These items were mixed with many skills, pills and the like. Shen Yi has no need for these things. What he just needs now is internal improvement in the game. As for genetic medicine, the maximum value is only 500 points. For example, advanced genetic medicine seems to have reached a limit of human body development. Shen Yi walked around for a while, and then opened the list of people with some anticipation. According to Su Mufeng and others, after this mission, there is not a big problem for him to be on the list. So he also wanted to see if he could make it. He opened the team rankings first. On the team rankings, the rankings haven't changed much. First place, Lone Star. Second place, Han Zhan. Third place, Kanglin. Fourth place, Snow Eagle Team. But when it reached fifth place, a big change took place. The fifth place Sirius Team disappeared from the rankings. And the sixth place,
European Emperor Commando,
came up. Similarly, the 8th place Lungspur team also disappeared directly. The team at the back moved to the front. This challenge will directly eliminate the 2 top 10 teams from the list.
Shen Yi took a look, and when he was 25, he saw Zheng Nan's team. Zheng Nan's team named themselves the Ultimate Wolf Warriors team. Shen Yi didn't know where he got the nerve to choose such a name. It was really too gloomy. Of course, he doesn't seem to have the right to say that others are too shady. He looked all the way down and found his Hidden Dragon team at number 72. After this death mission, although one person was lost, the team's ranking improved by more than 20 people. He estimated that if it weren't for the help of the Lone Star team, their ranking would have been improved. But what made him frown was that he had read the names of all the teams. Team Rose. Disappeared. Yes. Gone.
What will happen to Han Xiaomu and the others?
Shen Yi's brows furrowed deeply, with a trace of worry between his brows. He took a breath and opened his personal ranking list again. First place, Su Mufeng, nicknamed Lone Star. Second place, Zheng Nan. Third place, Lin Hai. Fourth place, Sirius. When Shen Yi saw this, his pupils shrank slightly. Sirius was still on the ranking list, which meant that Sirius was not dead. A cold light flickered in his eyes.
Sooner or later, I will kill you with my own hands,
Shen Yi said calmly. Then, he continued paddling. When he reached 29th place, he saw his name. 29th place, Shen Yi. Belongs to the team, Hidden Dragon Team. Main achievements, entering the elite battlefield for the first time. Commanding the team to use yachts to fish and enforce law on the edge of the cliff. Trap and kill 24 teams, including Zheng Nan. Who is second on the list? My team captured Zheng Nan. In the second elite battlefield, facing more than 100 yellow-coated troops. He drove alone into the yellow-coated troops, using smoke cover and grenade cover to trap and kill nearly 70 yellow-coated troops. So far, he has only experienced 2 missions. Unlimited potential. Clear command ideas. Lots of ideas. Nickname. Seeing this, Shen Yi felt slightly happy. This nickname was obviously given by the system. However, the moment he saw the nickname clearly, Shen Yi almost fainted.
Nickname, Old Een.
This is so damn unpleasant to hear. Shen Yi couldn't stand it anymore. And he gritted his teeth and said,
I want to change my nickname.
No one paid any attention to him. Number 29. That old man's name was so eye-catching that Shen Yi wanted to cry, but had no tears. He finally made it onto the list of people. And it's really true that he has such a name. It makes people uncomfortable. He cursed for a long time, but it had no effect at all. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. and just pretend that he is not Shen-Yi from now on. This dev mission, for them, is indeed a big improvement. Not to mention the improvement in the team ranking. The overall strength of the team will be greatly improved. The whole team can take 3 bottles of high-level potions. This is already in the elite battlefield. It's above the level. Chapter 483 suddenly shrinks. No one can form an alliance with the number 1 team like them. And no one can score 600 points like them in a joint side mission between the top 10 teams. Shen-Yi smiled bitterly and exchanged a bottle of high-grade sniper potion and a bottle of high-grade rifle potion. Directly injected, he could feel that his 2 firearm abilities had a terrifying improvement, especially his ability to snipe. After taking this potion, he can compete with these top snipers in the game. The 3 types of medicines that play a key role are rifles, sniper rifles, and genetic medicines. As for other trolls, submachine guns and the like, their effectiveness is average, because when you land, there is very little close combat. After Shen-Yi's injection, a smile appeared on his face. He had 1,126 points, and 2 high-level potions cost him 1,000 points. He lent 50 points to the chatty boy, and there were 66 points left. He exchanged 60 million. Plus he still had some money. He planned to collect another 1 million to give to Jianghu's family. After the exchange, he walked out of the Pillar of Light. When he came out, the chatty boy and Li Yuner were standing on Bayou Square, looking at Shen-Yi with half-smiling faces.
Shen-Yi, you have a good nickname,
the chatty boy said cheerfully. Shen-Yi curled his lips and said,
This is a huge misunderstanding. Do you honestly think that I am a scumbag? Am I not tough when I should be tough? This system is biased against me. Ha ha. I only called you the wrong name, not the wrong nickname,
Li Yuner said with a smile.
The system's understanding of you is obviously very good.
The chatty boy nodded with deep understanding.
Just accept your fate,
the chatty boy said cheerfully.
Okay, let's exchange the information for the next mission. But this time you have to spend some points. I have already spent all my points. Me too.
Li Yuner was holding a box in her hand. Apparently she also exchanged some money. Shen-Yi nodded and said,
I'll do it.
With that said, he paid 4 points to exchange for information on the next mission.
The next mission. Single player mode. Li Yuner. Tropical rainforest map. 2,000 people. Mission requirements. Kill 10 people in the Autism City and successfully walk out of it. The mission is successful, and 100 points are awarded. The mission fails. Erase. Talk Boy, Miramar map. Mission requirement. Jump off the mansion and kill 10 people to get out. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with 100 points. If the mission fails, wipe it out. Shen-Yi, Arangel map. Mission requirements. Jump to the airport and kill 15 people and successfully escape. The mission is successful, and 100 points are awarded. The mission fails, and it is wiped out.
The pupils of Shen-Yi and others suddenly shrank. It will be a real encounter. And the next mission is actually a single-player mode. Obviously, many people also have the task of jumping to these points, which means that they will start fighting when they fall. In this situation, there are too many contingencies. If you are not careful, you may die directly. Shen-Yi's pupils shrank slightly. He was about to speak, but the system's voice did not end there. At this time, the system's voice sounded again.
Blue Lele. Miramar map. Mission requirements. Jump to City P and kill 10 people if you successfully walk out. The mission is successful, and you will be rewarded with 100 points. If the mission fails, you will be wiped out.
The voice resounded here, and the majestic voice continued.
The mission time is 3 days later.
Shen-Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. The mission interval this time is also too short.
Who is Lu Lele?
At this time, the chatty boy frowned. Shen-Yi took a breath and said,
She should be our new teammate. She sounds like a girl, and her name is good. I just don't know what she looks like, but her name sounds gentle. Idiot! You want to die?
Li Yuner glared.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Shen-Yi quickly begged for mercy. At this time, the system's voice sounded loudly.
The mission is over. Return to the real world.
Shen-Yi breathed out and couldn't help but close his eyes. However, to his surprise, the dizzy feeling he imagined did not appear. He couldn't help opening his eyes and found that he was still in the white jade square. Next to them, Li Yuner and the chatty boy had disappeared.
Huh?
Shen-Yi frowned slightly. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Shen-Yi's ears.
Realistic mission.
Shen Yi's heart trembled. At the same time, I felt a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, since he accepted the real task last time, it seems that every time he finishes the task, he will be given a real task. This also means, to a certain extent, that Shen Yi will never have peace. There was a wry smile on his lips.
Realistic mission. Find Lu Lele. And go to the Qinling Mountains with Lu Lele. Find Zhou Yuncheng. Kill him. And take the white jade finger in his hand. The mission is successful and 500 points are awarded. The mission fails. Kill him.
Shen Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Actually performing this mission with his new teammates? Lu Lele also accepted a real-life mission? Just when he hesitated, the system's voice sounded again.
In addition, the actual mission cannot be disclosed to anyone outside the Hidden Dragon team. Otherwise it will be obliterated. Lu Lele's phone number, 185.
He felt slightly calm. The real task put him under too much pressure. What if the mission in reality requires him to kill some of his relatives and friends in the future? How should he make a decision then? Shen Yi didn't know. He just hoped that the system would not give him such a task. Or, there was a chance he could escape the system's control. But how to get rid of it? He doesn't know that everything he has now is given by the system. Without a system, he is just an ordinary person. Nothing more. Shen Yi felt a little complicated in his heart. Just as he was thinking miscellaneously, he felt dizzy and reappeared. He was already in the hotel. He opened his eyes. And in front of him, Li Yitter was sitting there. He subconsciously looked at the side of his sofa. Jiangwu was also sitting here before. But now Jiangwu has disappeared. Completely disappeared. Even traces of it in this world have been erased.
I wonder what's going on with the chatty boy,
Li Yitter said. Yes. After the chatty boy returned, he was still being hunted. A long time passed in the system, and the real time seemed to be frozen. But the good thing is that now only Sirius is left in the Sirius team. The chatty boy has taken high-level genetic medicine and cannot win. So it shouldn't be a problem if he just wants to escape. Chapter 484 Life is in danger.
It should be fine.
Shen Yi frowned and said,
I'm just worried that the chatty boy thinks he's invincible and goes to fight with others. Of course, you don't necessarily lose in a fight. The chatty boy's fighting skills are very good,
Shen Yi said.
He can't even beat you,
Li Yitter said speechlessly. Yes, they had practiced with each other during this period, and the chatty boy could no longer beat Shen Yi. After taking the same advanced genetic medicine, Shen Yi's physical development was much better than that of the talkative boy. This is the difference in talent. The top 10 people on the list can stand out more because their talent is much stronger. They also take high-level potions, and their ability to develop the body is much stronger. About 20 minutes later, the chatty boy's phone rang. Shen Yi answered the call, and the chatty boy said,
It's his grandma's fault. This guy didn't chase me. Didn't chase you?
Shen Yi was stunned for a moment and said,
What do you mean? I don't know. Anyway, after I came out, I drove straight away, and he actually turned around.
The chatty boy asked doubtfully,
Is he afraid of me? Probably not.
Shen Yi took a breath and said,
The poisonous snakes hidden in the dark are the most terrifying. No matter what happens in the future, be careful yourself, and think carefully about who will hire someone to kill you. If you have offended someone recently, the most important thing is to find the source. I probably have some ideas,
the chatty boy said.
I have thought of a few candidates. Let's eliminate them one by one. There are not many people who can find my information and have hatred against me. So I will go one by one. If you go to them to settle accounts, you can always find them. That's fine.
Shen Yi nodded and said,
By the way, I'm afraid I won't be able to go see Brother John's family with you tomorrow.
Huh? Next to him, Li Yitter looked at him doubtfully.
There is something,
Shen Yi said.
A realistic mission. A simple realistic mission. The deadline is only 3 days. To find something. This time there is no life danger. Okay. Then it's okay if Yunner and I go together,
said the chatty boy.
Well, then I'll give you the money. And you can take it with them when the time comes,
Shen Yi said.
Okay.
After discussing, they hung up the phone. Li Yitter frowned and said,
Where are you going? Qinling,
Shen Yi said.
When will we set off?
Li Yitter asked again.
I'll leave in a moment,
Shen Yi said.
By the way, regarding Chen Hui, there is a big problem with this person's character.
Li Yitter nodded and said,
I know. I won't marry him. I will marry the person I like.
Shen Yi grinned and said,
Then you want to marry me? Get out.
Li Yitter kicked Shen Yi directly. Then she took another breath and said,
It's almost time for me to go back. After all, I've been out for a month. It's time to go back to the Magic City to take a look. Yes.
Shinny nodded and said,
Be careful. If Sirius can find the chatty boy, he may also find you. I know.
Leader nodded and said,
In addition to changing the rifle potion this time.
I also bought a boxing book from the system for self-defense.
Yes. Shinny nodded and said,
Then I'll leave first. There are only 3 days left, so I have to hurry up.
As he stood up, Leader grabbed him and said,
Idiot. Remember, if there is anything or danger, remember to tell me, no matter how far away. I will rush over. I know.
Shinny smiled at her. Then, he opened the door and left the room. After walking downstairs, Shinny looked up to the sky and took a deep breath. The air in the real world is much better. There were a lot of people coming and going around. He looked at it, then took out his mobile phone, recalled the phone number given by the system, and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected.
Hello.
The voice is very nice, very pleasant, and judging from the voice, it seems that he is not very old.
Hello. Hello. I'm Shinny. As expected, I should be your new teammate.
Shinny said.
I know. He's number 29 on the list. The only one in the team who's on the list.
The person on the other end of the phone said.
You're a bastard. I know that.
Shinny.
Real mission. You know. The system asked me to find you. Where are you?
Shinny said.
Yanjing. I'm heading to the airport.
Lu Lele's voice came out again on the phone.
See you at the airport then.
Shinny said.
Okay.
The other person said. And then hung up the phone directly. Shinny frowned. Thinking. After a while, he stopped a taxi and rushed towards the airport.
I hope this new teammate is a beauty.
Shinny thought to himself. An hour later. Yanjing Airport. Shinny looked at the time and thought to himself. Wasn't it just after 4 in the afternoon? Didn't she have lunch? Although he said this, he still quickly walked towards the door of number 5. Soon, Shinny saw a tall figure at gate 5 of the airport. She was wearing a pair of sneakers. She was 18 or 19 years old. She looked 168 by visual inspection. She had long black hair hanging down her back and a slim figure. She was standing there, holding a delicate small box in her hand. Inside the box was some snacks. She picked up one of them and put it in her mouth, looking like she was enjoying it. There was a red backpack on his back, and he was standing over there looking pretty. The appearance was excellent, and Shinny couldn't help but swallow his saliva when looking at it from a distance.
His grandma. God has been so kind to me. There are 2 top beauties in the same team.
Shinny sighed. If I had to find a shortcoming, it would be that the chest is a little flat. Shinny walked over and looked at her. She also looked at Shinny, smiled at Shinny and said,
You are that oldine.
Shinny. He coughed quickly and said,
That was a misunderstanding. In fact, I am a wolf warrior type. I don't know why I was given such a name.
Lu Lele's eyes lit up slightly. She looked at Shinny and asked curiously,
Did you really defeat the Yellow Army by yourself and make them flee? Of course it is.
Shinny said proudly.
More than 100 of them were beaten to pieces by me and ran away.
Blow. Lu Lele curled her lips, then looked at Shinny, and then at the box in her hand. She seemed a little confused. After a while, she gritted her teeth and took out a 5-pointed star snack. He handed it to Shinny and said,
My name is Lu Lele. I haven't made it to the list yet, but I should soon.
Chapter 485 Challenge Mission. With that said, she handed the snack to Shinny, then quickly closed the delicate box. Then turned around, took the backpack and put it into the backpack. It seemed that she was afraid that Shinny would continue to ask her for the same thing. Shinny was shocked when she opened her backpack. Shinny saw a lot of snacks. After closing her backpack, the alert look on Lu Lele's face disappeared. She looked at Shinny and said,
Well, by the way, I have already taken 3 advanced potions. A sniper rifle, a rifle, and an advanced gene potion. The previous team was composed of its own people.
Shinny took a breath and said,
Well, just in time. Our team is missing a free man. By the way, how long is the flight you bought? Where should we go?
After the 2 checked, Shinny quickly bought the tickets. After checking in, they walked into the airport and sat down in a deserted place at the boarding gate.
At this time, Lu Lele took a breath and said,
By the way, I have something to explain to you.
Huh? Shinny asked.
What's wrong? I want to seek revenge from the blue team. My teammates were killed by them. So after joining your team, I will also seek revenge from them,
Lu Lele said with firm eyes.
Blue team. The blue team who is third on the list?
Shinny asked.
Yes.
Lu Lele nodded and said.
Of course. If you are afraid and don't dare to face them, I can apply to withdraw from the team now. It doesn't matter.
Shinny smiled and said.
Perhaps you don't know that our team now has 2 ally teams, including the Lone Star team that ranks first in the rankings. And teams like Zhengnan and Tianlang have been defeated by us. Damn it. Little Kanglan team. I don't care at all. I will follow my brother from now on. And I will ensure that you are popular and drink spicy food.
Lu Lele looked at Shin Yi suspiciously. Shin Yi felt a little guilty. He coughed dryly and said.
What? How much do you know about Zhou Yusheng? By the way, how did you get involved in the real mission? I know Zhou Yusheng,
Lu Lele said.
He has the equivalent of taking high-level genetic medicine. He may be more powerful. In short, when the time comes to go there, you can just follow me.
Shin Yi frowned. He found that most real-life tasks were related to his teammates. The first Yun Lao San is Jiang Wu's creditor, and the second Zhou Yunsheng has a certain relationship with Lu Lele. But Lu Lele seemed unwilling to say anything more, and Shin Yi was naturally not easy to ask. Although they are teammates, the two of them are actually strangers now. Even if Shin Yi has a familiar personality, he would be too embarrassed to ask more questions unless others tell him.
As for real missions, when I entered the system and challenged for the first time, after the challenge mission ended, I had real missions. At that time, all my teammates received them. However, during the last mission, they were killed by the blue team. I was killed. The people from blue team even insulted me.
After saying this, her eyes were a little red. She pursed her lips, then took out the exquisite box from her backpack, stuffed a piece of snack into her mouth, then quickly closed it and put it back.
What the HL? You're the ultimate foodie.
The corners of Shin Yi's mouth twitched slightly.
Okay.
Shin Yi curled his lips and waited to board the plane. An hour later, the plane took off and the two of them headed straight for the Qinling Mountains. On the other side, in a luxurious residence in Yanjing, Qin Hui was wearing a bathrobe, wiping his hair and walking out of the bathroom. This is his habit. Every time he goes through a challenging task, he will come out. It must be said that Qin Hui is very rich and has some brains. After he graduated from college, his family gave him a lot of money to start a business. He is doing pretty well in business. After entering the system, he quickly transferred a lot of money from reality and redeemed points. When he was in the novice battlefield, he had already taken all the high-level potions. So when he entered the elite battlefield, he was also one of the most fierce ones. He is a typical Krypton Gold player. It's completely different from Shin Yi's points scored one shot at a time. In comparison, Li Yuner and the chatty boy can only be regarded as little Kryptonians in front of him. Later, he cooperated with Sun Tianqing, and he was able to be considered smooth sailing in the elite battlefield.
Beep beep.
At this moment, the phone's voice rang loudly.
Hello.
He answered the phone and asked.
Tis TSK. Sirius, how is this mission? Have you killed the chatty boy? If so, I will transfer the money to you immediately. We missed,
Sirius said calmly.
Who are there in the team?
Qin Hui frowned.
We killed one person. I don't know who to add. The other 3 are called Chatterbox Boy. One is named Li Yuner, and the other is Shin Yi. Among them, Shin Yi is ranked 29th on the list.
Tianlang added.
Number 29 on the list. Ranked higher than me. I actually saw this name when I came out this time.
Qin Hui frowned. Suddenly, he frowned and said,
What did you say? Li Yuner? Yes. You can find an introduction to their team by searching on the human list,
Tianlang said.
Now they are ranked in the 70s on the human list.
Qin Hui's expression suddenly changed. Today's task was over. He just looked at the news on the top of the popular list and the personal ranking of the popular list, and saw how many places he had improved. As for the ones at the bottom, he didn't look at them. Naturally, he didn't know what was on the popular list. There is one more Hidden Dragon team, and I don't know who is in the Hidden Dragon team. But when Sirius said it, he understood instantly. He finally understood why a person like Shin Yi, who had no background, could establish a relationship with Li Yuner. And the relationship was very good. He finally knew why Shin Yi and Li Yuner had been hanging out in the shooting club. He thought it was just because of their hobbies. But now it seemed that they were just training their marksmanship.
No wonder that boy dared to show off.
Qin Hui sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette to himself. At this time, Sirius said again.
Can you help me investigate them? I want to kill them all.
Shinhui grinned and said,
There is no problem with the information. Come to Yanjing, and I can give it to you now. However, I can only give you information about the talkative boy and Shen-Yi. Li Yin'er is my future wife. You can't move.
There was silence for a long time. And then he nodded and said,
No problem. I will come to Yanjing now.
With that said, he hung up the phone. Shenhui smoked a cigarette, his eyes flashing back and forth. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and dialed a number. Chapter 486, Out of Place. 2 hours flew by. At this time, in northern Shanxi, an off-road vehicle was slowly driving forward. The driver was Shen-Yi. After they arrived here, someone sent a car over. It should be Lu Leilei's family or something. She took the key, threw it to Shen-Yi, then gave the name of a university and asked Shen-Yi to drive there. The co-pilot, Lu Leilei, was sitting over there. Ever since she got in the car, she had been eating happily. The name she reported was Northwestern Polytechnical University. It was at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. Shen-Yi asked while driving,
Is that Zhou Yunsheng located here?
No. Lu Leilei sucked her fingers and said,
It's just that here. There is a restaurant with liangpi and rijiamo that are very delicious. There is also a restaurant that is also very good. You have to eat there when you come here.
Shen-Yi fainted. This guy is such a foodie. Aren't we here to complete the mission?
Auntie, we only have 3 days.
Shen-Yi said with a wry smile.
There are still 3 days. It doesn't matter.
Lu Leilei said cheerfully.
Anyway, I know where Zhou Yunsheng is. Then we can just go over quietly and kill him.
Shen-Yi rolled his eyes. Okay. This team has the ultimate foodie. And he is convinced. The car moved forward and soon reached its destination. The two people's car stopped in front of a hotel. They opened 2 rooms. And then Lu Leilei took Shen-Yi and ran out.
I'll treat you to something to eat,
Lu Leilei said cheerfully. Lu Leilei is not only a foodie, but also different from other girls. Many girls are delicious, but they just taste it. Lu Leilei is different. She really eats. And eats a lot. She doesn't seem to worry at all. The problem of gaining weight. After eating all around, Shen-Yi was almost exhausted. But Lu Leilei was still not satisfied. It wasn't until she arrived at the restaurant she was talking about that after eating. Lu Leilei looked at the empty plates on the table. Her face turned slightly red and she said,
Sorry, I ate a little too much. That's too much. You're eating almost as much as a pig.
Shen-Yi almost fainted. Apart from those mukbang shows, this was the first time he saw a woman who could eat like this in real life. The key was, this woman wasn't even fat. Still very beautiful. That's ridiculous. Lu Leilei looked at Shen-Yi rolling his eyes, and his face turned redder, saying,
You just ate too much. And you look like this. I'm thinking about a problem.
Shen-Yi said.
Huh?
Lu Leilei looked at him.
What will you do in the future? You are so good at eating. Not even a rich family can afford to feed you. Hey, it's a pity for our team. Both girls are beautiful. But it's a pity that one is as fierce as a tigress. One is too edible.
Just like a pig,
Shen-Yi said with a wry smile.
You're the pig.
Lu Leilei glared at him, then looked out the door and said with a smile,
It's dark.
Yeah, Shen-Yi said.
Go back and have a good rest. Don't eat tomorrow. We have to hurry up and complete the task. We have to complete the mission.
Lu Leilei said. Huh? Shen-Yi's eyes moved slightly.
Going at night? Assassination?
Lu Leilei nodded and said.
Yes. Assassination. Let's go first. I will tell you in detail when we get to the car.
The two got out of the car. This time, Lu Leilei took the initiative to drive. Her temperament changed a bit. Before, she had a cute look. But when performing tasks, she seemed to be very decisive.
I didn't expect that the system would issue me this task.
Lu Leilei said.
Zhou Yunsheng, after all, is my uncle. Your uncle?
Shen-Yi's neck suddenly felt cold. What he was most worried about happened. The system would really send something to kill his relatives.
Don't think too much. He was just my uncle once.
Lu Leilei said.
He served as a soldier when he was young, and was very good in the army. Later, he retired for unknown reasons, and then became a tomb robber. Thief.
The corners of Shen-Yi's mouth twitched. The difference was really too big.
My dad used to be with him.
Lu Leilei said.
He later killed my dad. This happened 10 years ago.
Lu Leilei said.
My dad is back. He was seriously injured and has been in a coma in the hospital. Zhou Yusheng is the only one who is intact.
After saying this, she frowned and said,
Forget it. Let's not talk about this. In short, I can simply say that I can take revenge on this mission.
Shen Yi looked at her and couldn't help shaking his head. This kind of thing is either due to uneven distribution of the spoils, or Lu Leilei's father knows some secrets. But since Lu Leilei is unwilling to mention it, Shen Yi naturally has no choice but to ask further questions. It was completely dark. Lu Leilei drove along a road. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Shen Yi looked around and found that they had arrived near the countryside.
Have you always known where Zhou Yusheng lives?
Shen Yi asked. Yeah. Lu Leilei nodded. Doubt flashed on Shen Yi's face.
You want to ask me why I didn't take revenge before?
Lu Leilei asked.
First, my dad wouldn't let me. Second, my dad asked Zhou Yusheng to kill him. Third, I can't beat him.
Speaking of this, she shook her head. Shen Yi was watching her expression the whole time. Although the light was very dim, Shen Yi could see that her expression was calm and there were not many emotional fluctuations. He felt something was not right about this matter.
We're here.
At this moment, Lu Leilei said, they parked the car on the side of the road. At this time, they were completely in the countryside, and the buildings on both sides of the road were very sparse. About 200 to 300 meters away from them, there was a small white building. This small building looked out of place with other buildings.
Go quietly,
Lu Leilei said. Shen Yi nodded, and the two of them quietly moved over there. Outside the room, there was a stone dam, and there were some millet placed in the stone dam. This season was the harvest season. The door of the house was open, and the incandescent lamp inside was very bright. Shen Yi saw a man dressed as a farmer. He was sitting there with his back to them, holding a pipe in his hand, smoking one puff at a time.
Is it him?
Shen Yi asked in a low voice.
Yes.
Lu Leilei breathed out, and at some point, he took out a dagger in his hand.
It's Leilei.
At this moment, a voice rang in the house. The expressions of Shen Yi and Lu Leilei moved slightly. In the room, the man turned his head. Shen Yi clearly saw him touching a white jade ring on his right thumb. This ring was somewhat similar to his peasant dress. Out of place. Chapter 487, Strong Background.
The day has finally come. Let's come in and have a chat.
Zhou Yusheng smiled with a simple taste. Lu Leilei frowned, glanced at Shen Yi and said, Let's go. Shen Yi's expression moved slightly. He always felt that Lu Leilei and Zhou Yusheng both had a mysterious flavor.
It seems that my new teammate is not easy.
Shen Yi breathed out. He felt a little pained. He found that few people who entered this system were simple. His teammates,
the talkative boy, had a special background and a powerful background. Li Yun'er's family was rich. Now a new teammate has arrived. Although he is a foodie, he seems a bit mysterious. It's just me. I'm a complete loser. Thinking of this, Shen Yi felt sad. The two of them walked into the room. Shen Yi was wary. According to Lu Leilei, this person was stronger than ordinary people who took high-level potions. After taking high-level genetic potions, his body development ability was better than that of ordinary people. If someone is stronger, I don't know if I can win. Zhou Yusheng looked at Shen Yi, then looked at Lu Leilei, with a fond look in his eyes as he said,
You were selected by the system after all.
Shen Yi's pupil shrank instantly. He actually mentioned the system. Obviously, Zhou Yusheng was also a challenger to the system. This made Shen Yi confused. In his first real-life mission, he killed a villain who took genetic medicine in reality, and was a villain. But this second mission is a little strange. The person in front of me knows the existence of the system, and is obviously one of the challengers. Moreover, the person in front of me doesn't look like a bad person at all. He is just an ordinary farmer.
It's a pity. No matter what, you should accept the real task.
Zhou Yusheng looked at her and shook his head.
Already accepted,
Lu Leilei said calmly.
This mission is to kill you. I know. I deserve to die.
Zhou Yusheng looked at her. Then his eyes fell on Shen Yi next to him, looking up and down.
Is this your boyfriend? Or is it your teammate? Teammate,
Lu Leilei said. Zhou Yusheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked Shen Yi up and down. After a moment, he said,
The physical condition is not bad. Have you also accepted a real-life mission?
Shen Yi nodded and said,
Yeah. What did Uncle Zhou mean when he said he couldn't accept realistic tasks? Uncle Zhou is also a challenger to the system? Yeah.
Zhou Yusheng said calmly.
That's right. At least it used to be.
Shen Yi's expression changed slightly, and he said,
Used to be? What do you mean? About 10 years ago. But the world I experienced is probably not the same as yours.
A smile appeared on Zhou Yunsheng's face. Shen Yi's eyes shrank, and he looked at Zhou Yunsheng with an excited expression. Zhou Yunsheng used to be this person, and the impact it brought to him was really too great. This means that he is not now, which means that it is possible to escape the control of the system.
Can we get rid of the control of the system?
Shen Yi asked after swallowing his saliva.
Get rid of it,
Zhou Yunsheng said with a hint of a smile on his face.
Maybe.
Lu Lei stood there charmingly the whole time. She didn't ask or say a word. She just looked at Zhou Yunsheng. The dagger in his hand glowed coldly under the light.
Okay. Let's do it. For me, this may be a relief. In the past 10 years, my life has been worse than death.
Zhou Yunsheng smiled, and then closed his eyes. He had no intention of resisting at all, which made Shen Yi even more confused.
Shen Yi
scratched his head and said,
I can't do anything about the tasks given by the system. Then why should I tell you?
Zhou Yunsheng curled his lips. He looked at Lu Lei with complicated eyes, and then closed his eyes again, unwilling to reveal a word too much. Lu Lei didn't say anything. He looked at Shen Yi, and then raised the dagger in his hand.
Call out!
The next moment, she raised the knife and stabbed it directly into Zhou Yunsheng's heart. During the whole process, Zhou Yunsheng did not resist at all. When the dagger was inserted into his heart, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, he opened his eyes with a smile on his face.
Thank you.
He opened his mouth and smiled slightly. At this moment, Shen Yi read a piece of news. Relief. Yes. Death seems to be a relief for him. Shen Yi looked at Lu Lei. He knew that Lu Lei must know these things. She didn't ask any more questions. He didn't believe that Lu Lei was not curious. This task was the weirdest task. Shen Yi even had a feeling that it was as if the system was giving him points in vain. This task was not difficult at all. Even if he didn't come over, Lu Lei could successfully complete the task. This weak Yunsheng had no intention of fighting back. He seemed to want to die, but also wanted to live. So he never committed suicide. Quite contradictory. After all, he is a young man, with too little experience to understand this Zhou Yunsheng. Lu Lei's eyes were calm from beginning to end, and she didn't say anything. She pulled out the dagger and watched Zhou Yunsheng fall to the ground, slowly losing his breath. Zhou Yunsheng left. Peacefully, Lu Lei walked up to Zhou Yunsheng and took off the white jade ring from his finger. When he just took it off, Zhou Yunsheng in front of him suddenly became a little transparent. After a while, he slowly disappeared, as if he died in the game. Shen Yi was stunned. He looked at the white jade finger ring in Lu Lei's hand.
Is it related to this thing?
Shen Yi's heart moved slightly. He was fine before, and his body existed. But after taking off the white jade ring, he suddenly became illusory. Thinking back to what he said before that he might have escaped the control of the system, it is not difficult to imagine the relationship.
Mission completed.
At this moment, the majestic voice of the system resounded.
The white jade finger and points will be delivered together when the next mission starts.
At this time, Lu Lei turned around and said,
Let's go back.
With that said, she walked outside first. Shen Yi looked around and frowned slightly. This task was too weird for him. He thought that this mission would be a hard fight, and that he would go through a lot of trouble. But he did nothing. I just got 500 points for nothing. This is really true. He looked at Lu Lei again. His brows furrowed. Is this teammate worthy of trust? Shen Yi was suspicious. He exhaled and followed Lu Lei to the car parked not far away.
Is it okay for you to drive? Just remember the way here.
Lu Lei asked. Chapter 488 Fierce Offensive. Shen Yi nodded. After getting in the car, Lu Lei rummaged through the backpack in the back seat and took out a delicate box, a bottle of water, and a pig's trotter. She turned on the light inside the car and began to there he started chewing on his own. Shen Yi started the car and asked as he drove.
You know what all this is about? Right. Your dad was Zhou Yunsheng's former teammate. The previous task assigned to them by the system was to rob tombs? Do you know what he means by getting rid of the control of the system? And the actual mission?
Shen Yi asked loudly. But Lu Lei had no intention of answering him. She just kept eating. After eating, she closed her eyes. After a while, her breathing became even.
Go ahead. I don't believe you are not a pig.
Shen Yi was shocked. Damn it. Sleep after eating? While driving, Shen Yi looked at Lu Lei with his peripheral vision. She seemed to have really fallen asleep and had a sweet dream. Chirping. Shen Yi smiled bitterly. What kind of mission was he? Come to travel and get 500 points for nothing? He shook his head and drove towards the hotel. An hour later, the car stopped in front of the hotel. Shinny looked at Lu Lele next to him. He got teasing, took a snack that Lu Lele had not finished in front of him, and put it in Lu Lele's hand. On the lips. Immediately afterwards, a scene happened that shocked Shinny. Lu Lele's mouth grinned slightly, and then her saliva flowed down.
I'll go.
Shinny was stunned. A beautiful girl is sleeping next to you, and then you put food next to her nose and give her a sniff, and she can't help but drool. It's so cute too. Looking at her delicate face and her torn skin, Shinny even had the urge to kiss her.
Gudong!
Shinny swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but slowly lean towards Lu Lele's face. This is all subconscious. Just when he was about to kiss her, Lu Lele's eyes suddenly opened.
What are you doing?
Lu Lele looked at Shinny with her eyes wide open and asked,
You don't want to kiss me, do you?
With Shinny's face, he would also feel a huge pressure at this time. He turned around quickly, coughed dryly and said,
No, you're overthinking. I'm not interested in girls with small breasts. You have small breasts. And your whole family has small breasts.
Lu Lele stared. She seemed to feel saliva on her mouth, and quickly wiped it with her clothes, revealing a trace of flushing on her face. Suddenly, he saw the snacks in Shinny's hand. His eyes widened and he said,
Okay, you are actually here to steal my snacks.
Shinny's expression changed, and he quickly said,
Yes, I ate one last time and I still felt unsatisfied. So I planned to take one while you were asleep to experience it.
A trace of reluctance flashed across Lu Lele's face, and then she gritted her teeth and said,
Okay, I'll let you eat one. And you're not allowed to steal it in the future.
Shinny secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject.
Okay, we're already at the hotel. Get off the car quickly.
Oh! Lu Lele opened the car door and walked out. After parking the car, the two walked into the hotel and walked towards their respective rooms.
I'll go back tomorrow. What about you?
Lu Lele asked on the way.
I'm going home too. I live in City C.
Shinny said.
Okay, let's see you on the next mission. Although the next mission is a personal mission. You seem to be on the same map as me.
Lu Lele said.
Well, I'll come find you again then. By the way, I'll pull you into our team's group on WeChat later. I'll also let you get to know the other two teammates.
Shinny said. Just like that, the two of them went back to their rooms while chatting. From the task inside the system to the completion of the actual task. He didn't even take a break. And he did feel a little tired. He slept until about 6 o'clock the next morning before waking up. When he woke up, he took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and found that there were 2 messages on his mobile phone.
Old bastard. I'm leaving now. See you on the mission. By the way, remember to add me to the WeChat group. Idiot. I'm home.
One was said by Lu Lele, and the other was said by Leoner. Shinny was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lu Lele to run away overnight.
There must be something going on. I always feel that this mission is a bit strange.
Shinny said suspiciously in his heart. He simply washed up, and then booked a flight back to City C. There was still about a month until school started, and he had to spend time with his family. He had not seen his mother since she was discharged from the hospital. He booked a flight for 10 in the morning, then took a taxi towards the airport. At around 9 o'clock, Shinny arrived at the airport smoothly and checked in. He was waiting to board the plane. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. Shinny picked it up and looked at it, and a smile appeared on his face. The phone number was called by his best friend Yishi.
Hello.
Shinny answered the phone.
Hack you. Uncle. What have you been doing for more than a month? You just disappeared. If I didn't call you, I thought you were dead.
Yishi cursed on the other end of the phone.
Ha ha. You pick up girls every day. Contact me when you have time?
Shinny curled his lips and said, Yes. This guy Yishi has a rich family, and is very handsome. His biggest hobby in life is picking up girls.
Stop talking nonsense. Come to dinner at noon, and I will give you the address.
Yishi said.
By the way, let me tell you that Wu Xian Xian and Yi Tian are coming too, so you can sit separately from them. Can you not come?
Shinny curled his lips and asked.
No. How could you not come to my college promotion drink? Yi Tian, you know, I can't get rid of my relatives.
Yishi said.
I will send you the address on WeChat later. I'll hang up first. Others have to be notified.
After hanging up the phone, Shinny frowned slightly. Wu Xianxian, Shinny's former desk mate, had a pretty good relationship before. She is pretty good looking. Of course, Compared with the two top beauties on Shen Yi's team now, she is far behind. But when she was studying, Wu Xianxian was considered the beauty of the class. They are all hot-blooded young people, and they have more or less favorable impressions of pretty girls. But later, Yi Tian from the next class became interested in Wu Xianxian and launched a fierce offensive. Yi Tian and Yi Shi are cousins, and their family conditions are quite good. But then Wu Xianxian fell. Originally, this was nothing. After all, Shen Yi only had a slight affection for her. It's just that Shen Yi's character is a bit out of touch. It's okay. He likes to make jokes. Chapter 489 Vicious Circle. The love of young people is always relatively simple. Wu Xianxian seemed to like Yi Tian very much. After falling in love, she felt the need to keep some distance from Shen Yi. And then, she told Yi Tian some of Shen Yi's usual jokes. Then, Shen Yi was blocked by Yi Tian. He was beaten. As a shady old man, Shen Yi never suffered any loss. He took advantage of Yi Tian being alone to hit Yi Tian's sap and beat him back. Afterwards, Wu Xianxian scolded Shen Yi in front of the whole class, and told Shen Yi that she could not possibly like him so much. Shen Yi is thick-skinned and doesn't care. And Yi Tian called people to block Shen Yi, forming a vicious circle. Afterwards, Yi Shi found out about the matter and smoothed things over. However, the relationship between Wu Xianxian and Shen Yi completely deteriorated, and there was also some disagreement between him and Yi Tian. Of course, this was all during student days. Since experiencing the life and death of the system, Shen Yi has matured a lot, and he doesn't take these things too seriously. As for Wu Xianxian, since she often dealt with beauties like Li Yuner and Sun Mingming, Shen Yi's vision has naturally become higher. Just meeting each other will inevitably lead to embarrassment. He shook his head and said, I hope it won't be too embarrassing. At 12 o'clock at noon, in a certain restaurant in City C, Shen Yi walked towards the door of the restaurant. From a distance, he saw Yi Shi with yellow hair, greeting people on the first floor. Shen Yi walked over, and Yi Shi saw him and scolded. Grandma, you've done something wrong during this time. Go up quickly and remember to go to the private room on the third floor to tell the waiter. Many classmates are up there. I come up later. This is a college entrance wine run by his family. In addition to his classmates, there are also relatives and friends at home. But they were done separately. His relatives were in the lobby on the second floor, and his classmates and friends were in the private room on the third floor. Shen Yi nodded and was about to go up. At this moment, a strange and sinister voice rang out. Hey, isn't this Shen Yi? Let's go up together. Shen Yi turned his head, and sure enough, in the distance, Yi Tian and Wu Xianxian walked over hand in hand. Wu Xianxian was wearing a skirt, revealing a pair of white and slender thighs, and glanced at Shen Yi with a hint of arrogance. Yi Shi frowned, and just when she was about to say something, Shen Yi smiled at them and said, Okay. Yi Tian chuckled lightly, and then came to Shen Yi's side. The two of them walked into the restaurant. Yi Tian said with a half-smile, Shen Yi, you probably haven't eaten in such a high-end restaurant before. Right. You have to be careful about what you should and shouldn't do. Follow me and learn. Otherwise you will be embarrassed. What Yi Tian arranged for the students this time is Western food. Have you tried Western food? As soon as he spoke, he carried a gun and a stick. Shen Yi turned his head and glanced at him, without saying anything, and walked directly upstairs. Shen Yi, the past is in the past. Don't take it to heart. Yi Tian smiled and said, Didn't you and Xianxian have a good relationship before? I heard that Xianxian said that you liked her before. The corner of Shen Yi's mouth moved slightly, and then he showed a smile and said, I didn't like it either. I had a good impression at that time. After all, I was young and ignorant at that time, and my eyesight was not very good. Looking at the sow, I thought it was beautiful. It was indeed mine. Question. After he finished speaking, Xianxian and Yi Tian's expressions changed slightly. Shen Yi sneered and thought to himself, Being weird with me? I'm going to disgust you to death. Yi Tian changed the topic and said, Oh, by the way, Shen Yi, I heard from Yi Shi that you took a second-level exam? A family like yours can't compare with ours. Even if I am a junior college student, I will join my family's company after graduation. The salary is not too bad. But for you, the only way out is studying. Nowadays, there is so much competition in society, and a second degree is not enough. And I heard that you were admitted to a school in Shanghai. After saying this, he paused again and said, The consumption in the Magic City is very high. Your family must be under a lot of pressure on you to study.
I know a friend in the Magic City. Do you want to introduce you to a part-time job? It's easy to earn 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Yi Tian, you said you won't stir up trouble.
Just when Shinigong was about to speak, Yishi's voice sounded from behind. He was worried that the two of them would get into trouble, so he chased them downstairs. With that said, he pulled Shani and said,
Don't worry about this guy. Let's go up first.
Yi Tian watched Shani walking upstairs and shrugged his shoulders. Wu Xianxian frowned and said,
Brother Tian, forget it. After all, we were classmates before. There is no need to squeeze him like this.
Yi Tian curled his lips and said,
I feel uncomfortable looking at him. Don't worry. You will see how I deal with him later.
Wu Xianxian raised her eyebrows and said nothing more. When we arrived at a certain box on the 3rd floor, there were 2 long tables inside the box. Each table could seat about 10 people. There were already many people sitting on it. One table was Shen Yi's classmates, and the other table should be the younger generation among Yishi's relatives. Yishi pulled Shen Yi to sit on the classmates' table and said,
While you are chatting, I have to go down and greet people.
Shen Yi said low to his classmates and sat down with a smile. At the table next to her, Yishi also sat down with Wu Xianxian.
Let me go! Yi Tian, this is your girlfriend. She is quite beautiful. TSK. Yi Tian, you are so lucky.
A burst of chatter began from the table next door. Shen Yi smiled. At this time, a man next to Shen Yi arched his head and said,
Shen Yi, where have you been this month?
The speaker is also one of Shen Yi's best friends, named Zhou Hao. Shen Yi, Zhou Hao, and Yishi are known as the 3 lowly guests in class 11 of senior high school.
Going on a trip,
Shen Yi said with a smile.
Traveling? Where did you go? Alone?
Zhou Hao asked in surprise.
Damn it. You didn't take me with you when you traveled for so long. I'm bored to death at home. Well, you can't bear that kind of hardship.
Shen Yi touched his nose. He can't tell the other party that I kill people every day in the world of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Real killings. I'm still a martial arts master. Do you want me to show you a wave of barehanded sword fighting? Next to him, Yi Tian's voice sounded again.
Travel? More than a month? Are you going on a poor trip? Like hitchhiking?
Zhou Hao frowned, looked at Yi Tian and said,
Yi Tian, there's no need for you to be arrogant. They're all Yishi's friends. Today is his chance to get into college. So why speak with a gun and a stick? Why are you carrying a gun and a stick? I'm curious,
he said. He introduced the person next to him and said,
This person's name is Shen Yi. He is Yishi's good friend. However, his family is relatively poor. He used to go out and play. Let Yishi buy it.
Chapter 490 Painful Look. As he said that, he looked at Shen Yi and asked,
Let me ask you, are you traveling on a budget? If so, tell us. I heard that only girls can get a ride on a travel on a budget. You are not the one who meets someone like this. You like men, right? How are your anus?
When his voice fell, the people at his table all showed a hint of smile. Shen Yi turned around, smiled at Yi Tian, moved his lips slightly and said,
It's none of your business. Are you familiar with me?
Yi Tian's face also turned cold, and he said with a half smile,
You saw it. It was this grandson who provoked me first.
With that said, he stood up, walked toward Shen Yi and said,
Shen Yi, what am I saying? You just accept it, and it's okay. Do you really think you are a person?
Yishi was standing on the 1st floor of the hotel. At this time, a luxury car stopped at the door of the hotel. After the driver got out of the car, he walked to the back row and opened the back door. Then a hot beauty wearing a black dress with big red waves walked out from the back row. If Shen Yi was here, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. The person in front of him is Han Xiaomu. The moment he saw Han Xiaomu, Yishi's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and said secretly,
I'll go. You are such a beautiful woman.
Han Xiaomu also saw him. She glanced at Yishi coldly. At this moment, Yishi suddenly felt a little cold all over her body, and a numb feeling rose from her back.
She seems to be in a bad mood.
Yishi judged in her heart and quickly faced the relatives next to her, not daring to look any further. Han Xiaomu took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on the bridge of his nose, and then walked into the hotel. As soon as we walked in, the hotel manager hurriedly came over and said,
Mr. Han, please come here. This is the hotel's financial statement for this quarter. You can take a look at it when you get to the office. Okay.
Han Xiaomu's eyes darkened. Soon, he took the elevator to the upper floors of the hotel. After arriving at his office, she sat there, took off her eyes, and then breathed out slowly.
Do you need anything?
The hotel manager asked.
Arrange a lunch for me and be quiet,
Han Xiaomu said.
I want to treat a friend of mine to dinner. Okay.
The hotel manager immediately backed away. Then, Han Xiaomu dialed Shen Yi's phone number. On the other side, Shen Yi sat there, looking at Yi Tian coming over with a smile.
Do.
At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. Shen Yi took out his cell phone and ignored Yi Tian, who came over. He answered the phone and said,
Hello. Hey. Shen Yi.
On the other end of the phone, Han Xiaomu's somewhat sad voice rang.
Zhou Su is dead. Huh?
Shen Yi's expression suddenly changed. Zhou Su also experienced life and death with him. And he also helped with his mother's affairs.
Hang up the phone.
Yi Tian's eyes suddenly darkened when he saw that Shen Yi didn't look down on him at all and actually answered the phone in front of him. Shen Yi ignored him and asked on the phone.
Who did it? People from Blue Team.
Over there, Han Xiaomu said.
I have something to do and come to see City. Come over for a meal and I'll have a chat with you.
Seeing Shen Yi talking on the phone like no one was around, completely ignoring himself, an angry look flashed across Yi Tian's face. He slapped Shen Yi's hand holding the phone and said,
I told you to hang up. Shen Yi, let me go.
Yi Tian yelled. The smile on Shen Yi's face grew stronger. He looked at Yi Tian, then grabbed Yi Tian's arm and began to exert force slowly. Shen Yi is so powerful now. After taking high-level genetic medicine, his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Yi Tian only feels as if there is an iron gate on his wrist, and a huge pain spreads from his wrist. Came over, and the pain continued to rise.
Shen!
Yi Tian still wanted to roar, but the next moment, there was a sharp pain in his wrist. He felt as if his bones were being crushed. His roar stopped suddenly, and then his facial features became distorted. On the other end of the phone, Han Xiaomu hesitated and asked,
What's going on over there? Someone is causing trouble for you. No. There is a dog barking nearby, and he doesn't know how to pee. I am educating him and asking him to look for the telephone pole when he urinates,
Shen Yi said with a smile. Beside, the onlookers already felt that something was wrong. They just watched Shen Yi hold Yi Tian's arm, and didn't see how hard Shen Yi used it. But the painful look on Yi Tian's face was extremely real.
Shen Yi, let go. It hurts.
Yi Tian finally couldn't bear it any longer and cried out. Next to him, Zhou Hao chuckled and said,
TSK. Yi Tian, I didn't realize that your acting skills are so good. You look just like the real thing. For those who don't know, I thought Shen Yi was going to crush your arm.
Yi Tian wanted to scold his mother. Damn it. He really crushed my arm to pieces. Shen Yi ignored him and continued to talk to the phone.
I'll hang up now. I'll take care of some things here first. I'll call you after eating.
After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, Yi Tian was already squatting on the ground due to the huge pain. He tried his best not to yell out. Being watched by so many people, he felt a little embarrassed. Shen Yi lowered his head and looked at him, and said calmly,
Don't mess with me. You know, today is Yishi's college entrance wine. I'm too lazy to argue with you. You and I are not familiar with each other.
So I can just stay where I want. After saying that, Shen Yi let go of his hand. If Yi Tian was granted amnesty, he quickly covered his wrist. At this moment, he felt as if his hands had lost consciousness. Zhou Hao looked at Yi Tian and said with a grin,
Actor, keep acting. It looks so real. I think you can act in movies in the future. This acting skill is amazing.
Yi Tian glared at him, but he really couldn't get angry. The scene just now was so embarrassing. It really felt like he was buzzing next to Shen Yi and talking for a long time, and then was slapped away by Shen Yi. He returned to his seat with a dark face. Wu Xianxian looked at his somewhat red and swollen wrists, frowned and said,
Are you okay? It's okay. This Shen Yi seems a little evil.
Yi Tian swallowed his saliva.
Evil sect?
Wu Xianxian frowned and asked,
You? He seems to be very strong.
Yi Tian gritted his teeth and calmed down for a while. He still felt some pain in his wrist. He gritted his teeth with a sullen face and said,
I have to avenge this. I won't let him go later.
Get out of Huangshe Tower.
Chapter 491 The Strange Atmosphere. As he spoke, he looked at the person next to him and whispered something to him. When the person listened, a smile appeared on his face. Yi Tian seemed to have no intention of provoking Shen Yi. He just sat there with a dark face. Shen Yi didn't pay too much attention and chatted with Zhou Hao and his high school classmates. This feels really good. In fact, because of his age, he felt that he could have a better conversation with his classmates. And under this situation, he could really forget about the fighting in the system world. Only at this time did he really feel the real taste. After chatting for a while, the food started to arrive, and Yishi also came up to say hello, and then ran down to the second floor. His relatives were all on the second floor and had to greet him. The boxes on the third floor were filled with young people. Shen-Yi was cutting steak and chatting. At this time, at the table next to them, a man suddenly stood up. He came towards their table with a glass of red wine and walked in front of Shen-Yi. He smiled. He said, "You must be Shen-Yi. I am Yishi's cousin, Tanjin. I have heard Yishi mention you a long time ago. I'm here to have a drink with you." Shen-Yi frowned, but still stood up happily. He showed Yishi's name. Shen-Yi had to give him this face. Tanjin leaned toward Shen-Yi, and when the two clinked glasses, he leaned toward Shen-Yi, seeming to be very intimate. His head fell on Shen-Yi's shoulder, and he smiled slightly and said, "You're done." Huh? Shen-Yi didn't have time to react. Crack. At this time, the wine glass in Tanjin's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and then he seemed to have lost his center of gravity and quickly leaned towards the door of the box. At the door of the box, there was a huge porcelain. His whole body hit the porcelain. Next to them, a hint of sinister smile appeared on the faces of Wu Xianxian and Yi Tian. "You're done." Yi Tian also licked his lips. At the same time, in the high-rise office of the hotel manager walked into it. Han Xiaomu was standing in the office. At this time, she turned her head. The hotel manager said, "Mr. Han, we have found out. Someone in the hotel did hold a college entrance banquet today. On the second floor, they asked for a box on the third floor, and they were all young people. Take me there for a moment," Han Xiaomu said with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Han, please come this way." The manager nodded. Then Han Xiaomu thought of something again, hesitated and said, "By the way, this family that holds the college entrance banquet, let's give them a 30% discount later, and tell them when paying the bill. It's for Shen-Yi's sake." The hotel manager was slightly startled, then nodded quickly. After saying that, he took Han Xiaomu towards the third floor. Everyone's expressions on Shen-Yi's side, including Shen-Yi's classmates, changed. He looked at Yi Tian and saw the smile on Yi Tian's face. He still didn't understand what was going on. He curled his lips and said, "I pushed you? I was holding a wine glass with one hand, and one hand was hanging here. Did I blow you away with a breath?" Yi Tian sneered and said, "Shen-Yi, you are going too far. This is Yishi's wine for entering a higher education. Tanjin is Yishi's cousin. Even if you don't want him to toast you, you actually push him away. You are going too far. Most of the porcelain ornaments in Huangshala are antiques. Each piece costs at least 100,000 yuan. You?" An angry look flashed across Zhou Hao's face. He stood up and said, "Yi Tian, do you think we are all blind?" Shen-Yi didn't push him. After saying this, he rolled his eyes and said, "You asked him to come over and pretend to toast, and then deliberately backed away and hit that place. I don't understand what you are talking about." Yi Tian looked at Shen-Yi and said, "Shen-Yi, you said you pushed someone and hit this porcelain. What should you do? You are not going to let Yishi pay you the money. Well, 100,000 is really nothing to a family like ours. But it's not a small amount either." Shen-Yi's anger began to rise in his heart. Ever since he met this guy Yi Tian, he had been acting weird all the time. Shen-Yi thought that he had just given him a small lesson to shut up his mouth. But now, he is still trying to frame himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and murderous intent instantly rose. But then, he restrained himself. The people of Yetian have problems and strange spirits, but their sins will not lead to death. He felt that after experiencing many system tasks, he was used to killing people, and he seemed to be a little casual about killing people. At this time, the door was pushed open, and soon a waiter came in. Seeing the broken porcelain on the floor, the waiter's expression suddenly changed. "What's going on?" Yi Tian quickly replied, "My friend pushed him just now and accidentally broke it. It's okay. My friend will pay for it. Don't worry. Let your hotel manager calculate how much it will cost. Just go to him directly, and it'll be okay. He pointed at Shen-Yi. "Yi Tian, don't go too far." Zhou Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up suddenly, looked at Yi Tian and said, "You must have done this on purpose." Soon, Yishi also ran in. Someone should have gone to notify him. When he saw the broken porcelain on the ground, his expression changed slightly.
Yishi, I told you that you shouldn't call someone like Shin-Yi who has never seen the world. Look, what will you do if you break the porcelain in the hotel?
Yi Tian said with a half smile. Yishi frowned, and he quickly leaned toward Shin-Yi and said, I'll go.
What's going on?
Shin-Yi smiled at him. He wanted to see how Yi Tian could dance. At this time, two figures appeared at the door. One is the general manager of Wangzhou City Sea area, and the other is Han Xiaomu with big red hair. When they appeared, the eyes of all the men in the box fell on Han Xiaomu, including Yi Tian. At this moment, Wu Xianxian next to him completely turned into an extremely ordinary person in front of Han Xiaomu. Regardless of appearance, figure, temperament, all aspects are completely blown away.
Let me go. Why is this top beauty here?
Yishi whispered from the side. The two walked in and looked at the broken porcelain on the floor. The waiter said,
This is it. Manager. This is it.
The hotel manager frowned. He looked at Han Xiaomu next to him and said,
Mr. Han, what should I do? I'll handle it.
Han Xiaomu smiled and said,
Just go and do your work.
The hotel manager nodded, then looked at Yishi and said,
Sir, this is the owner of our hotel. Mr. Han, just communicate with her about the specific matters.
Chapter 492 Horrified Gaze. The pupils of Yishi and others shrank. Even Shen-Yi was surprised. Han Xiaomu was actually the owner of this hotel. What a coincidence. At this time, Yi Tian quickly stood up and said,
Beauty. Here's the thing. Just now, my brother went to the man over there to toast. And then he didn't appreciate it. Pushed my brother. And then accidentally gave the porcelain to crash.
Han Xiaomu smiled slightly, then looked at Shen-Yi and asked,
Is that so?
Shen-Yi touched his nose and said,
No. This person was acting there. And then, this idiot sang an oboe with him there.
Yi Tian was startled. He glared at Shen-Yi and said,
Shen-Yi, do you want to deny this?
Han Xiaomu had a smile on her face. She was extremely beautiful. She looked at Shen-Yi and walked toward Shen-Yi step by step.
When Yi Tian saw this scene, the smile on his face became stronger. He felt that Han Xiaomu must want to trouble Shen-Yi. Next to them, Zhou Hao and Yishi's expressions darkened slightly. They are Shen-Yi's best friends. They know the situation of Shen-Yi's family. If the hotel really seeks compensation from Shen-Yi, it will indeed be a relatively big burden on Shen-Yi's family.
This kid is finished.
Yi Tian was ecstatic. He looked at Shen-Yi with a sinister smile on his face. He found that Shen-Yi was also looking at him, with a calm smile on his face. At this time, Han Xiaomu had already walked in front of Shen-Yi. And then, under everyone's horrified eyes, she took Shen-Yi's arm. The entire box fell into complete silence at this moment. Next to them, Zhou Hao and Yishi looked blank. They looked at each other and read something in each other's eyes.
What's going on?
At this time, Han Xiaomu said,
You are indeed a troublemaker. I even asked you to have dinner with me at noon. But you actually refused me. You insisted on coming to have a drink for entering the university. It seems that your classmates have an impression of you. Well, don't eat with them. Go eat with me. I'm ready.
With that said, Han Xiaomu looked at the waiter and said,
Clean up this place, and that's the end of it.
Everyone in the box was going crazy. Especially Yishi. Shen-Yi. She seems to be very familiar with this top beauty. Yes, that woman is holding Shen-Yi's arm. This is too familiar. Moreover, this guy refused the other party's invitation to dinner, so he deserved to be struck by lightning. Next to him, Yi Tian also had a dull look on his face. He couldn't understand what the situation was now. Shen-Yi knew such a beautiful woman, and this beautiful woman was actually the owner of the hotel. Just passed by so lightly. Is there nothing wrong with Shen-Yi? Shen-Yi smiled at Han Xiaomu, then looked at Yi Tian, and said lightly,
This matter is not over yet. It doesn't make sense to think that it will be over so soon after you splash dirty water on me.
You? Yi Tian's face turned red. Shen-Yi curled his lips and walked towards Tanjin. Tanjin had already stood up. He was standing over there. When he saw Shen-Yi coming over, a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. But he still gritted his teeth and said,
You pushed me, and now you want to frame me falsely? False accusation?
Shen-Yi curled his lips and said,
Sure enough. People who have a good relationship with dogs are really dogs.
Shen-Yi smiled and said,
If you want to prove it, it's actually quite simple. If you say I pushed you, then there should be my fingerprints on your clothes. It's not difficult to verify. and it only costs a little money.
If there are fingerprints on the matter, I will pay all the money. And I will also compensate you an additional 500,000 yuan. If not, then this matter is a false accusation. And you will have to pay 500,000 yuan to me. And I will pay you back by the way. I'm going to charge you with false accusations. You just opened your mouth for 500,000. And those who don't know think your family is rich.
Yi Tian sneered.
Can you afford to pay? If Shani did it, I'll pay for all the expenses. And I should be able to afford the compensation.
At this time, Han Xiaomu stood up and said with a smile,
This.
Yi Tian was startled. He didn't expect that Han Xiaomu would actually do this to Shen Yi. What is their relationship? Why can Shen Yi be with her and seem very close to her? Then I remembered that Shen Yi had said before that he had a high vision and that he was not sensible before. But even when he saw a Sao, he felt that he was pretty and beautiful. Comparing Han Xiaomu and Wu Xianxian, Wu Xianxian was indeed pressed to the ground and rubbed in every aspect.
That's it. Just a fingerprint test is enough.
Zhou Hao said,
Damn it. My brother can't suffer in vain.
Shen Yi looked at Tanjin and said calmly,
Let's go and try it now. By the way, don't rub against me. I have never touched you.
Tanjin's face turned red. He is not from Yi Tian's family. He is just Yi Shi's cousin. And he is not as rich as Yi Shi and Yi Tian's family. He can't afford 200,000, let alone ask his family. He quickly said,
It's none of my business. Yi Tian asked me to do this. He said he would frame Shen Yi for false accusations. He gave me 2,000 yuan, and he would be responsible if something goes wrong. Yi Tian, please help me.
A word.
At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Tian. Yi Tian's expression changed, and he said with a red face,
Tanjin, what are you talking about? Why are you looking at me? This matter has nothing to do with me.
Yi Shi's face turned gloomy. He walked towards Yi Tian and said solemnly,
Yi Tian, I didn't intend to let you come over. Although you are my cousin, we have always had a normal relationship. You are coming this time.
I have repeatedly told you not to cause trouble for Shen Yi, but you have gone too far. If Shen Yi doesn't prove himself, he doesn't know the owner of the hotel, and he was falsely accused by you. If his family pays 200,000 yuan, their family will no longer be able to live.
Yi Shi looked at Yi Tian with a gloomy face and said,
I used to think you have a little problem, but now I think you are really bad. That's right. He's really not a human being.
Zhou Hao said from the side. Shen Yi shrugged his shoulders and said,
It is clear now that the matter has nothing to do with me. Sister Xiaomu. They did it. They must pay what they deserve. Not a penny less. I think your porcelain is very valuable.
It's worth millions anyway.
Yi Tian's face changed wildly, and Tanjin's face suddenly turned pale. He looked at Yi Tian and said,
Yi Tian, this.
Yi Tian quickly said,
I don't know anything. It was you who hit me. If you want to pay compensation, it's you who should pay for it. Dog bites dog. It's a hair in the mouth.
Shen Yi curled his lips and said,
Would you please discuss it with yourselves? Don't interfere with our meal here.
Me?
You?
Yi Tian was completely panicked at this time. Although he is sinister, he is just a child no matter what. And his family is not the top rich second generation. Even if the porcelain is only worth 200,000, his parents will have to pay for it. And his parents will definitely pay for it by then. He wouldn't let it go like this. It was inevitable that he would be educated. Chapter 493 Envy and Jealousy. Yi Shi walked towards him and said calmly,
Yi Tian, you have really gone too far in this matter. This is my college entrance wine. You come here and jump up and down. I don't know what you are doing. Get out of here.
Go negotiate with the hotel people. I won't take care of this matter.
Han Xiaomu gave some instructions to the waiter at the door. Soon, the manager came over, looked at Shen Yi and Tanjin and said,
Both of you, come with me. Let's talk about compensation.
Yi Tian's face turned pale. He looked at Shen Yi and then at Han Xiaomu who was beside Shen Yi. All of a sudden, envy, jealousy, hatred, and all kinds of emotions rose up in an instant. He and Tanjin were taken away, and they were very peaceful when they were taken away. Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi, smiled sweetly and said,
You could accompany me to dinner now. I happen to have something to talk to you about. I'll call you later. My brother's college entrance drink can't go away today.
Shen Yi smiled at him. Han Xiaomu frowned, then nodded.
Okay. I'll be upstairs. I'll say hello to the manager, and I'll ask him to bring you up after you finish your meal.
Okay. Shen Yi nodded. Han Xiaomu smiled and left the box. As soon as she left, Zhou Hao and Yi Shi went crazy.
Let me go. Shen Yi, you actually know the boss of Huangshila? She is a super rich woman, and she is beautiful.
Zhou Hao said.
What is your relationship with her? How did you meet her? You won't be taken care of by her, right?
Yi Shi also asked.
No. She is so beautiful. If she wants to fall in love with a handsome guy like me, how can she fall in love with you? This is impossible. Get lost.
Shen Yi scolded.
They are just friends. You're pretending. She just held your hand.
Zhou Hao said with envy.
Okay. Let me show my cards.
Shen Yi said.
She has been pursuing me crazily. But I don't agree. Get out.
Zhou Hao and the other two still didn't believe it. Zhou Hao looked sad and said with envy.
Do you know such a rich and beautiful beauty? Please introduce me to her. I went to see a doctor 2 days ago. The doctor said that my stomach was not good. You can't eat too hard. You can only eat soft rice. Sure enough. You are worthy of being a 3-big guest. I came here as soon as I opened my mouth. I am convinced.
Next to them,
their classmates said speechlessly. Along with the conversation of the 3 people, the entire box was filled with an atmosphere of joy. The waiters were sweeping away the pieces of porcelain. They seemed to have forgotten that Tianjin and Yi Tian were struggling to negotiate compensation with the hotel. Wu Xianxian did not forget that she sat there blankly and looked at Shen Yi with a dull expression. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shen Yi also drank 2 glasses of red wine. Yi Shi, as the protagonist, was already a little dizzy from drinking. At this time, everyone had almost eaten. He raised his head and said,
Brothers, no one is allowed to leave in the afternoon. Keep having fun, and I'll treat you to dinner in the evening.
Shen Yi smiled, patted Yi Shi on the shoulder and said,
What about that? I'll go upstairs first and talk to my friend about something.
Yi Shi turned around, smiled ambiguously at him and said,
Your small body can't stand the torment. And remember to exercise moderation. I feel like your body can't handle it.
Shen Yi was speechless. He knew what this guy was thinking, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and walked out of the room. The manager had been waiting at the door. When he saw Shen Yi coming out, he smiled and said,
Mr. Shen, please come with me.
Soon, Shen Yi was led to Han Xiaomu's office. After the manager closed the door, Shen Yi took a breath and said,
Did something happen during your mission this time?
When Han Xiaomu heard Shen Yi's words, his pretty face turned cold and he said,
Well, us. Our new teammate is so gloomy. New teammate?
Shen Yi's pupil shrank slightly and said,
Is the new teammate dead?
Han Xiaomu nodded, and then began to explain the whole story. The moment he heard Shen Yi's expression changed slightly and said,
You mean, that rich second generation online is also a challenger? Yes.
Han Xiaomu took a breath and said,
I originally wanted to seek revenge on him after I came out. But in reality, he is also a top-notch rich second generation. And the relationship between them is complicated. So I can't do anything for the moment. Team Blue. Speaking of which, my new teammate also has a grudge against Team Blue. This time we collided with Sirius again. And Jiangwu was injured.
Shen Yi sighed and said,
In fact, he has been exchanging money before. Which is very unscientific.
Han Xiaomu breathed out. And then she asked,
By the way, my next mission is a solo mission. The map is a Rangel. And the requirement is to enter the solo mission top 20 of the pattern. What about you?
Shen Yi's face changed slightly. The single-player mission entered the top 20, which is not much different from the personal death mission. In single-player mode, there are too many variables. You have no teammates and no chance to fall to the ground. Once you are killed, you are really dead. Entering the top 20 in single-player mode, the difficulty is really not much lower than playing chicken in 4-player mode. Of course, there is no kill mission, and there is still a chance to rely on go in single-player mode.
I'm also on the Arangel map, but the mission requirements are a little lower than yours. In fact, it's quite difficult. I have to go to the airport and kill 15 people to get out of it.
Shen Yi smiled bitterly.
Come out of the airport?
Han Xiaomu's face changed slightly and said,
Then you have to be a little more careful.
Okay.
By the way, when you come out, let's make an appointment to meet at a place. And then we can illegally form a team. You have to protect me. There is no one else this time. It will be our 2-person world for a month. We can do what we want to do.
Speaking of this, her eyes flickered with charm and she said,
In the room. In the wild. In the car. I'm a little excited just thinking about it.
Hearing her words, Shen Yi felt a trace of expectation for no reason. He coughed dryly and said,
That's a bit difficult. Our team's new teammate is also on this map. She is a girl named Lu Lele. She jumped to P City. Our team's mission is mostly to jump to some dangerous spots and then fight our way out. Hey, what a pity,
Han Xiaomu said with a disappointed look on his face. The corner of Shen Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in his heart that if he wants to be disappointed, I am also disappointed. Okay? While Shen Yi and Han Xiaomu were chatting, Magic City, Li family, Li Yuna returned home, and as soon as she walked in, her brows wrinkled slightly. On the sofa in the lobby on the first floor of her villa, several people were sitting there chatting. His father still has. Chen Hui's family. Yes, the family. Chen Hui, Chen Hui's parents, all came from Yanjing. Chapter 494 Trustworthy.
Yuner, come here and say hello to your uncle and aunt,
Li Kun said quickly when he saw Li Yuner walking in. Li Yuner glanced at the two of them, and then saw Chen Hui sitting next to her. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she still walked over and said,
Hello, uncle and aunt. Oh, don't be so open to outsiders,
Chen Hui's mother said with a smile.
Sooner or later we will all be a family. I am very happy that you call me mom now.
Chen Hui smiled and glanced back and forth at Li Yuner. Li Yuner had a disgusted look on her face and said unabashedly,
Dad, uncle and aunt, since you are all here, I can just talk about it. It is impossible for me to marry Chen Hui. I like him. Everything about him. His character. His appearance.
After he finished speaking, the room instantly became quiet. Li Kun was a little embarrassed, while Chen Hui's parents looked unhappy. Chen Hui's mother said with a smile,
Mr. Li, I don't like hearing what Yuner said. Who is my son?
Taste? You don't like it?
Li Kun was just about to say something, but Li Yuner said calmly,
What's wrong with him? You can find a lot of them just by searching on the internet. I'll tell you this.
Chen Hui's father showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Li Kun and said,
Mr. Li, judging from your Yuner's intention, she is determined not to get married. So there is no need to continue our cooperation. Let's keep talking.
Li Kun's expression was ugly. He looked at Li Yuner and said,
Yuner, what are you talking about? Apologize quickly.
Li Yuner sneered, then glanced at Chen Hui, turned around and walked upstairs. Chen Hui didn't speak the whole time. He looked at Li Yuner's back and licked his lips quietly, his eyes full of fire. At the same time, the suburbs of Yanjing, there is a horse farm. The horse farm is very large. It is like a zoo, with many animals. In a small pavilion at the racecourse, a middle-aged woman was sitting there. She was wearing a tang suit, and her appearance was incompatible with modern times. On the table of the pavilion, there was a gushen, and the middle-aged woman was playing it gently. Playing. In addition, there are also a lot of exquisite foods on the table.
Mom.
At this moment, not far away, Lu Lele ran over with a red backpack on her back. At this time, the sound of the gushen suddenly stopped. The middle-aged woman raised her head and looked at Lu Lele, with a doting look on her face and said,
Run slowly.
Lu Lele ran over, saw the food on the table. Her eyes lit up and said,
They are all my favorites.
The middle-aged woman smiled slightly, stood up and said,
Is the matter done?
Yeah. Lu Lele nodded and took out the white jade ring. The middle-aged woman looked at the ring inside. If you pay attention, you will find that there is the same white jade ring on her right thumb.
You have been in the system for half a year. How many points do you have now?
The woman put down her finger and asked with a smile.
Now I have 10,000 points.
Lu Lele said,
Hey, it's a pity that we don't have much money around us. Otherwise,
the woman shook her head and said,
Now one of your tasks has been completed. Zhou Yunsheng is dead. What's left is your father's long-cherished wish. Well, don't worry. Mom, I will definitely save enough points to exchange the things.
Lu Lele said with a smile while biting a chicken leg. Having said this, she shook her head with a smile and said,
Well, if they are powerful and never die, have a heart-to-heart with them. Your teammates will always be people worthy of your trust. The main reason for calling him in this real-life mission is to see him. What is his character like? What do you think of him?
Lu Lele swallowed a mouthful of chicken drumsticks, thought about it carefully and said,
I don't know how to put it. He's about the same age as me. He's a bit funny, and he seems a bit naughty. Anyway, I feel like he's a bit strange.
The middle-aged woman frowned and murmured,
Is this so? Sneeze.
Shen Yi couldn't help but sneeze in Han Xiaomu's office in Huanshe building.
What's wrong? Do you have a cold?
Han Xiaomu asked in surprise.
You have already taken advanced genetic medicine. How come you still have a cold? No. I feel like the girl who has a crush on me is thinking about me,
Shinny said with a smile. Han Xiaomu was speechless. She curled her lips and said,
I'm just going to stay in City C for one day. I'm going back tomorrow. I have to eat with people here in the evening. And I have something to do in the afternoon. If you don't eat with me at noon, there's no chance. That's a bit of a pity,
Shinny said. The two chatted for a while, talking about the internal affairs of the system. At the same time, they also determined where to meet after Shinny killed the next mission. After chatting for a while, Shinny left. Han Xiaomu had work matters to deal with, and Shinny had to go and accompany Yishi and the others. After coming out of Han Xiaomu's office, Shinny called Yishi. When the phone was called, Yishi said,
I'll go. Are you so fast? Go away. Where are you? I'm coming to find you now,
Shinny said speechlessly.
No. You can use a few more shots for such a beauty,
Yishi said with a smile. Shinny was speechless. This guy was so wretched. He cursed and said,
Stop talking nonsense. If you don't say anything, I will go home. Well, we're at a KTV. You go and sing with them. Joe Hao and I are here. Play cards,
Yishi said.
I'll give you the address. Playing cards?
Shinny asked.
Who are they playing? Let me come over and take a look. Okay. Give me a call when you get to the KTV and I'll come up to pick you up,
Yishi said. After hanging up the phone, Shinny took a taxi and headed towards the KTV. Soon, Yishi came up. He looked a little anxious and looked at Shinny and said hee.
Just come with me.
See the world. But don't talk nonsense later. And don't participate in gambling.
Shinny looked at him with a strange look on his face. He thought they were playing cards, mahjong or something like that with a few classmates. But now it seemed that that was not the case. Yishi and Shinny did not go upstairs, but walked along the passage on the first floor of the KTV to the other side, where there was a staircase going down.
Is this a tea house down here?
Shinny asked.
The tea house is a ghost. There is an entertainment venue below,
Yishi said proudly.
You haven't heard of it. Brother Amada will take you to see the world. But don't talk nonsense later, or you will be beaten.
Shinyi's heart moved slightly. Casino? He was thinking about how to earn some money in exchange for points. There was a casino down there, so he might be able to win some money by himself. Chapter 495 flashes by.
Is it large in scale?
Shinny asked.
What are you doing? Do you want to play?
Yishi said.
No. I'm just playing down there. I'm playing the smallest game, where you can win or lose $1,000. This thing, son. Don't touch it.
Shinny smiled. He knew that Yishi was considering his family's situation. What he didn't know was that even now, after giving Jiangwu's family 1 million, Shinny still had more than 300,000 in savings.
How did you find this place?
Shinny asked, following him.
One of my buddies brought me here once before. Most people can't get in here. They need a special membership sign. I also borrowed it this time. Today, I took advantage of my dad's happiness and defrauded him of some money to come here and have fun.
Yishi he smiled and said,
We're here.
Soon, they arrived in front of a door. 2 strong men stood at the door. They stretched out their hands to stop them. Yishi quickly took out a sign and handed it to 2 strong men to look at. The strong men nodded after reading it and entered it in front of the password door next to them. The password door opened and there was silence inside. Then Shinny's several people walked into it. The decoration below is no different from that of a KTV. There are private rooms one after another.
How about it? It's awesome, isn't it? It feels like a movie world,
Yishi said with a smile. Shinny curled his lips. He had seen the kind of games played by Yun Lao-san before. And Su Mufeng personally went to Country H to play, and was blacklisted by many casinos in Country H. He thought it was okay. The purpose of his coming is just to win some money.
The counter over there is for exchanging chips.
Yishi nuzzled at Shin-Yi and said in a low voice. He didn't dare to speak too loudly, because there were a lot of strong men on this floor. There were 2 people standing at the door of almost every private room. They all held batons and other things in their hands.
Come on. Let's go over there. His grandma's. Joe Hao is helping me fight now. I hope he doesn't lose too much. I only have 30,000 yuan.
Yishi said, while walking towards a private room said.
Our private room is the lowest end. It costs about 1,000 yuan a handful. And it's for playing dice. Wait a minute.
Shinny waved his hand and said,
I'm going to change some chips.
Huh? Yishi frowned and said,
Are you crazy? Don't play with it. Their minimum purchase price here is 10,000 yuan.
Shen Yi smiled at him, and without explaining anything, he walked to the bar and said,
Can I exchange some chips using WeChat or Alipay? Okay. How much do you want to exchange?
In front, a beautiful woman in cool clothes smiled at Shen Yi and said,
10,000.
Shen Yi said with a smile. The beauty curled her lips and said,
I'll sweep you off.
Shen Yi showed the QR code, quickly redeemed 10 black chips and said,
Let's go.
Yishi looked blank. He looked at Shen Yi and asked in astonishment,
Where did you get so much money? I earned it myself. Don't talk nonsense. I will turn this 10,000 into 1 million later.
Shen Yi said confidently. Yishi frowned and said,
Okay. You are being kept. So the money should come in very quickly. 10,000 yuan is nothing. If you want to play, just play. But remember, don't get addicted. I am the same.
I just come here to play once in a while. So don't play with this stuff.
He seemed to have decided that Shen Yi was being kept. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so much money. After finishing speaking, he sighed and said,
Hey, the tastes of these rich women nowadays are really hard to understand. I guess handsome guys like me have played too much. So I want to change to something heavy. Go away. Aren't I handsome? And I'm more temperamental than you.
Shen Yi said with a glare. As they talked, the two of them arrived at the door of a private room, then opened the door and walked in. The room was not very noisy, with occasional low-pitched conversations. Shen Yi also saw Zhou Hao next to him, with a look of discomfort written on his face. The MC in front was taking away a few black chips in front of him, with a look of pain on his face. There were about a dozen people sitting in front of a table. Shen Yi and Yishi ran over and asked,
How's it going? He lost another 3,000. And his grandma couldn't hit it.
Zhou Hao cursed.
It's okay.
Yishi patted his shoulder and said,
I'll do it.
Zhou Hao saw a stack of chips in Shen Yi's hand. He glared and said,
Let me go. Is your kid really being kept? You actually have money to exchange for chips?
Several people around him looked at Shen Yi at once. Shen Yi's face turned slightly red. With his face, he felt a little unbearable. This guy's reaction was exactly the same as Yishi's. Sure enough, they were both bitches. The master of ceremonies was a bald man. He ignored them. He crossed 3 dice with one hand and then shook them up and down.
Good job.
Shen Yi grinned.
Boom.
Soon, the MC placed the dice on the table and said,
Let's go. Buy it and leave.
Shen Yi looked at the MC and found that he had a very confident look on his face. This kind of casino is run by the casino's own people. They definitely want to win money. Things like dice are not just about playing big and small. There must be some hidden rules in the middle. In the first round, Shen Yi was not in a hurry to place a bet. He was just paying attention. Soon, people around started placing bets. More than a dozen people began to press on the size. Yishi gritted his teeth and took out 3 black chips. The black chips were worth 1,000, and he placed them directly on top.
Shen Yi took a look. He seemed to have lost almost 10,000, and he didn't have many black chips in his hand. There are a lot of people pressing the big side, but in comparison, there are fewer people pressing the small side. The master of ceremonies glanced at Shen Yi and found that Shen Yi was not pressing, and said calmly,
I'm going to open it.
Shen Yi looked at him and found a trace of contempt flickering in his eyes. Then, he opened the dice cup.
Shen
Yi's expression suddenly moved slightly. With the use of advanced genetic medicine to develop his 5 senses, he clearly heard a subtle sound. He saw the other person's fingers tapping slightly when opening the dice cup. Dice cup.
124. Little?
The master of ceremonies smiled slightly.
Go!
Yishi cursed and said,
We lost again. This is too hard to bear.
At this time, Shen Yi's lips smiled slightly. He probably knows what kind of routine this is. Obviously, the MC spends most of his time watching the bets on the table, and then uses his control over the dice to change the size of the dice inside. Dice masters can indeed control the points. Chapter 496 Observation Ability. It is simply a test of micro-expression observation ability and hearing. In this regard, it is too simple for Shen Yi, who has taken advanced genetic medicine.
No wonder Su Mufeng likes to run towards the casino. For people like us, coming to the casino is no different from using a cheat.
Shen Yi thought in his mind. After thinking about all this clearly, a look of relief appeared on Shen Yi's face. After allocating the chips, the MC shakes the dice again. At a certain time, he directly put the dice on the table and said,
Place your bet, and leave your hand.
There was some confusion on Yishi's face. People began to place bets one after another. Shinyi looked at the MC and saw the change in his face.
Go! Press harder!
Yishi gritted his teeth and took 5 chips this time, which was equivalent to 5,000 yuan. This guy plays this with too much gambling mentality. Shinyi looked at the field and saw that there were indeed many more people on the big side. He smiled slightly, placed 10 chips directly on Da's side and said,
I'll bet on the 2.
Yishi was startled. Then he looked at Shinyi and said,
Are you crazy? You actually did it directly.
The MC also looked at Shinyi differently, but a trace of disdain flashed across the corner of his mouth. Shinyi smiled at Yishi, then looked at the Master of Ceremonies and said,
Let's go!
The Master of Ceremonies nodded and sneered. This time, he did not hit the dice cup. He didn't notice that just as he was opening the dice cup, Shinyi's hand under the table lightly tapped the table. If you pay attention, you will find that in the dice cup opposite, the 3 dice are directly turned over. The host sneered, opened the dice cup, and chuckled.
13.
But in the next moment, he was stunned, and then said,
256. Big!
Yishi's face lit up with joy. Then he looked at Shinyi and said,
I'll go. Brother, you are so lucky. I actually played the right game for you.
Shinyi didn't explain anything. He just smiled and said proudly,
I am the chosen one. Follow me. I guarantee you will win a lot of money.
In front, the Master of Ceremonies frowned and sneered in his heart.
Humph. I actually missed it. I wish you better luck.
At the same time, in their team's WeChat group, Chatty Boy, Li Yuner and Lu Lele were having a lively chat. Lu Lele soon joined the chat and asked,
Chun Hui? This guy seems to be from the blue team, which is ranked 3rd in the rankings. Is he also a challenger?
Li Yuner asked. Yes, before Shinyi had time to tell them. He also just learned about it from Han Xiaomu. Then the 3 of them started chatting around this topic, and then started talking about things inside the system.
Lele,
the Chatty Boy typed,
your task the day after tomorrow is to be in the same room with Shinyi. Although this guy is usually unreliable, he is still very trustworthy within the system and has good command skills. The mission is to fight your way out of Peace City. If you can't, just hide and let him come to Peace City to pick you up when the time comes. Also, why doesn't this guy Shinyi come out?
The Chatty Boy was typing something, and then started to write about Shinyi. But Shinyi didn't have any news. Seeing that Shinyi didn't come out, Li Yuner felt a little unhappy for some reason.
Does this guy not care about my affairs at all?
Li Yuner thought in her mind. Lu Lele typed at this time and said,
Yuner, don't worry. Chun Hui and I have a grudge. When the time comes, I will kill them in the game. The others will be gone, and your engagement will be naturally terminated.
Li Yuner frowned and said,
Well, it's not like I'm going to kill him. You don't know. This guy is very bad.
Lu Lele sneered.
3 of my teammates died in his hands, and he even wanted to hit me at the time.
Just when they were chatting heatedly, Shinyi also won the heat in City C. The chips in his hand have changed from black to more than a dozen blue chips. Yishi next to him is similar. He was winning almost every hand. Next to him, Yishi's face was also full of excitement. He followed Shinyi and then, keep winning. All the losers won back. And now I have 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in hand.
His grandma. What kind of luck do you have?
He said excitedly. Opposite them, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the Master of Ceremonies. Because after many people saw Shinyi winning all the time, they began to follow Shinyi and suppress him. At this time, a staff member came in, and the MC walked over and whispered a few words to him.
Hurry up! Hurry up! Next time. I want to stud!
Yishi said from the side. Yes, this guy is such a playboy. After he saw that Shinyi had been studying, he also started to stud with Shinyi. At this time, the staff member walked up to Shinyi and said with a smile,
Little brother, you are very lucky. It's okay.
Shinyi smiled.
Are you interested in playing in a higher level private room? With your luck, you should be able to win more.
The staff member smiled. Shinyi chuckled. Shinyi keeps winning. There's no way the other party can't feel something. In most casinos, there are winners and losers. But as a casino, it naturally hopes that the people who come to play will lose. Not only does it want Shinyi to spit out his winnings, but he also wants him to lose his principal. Yishi frowned. Although he came to play, he thought it would be okay to win a small amount of money. There was no need to play big games. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shinyi smile slightly and say,
Okay.
Yishi frowned and said,
Shinyi,
Shinny smiled at him and said,
Don't worry. Just rely on my luck. Follow me, and I will make you rich.
Yishi pondered, then gritted his teeth and said,
Okay. This way, please.
Then, Shin-Yi and the two were taken to the place of 10,000. 2 hours later, at a place with 10,000 people, the MC also started to sweat. The three boys in front of him keep winning. Yes, there were three. After winning a lot of money, Shin-Yi also gave Zhou Hao a little. After Zhou Hao got it, he followed Shin-Yi and started to press. At this time, the chips in front of Shin-Yi had turned red. This chip was worth 100,000. Shin-Yi has 10 red chips in his hand. Even Zhou Hao has 2 in his hands. 200,000. Zhou Hao's family is not particularly wealthy. This 200,000 is enough for him to live very comfortably in college by himself. And Yishi also has 8 red chips in his hand. Even for him, this is a huge sum of money. Although his family is quite rich, it is impossible for his parents to give him 700,000 to 800,000 yuan as pocket money at one time. At this time, both of their faces were flushed. Shin-Yi, on the other hand, looked calm. Chapter 497, excited. Because of the excitement of winning money, they didn't notice the emotions of their best friend, nor the changes in Shin-Yi during this time. As they won more and more, a staff member came in again. He looked at Shin-Yi with a smile and said,
Hey, little brother. Your luck is really going to be incredible today. Do you want to go to the high-end private room to have fun?
Premium private rooms start at 100,000 yuan. When someone wanted to give him money, Shin-Yi naturally had no reason to refuse. At this time, Yishi quickly shook his head and said,
Forget it. It's already 5 o'clock. We have to leave.
Shin-Yi and the staff were stunned for a moment. Shin-Yi secretly thought it was a pity. These are all points. But it was indeed almost lunchtime. And Yishi still had to greet the classmates. So he had to shrug his shoulders and said,
Okay, let's go first.
As for the casino, there was no difficulty for Shin-Yi and the others. When they arrived at the front desk and exchanged the chips, the other party did not have too much difficulty and directly transferred the money to their bank cards. But when they left, the other party gave each of the 3 members a membership card, indicating that they could come back to play again in the future. Walking out of the casino, Zhou Hao and Yishi were going crazy. Yishi calmed down a little at this time. He looked at Shin-Yi and said,
I'll go. Shin-Yi, it's not because of your luck.
Yes, no matter how stupid he is, he will never think that Shin-Yi is lucky. And he is not lucky enough to win everything.
What a fool.
Zhou Hao also looked at Shin-Yi and said,
If I hang out with you from now on, I'll go to a ridiculous university. From now on, I'll have to work hard and my salary will be low.
Shin-Yi smiled, looked at the two of them and said,
It's better to study hard in college and go to work honestly. Don't come to play when I'm not here in the future.
The two nodded, but neither of them noticed that Zhou Hao's eyes flickered slightly. Just after they left, in a private room in the underground entertainment venue, a sexy beauty in cool clothes was sitting there.
They left?
She frowned slightly.
Well, I won about 2 million in total.
In front of her, a man wearing waiter clothes said,
2 million is not a lot.
The beauty took a puff of cigarette and said with a cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes,
Give me the membership card. Here you go.
The waiter said.
That's good. We win every game. And we can't find any flaws. He should be a master.
The sexy beauty raised her red lips slightly and said,
Next time they come, tell me and I will go and meet them in person.
Meet them.
Early the next morning, Shin-Yi got up from the bed early. Looking at Shin-Chi who was still sleeping soundly, he began to prepare breakfast. Today was the start of school for Shin-Chi, and he wanted to send her to school. After Ding Ding Dang Dang's breakfast was prepared, Shin-Chi also woke up half asleep. But the first time he woke up, he walked to the table and took a bite of the preserved egg and lean meat porridge that Shin-Yi had just made not long ago.
Well, today's porridge is it feels so bland.
As Shin-Yi brought over scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of pickles, he rolled his eyes at her and said,
Who told you to dip so much soy sauce into the braised pork yesterday? Hey, my brother's cooking is delicious.
After breakfast, Shin-Yi and Shin-Chi had just walked out of the alley when they saw Zhou Hao standing in the distance waving to the two of them. And Shin-Yi was surprised to find that Zhou Hao was dressed very solemnly today. It doesn't matter if he is immature. He is completely dressed like a young, promising and successful person.
Which girl are you planning to confess to today? That Ouyang Lingling from before?
But as soon as Shin-Yi said the words, Zhou Hao's expression suddenly changed. And then he prevaricated.
I don't know what she has to do with her. I also want to send Shinshi to school today.
Okay? He glanced at Zhou Hao strangely. If Shinji remembered correctly, Zhou Hao usually doesn't carry a bag at all.
Is it possible that Zhou Hao wants to discuss some business with others?
As soon as this idea emerged in his mind, Shinji killed it himself. With Zhou Hao's careless personality, how could he formally discuss business with others? But for a while, Shinji couldn't think of any reasonable explanation. I can temporarily suppress this doubt. When they walked outside the bustling crowd of Jinyi University, Shinji, who was about to squeeze in with Shinshi, was stopped by Zhou Hao.
Why are you in a hurry? Anyway, there is not enough time to register on Monday.
Helpless, Shinji had no choice but to take Shinshi and Zhou Hao to wait aside. When it was almost 9 o'clock, everyone went in. After Zhou Hao answered the phone, he stopped Shinji again.
Wait a few more minutes. Someone will be here soon.
Pick us up.
The doubt in his heart became more and more intense. But at this moment, Shinshi quietly pulled at the corner of his clothes and said,
Brother, our principal and dean are here.
Shinji looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a kind face and a man wearing glasses walking towards their seats after coming out of the school gate. Zhou Hao stepped forward and pretended to be very formal, reaching out and shaking hands with the principal.
Zhang, hello, principal. I haven't seen you for more than a year, but you still look like you.
Principal Zhang laughed and said,
I'm really looking forward to the return of this child prodigy like you. Moreover, those children in the school are now disobedient and have no one to discipline them. The dean and I have been having a lot of headaches recently.
Hearing the conversation between the two, Shinji was even more confused. Logically speaking, Zhou Hao was a student here. But why did their relationship seem like friends? At this time, the conversation between Zhou Hao and Principal Zhang also became quieter. But Shinji found that Principal Zhang looked at him from time to time. After the two chatted for a while, Principal Zhang said something to the dean. And then the director walked toward Shinji.
You two come to school with me. You are Shinshi from class 17 of the freshman year. Right. Well, after a while you get to the class and ask for leave from your class teacher. And then go to class 14 of the sophomore year to talk to teacher Wang and tell him that I asked him to call the students. Bring an empty desk to your class.
Shinshi and Shinji were stunned at the same time. Shinshi, who was the first to react, ran to the school with excitement on his face, while Shinji stood there for a long time without coming back to his senses.
What did you say? I'm going to school too? Yes. Let me introduce you formally. My surname is Sunday. From now on, just call me Director Sunday. If you have any discomfort in the class, you can go to the teaching office to find me. If I am not here, you can go to the principal. I will take you there now. Get your school uniform.
Shinji, who was a little confused, followed Director Sun to the school gate. When he passed Zhou Hao gave him a look that you know. And Shinji finally realized what was going on. Chapter 498 Whispering. But now that Zhou Hao had pushed him to the edge of the cliff, he had no choice but to smile bitterly and follow Director Sun into the school. After entering the school, he quietly took out his mobile phone and sent Zhou Hao a message.
You should have told me about this in advance.
After a while, a reply came from the mobile phone.
If I had discussed it with you, I'm afraid you wouldn't have let me arrange schooling for you. Right. Although my abilities are limited, it's still okay for you to go to the same university as your sister.
As soon as Shinji was about to reply to the message, he heard Director Sun greet him. And then he followed Director Sun into the school's storage room to get a set of school uniforms. Rubbing the school uniform in his hands with some excitement, Shinji felt that all this was like a dream. He never thought that he would be able to go back to school. With excitement, Shinji followed Director Sun to the class he mentioned before. At this time, this class did not have classes like other classes, but revealed an inexplicable silence. When he arrived at the door of the class, Shinji hesitated for a moment. But then Director Sun patted his shoulder encouragingly. And then he gritted his teeth and walked in. At this time, a continuous stream of whispers appeared in the originally silent class. Everyone seems to be discussing the origin of this boy.
Classmates, this is the new student in our class today. Now we applaud and ask him to introduce himself.
Amid thunderous applause, Shinji walked up to the podium holding his school uniform. He glanced at the crowd of students under the stage, and then introduced himself very solemnly.
Hello everyone. My name is Shinji.
There was another round of applause from the audience.
Teacher, I have something to say. Can you give me a few minutes?
When Teacher Wang heard what Shinji said, he silently stood aside, while Shinji took a deep breath and said calmly,
I was indeed a substitute for Team Tianxiang. And the video you see online is also me. This season is when League of Legends is very popular. From seniors in their 40s and 50s to first-year primary school students. Basically everyone pays a lot of attention to League of Legends. So these students know about League of Legends. Not surprising. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar, and various discussions broke out. I felt the disgust rising in the entire class. Shen Yi continued to say calmly, I have nothing to defend against what was posted on the internet, because my groundless explanation will only attract more abuse and ridicule. And I don't want to explain whether the game that day was its true. I just hope that everyone will not look at me and my previous Team Tianxiang from a one-sided understanding. We have all worked hard for glory. But as soon as Shen Yi finished speaking, someone in the audience immediately retorted, For glory? I think you are bringing a plug-in. Right? I don't understand why the principal would send someone like you in. Normally, Shen Yi would probably be angry because of such words. But now Shen Yi is unusually calm. Because for this kind of thing, the explanation is the most pale. Let's put it this way. If you stand from the perspective of the LGK team, look. A first division seeded team lost to our third tier team. What do you think is the biggest way to stop the loss? Shen Yi's question caused the students in the audience to fall into silence. And then a girl tentatively said, When I watched the game before, they apologized on the official blog when they lost. And then blamed one player for their mistakes in the team battle. Another boy followed closely and said, And I heard from the internet that they usually spend a lot of money to buy trolls. And while doing public relations, they scold those posts that criticize them. It's pretty dark anyway. As the students in the audience discussed, Shen Yi continued to speak. Team Tianxiang is just a small and unknown team. The reason why LGK agreed to compete with us was because the selection was about to begin. They wanted to expand the reputation of their star players. If you lose to us, you can think about how serious the consequences will be. The students in the audience fell into silence after hearing this. It was of course difficult for them to think about these issues at their age. Now that Shen Yi said this cheating incident seemed to be full of doubts. However, Shen Yi directly terminated the discussion on this matter. But I don't want to mention these past things anymore. Because in the eyes of this giant LGK, I am not even as good as an ant. So I hope everyone will put down my in the past. Because the reason why I came to this school was to fight for the king again. The last 4 words fell into people's hearts. And at this time, a girl sitting in the corner stood up and took the lead in applauding, followed by waves of applause in the classroom. Shen Yi smiled and nodded to Ouyang Lingling. Ouyang Lingling said after the applause, I hope everyone can go to our city forum to watch all the videos of this Internet Cafe League. Because the winner of this Internet Cafe League is Shen Yi. A more comprehensive video it proves that he cheated only with his own skills, rather than relying on external things. After Ouyang Lingling finished speaking, Shen Yi could clearly feel that the doubtful eyes in the class immediately dissipated. This shows Ouyang Lingling's leadership and appeal in the class. After sitting down, Shen Yi opened a relatively unfamiliar textbook. He dropped out of school when he graduated from high school. So although it was difficult for him to connect with the knowledge he had just started in his sophomore year, he was not completely ignorant. While Shen Yi was studying knowledge with teacher Wang, he found that many students were secretly looking at their mobile phones under the desk. And these students were watching videos while looking at him from time to time. After finishing the first class in a daze, Shen Yi was surrounded by a group of curious male classmates before he could go out to use the bathroom. These were all people who had just watched the game videos secretly in class. Master, you actually defeated that technical anchor Xi and Ma? It turns out there was something wrong with your original game. Alas, we have been deceived by false news for so long. That's right. I quite liked the Team LKGK originally. But now that I think about it, the video they released of the match fixing didn't include the peripheral selection video at all. I actually have been wrongly blaming Tianxiang for so long. If it weren't for those Internet Cafe League videos posted on the forum, I probably would never know the truth of the matter. Master, we are determined to follow you in the future. You must bring us to the point where we can compete with that new horse. Those who said these words were all those who watched the Internet Cafe League game videos. Because there were videos recorded from various angles in the post bar, which could easily prove that Shen Yi was not playing a plugin at all. But the surrounding students, who were not in class, and watching the videos secretly were listening. After finishing what these people said, they secretly decided to go back and quietly watch the video of the Internet Cafe League game. Chapter 499 Playful Smiling Face. Just when Shen Yi was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to reply, a pair of white and tender arms pushed away the crowd. Watch the video secretly in class, and you will be in trouble if Lao Wang knows. When the students heard Ouyang Lingling's words, they immediately dispersed with playful smiles. Shinny thought they could have some peace and quiet. But at this time Ouyang Lingling moved a stool and sat opposite him and said, "I helped you just now. Do you want to think about your joining the team? Okay. The prize money will be divided equally. How much can you give me for a fight?" Ouyang Lingling, who originally felt hopeful after hearing Shinyi's previous sentence, stood up and pushed Shinyi's table angrily. "I think you are really a money fan. I should have known I wouldn't explain it to you just now." After saying that, Ouyang Lingling left angrily, while the scattered classmates gathered around and said with admiration, "Master, you are so amazing. You can actually make the tigress in our class angry. I have never seen her angry in her class for more than a year, because her strong aura makes others afraid to quarrel with her." Shin-Yi just responded casually to the surprise of these new classmates. Shin-Chi's little face turned red after hearing these teasing words. At this moment, Ouyang Lingling, who looked depressed, walked out of the class in a hurry, and then pushed Shin-Yi away, who was blocking the door. Shin-Yi was caught off guard. He pounced on Shin-Chi, and the unprepared Shin-Chi was directly pressed against the wall by Shin-Yi. Looking at the dull and blushing Shin-Chi in his arms, Shin-Yi coughed and quickly moved away. He turned around to look for the culprit, only to find that Ouyang Lingling had disappeared. "Well, you should go back to class quickly. Don't be late if you go back later." Shin-Yi gave some embarrassing instructions and immediately turned around and went back, while Shin-Chi, with a slightly red face, stood there for a while and then jumped back. Although he had gone to school again, Shin-Yi could only maintain his fresh energy. Starting from the 3rd class, he felt an inhuman torture all day long. A person like him, who was used to living a free life, really couldn't accept this. All kinds of restrictions. Finally making it to noon, Shin-Yi quickly rushed to the freshman teaching building according to what Director Sun said before about Shin-Chi's class. However, he met a few acquaintances on the way, namely Xi and Ma's sister Xi, and she and her a few girls together. However, these girls looked a bit miserable, although they had tried their best to cover it up with foundation. The slap marks on their faces were extremely obvious. Shin-Yi didn't even need to guess who had left these slap marks on them. Although it was a few girls, Shin-Yi didn't feel any pity in his heart. After all, it was entirely done by them. Of course, they also noticed Shin-Yi when Shin-Yi walked towards these girls, but none of them dared to say anything as outrageous as last time. While their eyes were averted, they were a little surprised as to why Shin-Yi was wearing the same school uniform. Show up at school. People didn't take the initiative to find trouble, and Shin-Yi didn't mean to add insult to injury. He quickly found a location near Shin-Chi's class after asking a few freshman students. But when he saw Shin-Chi, he found that he was surrounded by several girls at the door of another class. Shin-Yi was shocked and ran over quickly. At this moment, Shin-Chi, who happened to find Shin-Yi, greeted him happily, and the girls followed Shin-Chi's movements and turned to look. Arrived at Shin-Yi, he ran to Shin-Chi and carefully pulled her behind him. Shin-Yi looked at these girls and asked quietly, "Are these also looking for trouble?" Shin-Chi said with a slight complaint, "Oh, brother, don't think everyone is so bad. These girls are my classmates in the next class. They helped me teach the novelty a lesson last night." Brother Zhou Hao asked them for help, and I am thanking them. Only then did Shin-Yi realize that he had misunderstood, and the girls smiled at Shin-Yi very politely, and then left with a few girls. Looking at the distant figures of these girls, Shin-Yi couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "This girl doesn't look like an easy person to get along with. Otherwise she wouldn't have hit Xi and Ma's sister so lightly." As if she knew what he was thinking, Shin-Chi explained, "This is the daughter of the principal of our school. I heard that she is just like Brother Zhou Hao, and she is quite powerful. TCH, that's not as good as me. Okay, let's go home and have lunch. No one will cook for us if I'm not home." Although he said this on the surface, Shin-Yi's trust in Zhou Hao has gone one step further. Through this incident, he is sure that Zhou Hao has truly regarded Shin-Chi as his sister. After the two bought vegetables at the vegetable market, they started to prepare to go home to cook. However, the two of them were suddenly stopped by a luxury car while walking on the road. Just when Shin-Yi thought it was Zhou Hao, Ouyang Lingling rushed over in a hurry. The car got off. Shin-Yi Gong was about to say "Lo" and go home, but Ouyang Lingling grabbed his hand. "Can I ask you to do me a favor?" "No time. I have to go back and cook for my sister." After hearing Shin-Yi's answer, Ouyang Lingling gave him 100 yuan directly. "I will reimburse you for your lunch. Please help me save the day." Seeing Ouyang Lingling's anxious look, Shin-Yi also guessed why Ouyang Lingling came to her. "I can help with playing games.
Let's negotiate the price first.
Although Shen Yi's money-obsessed reaction was very irritating, Ouyang Lingling was a little helpless because she couldn't find a suitable person to help her play the game at the moment. So she had to relent and said,
as long as you are willing to help me. The price is 4. I can accept any number. How about it?
Hearing the words
4 digits.
Shen Yi's hand holding Shen, she suddenly tightened. But he knew that she was not very fond of Ouyang Lingling. So he pulled Shen Yi aside to discuss.
Let's go once. After all, you can earn at least 1,000 yuan a night. How about it?
Although Shen Yi was reluctant, she knew that the reason why Shen Yi was interested was because he could make a lot of money. So she could only nodded with a struggling look. After receiving Shen Yi's consent, Shen Yi agreed without hesitation.
I promise you this game. And it will be calculated at the price you just said.
After saying that, Shen Yi took Shen Yi into Ouyang Lingling's car. And Ouyang Na also got into the car with a look of relief. Then at her signal, the driver drove the car in the direction of City C. Chapter 500 is in full swing. Ouyang Lingling took them to stop at an internet cafe named Tian Tian in urban area C. Just now in the car, Ouyang Lingling had already told Shen Yi about the incident. So Shen Yi took Shen Yi and Ouyang Lingling directly after getting off the car. Went in. At this time, 2 teams were competing in full swing. But judging from the number of people cheering on both sides, it was obvious that one team was at a huge disadvantage. Not long after Shen Yi entered, the disadvantaged team declared failure. Looking at the school uniforms of the students on the losing team, Shen Yi turned around and asked,
is this the team you just told me about our school's formation?
Ouyang Lingling's helpless tone also made Shen Yi understand. He felt that he needed not only to win the game with the other 4 people, but more importantly, he needed to regain the confidence of the other 4 teammates who had been beaten away.
According to what Ouyang Lingling just said in the car, the average strength of their Genie University team is around Platinum 3 or 4. So cooperation should not be a big problem. At this time, Ouyang Lingling had already walked over to talk to the decadent-looking the mid-laner negotiated. Shen Yi didn't know how Ouyang Lingling negotiated with him. But Shen Yi could clearly feel that there was a hint of disharmony in the terminal's eyes when he saw him. But thinking about it, after all, the purpose of Ouyang Tian's trip was to take his place. And of course, he directed all his anger at being replaced and his 2 previous failures at Shen Yi. After the negotiation, the mid-laner stood up reluctantly. After arguing with Ouyang Lingling, he left his seat and walked toward Shen Yi. When he arrived in front of Shen Yi, he said,
Lingling, tell me you can see. I want to know which district are you the master of? Demacia Platinum 5. Got it 2 days ago.
Hearing this, the man made a sound of disdain, and then said in a rather proud tone,
I still don't believe it. I can't beat the opponent's mid-laner with a Platinum Gold medal. How can Lingling expect you, a Platinum Gold goalkeeper, to lead the team to victory?
In response to this sudden taunt, Shen Yi was about to refute sharply, but was stopped by Shen Yi with a gesture. He followed her and said in a calm tone,
The fact that I was invited to save the scene by Ouyang Lingling proves that I am very strong. The fact that you are replaced by me proves that you are not as good as me. Don't you still understand this truth?
Then he went to the substitute mid-laner's position and sat down without looking back. After his face changed for a while, the man decided to stay and see what this arrogant man was capable of. Ouyang Lingling whispered in Shen Yi's ear,
This one really depends on you. If we really lose, we will never be able to hold our heads high in front of Tianling University in the future.
Shen Yi began to adjust his rune and key setting habits without looking back, while reaching out and making an okay gesture. After seeing Shen Yi, the other 4 teammates turned their worried eyes to Ouyang Lingling. Can this temporary person really save the day? According to Ouyang Lingling, the opposing team is a team that is good at late-stage operations. They were dragged to death in the first game, but Shen Yi found that in the second game, they lost quickly with a huge score difference. He failed, and if it was not what he expected, the problem should be with the mid-range single.
Did you have a big problem communicating with the terminal in the second game you just played?
The 2 people sitting together for a day quickly realized who Shen Yi was asking. The jungler sitting on Shen Yi's left said helplessly,
Yes, Lingling found someone to save the situation because she couldn't beat the opponent. But this person almost broke the mentality of the 4 of us.
The AD on the right complained.
He fed Cassidon himself online. And then Cassidon came to harvest us in the bottom lane and blamed us for not listening to the signal. I listened to him for everything from banning to selecting players. Originally, I could have a 50-50 draw with the opponent online with the heroes I'm good at.
The top laner sitting at the end couldn't help complaining, listening to the whispers of the 4 teammates. Shen Yi comforted him.
For the next round, just do what you are best at. Leave the rest to me. You just have to have fun playing this round. Feeling the doubtful looks of the four people, Shen-Yi smiled confidently. Believe me, as long as you use the heroes you are good at, the victory here will definitely be ours. At this time, Ouyang Lingling, who had gone to the opposite party to negotiate, came back with a gloomy face. It could be seen that she must have suffered a lot of ridicule from the opposite party. But when Ouyang Lingling saw Shen-Yi, she suppressed the gloomy look on her face and said, I leave it all to you. You must help me teach them a lesson. Shen-Yi did not respond, and then entered BP in a period of silence in the hall. However, when the ban ended, Shen-Yi's top laner hit the mouse hard. These bastards are too arrogant. At this time, Shen-Yi, who noticed the opponent's ban, realized that the opponent's ban was not strategic at all, because what they banned was actually Manison, which explained why Shen-Yi's top laner was so angry. But when it came time to choose the candidate, Shen-Yi Fang's top laner still hesitated. His mouse kept switching back and forth between Dashu and GS. Although Shen-Yi had already said before that they should use their best heroes. But when it came time to choose when he is in person, he still inevitably has to consider the lineup. But after much hesitation, he still chose Jace, the future guardian. The opponent was extremely provocative and did not choose the tank top laner. Instead, he chose Riven, the Blade of Exile. Seeing this, Shen-Yi turned around and asked, Damn, is it difficult to overcome? If not, you can change it to me later. Raven has a certain degree of suppression against Jace, because Jace's strength lies in his flexibility, and Raven's displacement is no worse than Jace's. But the top laner shook his head silently. He stared at the Exile Blade on the screen and said with some disdain, If it were another hero, I might not be able to beat him, but at least I am a veteran of 10,000 games. Jess. After that, under Shen-Yi's instruction, all other positions chose heroes that they were good at. Rek'Sai was also chosen for fighting, while AD and support chose the strong combination of Lucian and female tank. After hesitating again and again, Shen-Yi finally locked in his choice. Goddess of Luck is smiling. Shen-Yi chose the card Master Drizzt. The four people laughed bitterly. No matter what the situation was, they could only fight on. They didn't pay much attention to Shen-Yi's guarantee of victory. The opponent's jungler and bot lane choices were the lineup of Prince and Big Mouth plus Lulu respectively. So the opponent had no intention of playing a first-level team with him, but swaggered in front of them. He retreated into the wild area of his home. Chapter 501 disappears into smoke. Both sides spent the time waiting for the buff without incident. But Tianling High School's mid laner had just finished clearing the 3 frontline soldiers when he heard a frantic signal coming from the jungle. He turned around and saw the expression on the jungler next to him. Something was wrong. And it was only then that I discovered that the prince's experience, which was supposed to be promoted to the 2nd level after defeating the 3 wolves, was only maintained at about 40% of the 1st level. The card used you to steal your big wolf? The prince player nodded with a gloomy look, and then started to hit the blue buff with the help of Lulu who came over. At this time, Shen-Yi, who had been promoted to the 2nd level with the experience of having a big wolf and the advantage of long hands, had already reached the 2nd level. He pressed the line of troops under Tai Lung's tower. But just as Tai Lung was about to move to avoid the next card's queue, he suddenly flashed the card close to the lower half of the river downwards, and then moved toward his side. 3 cards were thrown out of the jungle. The Tai Lung player, who was still a little confused at first, finally understood the reason for the flash after seeing the card with the blue buff. He immediately comforted the jungler next to him in a low voice. Stay calm. Wait until I reach level 3. You can kill him! Shen-Yi's somewhat perverted prediction was of course seen by Ouyang Lingling behind him. Ordinary people only saw Shen-Yi using the queue of the card to snatch the prince's blue buff. But from Shen-Yi's perspective, Ouyang Lingling understood it. Shen-Yi grabbed this blue buff at the extreme distance of Q with great feeling. Terrible! This is the only word that Ouyang Lingling can think of. Although she has been shocked by Shen-Yi's many performances before, Shen-Yi usually relies on super high skills. But now it is as terrifying as a script. When the card reached level 4, Tai Lung barely reached level 3. But when Tai Lung seized the opportunity and came to the card with E, Shen-Yi used the card with extreme sensitivity and moved around to avoid Tai Lung Dragon's second W. And when he was moving A, the second cut yellow card also controlled Tai Lung at the moment when he wanted to pursue him, followed by 3 very close cards, which penetrated Tyrone's body. Tai Lung, who was supposed to have the advantage in this battle, had his blood volume reduced by 1/3.
while his cards only lost less than 1/4.
This card does so much damage.
This was the unanimous reaction of other viewers who saw the two people fighting. But the explanation is simple. Firstly, with the blessing of the blue buff, Shinny gained more than 10 points of magic power than normal. And secondly, Shinny clicked the 3rd level Q. It's not surprising that the base damage of 165 plus the magic power bonus would cause such damage. There is a reason why Shinny made this choice. Tai Long himself is a mid laner with a relatively fast line clearing speed. If the card cannot be matched up, of course, he has to choose to use a line clearing speed faster than Tai Long. Make time for yourself to be supportive. At this moment, the sound of first blood falling came from the jungle area of Tai Long Fong. Shin Yi nodded silently in his heart. Fortunately, their jungler had been paying attention to his movements. And then he caught the 3 level 1 strong opportunity to kill the prince, who was only level 2 and had already let go of EQ. With the encouragement of the first blood, the atmosphere in Shin Yi's team became less heavy. Ouyang Lingling also breathed a sigh of relief. What they need now is to get their mentality back first. Shin Yi, who pushed back a wave of lanes and went home, switched his perspective to Jace on their side. At this time, Jace, who happened to be in trouble, took advantage of Riven's skill gap and hit Riven with the QE heavy cannon. Turn on W, and then switched to hammer form. With the acceleration of E, a sky leap jumped on Riven's face. Although Riven flashed, he was still slowed down. Jace, with electric arcs flashing around him, approached Riven and then attacked Riven 3 times, reaching the ultimate level quickly. After hammering away Riven with his E skill, he took another ignition, and then confidently turned back to replenish his troops. At this time, Riven's skill CD was improved. Although she used the E skill to resist part of the ignition damage, the short duration of the shield still took away Riven mercilessly. Jace, who had completed a solo kill, gave Shin Yi a confident look when he pushed the line back to the city. Shin Yi smiled and started rushing to the line after buying the equipment. While Tai Long, who also bought the equipment and went online, he reminded,
"Don't worry about your development this time. The opponent's card will be at level 5 when it returns home."
But as soon as he finished saying this, he suddenly found an eye appearing on his head. At this time, his teammates in the bottom lane came out with a curse. And the card approaching the bottom lane with a yellow card hit the female tank hard. Control and Lucian's high burst easily killed Big Mouth and Lulu. Player Lulu asked while buying equipment,
"Didn't you tell us that the card is only level 5? We can't even run away with the help of the prince under the tower."
The Tai Long player said with some confusion.
"It's impossible. I clearly remembered that the card was only level 5 when he returned home. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to let him go home so easily."
When the card came back, he took a look at the last hit of the card, and then suddenly realized.
"I asked why I didn't see this card upgraded. He must have eaten a wild monster in the jungle."
This is indeed the case. When Shin Yi went online, he secretly cleared out the 3 younger sons of F4. When he was promoted to level 6, he seized the opponent's blind spot and relied on a wave of support to kill the bottom duo. And after this wave, the other 4's doubts about Shin Yi disappeared, and the things that had been lost in their hearts gradually returned. The surrounding audience also noticed that Ouyang Lingling's team was different from before. Only then did they notice that the mid laner had been replaced by Shin Yi.
"This new mid laner feels so strong. Much better than the previous one who played Haoyue desperately. No, there was obviously a problem with the previous 2 Genie University team lineups. Everyone was focusing on Jiayue's output. But if Jiayue dies, their entire team will be unable to fight."
Listening to the people around him pointing, the previous mid laner snorted coldly. Just when Ouyang Lingling was about to step forward to comfort her, he suddenly shook off Ouyang Lingling's hand and said,
"I really don't know what you think. Yes, after looking for me, he actually looked for someone else. And it's still early stage. I want to see how he can fight Tyrone in the later stage of a card."
Ouyang Lingling frowned and did not respond to his words, because this kind of person can never make a big improvement in one thing. First of all, this kind of person does not realize where he went wrong, since it was already the match point. Shin Yi played cautiously. After the advantage expanded, there was no overmatch. What they need now is to slowly encroach on the opponent, not to exchange resources with the opponent. Chapter 502, All Grass and Trees Are Soldiers. Due to their previous experience, the Tai Long player began to compete with Shin Yi crazily to push the line. After playing a Tiamat, Tai Long's line clearing was no worse than Shin Yi's card, so the two of them developed peacefully to nearly level 11. But at this moment, Shin Yi's card made a fatal misalignment. Shen Yi took 2 steps forward in order to replenish an artillery piece, but he happened to be at the limit of Tai Long's W. Therefore, he was late and received all the damage. The 2 sections of damage triggered instantly directly cut off part of Shen Yi's bloodline. Just then, when Shen Yi wanted to retreat, Tai Long came behind him with an E skill. His footsteps, which were already slowed down, almost stopped for a moment under the 99% deceleration effect. When everyone saw the scene, a thought came to their mind at the same time. That is, this card is definitely dead. Because this version of Tai Long is not just for fun. Even if it has no equipment, the next set of skills may also easily take away a card with a lot of health. Although Shen Yi held Flash in his hand, he was not in a hurry to hand it over. Instead, he started to pull his body back after hitting Tai Long. At this time, the passiveness of his E skill had reached the 5th level. The moment a yellow card appeared above his head, Tai Long disappeared from the map. But Tai Long only disappeared for less than 0.5 seconds before reappearing in the card's field of vision. In front of the card, a needle with 5 levels of health had been inserted into the ground. Tai Long did not react. He was stunned by Shen Yi's card. But he was confident that no matter how Shen Yi ran, the second stage of his ultimate move plus the ignition already hung on the card would be enough to kill the card. Ouyang Lingling originally thought that Shen Yi couldn't run away. But at this moment a scene that shocked her appeared. Tai Long's skill would return as soon as it appeared. The distance between him and the card only took about 0.3 seconds. Time was enough to cut through the card's body. But the card pressed the flash button precisely when the second stage of his ultimate move was about to hit him. At the same time as the flash flashed, a penetrating card cut through Tai Long's body. At this time, Tai Long, who had ended his dizziness, had half of his health. But it was difficult to accept the murderous intention. Even if it was replaced, he would definitely kill the card. So he flashed and followed up with the A card, followed by Tiamat's initiative. But when he noticed the equipment on the card, he realized that his wave of kills had failed. Tai Long's level A did not hit the desired damage at all, because Shen Yi's card was the first to make cloth armor shoes. The high amount of armor and the damage reduction of normal attacks caused Tai Long to miscalculate the damage. Shen Yi brought only he sprinted back with 1/5 of his health remaining. Although the fire on his body was still burning, it was no longer enough to kill Shen Yi.
This time you are lucky!
Tai Long, who failed in the assassination, quickly fled out of the tower, because the card on the opposite side had never released the R skill in such a long time. And at this time, a huge eye appeared above his head. He glanced at Tai Long's W skill CD. So while pretending to retreat, he took a look in the grass behind him. With his current W damage, no matter where Shen Yi appeared, he was confident that he could definitely change the card. But just as he was making calculations in his mind, after waiting for 3 seconds, he was hit by a card flying out of the fog of war. The last bit of blood was scraped away. The cards didn't chase him, although he felt a little tricked in his heart. This wave at least forced out all the skills of the card, which reduced some pressure on the line. But before his body had completely cooled down, he heard the sound of the river above. The sound of the prince dying in battle was heard everywhere.
Can you show me some cards?
Facing the jungler's question, the Tai Long player cut the perspective to the position where the prince died. At this time, the card was returning to the city under his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little irritated. It turned out that the card had been prepared when the R skill was activated. I went to prepare to gank the prince on the road, but he was killed as if he was a bonus. Shen Yi manipulated the cards that came out again to clear F4. This time, Ouyang Lingling was still shocked, because this time Shen Yi still caught a limit distance. And just when the yellow card was cut out, he was teleported to fight with the prince, who suddenly appeared next to Rek'Sai. It felt as if he had expected that the prince would cause trouble for Rek'Sai. And as this wave of situations unfolded, the prince player, who had been able to rely on the strength of the hero to survive, completely collapsed. Under Rek'Sai's high mobility, the prince's jungle area became an extremely dangerous hunting ground, causing him to simply don't dare to step into the wild area, because the other 3 lanes have no chance to support. However, he is not ganking. Instead, he stops going to other roads after disappearing from the opponent's field of vision. When Tai Long clears the lane and rushes to support, he will go back to clear troops, although other lanes receive 2 fake gank signals. As the saying goes, everything is in turmoil. Even if you know that the cards may not go to other lanes to support each time, when Tai Long sends the signal, the corresponding lane will still be very straightforward. Choose to retreat. So in the end, when the card did not appear online for a long time, Riven on the opposite side huddled in the second tower with the prince. The poor prince could only watch the card and Rek'Sai use up all his jungle resources. Eaten away. After this uncomfortable situation lasted for 5 minutes. The jungle prince couldn't bear it anymore. He turned his head and asked impatiently.
Can you stop making random signals? You can't suppress a Tyrone.
Cards?
The boss, who was equally miserable, also muttered.
If you want to say that we can't beat them, we should have changed lanes early. We have to fight with others. I don't know where the confidence comes from. Now it's better. Just from the opposite side can hit me with a cannon.
Half health. And any card on the opposite side is half health. So it's impossible for me to bring 10 resurrection ginseng groups in the later stage. Right.
The Tyrone player had an ugly expression on his face as he cleaned up the troops that had been pushed under the tower by the card. He could only watch the card disappear into the fog of war. Even though he had checked the river in advance, he did not notice the card trend. However, he still sent a few signals to the top lane.
The card has disappeared from my place. Be careful and don't get caught by the card.
But as soon as he finished speaking, with a frightening roar that spread throughout the summoner's rift, Card and Rek'Sai appeared at the defense tower behind Dazue and Lulu at the same time. Rek'Sai dug a tunnel in advance and entered the defense first, the attack range of the tower. And then, while attracting the hatred of the defense tower, he took the card and rushed towards the big mouth, who was about to run to the river when the situation was bad.
Damn it! Didn't you signal the cards to go on their way?
Chapter 503 The Sky is Falling Apart. Lulu cursed angrily while giving Dazue a good state. Just as the female tank's ultimate move was about to fall on him, Dazue brought up a stream of yellow light behind him. Dazue used flash to avoid the female tank's attack. Control. And then quickly ran towards the direction where the prince was coming with Lulu's acceleration. Lulu also dodged the control of the female tank when she flashed to connect with Lucian, who was being baptized by the Holy Spear, was slowed down by a reflexive skill from Lulu. Just when they thought that GNK was going to fail this time, Big Mouth, a huge eye, appeared on the heads of Lulu and others at the same time. Under the gaze of this eye, the whereabouts of all of them were exposed to Shinyi's vision.
Don't go. You'll die if you go.
Ouyang Lingling whispered to the side, because the output of the eldest sister at this time is already very terrifying. Just minutes after the attack, he saw with his own eyes that the full-blooded female tank was easily sprayed away by 1/3 of it with the Big Mouth. Blood. It is obviously unrealistic to rely on cards that do not have high early damage to drop the Big Mouth in a single second. At this time, there was a sound of card drawing next to the eldest sister. The Big Mouth that had just ran to the blue buff was hit by a yellow card. The Big Mouth that had just turned on W was nailed there, followed by a yellow card. The card cut through Big Mouth's body, and 2/3 of Big Mouth's HP disappeared from the two skills. Such a terrifying output. The Big Mouth player immediately swore.
Hack you! Can anyone explain to me what the output of this card is?
Tai Long, who was rushing to the bottom lane, was embarrassed to talk to the Big Mouth player when he heard it. Since the card had thrown himself into the trap and ran to their wild area, he would definitely be able to avenge his shame with the cooperation of his teammates. The card pulled his position towards the toad while flattening the Big Mouth. Lulu quickly put a shield on the Big Mouth. But Shin-Yi did not have the idea of retreating because of the three sides. Instead, he got stuck in the position in front of the toad. Keep flattening its mouth. Once, twice. At this time, Big Mouth, who had finished his dizziness, launched a violent bombardment at the card. About half of the card's health was knocked out in 3 seconds. The prince who came from the three wolves was facing the card. It was just an E. But at this time, the card was walking towards the second tower of the opponent's defense tower in great detail, while avoiding the prince's E. A needle's eye was dropped on the ground.
Prince, please detain him.
The support and the mid laner shouted at the same time. But the prince was on the verge of tears. Because of the angle of his E release, he was partially restricted by the thin wall on the right front of the toad. And his vision behind the wall was partially restricted by the card. He happened to be in the blind spot of his vision. So without a target, he had no way to release the sky-shattering Big Mouth, who had lost his target, could only turn his fire towards Rek'Sai, who was running behind him. Since Lulu had already lost most of his skills, he could not restrain Rek'Sai's W dodge. However, the output of a jungler like Rek'Sai is very limited. In this chaotic situation, apart from providing a control, it has no other big effect at all. Therefore, the flash control this time is just to set the path in the big area. The shield on his mouth was knocked off, since Ntan and Lucian were still some time away from their positions at this time. Lulu was not in a hurry to cover Dazue. However, When he turned around, he found that Dazue had been killed. When Dazue died, Lulu saw it with his own eyes, holding a card and swiping it past him. He forgot about the card at the entrance to the second tower. He was just about to ask why the prince didn't restrict the cards, but he found that the stun icon had just ended on the prince's head. The prince's health was reduced by nearly half due to the damage from the card selection. Just when the prince thought he could release the heaven-shattering that he had been holding in for a long time, the card actually disappeared from his side again. Card, who returned to Toad, turned around and joined Rek'Sai. At this time, Tai Long, who had arrived late, had teleported to Card's side. Then a simple set of output knocked out half of the card's health. While igniting and hanging up, Tai Long activated the Earth skill. But this time Tai Long, who was smart, did not choose to cut the card directly, because the card had already put a needle hole on the ground in advance. He would be asking for death if he directly cut it. But he just got into the grass with blue buff, and came face to face with the eye of a needle. Everyone knew that except for Riven, who was killed by Jace alone. The deaths of the other 3 people had a lot to do with the cards. Ouyang Lingling thought that no one she knew could type the operation just now. If she didn't know Shen well, she would even doubt whether Shen was really the script. But at this time, the surrounding audience had questions, because Shen Yi's yellow card had been cut too many times and his skills had been released many times. How did he do it in such a short time? Audiences who were eager to learn came to Shen Yi's screen and discovered that Shen Yi's outfit was a piece of Morello's secret code of evil plus the boots of clarity and the bane of the lich. And the rest was a big stick ones and burst ones. While they understood the reason for Shen Yi's frequent release of skills, they also understood why Shen Yi had such high damage. The lich's bane itself combined with the W damage of the card was a bit scary. With these equipment, the damage is naturally another level higher. And Shen Yi, who returned to the city for supplies this time, had 3,000 yuan in his pocket. Although he didn't get a single kill in the team battle just now, he understood the jungle economy very well. Combined with the passivity of the card itself, he was able to compete with the opponent's opponent. Tyrone has such a high economic gap.
What should we do? We can't get out of the Highland Tower now. And don't even think about playing in a group. A single card skill alone is enough to kill us.
Raven was once again killed by the card in conjunction with Jace. With an anxious face, he turned to the other 4 people and said, Player Tai Long stared at the card disappearing in the fog of war. He gritted his teeth and said,
Prince, give me some meat. As long as there is a big mouth in the front row. You can stand up. You think I'm the opposite of Rek'Sai? The mid laner follows me wherever I go. It's like I'm playing a solo game. Look at how high I am.
After being scolded, the Tai Long player clicked on the scoreboard and took a look at the prince's equipment. The miserable prince only then made a green jungle knife, Mercury shoes, Tiamat and lawn. Suddenly, this miserable equipment had no resistance at all in front of the opponents for luxurious equipment.
Oh my god! This card is flying!
The surrounding spectators and the big mouth player exclaimed at the same time. When the full-blooded big mouth hit the red buff, a yellow card flew out from the corner and hit him. This yellow card was accompanied by the shield handle of the blood-drinking sword. Half of Big Mouth's health was knocked out. And then a flying card turned Big Mouth into a moving corpse. Chapter 504 Do Whatever You Want. At this time, the card was already in Lioshan's hand. Dazue let go of the keyboard with some distress and said,
I thought we could win if we delay the late stage. Knowing that the supply of this card is so terrifying. Don't count on me. Lulu. No matter how powerful I am, I may not be able to withstand the card's output. Let alone the top laner Daddy Jace on the opposite side.
Now 4 of the 5 people in the team have lost their will to fight. And the Tai Long player doesn't know what to say, because all 4 people are pointing their fingers at him, which really makes him a little distressed. After pondering for a while, he controlled Talon, who was holding a card and scraping off half of his health, and quickly flashed back to the high ground. Then he had to say helplessly,
Let's throw in the next one. If we spend any more time, our morale will be lost.
As soon as this idea came up, the 5 people unanimously chose to surrender. Seeing the opponent's base explode, Shen Yi's supervisor said with a sad face,
My human cannon is finally formed. Why don't you wait for me to use it?
Surrendered immediately?
At this time, Ouyang Lingling came over and said with a smile,
As long as the opponent doesn't bludgeon Jace, you can continue to use Jace as a human cannon. As long as you give me Jace, I will guarantee to defeat the opponent's trash top laner. If you let me play Jace earlier, I won't be as frustrated as I was when I lost in the first 2 games.
These unabashed words were heard by the player, who came to the rescue.
he said in a sour tone. If you win this round, what does it have to do with you? You and Ribbon just had a 6-4 fight.
Open?
The win was so smooth that I didn't want to argue with this person at work. He simply ignored him and leaned next to Shin-Yi and said,
I didn't realize that you are really good at playing cards with this hand. There are 2 more to come. It all depends on whether you can bring the rhythm up.
At this time, several other people also expressed that they wanted Shin-Yi to take them flying. Shin-Yi rolled his eyes, and then he stood up and pulled Ouyang Lingling aside.
As I said before, you must give me money every time I fight. Since I didn't perform any operations in the game, I'll just charge you 300 yuan. After playing 1 by 1, my price shouldn't be bad, right?
Hearing Shin-Yi's words, Ouyang Lingling had a dark look on her face. It turned out that Shin-Yi really wanted money after the game. She resisted the idea of taking action and said,
Okay, I'll forward it to you on WeChat right away.
After letting Shin-Yi take out his phone and collect 300 yuan with satisfaction, Shin-Yi sat back again. But when they were about to start, the mid laner from the opposite side came over. He stared at Shin-Yi for a while and said,
Are you a student of Genie University?
Shin-Yi glanced at him without saying anything. If he couldn't tell through the school uniform on his body, then this person must have a vision problem. Just when this person was about to continue asking, Ouyang Lingling came over and said,
What? From Tianling University?
The diamond mid laner came to suspect that there is something wrong with the people in our school after losing the game? Ouyang Lingling, don't do whatever you want just because you are the daughter of the president of Genie University. I can't guarantee whether you were anxious to lose and went to find someone to play the game with.
Hearing these words, Ouyang Lingling sighed and said,
I have long heard that your Tianling University will accuse the other party of having problems when they lose a game. I have seen it today. Zhang Yamo, you can go back and ask your school administrator to come to our school. Check to see if he is there. His name is Shin-Yi, a student who just entered school today. You are a 2 to 13 piece of rubbish. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Either you show the strength to defeat me, or I advise you to shut your mouth. This time I will simply teach you a lesson. I hope next time you can learn to talk well to people.
After saying that, Shin-Yi sat on the chair again, while Zhang Yamo lay on the ground for a while, then stood up with the help of several other teammates. But before he could justly accuse Shin-Yi of cheating, an audience next to him said, as if he were an idiot,
about the cheating incident of the Tianxiang team substitute mid laner. Someone has already analyzed it on the post bar in our city and rectified Shin-Yi's name. Only fools like you are still kept in the dark.
The crowd burst into laughter, but Zhang Yamo froze on the spot. He finally understood why no one stood up for him when he was beaten just now. And if what these viewers said is true, then his behavior is completely like a clown. Zhang Yamo, who did not believe in evil, was helped back to his seat and opened their city's Tieba. Sure enough, he found that the title of the top post on the Tieba was regarding the suspicion of cheating on the substitute mid laner of the Tianxiang team a few days ago. Although this is just the analysis of some good people, the well-founded analysis in it easily proves that Shin-Yi is innocent, even if Zhang Yamo doesn't want to believe it. There is nothing he can do. Just when Zhang Yamo was thinking about how to smooth things over, Ouyang Lingling came over and asked,
Do you still want to fight? If not, we have classes in the afternoon, so we won't waste time here with you.
Zhang Yamo frowned and thought for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said,
Fight. But we have to exchange equipment with you, and then ask the surrounding audience to monitor whether Shin-Yi is cheating.
Facing Zhang Mo's death struggle, the surrounding audience chose to agree amidst laughter. But Shin-Yi didn't care, got up and went to the opposite side. But when his eyes touched Zhang Yamo, he could clearly feel that Zhang Yamo, there was a bit of fear. After sitting down again, both parties directly created a custom room using their current computer accounts. At this time, I don't know who suggested.
Otherwise, let's treat this video as a live broadcast. I happen to have enabled the live broadcast permission. Although now Shin-Yi the grievances have been cleared. But some people are still a little confused. So let's take advantage of this live broadcast to directly deal with Shin-Yi.
Hearing this voice, Shin-Yi turned around and saw that the face of the person speaking was somewhat familiar. When the person saw Shin-Yi, he smiled and said,
I happen to catch up with all your games these days. Just based on your skills, I can be sure that you are not cheating.
Shin-Yi smiled gratefully at this person. This was the first time that he had received such recognition from others for his skills. With this good start, he believed that the truth about his matter would soon be revealed. Although Zhang Yamo was not willing to start a live broadcast, it would make it seem as if he had a guilty conscience. So he agreed impatiently. And then the viewer logged into his Douyu account on his computer. And the audience directly changed the name of the room to
the battle to clear the name of Team Tianxiang's substitute mid-laner.
Although there were not many people watching at the beginning, with the publicity of the internet cafe audience in their circle of friends and groups, the number of people in the live broadcast room where Shen Yi and the others were located actually exceeded 30,000 in just 10 minutes. It can be seen that I am quite interested in Shen Yi's affairs. Chapter 505 Everyone's Attention. As soon as the barrage started, Shen Yi saw that the words in the barrage were extremely polarizing. Some people who learned the facts through Tieba firmly believed that Shen Yi was not cheating, while others who did not know the truth insisted that Shen Yi was cheating. This group of people is largely due to Shima's live broadcast, because Shima's popularity as a new anchor reached 300,000 to 400,000, and his spread alone cannot be underestimated. At this time, the viewer, as the host of the live broadcast room, turned on the recording on his mobile phone. He placed the mobile phone next to Shen Yi and displayed his finger operations in the upper left corner of the live broadcast room more intuitively, so that other viewers could be more intuitive of seeing. Then Shen Yi started in the spotlight. But at this time Shen Yi inadvertently glanced at the screen and found that the entire screen was filled with the same sentence. Here, these are women's hands. Right. So delicate. Somewhat depressed, he turned off the barrage, and Ouyang Lingling behind him burst out laughing. The audience in the live broadcast room is very attentive, but I didn't realize that your hands are so beautiful. At this time, Shinshi made a very timely follow-up and said, when my brother was in his hometown, many girls were chasing and jealous of his hand. Some boys would hold his hand all day long. Chun-Shi, do you believe that I kill people and silence them? Hearing Shen Yi's words, Shinshi raised her neck and said fearlessly, come on. As long as you are willing to attack your smart, lovely, beautiful and generous sister. Withdrawing his helpless look, Shen Yi turned his attention back to the current game. The opponent had already removed the card master, but he didn't want to use the card in this game, since it was to clear his name. He roughly understood that he should which character to choose. Let me show you the most powerful magic. Summoner. As this arrogant voice fell, the players watching near the internet cafe and the audience in the live broadcast room became excited at the same time. Shen Yi clearly wanted to use the hero he had been slandered to prove his ability. Zhang Yimou, who was on the opposite side, frowned when he saw Shen Yi's choice. Of course he had seen the game with his own eyes. Ziritha's terrifying prediction and positioning were still fresh in his mind, and he was hesitant. After much consideration, he chose Syndra, the leader of darkness. Although Syndra may suffer more in the early stage, the combat effectiveness of Syndra and Zerath at level 6 is completely different. With Syndra's high burst at level 6, she can easily defeat Zelas alone. Lars. While the game was loading, Shen Yi looked at Zerath, who was being slandered together with him, and said silently in his heart, no one will treat us two as a joke after today. Since Shen Yi's top laner and jungler heroes have also been eliminated, the top laner chose Poppy as the front row. The jungler chose Yume, and the bottom lane was the stable easy plus road lane. Of course, this lineup was selected under the instruction of Ouyang Lingling. The top laner and jungler are good heroes, so it is understandable that they choose tanks as the front row. The bottom lane is because they chose such a strong combination. There was no advantage, so no one refuted Ouyang Lingling's arrangement. Of course Ouyang Lingling had her own ideas. She knew very well what this meant to Shen Yi, so he gave Shen Yi as much room to show off as possible. Shen Yi watched Poppy slowly explore the way forward as the front rower, and then his mouse began to hit the signal wildly on the grass on the back of the opposite tower. Poppy immediately stopped when he heard the signal, and happened to be stuck in Nami's skill, beyond the limit distance. The closer you are, the closer you can hit. Nami players have already put their hands on skills. As long as Poppy moves forward a little, he can control it steadily. With their level 1 output, they can definitely easily solve a Poppy without any equipment. But Poppy stood there motionless under Shen Yi's signal. Just when Nami was about to seduce her, an unavoidable energy light wave was shot from their own blue buff and the 3 wolves. Except for Nami, the health of the other 4 people was reduced. Not only did the audience in the internet cafe shout, I'm going! At the same time, but the live broadcast room also exploded with all kinds of comments and comments. Isn't this Zerath looking at the screen? Otherwise, how would he know that several people on the opposite side are hiding in the grass? But these people were miserable. They squatted for a long time and suffered injuries in vain. In the end, they didn't even see Zerath's shadow. I don't think what the person above said is right. This shouldn't be screen peeping because as far as I know, the relationship between Tianling University and Jinyu University has never been very good. How could Tianling University give them the opportunity to peek at the screen?
However, Shen Yi's operation only caused a little disturbance. After the top laners of both sides returned to the line, the two sides finally entered the normal line. However, Shen Yi's middle lane was full of gunpowder just after the line started. When Shen Yi came out of the line of troops, he charged up and hit Syndra, who came out from the tower. Zhang Yimou, who was not willing to lag behind, began to press forward. The reason why Zhang Yimou was so rampant was because the hero's own skills were relatively short. If you fight Xerath at level 1, you will have some advantages no matter what. However, Zhang Yimou was not in a hurry to use his skills. He knew very well that it was not difficult to avoid Shen Yi's skills with the opponent's movement. So he kept his eyes fixed on his own soldiers, who were about to lose their health. As long as he caught when Xerath replenishes his troops, he will definitely be consumed. When Zelas took action, Zhang Yimou released the first skill. Although it hit Zelas, Zeras also immediately released a skill. Lars had a slight advantage due to his high basic damage in the early stage. If Zhang Yimou could read the barrage now, he would find that the barrage is full of negative comments about him. Because Syndra is indeed short in the early stage. But the skill damage in the early stage is still much worse than Xerath. Zhang Yimou, this move is tantamount to giving Shen Yi an advantage. After Zhang Yimou suffered this loss, he also returned to the back of his own soldier line very wisely. But he had just managed to make up for the third soldier. And Xerath's energy beam hit him impartially. And along the way, he also consumed the two long-range soldiers next to him. Although Zhang Yimou was a little anxious, he was helpless. The only way was to hear Syndra's level 6, which was his chance to kill Xerath alone. But of course Shen Yi would not give him this opportunity. Shen Yi seized the opportunity to use precise skills to consume Syndra while attacking the minions while interspersing skills to level back to mana. Therefore, when Syndra was clearing the first wave of ranged soldiers, Shen Yi had already gained experience from the second wave of soldiers and was promoted to level 2. Chapter 506 Rumors. At this time, some attentive viewers discovered that Shen Yi's Xerath did not drop a single soldier. Not only that, Syndra on the opposite side was also consumed by him to 2/3 of his health. The technical gap between the two was evident. Shen Yi looked at the gap between Syndra's release of skills and released an energy vortex above Syndra's head. Syndra, who had no time to dodge, lost a bit of her health and was severely slowed down. Shen Yi then cast a fully charged energy vortex. While Syndra retreated, she leveled back some blue. Relying on the advantage of the second level, Shen Yi suppressed Syndra's health to about 1/3. Other viewers originally thought that Shen Yi would stop after making a profit. But they discovered that Shen Yi actually crossed the line and started to level Syndra. Della, Syndra's blood volume began to slowly decline again.
How come Xerath is so successful?
Ouyang Lingling felt that Shen Yi was a little over the top. In the early landing phase, it was very taboo to cross the line to attack the opponent, because the damage of the soldiers was not bad in the early stage. However, she thought about it again. With Shen Yi's mentality, it was impossible not to know this. A little bit. So she suppressed the doubts in her heart and watched quietly. As Xerath calmed down again and again, the audience in the live broadcast room and the audience in the internet cafes silently counted in their hearts.
1 time.
2 times. After Xerath attacked 5 times, Syndra, who had only about 150 health left, finally escaped safely back to the tower. But Xerath also lost half of his health under the attack of the soldiers. But it wasn't over yet. Shen Yi used a large area to consume Syndra while replenishing his troops. However, before Syndra could move, she was hit by a long-distance skill. In desperation, Zhang Yimou had to press flash. He suddenly had the urge to die. After being hit by someone at level 1, he didn't want to look up when walking on the road. For the sake of his own safety, Zhang Yimou controlled Syndra to the junction of the first and second towers, close to the 3 wolves. Then he began the somewhat arduous return journey. But just as he was thinking about buying a few bottles of blood medicine, the screen suddenly went black. 4 minutes later, although everyone had expected that Syndra's defeat in the middle was an inevitable result, they never expected that the first blood would actually break out in the first 4 minutes of the game. If it was the second blood that killed Syndra, it's understandable for the little Murlocs, who are already in a strong stage at level 1. But the person in front of them is Xerath. At this time, the live broadcast room whose perspective was locked on Etienne was a little angry. Because the flash of Xerath just now was Syndra who hit at the extreme distance. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, They would not be able to believe that this was a prediction made.
I'm beginning to believe that the substitute mid laner is cheating. There's nothing wrong with this prediction alone. Come on. Come on. Those dogs who kept saying people were cheating came out. Did this operation blind your eyes? They are a bunch of rubbish. Brothers, we are civilized people. It's okay to slap them in the face with facts. These followers will run away when they see the facts. It's useless for you to scold them.
At this time, people who were watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones in the internet cafe found that while Lulu was flying in the live broadcast room, sporadic gifts actually appeared on Xinyi's live broadcast interface. This shows how impressive Xinyi's operation just now was. After reaching level 4, Xinyi went home with a lot of money. On the other hand, poor Syndra only brought 3 bottles of blood medicine. Although the situation in other lanes was not very clear, the situation in the middle lane was definitely one-sided. This is something that everyone can foresee. After going online again, Xinyi appeared in Syndra's field of vision with an explosive wand. Zhang Yimou looked at the nearly 3-digit spell power. He suddenly had the urge to give up the game. But after all, it was a game related to the reputation of his school. He could only turn around and gritted his teeth and said to the jungler beside him, "Help me catch the blind man, or I will collapse again." Saying this directly, you can imagine how broken Zhang Yimou was at this moment. And the jungler had no intention of blaming him, because it was not Zhang Yimou's problem at all. But the opponent's mid laner was too strong. "After I make this wave of birdies, I will grab the mid laner for you. In other lanes, you should try to be more stable. This time it depends on our cooperation in the later stage. The mid laner on the opposite side is just a temporary one. There is no cooperation at all." It can be seen that this jungler is quite prestigious in the team. So the other players nodded silently and began to focus more on the game. The blind man entered the grass with a small skin obtained from the punishment on the bird. And after confirming that there was no eye position, he squatted down on the spot. But he found that Xerath's position was too insignificant. And he only used his limit every time. The skill consumed Syndra. And Syndra cannot avoid it. How could Xinyi not notice someone squatting on him in the grass? Judging from their current equipment gap, it was impossible for Syndra to dare to step forward and fight with him. But since the beginning, Syndra has always wanted to. He was eager to give it a try. But it just suited his heart. Although there is a certain equipment gap between him and Syndra. Syndra's explosive power, after level 3, is still higher than his. He doesn't want to be fainted by Syndra for no reason. Otherwise he might be caught and sent away by a blind man. Dead. But Zhang Yimou also knew that Xinyi had not flashed. So his Syndra kept moving forward and pressed forward. When Xinyi was replenishing his troops, he finally seized the opportunity to cast one. Xerath, who had just been released by Ping, was pushed unconscious. And before that, Xinyi calmly rushed upward and released one. Snapped. Everyone looked blankly at the blind man who touched his eyes, and was stunned. Originally, they thought it was just Xinyi who made a mistake in casting his skills. But they found that this scene seemed familiar. And soon someone pulled out the previous video of Tianqiang vs LJK from their mobile phones. Game video. Same situation. Same blind man trapped. This can no longer be described simply as prediction. It feels as if Xinyi is controlling Zelas and the blind man at the same time. Xinyi is in control of every move of the blind man. Xinyi, who had ended his dazed state, hit Syndra with a skill that came forward to consume him. Then he followed up with a skill that consumed nearly half of Syndra's blood volume. At this time, the dazed state just ended. The blind man followed his own prediction. Released one, but failed without any surprise. If someone who doesn't know the reason for this live broadcast watches this live broadcast, he will definitely think that it is a technical anchor playing a game. Because there is really no fault in Xinyi's operation. And the barrage in Xinyi's live broadcast room is also overwhelming. In an instant, the style of painting became unified. And those rumors disappeared. Chapter 507, Hatred to the Bone. Jinshi turned on her phone and watched with some joy the changes in the barrage in the live broadcast room. She knew very well how much criticism her brother had suffered during this period. So when she watched it, she cried unconsciously. And Ouyang Lingling, seeing this, he quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Stop crying. Your brother is so dazzling now. Shouldn't you be happy? At this time, the game had reached 10 minutes. Xinyi had sent the opposite Syndra home 3 times. And his level reached the highest level in the game. Level 8. Xerath, who had a huge advantage at this time, had already reached level 11. But Syndra had just reached level 7. The gap in various attributes caused Syndra's health to be reduced by half after being hit by a skill. Zhang Yimou had been hit by Shen Yi's high-energy electromagnetic gun and was a little doubtful about his life. He didn't know whether the others were counted, but he knew that he had never escaped from Zela's. Under Shen Yi's hands, Zera's seemed to be like all others. The skills are all locked skills, giving no chance to dodge at all. Zhang Yimou, who was a little sad and angry, huddled under the tower. But at this time, a piece of ice was unexpectedly thrown from the darkness. Cinder's body was frozen in place, followed by Pig Girl, who flashed towards him with an icy aura. Got him. Zhang Yimou originally thought that Zhu Mei's damage output could not kill him, but he discovered that Zhu Mei used magic armor. Under the damage of this set of skills, his blood volume suddenly bottomed out, and he was about to flash after the control was over. He opened his position and counterattacked, but having been hit by Pig Girl's skill, he ignored the passive effect of Pig Girl's skill. That is, no matter what skill Pig Girl caused damage to, the damaged unit will be appended with a thrust effect, and this effect can be triggered by the skill. So Pig Girl raised her head and roared at Syndra, who was far away. The thrust damage, in response to the skill, froze the last trace of life in Syndra's body. After killing Syndra, Piggy flashed out of the attack range of the defense tower, and then headed towards Zerath with less than 1/5 of her health. But at this time, the light wave in the grass hit Piggy's sister. With a shout, the blind man flew out of the grass. Everyone thought that Pig Girl was already dead, but when the blind man flew halfway, a magic ball appeared diagonally and hit him with great accuracy. The poor blind man could only watch helplessly. The pork in the mouth ran away. It was another shocking and breathtaking prediction. Everyone watching felt that if they were blind, they would definitely be beaten to autism, because Shen Yi's prediction was so shocking. And these waves of brilliant operations also made the barrage in the live broadcast room more and more frequent, and the gifts gradually increased. These viewers originally just wanted to see the substitute mid-laner correct his name, but they didn't expect to encounter such a big surprise. In their eyes, operations that only appeared in video highlights seemed to be commonplace in the hands of this substitute mid-laner. The most important thing is that this substitute mid-laner is not a cheat. The stunned blind man simply did not have the body to withstand the damage caused by Zerath. So he was stunned and only had less than 1/4 of his health left after Zerath took one. Taking advantage of the dizziness to end, he hurriedly the ward retreated, but the position where he inserted the ward happened to be where Zerath's first shot was. The miserable blind man fell on his own ward. Although the blind man didn't say it, he already hated Zhang Yimou to the bone in his heart. He didn't expect that Zhang Yimou actually made the opponent's mid-laner his father twice in a row, because they had always been fighting each other before. In the later stage, Zhang Yimou and the bottom lane were the main players. Once Zhang Yimou collapsed, they could still rely on the bottom lane. But now, once Zhang Yimou collapsed, he would bring the bottom lane with him, which made him really angry. At this moment, who had been silent for a long time, he finally couldn't help it anymore. He frowned and glanced at Syndra, who had just come online, and then said with a look of disgust, "Zhang Yimou, you'd better show off. If you continue to show off to UIs like this..." Lars piled up the murder books, and we ran out of the second one. "I don't need you to tell me how to play," Zhang Yimou replied loudly, and the sudden sound in the quiet internet cafe attracted the attention of many people, who gritted their teeth and ignored him. In fact, if Zhang Yimou can stabilize his mentality, he can still rely on Syndra's high burst to barely fight. But if his mentality is gone, how can he face Shen Yi? Sure enough, less than 30 seconds after Syndra came online, Shen Yi successfully took down his head again, but no one sprayed him again at this time, because Zhang Mo's expression now looked like a murderer. Who would kill him again? If I dare to say more, I'm afraid it will have to drop the keyboard immediately. After successfully removing the first tower in the middle, Shen Yi manipulated Zerath to disappear from the opponent's sight. At this time, Nami in the bottom lane took the lead in attacking. After controlling the misplaced Lulu, a burst of attacks followed. The angry wave surged towards Lulu, and Lulu had no choice but to use his ultimate move under the injury, and also quickly used a healer. But seeing Lulu running back in panic with little health left, how could he let him go easily? After pulling him into position with a dodge attack, he nailed Lulu to the defense tower one by one. And this at that time, there was no output, and he had to run back to the back of the tower. Having received Zhang Mo's signal, they were about to retreat when an energy vortex suddenly appeared in front of him and Nami. Nami, who was caught off guard, was hit by the center of the vortex, and her health was knocked out by nearly half. Then she fired a devastating shot. The energy beam of destruction hit Namahi,
and he was quickly treated. But just when he was about to continue to escape, a blue ball filled with the aura of death hit him impartially, and he was stunned. Nami quickly took advantage of the gap in Shinyi's skills to regain a mouthful of blood. But he found that the dizziness on his head lasted surprisingly long, because this dizziness was another extreme distance release of Zerath through the wall. The stun time of Zerath's extreme distance skills is as long as 2 seconds. So when he was controlled, the health of the person under the tower who immediately cast a skill was suddenly hit to a critical level. But fortunately, Zerath's skill cooling cycle is still relatively long, so he did not suffer any additional damage while being controlled. So when the stun ended, he and Nami quickly pressed flash. The two sides hugged each other, and Shinyi was not stupid. Poppy held up his shield and pushed forward at the front. The two teams faced off in the middle. But as soon as the big tree on the opposite side tried to clear the troops, he was killed by Zerath. A charging skill brought him back, because one of Zerath's skills knocked down nearly 1/5 of the health of a big tree. Chapter 508 Attack Range. Looking at the severe injuries on their heads and the burning effect of Landry, most players turned around and asked with a feeling of wanting to die, "Zhang Yamo, can you tell me why Zerath has this equipment? I have no accusations." "What you mean is, I just want to know how you, Syndra, allowed Zerath to develop." Faced with one after another questions from his teammates, Zhang Yamo gritted his teeth and finally had to admit, "The opposite Zerath is very strong. I can't beat him." Since there was a secondary screen recorded on the mobile phone in the live broadcast room, Zhang Mo's words were also heard by the audience in the live broadcast room, and the barrage that had been calmer exploded again. "Is this the legendary way of calling people daddy? No one is convinced by Zerath's skills and predictions. Didn't you find that today's Zerath played better than the one in the previous game? The details were handled very well. As long as Syndra can kill Zerath alone, I will chop it live for you tomorrow. Then your wish upstairs may not come true. Why don't you live stream it as long as Syndra can be killed by Zerath's 2 skills within 25 minutes? While the barrage was exploding, the 5 people on Zhang Mo's side had returned to the Highland Tower in embarrassment. Under the consumption of Zerath, the blood volume of the 5 people had been reduced to a very low level. Only relatively speaking, the more wretched Syndra maintains half of her health. But just as they were returning to the city, the 5 of them watched Zerath, who was pushing down his tower, activate his skills. And then the first SHL flew over. But luckily for them, Zerath's cannonballs were not that accurate this time. It was just the field of vision provided by the cannonballs that exposed the positions of the 5 of them. In order to avoid the next harvest of cannonballs, the 5 people began to panic under the tower, got into position. This somewhat funny scene made the surrounding audience burst into laughter. And as the second SHL fell, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Mo's screen at the same time. This second SHL did not harvest the remaining blood of the other 4 who were destined to die, but hit Zhang Mo's Syndra. Now the level of Syndra was barely the same as the others, and all of a sudden, she was beaten to only 1 grid blood volume. "Why the hell does this Zerath only hit me?" Zhang Yamo cursed angrily, while the other 4 teammates remained silent, feeling a little lucky. In this case, it was better to protect oneself rather than become a backdrop for others. But after he finished scolding, Zhang Mo's hand was already on the F key. When the sound effect of the third SHL sounded, he moved the mouse pointer downwards. And then he breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had survived the disaster. Just when others thought Zhang Yamo had escaped, Zhang Yamo smashed the keyboard, startling several other teammates, who had returned to the city. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to Zhang Mo's screen, and discovered that Zhang Yamo's Syndra has returned to the city ahead of him. Only then did Zhang Yamo realize that it turned out that Zelaz's third SHL was just to force him out of the defensive tower position. And he once again became the background of Zera's on the opposite side. As for how Zhang Yamo died, you can see it by switching the perspective to Shinyi. After Shinyi used the third SHL to force him to move, he flashed his skill and hit Syndra after the flash, as if it was already expected that Syndra would dodge into the range of the skill. After killing Syndra, Shinyi and others arrogantly pushed down the second tower, and then turned to push down the second tower in the bottom lane. Only then did the 5 of them return home with full money bags. After returning home, Zerath took out the equipment that others expected, Mahia's soul-stealing scroll. Although taking out this equipment felt like humiliating the opponent, this was exactly what Shinyi wanted. Although Shinyi doesn't seem to care much about cheating in the past. In fact, Shinyi is not the kind of person who just pretends nothing happened after being bitten. His temperament is a bit like a hungry jackal. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he will
It will definitely give you a fatal blow. Under Shen Yi's instructions, the other 4 people turned to the top road. And then with the cooperation of Lulu, they deceived Syndra's ultimate move. Although Syndra's burst was high, the equipment gap, and the blessing of Lulu's ultimate move, there was no way to kill him. Moreover, Zhang was tragically drained of more than half of his health. He had no choice but to return to the city to replenish supplies. Just as he was about to join his teammates on the road, the assistant sent a signal in the bottom lane and said,
Zhang Yamo, go ahead. Watch Zerath in the bottom lane. Otherwise we won't be able to fight if the tower in the bottom lane is gone.
Although Zhang Yamo was angry after being ordered like this by an assistant, he had no choice but to rush to the bottom lane. At this time, a large wave of troops led by Shen Yi had already entered the attack range of the Highland Laser Defense Tower. However, Shen Yi didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Syndra. He was just attacking the defense towers one after another, seeming to have completely ignored Syndra, who was within the range of his skills. Zhang Yamo, who was already ready to move, saw that Zelaz was completely ignoring him. He mustered up the last bit of anger in his heart and hit Zelaz. But Zelaz seemed to have known that he would do this, doing the same thing. When the skill energy ball appeared, he had already relied on movement to avoid Zerath's stun. After releasing the control skills, Zhang Yamo retreated subconsciously. But Zelaz was still looking for reinforcements. Zhang Yamo finally understood what Shen Yi wanted to do.
Damn! You look down on people too much.
Zhang Yamo cursed in a low voice, and then controlled Syndra to catch a soldier not far away.
I still don't believe you can hide in such a large area.
The gap between the two sides was actually only reflected in the middle, so there were no casualties in the struggle between the 4 people. However, at this time, as a solemn sound effect sounded in the lower lane, the lower Highland Tower was broken. Dashu and others, who returned to the top lane, turned their attention to Zhang Yamo sitting among them. They found that Syndra's mana was only 1/4 left, but Zerath on the opposite side did not lose much health at all. Moreover, Zerath was also in a state of almost full mana. This scene also made the other 4 people no longer able to bear the sarcasm in their hearts.
I'll go. Zhang Yamo, what are you doing? Don't you know how to stop Zelaz from pushing the tower? You only know the air release skill? I really don't know how you, Syndra, can make Zerath look like this. I'm suddenly curious about how he got the mid-laner position.
Listening to these harsh words, Zhang Yamo clutched the mouse tightly. But he could do nothing except witness that his skills were empty one after another. His last hope could only be pinned on the 3 seconds left. The ultimate move is on. Chapter 509, Life is Hopeless. But just when there was still a second before his ultimate move, Zerath, who had been ignoring him, suddenly got angry. First, he hit him with a precise skill, and then an energy vortex dropped from the sky and reduced his health to 1/3. The last smooth skill took him away. Zhang Yamo, who had been killed and had red eyes, suddenly stood up. He looked at Shen Yi as if he wanted to kill someone. But when he stood up, several teammates next to Shen Yi also stood up. Of course, they couldn't just watch. Shen Yi was beaten. Shen Yi, who pushed down the Highland Tower and returned to the city, took off his headphones. He glanced at Zhang Yamo, whose eyes were almost bloodshot, and asked,
What's wrong? Is something okay?
Zhang Yamo, who wanted to curse loudly, finally held back. He punched the computer screen hard. Then he was about to walk out of the internet cafe angrily. But the network administrator stopped him directly.
You want to run away after pretending to be cool? You know how much does a computer screen cost? I ignored you just now when you threw the mouse randomly.
Zhang Yamo, who wanted to take advantage of the last moment to save some face, glanced at the damaged screen with a look of despair.
I'll pay how much?
Although Zhang Mo's Syndra was already in a dispensable state, they could no longer fight without one person. So the 4 of them soaked in the spring water and watched Syndra lead the others. His own crystal exploded. After the game, Shen Yi subconsciously glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Although he really didn't care about this matter, he would inevitably be a little happy to be able to redress the injustice. Just when he was about to turn around and find that help when he was looking for his fans, he found a note on the cell phone beside him. There was nothing else written on the note, but 2 strings of numbers. According to his vague impression, it should be the live broadcast account that the fan had just logged into. Although it was unclear why the fan did this, Shen Yi still kept the phone and the note properly. He put it away and said,
Give it back to this person when you see him in the future.
Although the score is now 2-2, Tianling University has lost 1 person. They can't find anyone to talk to in a short time. It seems that they have no intention of continuing to fight. Therefore, Yang Lingling had to postpone the competition to Friday during the discussion. After that, the four people all went to Zhang Yimou. Of course, one of his students did not have the ability to bear thousands of yuan in compensation. The four of them as a teammate of Zhang Yimou. No matter how Zhang Yimou performed before, he must still help. Seeing the students leaving Tianling University, Yang Lingling breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned to look at Shen Yi, who was packing his things.
Thank you very much for today. If you hadn't come to the rescue, I'm afraid the reputation of our university would have been ruined.
Our team has it. Stop it.
Shen Yi quickly stopped Yang Lingling's words of thanks. He walked to Yang Lingling and whispered.
First of all, I did not agree to join this team. Even if I lose, my reputation is your business. Secondly, I saved the game because I am a student of Genie University. So there are 2 games today. I will charge you the lowest price. 1,000 yuan per game. Cash or transfer.
Yang Lingling, who originally had some thoughts of gratitude, immediately realized how naive her idea was when she heard what Shen Yi said. She was dealing with a money fan, so she had to take out her mobile phone and said,
Tell me the card number, and I will give it to you right away.
Turn!
After collecting the money with satisfaction, Shen Yi said as a reminder,
My sister and I haven't had lunch today. You can't let us pay for it ourselves. Right.
Biting her silver teeth fiercely, Yang Lingling took out all her money from her pocket and said,
300 is enough. Right. I really don't know how you, a money geek, can have a sister who is so good at studying.
After taking the money as expected, Shen Yi walked out of the internet cafe with a blushing Shen Shi. He suddenly felt that making money was not as difficult as he imagined. He made so much money after a little struggle at noon.
Brother, didn't you tell me before that you have to have backbone to make money? But today you look so rogue.
Listening to Shen Shi's words, Shen Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes at her.
Is this what you deserve? Besides, the price was already agreed before. He left me 2 match points, and I haven't asked him yet. There's an expedited fee.
Shen Shi stuck out her tongue playfully. But just when Shen Yi was about to take her to find some delicious food, they heard a sound of beating and scolding from the corner in front. Driven by curiosity, Shen Yi and Shen Shi walked to the corner, only to find that Zhang Yimou, who had come out earlier than them, was angrily cursing at a person.
I paid you to teach me how to play games, but now I can't even open a game.
I've never beaten a real chick. So what do I need from you?
Shen Yi stood directly in front of the student. Zhang Yimou was about to teach Shen Yi a lesson, but found that people were gradually gathering around him. So he had no choice but to spit viciously and leave. After Zhang Yimou left, Shen Yi wanted to turn around to see how injured the student was, but found that the student had already taken the opportunity to escape. He had to quickly pull Shen Shi away from everyone's eyes. After having a boring lunch with Shen Shi, the 2 of them took the food they had bought back with them. Since they didn't waste much time playing games, they still had nearly an hour left to rest. They followed the long street back to their small alley, but before they could get home, they heard the landlord's loud and undisguised yelling coming from the yard where he lived.
I hang out with a bunch of gangsters all day long. See what you've done.
Since he often heard the landlord scolding his son before, Shen Yi didn't pay much attention to it. But just when he was about to take Shen Shi back, a figure stumbled out and almost knocked Shen Shi down. Shen Yi also, without being able to see clearly what this person looked like, he quickly disappeared from Shen Yi's sight. At this time, the bloated landlord ran out with a piece of clothing. She glanced at the entrance of the alley that was deserted, sighed and said to Shen Yi, I'm sorry about what happened just now. Is Shen Shi okay?
Shen Yi shook his head, but he noticed the school uniform with some dusty footprints in the landlord's hand. If he remembered correctly, the student who was beaten before seemed to be wearing such a uniform. She asked strangely,
Just now is it your son who ran out? It's been so long, but I don't think I've ever seen him before.
Chapter 510 Try your best. After all, I have been with Shen Yi for more than a year, so the landlord has nothing to hide about this matter.
Yes, since he doesn't come back very often. It's not surprising that you haven't seen him. Every time he comes back, he just asks me to wash him.
I can't find him at other times when I'm doing laundry. Then can't you give him tuition and pocket money regularly? In this way, he will come back basically every day, and you won't have to worry about him making bad friends everywhere.
But for what Shen Yi said, the landlord had a bitter look on his face.
This trick worked in the past. But then one time he had a fight with his father and didn't come back for a long time. We asked many of his classmates to inquire, and found out that he seemed to be like this after leaving home. He did some power training and relied on the money he earned to live in an internet cafe. Just like the game you played. So for nearly a year, he paid for his pocket money and tuition fees himself. Unless he really couldn't survive it. Otherwise, he will never come back even if he is beaten to death.
Shen-Yi originally didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. But the sadness and loss in the landlord's tone made him feel a little bit unbearable. He finally realized why the landlord kept telling him to find a job and stop playing those games. At this time, Shen-Yi quietly pulled his hand behind him. Shen-Yi recalled the landlord's previous care for Shen-Yi. He finally said tentatively,
I want to ask, do you know where he usually plays? I think there should be a way for me to get it back.
The landlord immediately cheered up after hearing this. She grabbed Shen-Yi's hand with some excitement.
Are you telling the truth? As long as he no longer hangs out with those bad friends in the internet cafe all day long, I will always let him take care of himself at home. It doesn't matter every day. Well, since I promised you, I will definitely do this. He should be from Tianling University.
Right?
What is his name? My son is a sophomore in Tianling University. Class 7. His name is Tan Taifeng. He seems to be in a small internet cafe west of Tianling University.
However, Shen-Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard the name for the first time, because he still couldn't figure out how to write the last name mentioned by the landlord. And he didn't know which character it was, but he still agreed.
Okay. Got it. I'll help you get him back in a week.
What? Shen-Yi glanced at the school uniform in the landlord's hand and said,
I hope you can transfer him to another school after he comes back this time. I have also gone to school recently. If he is in the same university as me and my sister, I can still take care of him.
Don't talk about transferring schools now. As long as Tan Taifeng comes back, it is possible that the landlord will be so excited that he can adopt all the rented houses in his house to Shen-Yi. Therefore, the landlord has fully agreed to the transfer. The reason why Shen-Yi didn't say what he was thinking was because he was afraid that the landlord would be too worried. After all, no parent wants their child to be bullied every day outside. Back in the house, Shen-Yi put the dishes in the refrigerator and said,
Brother, are you really sure you can get the landlord's son back?
Shen-Yi moved the quilts and other things outside to dry and said,
I'm just a game fan. If there's anything difficult to solve, just give me a beating if I don't listen.
However, Shen-Yi expressed disbelief after listening to what Etienne said. She didn't believe that Shen-Yi would take the initiative to beat someone because of such a thing.
I think you must reason with them, and then change them. Right? Ha ha ha. Looking at Shen-Yi, who was laughing wildly, Shen-Yi suddenly felt that his sympathy was overflowing. But since he had agreed, he would definitely do his best. After taking a short nap, Shen-Yi spent another afternoon in a daze. The knowledge in the book was really difficult for him now. But the news about him playing a game at noon spread quickly. In the afternoon, many classmates gathered around him in an endless stream. After all, bringing glory to the school is still relatively far away for them now. After finally coping until the evening, Shen-Yi sent Shen-Yi home and went directly to the school as the landlord said. To be on the safe side, he called Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao seemed to have something wrong. So he sent Wang Kai, and Leroy's contact information was given to Shen-Yi. However, the only drawback of this kind of internet cafe is that the smell of smoke is quite serious. When Shen-Yi just opened the door curtain, a smell of old cigarette smoke hit his face, which made Shen-Yi frown directly. But he could only do this smell. He had to endure it for the time being, because he still wanted to find that Tan Taifeng. Shen-Yi walked to the bar and said very kindly to the young lady at the bar,
Hello. May I ask if there is a student in this internet cafe who often plays here? His name is Tan Taifeng.
However, this girl seemed to have been immersed in the joy of replying to the message. She didn't even raise her head in response to Shen-Yi's words, but pointed to a corner not far away.
It's over there.
After saying thank you, Shen-Yi walked through the smoky aisle and saw a pile of lunch boxes accumulated like a hill in the corner of the internet cafe. And in the lunch box was a machine that was constantly flashing. Walking to the machine, Shen-Yi saw many textbooks placed next to the computer. And this student-looking person was not wearing a school uniform like Tan Taifeng before. So Shen-Yi was sure that this person was Tan Taifeng. Shen-Yi did not rush to call him, but found a chair and sat behind him. Tan Taifeng was chatting with his friends at the moment, and the content of the chat was roughly about things like boosting accounts and boosting accounts. And it can be seen that Tan Taifeng seems to be very skilled in this kind of thing. After telling the other party the price and time very simply, he did not urge the other party to transfer the money, but picked up the money with an indifferent look. I took a bite of rice from the lunchbox next to me. Shen-Yi found that Tan Taifeng really seemed to have the demeanor of a great power-leveling player. But Shen-Yi was not sure yet what his skills were. What he had to do was to find out what the skills of Tan Taifeng were first, so that he could implement his subsequent steps. Plan. Since Shen Yi has been doing power training in the future, he knows very well that in this industry, if you can't wait, others will think you are a liar. And Tan Taifeng's indifferent attitude really makes the other party feel uncomfortable. The money was transferred after 5 minutes. After taking a bite of food, Tan Taifeng picked up his phone and took a look at it, then simply typed 2 words on the screen. Send number. And his indifferent appearance even made Shen Yi wonder if the person who was beaten before was actually him. The current Tan Taifeng didn't look like the kind of person who would be beaten on the ground for nothing. Chapter 511. The start is not optimistic. After the other party sent the account number, Tan Taifeng temporarily put the lunch box aside, and then quickly logged in to the account. Shen Yi finally waited for the scene he wanted to see. After quickly logging in to the account, Tan Taifeng did not rush to start the game, but clicked on the runes page of this account. One day, he found that this account was really hard to use. There was only one set of pure spells on the 2 pages of runes, and the rest are some poor first-level runes. Tan Taifeng knocked on the table and pondered for a while. After saying something to the person online, he used the several thousand gold coins in his account to buy 2 attack speed essences. After placing the essences on the runes, he started his solo queue game. Judging from the essence he just bought, Shen Yi estimates that he may play the main position, but he does not rule out the possibility of playing mid-lane heroes such as Murloc and Clockwork, because such heroes also need a certain attack speed. But Tan Taifeng had only started the game for 3 seconds before he found the queue. Shen Yi then remembered that League of Legends during the S4 period was much more popular than at other times. So he watched Tan Taifeng's ranking intently. When the game entered BP, Tan Taifeng did not say anything about power leveling at the beginning like those small power leveling players asking for a position, but rather humbly typed, "Looking for a bot lane on the 4th floor to ensure stability." This kind of words is the most pertinent when it comes to power training in important positions, because if you say something like, "Which floor is on which floor, and what position is guaranteed to lead you?" at the beginning, it is likely to arouse the resentment of your teammates, and the final result will be very bad. It may be that not only did he not get the position, but he also had to argue with his teammates. And this teammate of Tan Taifeng is relatively easy to talk to. The 5th floor did not say, "No support on the 5th floor. Otherwise it will be given away." Instead, after Tan Taifeng chose Big Mouth, he chose to be more protective. Strong Road. However, Shen Yi visually estimated that the game he played should not be above Platinum, because the lineup has a particularly big problem. The opponent chose the combination of Rambo, the Blind Master of the Shadow Flow, plus the Aircraft and Nami. Once this lineup starts a group in the later stage, it can do damage. It can be said to be a blast. But on the other hand, on Tantaipeak's side, Teemo Leopard's female Clockwork enlarged her mouth. The Clockwork choice was more pertinent, and the jungler and top laner in the late stage were basically equivalent to moving 300 yuan. Shen Yi didn't believe it. This segment can have the leopard girl who saves the world in the later stage, at the same technical level as Teemo and Rambo. Rambo will definitely beat Teemo. Tan Taifeng seemed to have noticed the unoptimistic start, so after selecting the players, he typed, "Just limit the tribulation in the middle. Everyone, please be more careful." Shen Yi felt that Tan Taifeng was really conflicted at times. Although Shen Yi just watched him take the order, the tone of the discussion could not make anyone feel that he was a very good player. At this time, the game also entered the loading interface. While picking up the lunchbox, Tan Taifeng stood up and called the network administrator. When the network administrator came over, he seemed to know it in advance and brought a bottle of water. As you can imagine, "Tan Taifeng, how long have you been playing here?" In order to avoid Tan Taifeng noticing him, Shen Yi went to the front desk to turn on a machine and came back. And then he watched Tan Taifeng's game carefully. The S4 version does not have so many fancy starting equipment, so all the heroes in the lane have the Dolan equipment as the starting equipment, because this equipment has comprehensive attributes and has much better battery life than other basic equipment. However, Shen Yi discovered that Tan Tai what came out of Feng's big mouth was actually an attack speed dagger plus 4 reds. Although Shen Yi knew that everyone's understanding of the game was different, this was the first time he had seen such a costume, and his curiosity became more and more serious. Although there is a certain degree of technical suppression, I have to admit that Tan Taifeng's handling of details is really good. The only thing that makes Shen Yi a little confused is how Tan Taifeng taught such a rubbish player like Zhang Mo. After a solid double kill in the bottom lane, Dazue was the first to update the Berserker Greaves after returning home. Although his teammates were frantically sending signals, Tan Taifeng still did not change his equipment and brought another attack. The speed dagger followed Lulu on the line. There is actually no problem with Tan Taifeng's equipment. In most cases, players in the gold tier will supplement their output in the early stage to expand their advantages. Only players in the platinum tier and above will update their shoes in the early stage. This is because many people ignore the role of shoes. A pair of Berserker Greaves increases the attack speed by 35%. Then when you gain 40 points of movement speed, you also gain half of the attack speed of Renana's Hurricane. Regardless of that, what about the benefits of attack speed? Just these 40 points of movement speed will provide great convenience in early pursuit and escape. After returning home, Dazue's walking became smoother under the influence of the Berserker's Greaves. The plane that had just come online on the opposite side was killed before Dazue had time to join up with Nami, who had caught up. After falling under the tower, Dazue quickly returned to the position of both sides' military lines, with the support of Lulu's shield. However, while watching his landing, Shen Yi still discovered some problems. That is, Tan Taifeng was too violent in landing, and there was no such thing as a peaceful development of his big mouth. Although some of it may be due to his rank, because it was relatively low. He didn't put in that much concentration. But Shen Yi could tell from his personal habits of positioning that his landing characteristic was aggressiveness, which eventually led to him having to return to the city many times after killing people with blood that had been cut in half by defense towers. After secretly remembering Tan Taifeng's problem, Shen Yi carefully considered his positioning style while observing. In this way, the game time quickly came to 20 minutes while he was watching, and Dazue led the team with the advantage of crushing him. With a 3-level advantage over the opponent's aircraft, he wildly provoked the opponent's mid laner in the middle. The opposite mid laner didn't go to the next line in the whole game, so he didn't realize the horror of Big Mouth. So he relied on his 2-0 record to start the biggest release of the Forbidden Secret after Yumen handed over the Shadow clone. Instant prison. Shadow killing array. As a low laughter sounded, the Lord of Shadow's stream hung the mark on Big Mouth after a short period of being unable to select it. However, Big Mouth, which was enlarged by Lulu, did not hit the Lord of Shadow's stream. Flying, because Lulu's skills were released early. Sheep transformation, shield and the second skill were all given to Big Mouth when the Lord of Shadow's stream was unselectable. But at this time, Big Mouth's other teammates are still near the second tower and the blue buff, so support is impossible. But Shen Yi doesn't think he will die. If Tan Taifeng's Big Mouth dies like this, then Shen Yi doesn't need to spend time here watching him play games. Chapter 512 Basic Operations. And the fact is indeed not far from what Shen Yi expected. The moment the Lord of Shadow's stream just landed, Tan Taifeng did not flash out in a hurry. Instead, he was hit and slowed down by the skill released by the shadow of the Lord of Shadow's stream. As he walked forward, he paused and dodged the robbery's prediction. After this, Big Mouth, whose company had reached 2.0 with Lulu's blessing, started a crazy walking mode. The Shadow Stream Lord, who was originally confident that he could kill Big Mouth, had more than half of his health corroded by Big Mouth in an instant. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to compensate for the subsequent damage. He quickly returned to the position of the skill and flashed away from Big Mouth. However, when he flashed, 2 spits from Big Mouth still followed him. After the flash, the Lord of the Shadow Stream, with a critical amount of health, took advantage of Yeoman's remaining time and hurried back to join his teammates. But on the way back, a mouthful of acid with a critical hit value fell from the sky. However, but she didn't take him away, and she also escaped from Big Mouth's attack range. Nami, who arrived quickly, thought that the Lord of Shadow's stream was no longer in danger, so she did not provide him with treatment. However, at this time, another mouthful of acid with the same damage as before fell in front of the Lord of Shadow's stream, and Nami watched helplessly, watching his mid laner turn into 300 yuan and fall into the opponent's pocket. Seeing this scene, Shen Yi nodded silently. This Tan Taifeng's positioning and prediction were barely passable. The first skill was to predict the Lord of Shadow's stream, and the second skill was to use flash, predicted the hit after zooming in. Although Tan Taifeng's teammates kept hitting 666 on the screen. In Shen Yi's view, this was just a reflection of the basic operations of a successful player, and the next team fight was what he had to deal with. After the mid laner was killed this time, the opponent finally realized the horror of Big Mouth. Rambo drove his jingling mecha at the front. Shen Yi discovered the opponent's opponent through the scoreboard that Tan Taifeng occasionally clicked on. Rambo also achieved a gorgeous 5-2 record. Therefore, This round depends on how Tan Typhon, who has not flashed, survives the three-party attack from Blind Rambo and the Lord of Shadows stream. Because Shen Yi can feel that Tan Typhon's teammates have no intention of protecting him at all. But just when the team battle between the two sides was about to break out, Shen Yi, who was focused on watching Tan Typhon's game, suddenly noticed that the computer screen went black. Only then did he find a pair of hands pressing the switch of the machine next to Tan Typhon.
Hey, did you take another order today?
Following the disgusting voice that some people turned around, Shen Yi discovered that the culprit who turned off the Tan Typhon machine was Zhang Yimou, who had been taught a lesson by Shen Yi before. However, because his attention was not on Shen Yi, he failed to discover Shen Yi. At this time, there were several people dressed as students following Zhang Yimou, but looking at their unfriendly looks, they clearly did not look like they were here to chat and play games with Tan Typhon. Tan Typhon, who had his machine turned off, changed his mind. He was calm before, but stood up with a bit of panic on his face.
Brother Momo.
Tan Typhon glanced at Zhang Yimou timidly, and then said quickly,
Brother Imo, I can teach you at any time as long as you have time.
But just as Tan Typhon finished speaking, Zhang Yimou kicked him on the leg.
Do I have time? How much time did I give you? We agreed to put my number on the king's list, but it took 2 weeks. I'll give you money.
I asked you to help me improve my skills, but my own strength is still stuck at platinum. So how long do you want me to give you? Do you know how many people I lost today because of you?
Shen Yi felt that this Zhang Yimou was completely mentally ill. He came to blame the person who taught him when his skills were not up to par. The most ridiculous thing was that he actually asked people to help him become the king. Is he really a cabbage? Tan Typhon, whose body was a little trembling, said with a trembling tone,
It's my fault, Brother Imo. Don't be angry. Please spare some more time on the weekend, and I'll help you improve your skills right away.
Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Yimou stood up and pinched Tan Typhon's neck with one hand.
What I want now is not to improve my skills, but to give me an explanation. Haven't you always claimed to be the king of the first district? The top 50 players in the national server, did I teach you this?
Tan Typhon, who was forced to have no choice but to stutter, said,
Then can I compensate you? I will give you back the 50 you gave me before. If it doesn't work, I can.
Before Tan Typhon could finish speaking, he was pushed down on the computer table. Zhang Yimou said in his ear,
You are really a bit naive. You pay me back 10 times the money I gave you. And then you want help us defeat Golden Moon University and qualify for the college league.
Hearing this, Tan Typhon struggled for a moment, and he refused with a fierce tone.
Brother Imo, please don't embarrass me. I can give you the money, but you really shouldn't force me anymore about playing games.
Zhang Yimou, who was a little impatient, was just about to ask the people next to him to take action. Shen Yi patted Zhang Yimou on the shoulder behind him, and when he turned around, he punched him in the nose. Zhang Yimou, who hit the computer, made a lot of noise. There was a loud noise, and just when the people following Zhang Yimou were about to hit Shen Yi, the network administrator, who was attracted by the sound, loudly stopped their noise.
If you want to cause trouble, get out.
A hand that had already grabbed Shen Yi's neck let go. At this time, Zhang Yimou, who was being helped up, covered his nose with his hand and cursed fiercely.
I was worried that I had no place to look for you. It's just the right time to come here today. This kid, let's solve it together with you. Let's go. If you're a man, go outside.
Shen Yi took Tan Typhon out with Zhang Yimou and others, but Shen Yi found that Tan Typhon ignored him. It felt like he had done something unnecessary, but Shen Yi still left the internet cafe. When he was there,
he whispered, When we fight later, run away quickly. If you run back to your home, they won't dare to do anything to you.
Tan Typhon glanced at Shen Yi coldly and said nothing. Just as they were gradually moving away from the internet cafe, more than a dozen motorcycles drove towards them. Zhang Yimou, who was walking in the front, took a look at the motorcycles clearly. The leader immediately extended his hand to say H, low.
More than a dozen motorcycles roared and stopped not far from Shen Yi and the others. Shen Yi had nothing to be afraid of, and it was impossible for them to really beat him to death. Tan Typhon, who had flicked the bullet, turned pale with fright. The look toward Shen Yi became more complaining. Shen Yi listened to the conversation between Zhang Yimou and the leader from a distance, but he felt that the leader of the motorcycle had heard this voice somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. While Shen Yi was thinking hard, Zhang Yimou smiled like a dog leg and led the leader toward Shen Yi and the others.
Brother Rui, these two are the ones I want to teach you a lesson. I just said it. Don't use it at all.
No need for you to take action.
Chapter 513 Unbelievable. Shin-Yi made eye contact with a man named Brother Rui, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When Zhang Yimou saw Shin-Yi's appearance, he immediately cursed.
Is this the way you treat me, Brother Rui?
Following this, Zhang Yimou rushed forward and grabbed Shin-Yi's collar. But just as he was about to take action, the man's hair grabbed by the man he called Brother Rui was thrown aside by him. Several other people who originally wanted to take action saw this. The sudden scene suddenly shocked him. Zhang Yimou covered his head with pain on his face, and asked with wide eyes,
Brother Rui, did my brother do something to make you unhappy? If you want to try it, I can let him go to you.
However, what he said Brother Rui did next made him even more unbelievable. The man whom Zhang Yimou called Brother Rui came to Shin-Yi and looked at him and said,
Here, I just had something to do on the road.
Come here. It's a little late. This kid didn't hurt you, did he? It wouldn't be possible if you were a little later.
As long as you are not a fool, you will definitely understand the meaning of Shin-Yi's words. After listening to Shin-Yi's words, Li Rui turned his head to look at Zhang Yimou with sword-like eyes.
You just told me that you were going to beat 2 people. Right.
Hearing this, Zhang Yimou immediately panicked and explained.
Brother Rui, I didn't know he knew you. If I knew, I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 courages. Can I apologize immediately?
Zhang Yimou wanted to die now. He originally wanted to teach an unknown person who offended him a lesson. But he didn't expect that this person actually knew Li Rui. And it seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. But Li Rui was too lazy to listen to Zhang Mo's explanation now. Shin-Yi and Zhang Yimou were not difficult questions for Li Rui to choose at all. He silently waved to the people behind him, and those sitting on motorcycles held various sticks. When Zhang Yimou saw the scene, he was so frightened that his legs weakened. Just as he was about to continue begging for mercy, he and the few people following him were all pulled into the alley next to him. The screams in the alley were only the sound of some sticks being muffled on the body. Then Li Rui turned around and said,
So you called me here because of a fight? Then next time you tell me earlier. This time if it's a little later, you'll probably get beaten. No, I'm here to see my friend. I called you here just to prevent this, because this guy named Zhang Yimou was tortured by me while playing in the league during the day, and I figured I might get into trouble with him. Conflict.
Li Rui glanced at Tan Typhon behind Shin-Yi, then pulled Shin-Yi aside and said strangely,
Do you know him? Yeah. What's wrong?
Shin-Yi had just noticed that Li Rui's eyes had been glancing back and forth on Tan Typhon's body, but with an obvious contempt.
This kid is a well-known punchline in our school. Although I heard that he is very good at playing games, he is basically bullied by everyone in the school. I used to hear Zhang Yimou say that he has a free player. That should be true. It's him.
Turning his head and looking at Tan Typhon, who kept looking around, Shin-Yi said to Li Rui,
Please ask your school to help me take care of him during this period. After a while, I will ask his family to arrange for him to transfer to Jinyea University. You don't have to be bullied by people like Zhang Yimou all the time.
But Li Rui waved his hand and said in a nonchalant tone,
Don't worry. Now it's clear the true relationship between the two of you. Even if I give Zhang Yimou 5 courages,
he won't dare to do anything to Tan Typhon again.
While the two were chatting, more than a dozen people came out of the alley one after another. But there was no trace of Zhang Yimou and others.
Li Rui said to Shin-Yi, If there is nothing else, let's go first if we go back. These people are also students. If we go back too late, our parents will definitely ask.
Shin-Yi looked at a dozen of them riding motorcycles and couldn't help but joked.
I have never seen a student go out at night to drive such a social motorcycle. It looks like a standard equipment for rich people.
When Li Rui heard this, he came to Shin-Yi's ear mysteriously and said,
We poor students have a lot of money. We are not Brother Zhou Hao. You still remember those Du Feng's motorcycles we towed away before, right?
After what Li Rui said, Shin-Yi really recalled that the number of motorcycles now coincided with the number that Du Feng had called before. But he was a little confused.
Didn't Zhou Hao say he smashed these motorcycles? Hey, you can just smash it. I was worried that I didn't have anything to show off. Later, I found someone to smuggle these motorcycles to my house. Every time something happens, I take people to ride these motorcycles. How's it going? I just felt like I was very impressive. But don't tell Brother Zhou Hao. He will definitely tell me.
Shin-Yi laughed and said,
Don't worry. As long as you don't be too showy. Zhou Hao will definitely not know about it. Since you took the initiative to tell me about this, I can't tell him. Okay. You go back as soon as possible. I will take my friend home later.
After the two exchanged a few words, Leroy took the dozen or so people and left in a hurry on motorcycles. But according to Shen-Yi, Zhou Hao would know about it in 3 days at most. But just when Shen-Yi was about to look back for Tan Taifeng, he found that Tan Taifeng had walked towards the internet cafe alone without saying a word.
That's why I have such a good temper. If I were someone with no patience, if you dared to do this after someone rescued you, you would have been taken out and beaten long ago.
Saying this, Shen-Yi hurriedly chased after him. But Tan Taifeng returned to his seat indifferently, then restarted his computer, put Nahe's dirty rice aside, and followed closely. Then he ordered another meal. The whole process was as if Shen-Yi didn't exist at all. Shen-Yi finally couldn't help but patted his shoulder and said,
"Come back with me. Your mother is very anxious."
However, Tan Taifeng did not respond to Shen-Yi's words. He just replied casually,
"Thank you,"
and then stopped talking to Shen-Yi. This dull reaction made Shen-Yi feel a little angry and also very strange. Logically speaking, Tan Taifeng, he should be more polite to himself because of Leroy's relationship. But since the matter was resolved, Tan Taifeng has completely changed. His indifferent feeling is not like the way he talked to Zhang Yimou at all. Tan Taifeng definitely didn't talk to Shen-Yi like this because he had a good temper, because he himself was not a bully or a tough person. If you think about it carefully, it could only be because he mentioned the landlord, who was Tan Taifeng's mother. Chapter 514, Going Back on One's Word. Shen-Yi felt that there must be something else unexplained between mother and son. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a close relationship to be like strangers. Before going back to ask the landlord, he decided to sort out the relationship with Tan Taifeng first. Tan Taifeng had already logged into his previous account. And of course, he lost that match without any surprise. He sent a message to the account owner and was about to start ranking. But Shen-Yi sat next to him and turned on the computer.
"Let's do this. Let's go solo. If you win, I won't ask you to go back, and I will never come to you again. If you lose, you have to go back with me. How about that?"
After saying this, Shen-Yi clearly felt that Tan Taifeng was a little moved, because Shen-Yi had felt this way before. Being called out for solo was like the Lion King being provoked to his dignity. Now look at this Tan Taifeng, do you have such a stable Shinching anymore? But it is a pity that the current Tan Taifeng is exactly what Shen-Yi looked like in his early days. So he hesitated for a while after canceling the queue and opened the customization without turning around. Demacia.
Shen-Yi happened to have a Demacia account, so he didn't have to waste time borrowing it from Zhou Hao and the others. After logging into the machine, Shen-Yi found Tan Taifeng's custom room and joined in.
What are the rules?
Tan Taifeng stared at the screen and said,
"Just hit the middle lane. I'm not very good at mid lane. The rules are 100 knives for 1 tower and 1 blood. Also, I hope you won't go back on your word and don't come to me again after losing."
Shen-Yi randomly chose a Time Guardian, while Tan Taifeng chose Tai Long, the Shadow of the Blade. According to Shen-Yi's memory, SS, the champion of S4, once used Tai Long in the professional league. So this hero is also the current comparison, one of the fiery mid-lane heroes. When Tan Taifeng saw Shen-Yi's choice, he had already determined that the person who asked him for a solo was just pretending. So he thought he was already a sure shot. After the game was loaded, the two of them focused their attention on their own screens, and the heroes they operated respectively came to the line in the middle. As soon as the two came to the line, they kept catching each other's positioning mistakes. But Shen-Yi's performance seemed to have no intention of fighting at all. Although he kept testing, he did not let himself get closer to Tai Long. On the other hand, Tan Taifeng had been operating Tai Long to find opportunities to consume Shen-Yi. As the two kept pulling, Shen-Yi was forced back into the attack range of his own defense tower. At this time, Shen-Yi, who had been slowly retreating, suddenly moved forward. One time. According to common sense, Tai Long should learn the skill at level 1. But Tan Taifeng knew that he would definitely suffer in the early stage due to short hands. So he learned the skill. So he caught Shen-Yi and pressed the skill when he moved forward. But he followed the time and entered the middle of the attack range of the first tower. While being shocked, Tan Taifeng quickly controlled Tai Long to leave the attack range of the defense tower. But at this time, a slowdown sign appeared on him.
He actually learned this?
Tan Taifeng didn't expect that he originally wanted to have an advantage at level 1. But he was accidentally tricked by the opponent. The first attack of the defense tower knocked out more than 1/4 of his health. He didn't want to be consumed anymore. He had no choice but to press flash. But Shen-Yi behind him controlled the Time Guardian and pursued him relentlessly. Although Tai Long's skill is a heavy deceleration of up to 99%, the duration is only about 0.5 seconds. But the Time Guardian's deceleration is as high as 3 seconds. So Tai Long, who flashed out of the attack range of the defense tower, was quickly behind him. The Time Guardian caught up. Tan Typhon retreated backwards while pressing the blood bottle to restore blood. The Time Guardian, who was following behind him, attacked him calmly. Although the normal attack damage of mages like Time Guardian was very low in the early stage, the attack nearly 4 rounds of Time Guardian also caused nearly 150 points of damage to Tai Long. Shen Yi successfully used 0 points of blood loss in exchange for half of Tai Long's health. He used 2 bottles of blood potion under the tower to raise his health to 4/5 with difficulty. When he came to the line, the Time Guardian had already cleared out the front row of soldiers. His original idea of quickly gaining an advantage in the early stage was shattered. It is not a wise choice for him to rush forward to exchange blood now. However, although Tan Typhon is honest, Shen Yi is not stupid enough to develop smoothly with him. He always has skills in his hands, and every time Tai Long wants to replenish his troops, he will receive a flat shot with weak damage. Therefore, when Tai Long reached the second level, 1/4 of his blood volume had been consumed. However, even after being consumed in such a disgusting way, Tan Typhon's mentality did not appear unstable. But he was thinking about how to get through the difficult early stage. After all, his strength is there.
Bang!
Shen Yi, who took the lead in level 3, instantly stunned Tai Long under the tower. The control and damage of the 2 bombs cut Tai Long's HP by a large amount. After the stun, Tan Typhon was planning to fight back, but he could use the deceleration on his body made it impossible for him to get close to time. He had no choice but to pay more attention to the movement of time when replenishing troops. In the constant confrontation, Tan Typhon finally overturned his previous thoughts. He found that Shen Yi was not as weak as he thought. On the contrary, he roughly guessed Shen Yi from Shen Yi's impeccable positioning. His strength will definitely not be worse than those he often encounters in high-end games. Thinking that he had been deceived by the trumpet that someone brought out before, Tan Typhon couldn't help but laugh at himself. But he quickly put away his emotions.
Level 6. I can definitely kill you.
As the level gradually increases, Shen Yi's bomb damage becomes more and more considerable, and his bomb casting is terrifyingly accurate. From the beginning to now, the opposite Tan Typhon has not dodged a bomb. After finally reaching level 6 with great difficulty, Tan Typhon's health volume was less than 1/4. But the Time Guardian opposite was hit by a defense tower at level 5, and didn't even have any blood medicine. Yes, no matter how murderous Tan Typhon was, he could only go home with peace of mind in the face of such a disparity in blood volume. But of course Shen Yi would not let him go back easily. When Tai Long showed signs of retreating, he controlled the Time Guardian to press forward. However, the consequence of this behavior was that when he interrupted Tai Long, he was also the defense tower attacked a bit. When Tan Typhon saw this scene, he suddenly came up with a bold idea. He began to try to seduce him back and forth under the tower. It was difficult for him to be hit by the Time Guardian's bomb in his position. If the other party wanted to be hit by force, he would definitely be hit by it. The defense tower attacked, and this was his chance. Chapter 515, Delay Strategy. When Shen Yi was attacked by the defense tower for the 3rd time, the tile under the tower suddenly disappeared. Shen Yi first placed a bomb in front of him, and then used his comrade's skills to place another bomb on himself. Bomb, and at this time a strange scene appeared. The first bomb suddenly overlapped with the second one, and the first bomb actually exploded on Shen Yi's body. Tan Typhon was a little surprised when he looked at himself, who was dazed next to the Time Guardian. The Time Guardian opposite had no empty bombs, which was already very scary. But he was invisible just now. Anyway, he thinks that he is a hero who is invisible. It is difficult to find where he is without relying on the eye of a needle. More than 90% of the videos in the collection are coincidences. This is the experience he gained from playing thousands of ranked kings. Having roughly guessed what Tan Typhon was thinking, Shen Yi asked while exiting the game.
What? Are you not convinced that you just lost? No. I just want to know how you brought me to the defense tower just now. I clearly remember that Tai Long's skill is not to follow. Come back with me and I'll tell you why.
Tan Typhon didn't look at him, but stared at the screen intently and said,
That's no need. I don't play mid lane very much. I've always been a bottom laner. It's not surprising that I lost to you. I'm asking this.
The question is also purely out of curiosity.
She had long expected that he would have such a shameless idea. So Shen Yi simply opened another custom room.
Here, let's use this one. How about it?
Tan Typhon turned his head and glanced at Shen Yi in surprise. Then looked back and said,
I told you. I mainly play the bottom lane. If you play, you will definitely lose. So there is no need. That's not necessarily true. How do you know that I'm definitely worse at playing than you?
Shen-Yi, who has had 4 years of memories, can certainly easily capture the temper of a college student like this. After hearing what Shen-Yi said, Tan Taifeng directly joined his custom room. This time Tan Taifeng was still very confident and locked the hero in seconds. After seeing his choice, Shen-Yi moved the mouse down to lock a figure wearing leather pants.
Let's hunt those who are trapped in the darkness.
Seeing Shen-Yi next to him choose such a hero who should not appear in the solo, Tan Taifeng did not have a long memory because of the previous things. He was confident that as long as he got Draven, he would not care about the opponent's choice in the solo. Everything will definitely become 300 yuan in his pocket. This time,
Shen-Yi did not step forward to provoke the opponent like before. Delavine's big axe in the early stage was no joke. His small body was impossible to compete with this tough guy. So he huddled under the tower obediently. After standing under the tower until the troops came out, Shen-Yi controlled the replenishment of troops. Although Shen-Yi could ensure that he would complete the blood exchange when Draven attacked him, he could not achieve the overwhelming advantage like before. After all, he was also the main player as the mid laner. Although he has dabbled in it, it is still not easy for him to compete with the opposite Draven without the support of support. After undergoing 2 blood exchanges, Tan Taifeng suddenly realized that his Draven's damage seemed to be a little low. He clicked on the panel and found that the opponent was wearing cloth armor and 4 red equipment. This explained why did we not gain such an advantage, when we should have relied on the high damage in the early stage to exchange blood. However, this 50-50 situation only lasts until the 2nd level. After the level up Draven has skills, his attack speed and damage have been improved to a certain extent. Therefore, at the level 2, Draven carries both weapons. Axe began to attack Shen-Yi with his troops. Shen-Yi calmly controlled the retreat, but Draven behind him was chasing after him, cutting his health with sharp axes. When he finally escaped back to the tower, he only had 1/4 of his health left. But Draven, who was already murderous on the opposite side, entered the attack range of the defense tower without mercy, which was obvious. If you don't kill, you won't understand the hatred in your heart. But just when Tan Taifeng thought he could get a first blood head, he suddenly rolled in his direction. Although the amount of blood in front of him was already fatal, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. At this time, when he came out, his blood volume rose a little under a burst of light. And then he lifted out the giant crossbow behind him, and then disappeared from the place. Tan Taifeng finally understood what Shen-Yi was thinking. But at this time, he was already pinned under the tower, already suffering the hatred of the defense tower. He could only watch as the defense tower removed his blood 3 times. This blew, standing in front of Draven's body and returning to the city with only about 50 health left. Shen-Yi turned his head and asked,
"You should be convinced now, right?"
Tan Taifeng, who was staring closely at the screen, released his fingers that were pressing on the flash, took off his headphones and let out a sigh.
"I really can't beat you."
Listening to Tan Taifeng's answer, Shen-Yi nodded secretly. In fact, many people would be very unconvinced when their first blood was taken away in this situation. They always felt that they could suppress the opponent, and the opponent won in this way. It doesn't prove anything, but that's not actually the case. The heroes of League of Legends are designed to be strong and weak at different stages. Draven's high damage requires constant axe, while he is the hero who saves the world in the later stage. There is no comparison between the 2 heroes in the early stage. Sex. If these rules are further restricted, Shen-Yi will certainly not be able to defeat him. Shen-Yi exited the game interface and stood up. But before he could speak, Tan Taifeng took the lead and asked,
"Can you answer the previous question for me first? This is very simple. Although Tai Long's is not a follow-up skill like the blind man's skill, in the current version of the skill mechanism, Tai Long's is a locking skill, so it will also produce a follow-up of about 0.1 second. I took that 1/10 of a second and flashed you into my defense tower."
If ordinary people listen to Shen-Yi's words, everyone will definitely think that he is a madman. How is it possible to seize 0.1 seconds in a fleeting game? But Tan Taifeng was different. Although he was surprised by what Shen-Yi said, this was the only reasonable explanation. It was just that it might be more difficult to seize this opportunity. Tan Taifeng nodded, raised his head, and asked curiously,
"I want to know what rank you are in, and why do you insist on letting me go back with you?"
Shen-Yi did not answer his questions because he knew that this was just Tan Taifeng's delaying tactic.
"Before I answer these questions of yours, you go home with me first, and I will tell you whatever you want to ask when you get home."
Chapter 516. Familiar with the road? After returning home, Shen-Yi directly found the landlord. At this time, the landlord was sitting at the door waiting expectantly. When she came back one day, she immediately ran in front of him. But she found no trace of anyone else behind Shen-Yi. Immediately, irrepressible disappointment appeared on her face. Shen-Yi briefly explained the situation. And then he said thoughtfully,
I have a question I don't know whether I should ask. That is why the relationship between you and Tan Taifeng is so bad. I think the least I can do is to ease the relationship between you two. You have to figure this out. Right.
The landlord hesitated for a moment, and finally said as if he had made up his mind.
Actually, 2 years ago, Xiaofeng and I had a deep relationship just like mother and son in other families. Of course, with Xiaofeng's personality, he naturally had a better relationship with his father.
When the landlord said this, Shen-Yi suddenly realized that he had never met the landlord's husband, and had never heard her mention it. If he was right, the problem should be here.
Tell me, I'm not the kind of person who talks about other people's affairs.
Sighing, the landlord continued.
His father and I have never had a good relationship because his father drinks alcohol all the time. In the past, he always liked to beat me when he drank too much. I, a woman who married far away, had no one to rely on and was bullied. I didn't cry. I had no choice but to make myself fatter. Because even if I couldn't beat him, his father wouldn't be able to hurt me.
Listening to the landlord's words, Shen-Yi couldn't help but feel ashamed of his previous thoughts about the landlord. The landlord brought a stool from outside and handed it to Shen-Yi.
Sit down and I will talk to you slowly. You think, a person who drinks and doesn't work all day will definitely not get any better. So when Xiaofeng was in his teens, he couldn't beat me. After that, he would take advantage of Xiaofeng to vent his anger on Xiaofeng from time to time when I was not around. But every time he sobered up, he would apologize to Xiaofeng. And Xiaofeng would still choose to forgive him until later. At that time, I was almost 300 pounds. No man would want such a fat woman. So he often spent money to find young ladies. But when he drank too much, he would hit or scold the young ladies. They were just providing services to him. And they were not the ones who were beaten and punished in the past. So she often had conflicts with the lady. One day when I was away, he had a dispute with the lady because he had no money to give to the lady, and ended up killing her. He secretly hid the body and told me that Xiaofeng, who had seen all this at that time, should not tell anyone. But Xiaofeng was still young at that time. After I went back, I found that something was wrong with him. He was in a daze all day long. Then one day, I asked about this while his father was out having fun. Although Xiaofeng begged me don't report it to law enforcement. But I'm afraid that this kind of scumbag will threaten Xiaofeng's personal safety sooner or later. So in the end, I chose to report it to law enforcement. Xiaofeng's father was sentenced to 5 years for manslaughter. After that, his attitude towards me changed 180 degrees. After listening to the landlord tell so many secrets, Shen-Yi finally understood why the relationship between the two close relatives was so tense. She couldn't help but sigh. I'm trying my best. If it doesn't work, I might have to wait until his father is released from prison. Xiaofeng, only then can the relationship with you be eased.
Although he still couldn't hide his disappointment on his face, the landlord still forced a smile and said,
Let this matter take its course. It's getting late. You should go back to accompany Shen-Shi. She is probably quite scared to be alone at home. Well, I'll go back first.
When Shen-Yi returned home and just opened the door, Shen-Shi enveloped Shen-Yi like an octopus.
Brother, you are finally back. I'll go. You're fat again.
As a result, Shen-Yi had no intention of hugging her. After making such an excuse, he quickly put Shen-Shi aside. Then he coughed in embarrassment and said,
You're a big girl. Why are you hugging me when you have nothing to do? This will make your brother in the future how to find a partner.
Shen-Shi stuck out her tongue playfully, and then ran down barefoot to the table as if she had remembered something. There was something mysteriously covered by an iron pot on the table, and she pressed it with some pride on her little face. He held the iron pot and said,
Brother, guess what's inside?
Seeing Shen-Shi's actions, Shen-Yi subconsciously felt a chill running down his spine.
When I just went out, Leroy and I had already had dinner. Let's save what you made today for tomorrow. What do you think?
But just after Shen-Yi said this, he saw Shen-Shi's little face change from the excitement just now to the feeling of a little resentful woman. The helpless Shen-Yi quickly persuaded.
Okay. I'm not too full.
It's just a little late for midnight snack. Let me see what you have done.
With the determination to die, Shen-Yi watched Shen-Shi's death hand lift the lid of the pot. What comforted him a little was that at least what Shen-Shi made this time seemed to be barely passable. thinking back to the weird green color he had eaten last time. Shen-Yi asked tentatively while holding the chopsticks.
What ingredients did you mix together this time?
Nothing.
Hazelnuts, bananas, pineapples, chocolate pie, some vitamins that increase intelligence, and 2 lettuce leaves.
After listening to Shin-Shi's words, Shen-Yi roughly guessed what kind of mood he would be in when he fell asleep. But he still smiled and said,
It's pretty good. There's progress. Let me give it a try.
After taking a look at the brown color on the plate, he finally mustered up the courage to put his chopsticks in, took a bite and just put it in his mouth. He spat out a little foam. Shin-Shi was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he spat out the foam. Go! Shin-Yi swallowed the stutter silently, and then asked seriously,
Did you mistake the washing liquid for cooking oil again?
Shin-Shi hesitated and said,
I put it a little wrong at first, but then I didn't see much, so I just replaced it with cooking oil. There shouldn't be any problem.
Right?
There's really no problem.
As he spoke, Shin-Yi picked up a glass of water next to the table and poured a little on the plate. Then he stirred it gently with chopsticks, and a layer of white foam appeared on the plate. Shin-Yi looked lovingly at Shin-Shi, who was lying on the bed like a baby, and then tucked the quilt around her.
It's getting late. Go to sleep well. We have to go to school early tomorrow.
However, Shin-Shi kept staring at Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi pinched her nose helplessly, and then pulled out a storybook that had been told many times from under the bed.
Once upon a time.
It was approaching 10 o'clock, and Shin-Yi finally put Shin-Shi to sleep. He couldn't help but glance at Shin-Shi's flawless profile under the light. Shin-Yi took out his mobile phone, stood up and walked out.
Sorry. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please call again later. Sorry.
Chapter 517, there is a lot of discussion. After hanging up the phone, Shin-Yi dialed Leroy's mobile phone number again, but it was still the same voice. He had no choice but to give up because he had never seen Zhou Hao since this morning. Although he knew very well that in this no one in the place could do anything to Zhou Hao. But he still couldn't help but be a little worried. After thinking for a while, Shin-Yi, who really had no way of contacting Zhou Hao, could only go back temporarily and wait until he contacted Leroy or someone else tomorrow before asking about Zhou Hao's whereabouts. When Shin-Yi returned home, he was about to turn on the computer to practice some other unfamiliar heroes, but he gradually felt tired. He got up and went to the faucet to wash his face, but he saw an open medicine bottle next to the cutting board. He picked up the medicine bottle with some disbelief.
The words sleeping pills
were clearly written on it. Shin-Yi quickly came to Shin-Shi's bedside and asked,
Chun-Shi, how much sleeping pills did you put in your food?
Shin-Shi replied half asleep.
I took 2 tablets according to the dosage above. Because my brother doesn't get a good rest and plays games very late every day, so he can go to bed earlier.
After hearing Shin-Shi's answer,
Shin-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he felt warm in his heart. Although her sister was a bit naive and clumsy, she really cared about him and gently patted Shin-Shi to sleep. Shin-Yi after tucking her in the quilt again. He couldn't resist his tiredness and had no choice but to pack up his computer and go to bed to rest. The next day, Shin-Yi, who was sleeping soundly, woke up from Shin-Shi's bombardment. Shin-Shi, who was standing at the head of the bed, pouted and said,
Brother, if you don't get up, we will be late. You are the second one.
Study in heaven.
Shin-Yi got up from the bed in a daze. He glared at Shin-Shi fiercely. If this little girl hadn't given him sleeping pills yesterday, he wouldn't have slept until now. After washing, Shin-Yi finally woke up a little. Shin-Shi took him and rushed to school. Since it was the peak period for school, there were many students rushing to school. Shin-Yi spent a lot of time after the two parted at the school gate. It took him a long time to find his class. But as soon as he arrived in the class, he heard people talking around him.
Have you heard? Yesterday, the new student from our school led our school's team to defeat the team from Tianling University. Is he so powerful? It seems that he is really not cheating. I remember someone told me that the mid laner opposite Tianling University is a platinum player. He is quite capable to defeat such people. This person named Shin-Yi is also quite capable.
Walking next to the two girls, Shin-Yi coughed deliberately. The two girls turned around and saw him and immediately stopped the discussion. However, after Shin-Yi left, their eyes glanced at Shin-Yi from time to time, and there seemed to be a hint of emotion in their eyes. Focus on the feeling of adoration. As soon as Shin-Yi returned to his seat, the curious teenagers from yesterday swarmed in again. All the chatter was about Shin-Yi's game yesterday. After all, with their level of strength, platinum is still out of reach. Just when Shin-Yi was struggling with how to deal with it, Someone in the class shouted loudly,
"Oh my god! Everyone, please look at our city's forums and posts."
After all the students were stunned for a moment, they all gathered together in twos and threes and took out their mobile phones to open the post bar and forum. Shin-Yi was curious and took out his mobile phone to find the forum about Tanshui's city. As soon as he entered, there was a very eye-catching headline: Qianxiang substitute mid laner has no basis for cheating. The following is a list of various abnormal signs after Shin-Yi's competition from various aspects, and combined with Shin-Yi's competition videos in the past few days, it also completely overturns what Shima said before. Naturally, Shin-Yi regards Shima as those games that serve as background boards. Shin-Yi discovered that someone had paid to put this title on the top. It was published last night. So far, it has had 140,000 views and more than 8,000 follow-up comments. At this time, Shin-Yi finally received a text message from Zhou Hao, "Brother, in 2 days at most, you can be completely vindicated for cheating and being wronged. If anyone dares to talk nonsense again, I will personally send him to the hospital." After typing the word,
"Thank you,"
on his phone, Shin-Yi put it away silently. Yesterday's live broadcast plus today's forum and post bar. No matter how dirty the man behind the scenes is, it is impossible to stain him. Gold will always shine. While the students were watching enthusiastically, the class bell rang, and all the students immediately put away their mobile phones. When Shin-Yi took out his textbooks and prepared for class, he found that Ouyang Lingling's seat had been empty. He had not seen her since she came here today. However, when Shin-Yi thought that she was the principal's daughter, the doubts in his heart were naturally cancelled. Halfway through the class, Ouyang Lingling knocked on the door and came in. The teacher took one look at Ouyang Lingling and temporarily stopped teaching. Shin-Yi saw Ouyang Lingling coming in front of him. When he was confused, Ouyang Lingling said,
"The principal and the dean are looking for you. Come with me." "All good."
Some didn't understand why they stood up. What did the principal and dean want to do with me at this time? Could it be that the school knew about Li Rui helping him fight yesterday? Lingling said that you are very good at playing games. Although I don't know much about games, the things on the forum have proven your strength. So I want to ask if you are interested in joining our school's team.
The principal's words made Shin-Yi couldn't help but glance at Ouyang Lingling next to him. If she hadn't interfered with this matter, the principal would never have found him. So he thought for a while and said,
"This may not work."
As soon as Ouyang Lingling said this, even the dean and the principal were shocked at the same time. The principal did not expect that even Shin-Yi would not agree with this matter if he said it himself. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the principal said with some confusion,
"I want to hear your reasons. In my opinion, you shouldn't give up this opportunity to go to school and play games for free."
Shin-Yi shook his head. In fact, the principal's thoughts are the inherent thoughts of most adults today. No matter what internet cafe, college or university league you're in their eyes, they will all plan to play games. The principal also came to him with this idea, so he had even less reason to join.
"I want to use the League of Legends game to make money to give my sister a better life. If it was just for playing games, I could just stay at home every day. So I'm sorry."
Chapter 518, Going with the Flow. The dean, who had been silent for a long time, then said,
"The principal wants you to join the school's team and defeat Tianling University to qualify for the college league. Moreover, the championship bonus of this college league is as high as 200,000. This money the school will not touch a penny of the money. It will all be sent to you. In addition, we will also sponsor your team with a large amount of funds. What do you think?"
To be honest, Shin-Yi was really moved when he heard the amount of the bonus. But he knew very well that it was impossible to win the championship in the college league as easily as imagined. By then, he would not be able to beat those players with his personal strength. A college team that gradually learns to operate. Seemingly sensing Shin-Yi's hesitation, Ouyang Lingling approached the principal and discussed quietly with the principal and dean for a while. After that, the principal said,
"Well, I will add another condition. As long as you join the team and lead our schools if the team wins the college league championship, I will give you a place as a recommendation. As long as it is not Tsinghua University, you can choose other universities."
But after hearing this, Shin-Yi realized another problem.
"If I remember correctly, it seems that only universities can sign up for the college league." "Right."
Ouyang Lingling nodded.
"In the past, only universities could sign up. But in view of the popularity of League of Legends, more than 300 domestic universities jointly planned this low-end version of the college league at the beginning of this year. 4 times, Each time, registration opportunities will be provided in a region. In the second year, the top 8 teams from the 4 major regions will be brought together to participate in the official college league. The bonus I just mentioned is the low-profile version this time. College League Championship Award. After Ouyang Lingling explained this doubt, the last harsh medicine thrown out by the principal finally made Shen Yi completely moved. He thought for a while and said, I can join, but I must choose the team members. Not me. To belittle our school, I think Ouyang Lingling should also know that with the current strength of our school's team, it is difficult to even beat Tianling University. Although Shen Yi's words were relatively straightforward, Ouyang Lingling had nothing to refute, because the 2 games yesterday were indeed lost by the opponent's crushing, and the subsequent wins were entirely due to Shen Yi's strength. It has little to do with other roads. Regarding Shen Yi's condition, the principal turned his attention to Ouyang Lingling. It was really difficult for people of his age to understand what technical coordination a game required. So he had to leave the decision to the current captain of his school's team. That is, his daughter Ouyang Lingling. Regarding the matter mentioned by Shen Yi, Ouyang Lingling just thought for a moment, and then nodded and said, You go find the team members. I will do the ideological work of the team members now. But you have to find people of the right age, so that it is convenient for us. Apply for admission, because the regulations of the college league are that only students from your own school can use it to compete. Ouyang Lingling and the principal looked at Shen Yi's disappearing back. The principal couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Lingling, you wanted to build a team at the beginning. I can understand your desire to play. But do you really think that a game champion deserves? Are you researching the university's admission quota? I think you should do this time. Ouyang Lingling, who said nothing, took out the video of the Spring College League game. Principal Ouyang couldn't help but be startled when he saw the crowd at the game. Is this a game of the game you mentioned? There are so many spectators? The teaching director standing aside hesitated and said, If I remember correctly, I saw it on the news before. This game called League of Legends has more than 200 million registered players. We have as many as 80 million players in China. That is, it is said that 1 in every 20 people will play this game. This is why I agreed to Lingling to establish a team. Once we can win the championship, the hundreds of thousands of bonuses will be secondary. The reputation it will bring to our school can be imagined. No. As soon as the dean finished speaking, Ouyang Lingling quickly retrieved from the internet a list of the student enrollment and sponsorship status of the University of Nanhua, where the championship team of this year's Spring College League is located. Compared with last year's performance class, this year's enrollment status of this university and sponsorship numbers increased by almost 60%. Looking at these bright red data, Principal Ouyang's last worries were dispelled. To be able to become the principal at this age. Of course, he also has his own foresight. Although it is very difficult to win the championship among nearly 100 colleges and universities. It's difficult. But no matter what you do, you always have to take some risks. Lingling, you will take care of the change of team members in our school right away. Lao's son, you go to our school's finance department and allocate them 100,000 as the team startup capital. The abandoned canteen behind the school should not be used. Right. Renovate it. Let's make some changes. This year, we will have to humiliate our team first. If we achieve good results, we will find a better place next year. Shen Yi stared at the names on the paper and pondered. But the teacher suddenly called him up to answer the question. Classmate Shen Yi, what is the first name mentioned in the book? Lu Mu. Shen Yi, who had been standing for half the class, finally made it to the end of the get out of class amidst the laughter of the students around him. Unexpectedly, the teacher suddenly asked such a question, and he subconsciously pronounced the name without paying attention. It really gave him a headache, pushing away the classmates who wanted to come over to chat with him. Shen Yi thought about the name while thinking about it. This person named Lu Mu was someone he met when he took orders to make money to treat his sister. He should have been 17 at that time. Around the year 2010, he accepted an order from Kalamanda to become a king. It was at that time that he met Lu Mu by chance. When he first arrived in Kalamanda, he didn't know Lu Mu's reputation. So the two had a big dispute over the choice of hero. In the end, the other 3 teammates chose to compromise. Shen Yi had no choice but to obey Lu Mu's arrangement. Although Shen Yi did not choose a hero that he was good at, Lu Mu was impressed by his skills. Since the list did not require adding friends, the two of them added friends afterwards. And then they got it done. After Shen Yi's solo ended in victory, the two became good ranked friends bound to the national server. After that, Shen Yi gradually understood how terrible Lu Mu was. Although he did not have any heroes that could reach the top of the national server,
Most of his top lane heroes have been steadily occupying the top position in the national server since the S2 period, the 5th position, and the first 3 game accounts in the King of Kalamanda ranking at that time were all his. This kind of reputation makes people feel a little numb just hearing about it. Chapter 519 Absent-Minded. As for why the 3 teammates chose to compromise together, it was because Lu Mu's reputation in Kalamanda at that time was very well known. If it weren't for his relatively low position, his reputation would not be as good as it was at that time. He is one of the 4 major trolls in the national server, and what made him famous is precisely because of one of his habits. Lu Mu never chooses a hero based on whether there is a hero counterattack between himself and the opponent, but he will always let his teammates choose the corresponding hero according to his own ideas. If he doesn't choose, no matter whether he wins or loses the game, he will add that person's friends later, and then have a very friendly solo. And if you lose, he will use all kinds of insults. And with his super memory, he will remember your ID and will scold you when he sees you in the future. The most important thing is that no one won Lu Mu at that time, so it was spread among the high-end players of Kalamanda. There is a terrifying legend about how to choose a path. All depends on Lu Mu, and Shin Yi is the only one who broke this legend. According to Lu Mu's age at that time, he should be around 17 years old now, just enough to reach the entrance age of sophomore students at Genie University. So he set his first target on him. Now that he had this idea, Shin Yi of course did what he said. He first added the QQ account that Lu Mu had used for several years according to his memory, and then called Zhou Hao and asked him to help prepare an account with a higher rank. Because he without Kalamanda's account, it was impossible for him to spend so much time practicing for another account. According to the QQ account, Shin Yi successfully searched for Lu Mu. Looking at the second-year middle school student, Shin Yi smiled, and then clicked on the application. At this time, the school bell rang. Although Shin Yi didn't pay much attention to the lecture, the homework left by the teacher in the second class still made Shin Yi subconsciously put study first. So he forgot about his mobile phone while he was busy. When get out of class ended at noon, Shin Yi suddenly remembered and quickly took out his mobile phone. Zhou Hao had already sent an account, which also clearly told him the level of heroes and the number of skins. Although Shin Yi really wanted to find time to thank Zhou Hao, this time may have to be postponed because his top priority is to recruit all the team members first. Glancing at his phone, Lu Mu hadn't approved the friend application yet. Shin Yi suddenly remembered that Lu Mu had told him before that he had been playing games during the day and sleeping at night for several years. He had no choice but to wait until night. Throughout noon, Shin Yi was thinking about how to get Lu Mu to enroll in school, because Lu Mu had already dropped out of school at this time. Getting him to enroll was another problem. When get out of class was over in the afternoon, Shin Yi took Shin Shi to the Alliance Internet Cafe. Originally, he was not willing to take Shin Shi to a place like this, but if he didn't take Shin Shi with him, there was no guarantee that she would think of some new tricks by herself at night. He took Shin Shi to play in the Internet Cafe until the evening. In the middle of the night, Shin Yi took Shin Shi out to eat. If he had no money before, he would never have dared to be so reckless. Now that he has money, he will naturally let Shin Shi is living a better life. While eating, Shin Yi's mobile phone showed that Lu Mu had passed the friend application, and Lu Mu sent a message immediately after.
Is something wrong?
Shin Yi knew Lu Mu's character well, so he deliberately changed his profile picture and information to those of a girl. But he didn't expect that Lu Mu was still as stupid as ever.
So you told me that you had countless people in your 14th year. You lied to me.
A slightly normal person would not be able to say this to a girl. Shin Yi cursed secretly and typed,
Brother, I am a player in Kalamanda. Can you take me to score points tonight? In order to make himself appear more feminine, Shin Yi deliberately added a lot of emoticons at the end. And Lu Mu was silent for a while, and then replied,
I'm sorry. You seem to have to queue up. I still have 3 gay friends here that I haven't brought with me.
Well,
next week.
Shin Shi was thinking while eating. After much hesitation, she decided to ask the question.
Brother, are you dating a girlfriend?
Shin Yi spat out a mouthful of rice. He stared at Shin Shi dumbfounded and said,
How did you know that my brother is looking for a girlfriend? Because since noon today, I have noticed that you are a little absent-minded, and you are always staring at your phone when you have nothing to do. If you are looking for a girlfriend, you must find a real girlfriend, and you must not find those scammers on the internet. But it's a bit early to find a girlfriend now, because your first priority now is to study.
Looking at Shin Shi's inexplicably serious face, Shin Yi smiled, pinched her face, and then handed her the phone.
Brother really just added a game friend. I'm not trying to find someone to take me with me. I don't believe there is anyone else who can take you.
Shinshi, who was a little curious, took the phone and then looked through it thoroughly like a girlfriend checking the post. But after she checked the message records, she threw the phone to Shin-Yi with a look of disgust.
Brother, you are so perverted. Talking to a boy like that?
A somewhat miserable Shin-Yi wanted to explain, but Shinshi pretended to be disgusted and put his rice bowl aside. In desperation, Shin-Yi had no choice but to say,
Brother said this for a reason. I will explain it to you after this incident is over.
Okay.
Shinshi blinked and thought for a while, and finally nodded quickly.
But you have to promise me that you will never find a girlfriend. If you let me know.
At this point, Shinshi, who suddenly realized something, quickly stopped. Shin-Yi wiped the rice off her face with some humor, and then seriously promised,
Don't worry. I won't look for you.
But at this time, another sentence suddenly appeared in Shin-Yi's heart.
I will wait for you to grow up.
He quickly dismissed this evil idea, and at the same time, he no longer looked at Shinshi. After dinner, Shin-Yi took Shinshi back to the internet cafe. Then he changed his Demacia account, which had climbed to Platinum 4, with the Calamanda that Zhou Hao had given him before. After logging into the account, Shin-Yi took a look at the time. He first typed a string of names in the friend adding column.
Brother Mu is almost equal to Mighty.
And after adding them, he silently waited for Lu Mu's reply. After a while, Lu Mu's ID finally appeared in his friend list. But Lu Mu ignored him and immediately opened the ranking. Shin-Yi's account also reached the Diamond 3 position. He wanted to, it shouldn't be a problem to queue up to Lu Mu. So he followed suit and entered the queue. Chapter 528 Bolt from the Blue. But although Calamanda is not a very famous zone, there are also many high-level players. So it is a pity that he was not ranked with Lu Mu in the first round. In order to prevent Lu Mu's game from ending prematurely, Shin-Yi directly selected the Spell Machine Gun Wandering Mage Rise in this game. Under his wild bombardment, this average player ended the game in 17 minutes. And after the game ended, his friend column information had several more requests to add. Ignoring the information, Shin-Yi found with some sadness that Lu Mu, a pervert, had already entered the second round of selection. This speed really made him vomit blood. Curious, he opened the League of Legends box and searched for Lu Mu's name. His last game ended at 15 minutes. And the hero he played was Riven, the Exile Blade. Seeing the heroes he used, the turmoil in Shin-Yi's heart calmed down a little. Although this was the time when Lightspeed QA was on the rise, there were only a few people who could really reach it in the national server, except Black and White Raven and so on. And Lu Mu is one of them. So it is not surprising that he used Riven to end the game so early. After finally waiting for him to finish the second round with Riven at 18 minutes, Shin-Yi seized the opportunity to open the queue with him at the same time. When he entered the game anxiously, a message in the chat message column made him immediately got the spirit. Mu Gu is almost equal to Wei Wu joined the game. Since Shin-Yi was on the first floor this time, he banned Lu Mu's Raven at the speed of light before he could type, and then banned Jace. At this time, Lu Mu typed a sentence in the chat bar.
Brother,
you are a bit fierce. I know how to play, but you will be banned by me.
Shin-Yi did not reply. After the other party locked 2 banned seats, he left the last banned seat to the crocodile, and the chat message column suddenly exploded.
Brother, how did you have the courage to ban Muji's 3 top laners? Do you want to be scolded later if you lose solo? Maybe this kid is new here. Brother Mu will educate him later. Retarded.
Looking at the unusually unified lineup in the chat bar, Shin-Yi still couldn't help but sigh at how terrible Lu Mu was. When it was his turn to choose someone, he locked in a very handsome avatar.
Fight for a better tomorrow.
Lu Mu couldn't help it any longer.
Brother, are you obviously targeting me? Do you really want to make me look bad with this move? I'm fine. But if you choose heroes randomly without looking at the lineup, the opponent's mid laner will rob you. Can you beat it?
Shin-Yi silently replied.
Lie down.
After a period of silence,
3 awesome
words appeared in the chat column. As the second floor, Lu Mu finally chose Teemo, the Swift Scout.
Brother, after this game, let's make a friend. It seems that the two of us are friends. So after this game, let's go solo, and let me see how your skills are.
Shin-Yi opened his mouth slightly, finally catching the big fish he had been waiting for a long time. Then winning or losing in the next game is not so important. But although he thought so in his heart, Shin-Yi took advantage of Jace's third-level strong period at the beginning to take away the opponent's tribulation. However, he easily won the first blood and did not get a response from other teammates. Most of this segment everyone knows that when Jace is strong, no one can beat him, while Zed is at level 6. At level 6, Zed's combat effectiveness will see a qualitative leap. The little fish man on the opposite side is a top player with a high hidden score. Shin-Yi has checked the little fish man's information before. He was the king of the rank last season. The one who fell to his knees in the new season is probably a professional player. The trumpet's technique can be described as superb. Shin-Yi's positioning was very tricky. Mantis, the jungler on the opposite side, quietly and unnoticed walked around to the Zhongyi defense tower, used his ultimate move to become invisible, and prepared to launch a sneak attack. The little Murloc immediately swooped up, snaked around, performed a pole vault combo, and then followed up with a big move. Shin-Yi took a set of damage and fell directly into the halfway mark. The Mantis suddenly appeared, jumping like a dragon crossing the river, and landed behind Jace smoothly. Shin-Yi faced attacks from two sides, but remained calm in the face of danger. When he walked to the jungle at the three-way intersection, the partition wall flashed out, and his figure disappeared instantly.
This wave of operations is okay. 6666.
The female ADC warrior sent a message in praise. She originally thought that Jace was dead, but she didn't expect to escape with blood. Lu Mu has been landing with the vampires on the top lane, and has not focused all his attention on the bottom lane. He plays very seriously, probably because he is afraid of falling off in stages. After Shin-Yi returned to the city, he directly purchased his core equipment,
Yomu's Spirit.
Once this equipment is released, Jace's explosive power will be astonishing. After Shin-Yi returned to the line, he forced himself to exchange blood with the fishman. The CD of the little fishman's ultimate move has almost cooled down. After calculating the skills, he pole vaulted forward with the second set of QE combos, and immediately connected with the ultimate move. A shark opened its mouth and bit Jace. Shin-Yi's health was now down to residual health again. Jace was already very fragile, and if all his skills were empty, the damage would be basically useless. After Jace turned around, he hid in the mushroom grass on the left, blocked the little Murloc's field of vision, activated the barrier and mortar, and the damage was like a bolt from the blue, hitting the little Murloc that was not aware of it at all, causing more than 800 points. Harm. The little Murloc suddenly only had 1/3 of its health left. Just jumped out of the grass, ignited the Q skill, and took away the little Murloc. 666,666.
The female law enforcement officer sent a congratulatory message. This kind of operation is rarely done even in the diamond game. But Shin-Yi did it, without making any mistakes in details. He not only killed the fishman, but also stole the F6 on the opposite side. And his economy instantly increased significantly. Lead.
That's awesome. You're not in this category, brother,
the little fishman said in a message in the full screen chat box.
Hey, luck,
Shin-Yi said modestly. This game is basically guaranteed to win. The economy of a few $100s at a high level is fatal, because the operations of both sides are basically the same. What they catch is the opponent's mistakes. As long as there are sporadic mistakes, it will be difficult to regain the advantage. Return. The little fishman's equipment was backward, so he only dared to use the tower knife under the tower. Soon after he hit the first tower, he was pushed through. Lu Mu immediately became excited, immediately shifted the battle line, summoned his teammates to hit and take down the dragon, and pushed down the second tower. At the 15th minute of the game, the opponent surrendered early. The reason was because the vampire and the fishman on the opposite side had a quarrel, and one of them called the other a cheater. After Shin-Yi quit the game, his rank reached 100, and the promotion competition began. At this time, Lu Mu's avatar turned gray, and he did not respond to offline messages. Chapter 521. No hesitation. Shin-Yi shook his head helplessly. This guy was really ungrateful. He didn't reply to several messages. No wonder he never had a girlfriend in his life. Not even a minute passed before a message came from the game chat box.
66666. Brother Shin is so powerful. Didn't you say Brother Mu is powerful before? In the blink of an eye, the old hen turned into a duck and became Brother Shin. A powerful man.
Shin-Yi couldn't laugh or cry, so he lit a cigarette and puffed on it.
You are so awesome. I didn't expect that your skills are so good. You can even win the king's game.
Shin-Yi picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table next to him and handed it to Shin-Yi.
Look at what you said. It seems like I was very good before.
Shin-Yi clicked on the game interface and continued to play the second game of ranking. Shin-Yi has come down all the way to pass the level, basically maintaining a winning streak, and his hidden points have increased significantly. As long as he wins these two promotion games, he is likely to jump directly to Diamond 1. However, the promotion round is also known as the
Gate of Hell.
in the LOL game. No matter how good your skills are and you perform your best in the game, you will lose inexplicably. And you can't find the reason. Shani has also worried about this matter many times. Whether it is a high-level professional player or a low-level rookie player, it is difficult to overcome it. The promotion competition is another test to break through the bottleneck. Shani just clicked on the qualifying match and entered the selection interface in just a few seconds. It usually took at least 30 seconds. Maybe because of the promotion match. Shani was ranked on the first floor, still in the mid lane. He immediately got rid of Syndra, because every time he played in a promotion match, the probability of choosing the opponent to choose Syndra would be very high. Not to mention the hero Syndra, it's a line tyrant with no solution. The second hero, Shani, continued to take down Phoenix without hesitation. At this time, my teammates couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately sent a message in the chat box.
Lao Tai, I know you want to play mid lane, but you have to consider our feelings. Why do we all play mid lane? Just lie down.
Shani only said these simple words. There were also vampires and clowns on the opposite side. But Shani still chose the hero he played in the last game, Jace. When the game interface was loading, the purple side on the opposite side saw a very familiar ID.
This person can't breathe.
With a king frame, a limited skin, and the selected wandering mage. Yes, this is Feek, the world's #1 mid-level professional player. At that time, the teammates were all dumbfounded, and they all agreed that this game was a sure loss. In the promotion match of Diamond 3, he was actually ranked as the #1 mid laner in the world. Because there are so few people in the Diamond tier, sometimes the system cannot rank people in the same tier, and will default to people in the Extraordinary King tier. Of course, this will only happen if you have a winning streak. If you win in a row, you will lose. And if you lose in a row, you will win. This sentence is very reasonable when applied in LOL. Shani was unlucky enough to be ranked as the #1 mid laner in the world. Is it possible that the road to continuous kneeling is about to begin? Shinshi, who was sitting next to him, felt strangely in his heart. He stood up from the stool, his face almost touching Shinyi's computer screen.
Wow! Is this person the idea of the Big Demon King? I was watching his live broadcast just now.
Shinshi's little heart was pounding. Seeing the wandering mage was like seeing a star.
What are you excited about? Feek likes you? Do you want to be his girlfriend?
Shinyi's expression was obviously a little jealous. This time he must beat up Feek and leave Shinshi stunned. On Feek's side, a man was sitting in the studio, running a live broadcast, with a cup of tea on the table. As soon as he saw that the opponent picked Jace in the mid lane, he knew that he was sure to win.
Oh Mesmina! This mysterious passerby actually chose Jace. Doesn't he know how powerful I am?
Feek shook his head helplessly, as if he thought this was a sure win. The audience in Feek's live broadcast room also started to get excited one by one. The barrage was row after row, and the entire computer screen was covered. They were doing rockets and Dowdo. In a few minutes, all the gifts were collected. Hundreds of thousands. This is the popularity of Feek. Shani used his skilled Jace to come to the bottom of the tower. At first, he had no intention of killing Feek. He just wanted to make up for it peacefully on the line. If a small move was not good, Feek would seize the opportunity to hit him. The set is basically finished. Feek is not a calm person. He uses crazy moves to constantly draw A and Q to consume Jace's blood. Shani seems to have a very difficult time every time he makes a sword, and his health will be drained every time. In just 3 minutes, more than half of Shinyi's blood volume was consumed. Feek seized the opportunity when he made a mistake in his position, and rushed forward with a direct flash, QWE, which dealt a set of damage and ignition. Shani didn't even react at the moment. His blood volume dropped to just a trace of blood. He was just short of level A, and would be taken away by Feek.
Come on, brother Shin. He's going to kill you.
Shinshi's voice became hoarse. She was the loudest in the entire internet cafe. Those who were surfing the internet in the internet cafe would subconsciously turn to look at her. Shin-Yi remained calm in the face of danger. At the moment when his life was about to count down, he handed over the summoner's skill flash without hesitation. Although it was likely to be a death flash, he still decided to take a chance on his luck. Just a second after the flash was handed over, Shin-Yi hid under the first tower. Rise, who was frantically chasing after him, did not hit his last normal attack. Jace, who had only 9 points of health left, was lucky enough to escape.
Ah!
Feek was dumbfounded. Jess escaped without killing him. Just under the defense tower, a wounded soldier fell to the ground. Shen-Yi gained 30 experience points, and was directly promoted to level 6. He suddenly had a consciousness in his heart. That is, to kill Rise. Rise's current blood volume is about half health. It just hits Rise with his QE2 combos. He can use W to change his form, and hit Rise with this set of damage. This set of damage can directly take Rise away. Although that is said, the operation skills need to be very superb. And there can be no mistakes at all. Shen-Yi only has a dozen points of health. And this amount of blood will cost him a level 8 damage. If this set of damage cannot be fully dealt out, it will lead to an embarrassing situation where he will die as soon as he pounces on him. But Shen-Yi was very confident in his Jace operation. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, he turned around and launched a combo of QE with his backhand. The violent shock wave hit Rise's body without fail. Bang! With a sound of 300 points of critical damage, Shen-Yi suddenly turned W to transform, and slammed the club straight towards Rise's face. First drop of blood. Feek's computer screen turned into a black and white screen. The whole process happened in just a short moment. And the 400 yuan for first blood was handed over directly. Axie! What's going on? It can't be a cheat. Feek burst into tears. He might not even realize that he would be killed because the situation just now was too sudden. Chapter 522, momentarily confused. Shen-Yi smiled, and pressed the B button on the keyboard to return to the city. With more than 1,000 gold coins on his body, he could buy Mercury shoes when he went back. With the shoes, he could use the perfect movement speed to consume blood online. Feek's live broadcast room exploded in an instant. One of the world's top mid laners was actually single-killed by a passerby with a 3rd level. And he counterattacked with a trace of blood. It is guaranteed to be another headline news tomorrow. Did Feek just get killed by a single person? Did I read that correctly? A viewer in the live broadcast room posted a barrage. She was killed by a sheet. The remaining 4 teammates on the blue side all sent congratulatory messages in the chat message box. 66666. Wow! You are so awesome! Shen-Yi was so excited that she pinched Shen-Yi's arm with her small hands. At this moment, her emotions could no longer be described in words. Shen-Yi returned to the line again, relying on the absolute advantage of equipment to launch a mindless crushing of Feek. In terms of level, he directly suppressed the experience bar of 2.5 levels. And the health of the first tower was also consumed by more than half. Feek was about to cry. So he had to ask the wine barrel, who was collecting F6 in the jungle, to help. After all, the online equipment was suppressed, and it was basically impossible to gain an advantage without roaming in the jungle to help. After Jiogong received the mini-map message, he didn't even have time to go home to buy the F6 equipment. So he hurried to the middle to support Feek. There happened to be a rail I inserted on the mini-map. The position of this rail I happened to be stuck in a blind corner of the jungle on Sancha Road. This was a bug eye and you couldn't see it unless you paid special attention. The wine barrel was just exposed in the grass, and was noticed by Shen-Yi. But he pretended not to see anything and continued to clear the line of troops in the middle. Shen-Yi has already calculated the damage of his skills at this moment. The wine barrel is only level 5, and only has a jungle knife and no shoes. However, Shen-Yi is already level 7. He can reach level 8 with the experience of one more minion. Can completely kill the wine barrel, and take away Rise, who is behind in level equipment. At this time, Shen-Yi's damage from one set was astonishing. As long as the skills were not used up, he could take away Rise and barrel in one set. Shen-Yi's QE second company had another anticipatory shock wave. After hitting the wine barrel, he repeated the previous routine and used W to transform into a form. He chopped it down with a hammer. He added an igniting wine barrel and was instantly killed. Feek took the opportunity to inflict a set of damage on Jace, knocking Jace out of health with 3 strikes. 5 divided by 2. Shen-Yi's CD skill hadn't cooled down at this time, so he would definitely suffer a loss if he forced himself up to exchange blood. He could only pretend to run away and push towards the first tower. The furious Feek only had one word echoing in his mind at this moment, and that was, go. He didn't have any extra time to calculate the blood damage, so he flashed after him and ignited Jace. Shen-Yi turned around and ran away in despair, slipping directly back to the first tower. By this time, his shadow had disappeared from the small map. Feek predicted a big move, which was about a position on both sides of the first and second towers. He activated the big move without hesitation and flew over. But Feek miscalculated a skill. Shen-Yi was playing Jace, and after transforming, he could teleport across walls. As a result, after Feek got up with his ultimate escape move, He was like a dog locked in a dark room. Confused.
Where are the people? What's going on?
Feek looked around. But there was no one there. This is impossible. Is Jace moving so fast? Could it be possible that he has returned home? Who knows? Shen-Yi will be happily playing F6 in the jungle next door, completely ignoring the wandering mage. In desperation, Feek had no choice but to bear the damage from the defense tower twice, turning into a trace of blood, and ran straight towards home. Shen-Yi took advantage of it and jumped over the wall, hitting a soldier. He immediately transformed back and took away Rise with a painless flat A, which almost made Feek vomit blood on the ground. In this scene, teammates were typing on the small keyboard and calling 66666. With 2 consecutive kills, there was basically no doubt about the outcome of this game. At about the 15th minute of the game, Xiaolong and Canyon Pioneer were all taken down. The blue side took a huge economic lead, and the 5 people pushed all the way to the high ground of the purple side. Feek was killed 5 times in a row, and the equipment he wore could only be described as scrap metal. He almost fainted and stood motionless in the blood pool.
Report this wandering mage. Quan Shui hangs up.
The purple square wine barrel said in words.
I shouldn't have done that wave just now. I made a mistake.
Feek vomited blood and his typing hand was shaking. Beryl and himself. Feek.
Be a good person and don't curse. In Korea, you will be banned.
Beryl and himself. Shen-Yi also spoke in full screen.
Chung Ron. Chung Ron. Chung Ron.
In just 20 minutes, the purple square crystal was exploded, and the blue player won the game. Shen-Yi successfully won a round in the promotion match. If he wins another round, he will jump to Diamond 1. It seems that today there is still hope for the extraordinary master. After Shen-Yi finished the game, he clicked on the second qualifying match without hesitation. After a wave of winning streak, he wanted to stay up all night tonight. Shin-Chi ran to the vending machine at the cashier alone, scanned a QR code on WeChat, and bought 2 bottles of Coke. Then ordered fried rice downstairs and delivered it to Shen-Yi's computer desk.
Are you hungry? Do you want to relax after playing for so long?
Shin-Chi asked curiously.
I'm not hungry. There's a game here. Women are a burden. Wait for me to fight all night.
Shen-Yi focused all his attention on the computer.
Go to H.L. I'm going home first.
Shin-Chi was a little impatient, frowned, turned around and was about to leave.
Don't worry. Wait until I get to Diamond 1. I'll take you to a super mysterious place soon.
Shen-Yi said while eating fried rice. Shin-Chi is a little girl. It's not good to stay alone in an internet cafe for a long time. What's more, she has to go to class tomorrow, and it's almost 12 o'clock. The doors at home will probably be closed by now. But Shen-Yi was here, so she had no choice but to accompany him. Shin-Chi was bored playing LOL, so he quit the game alone to watch a movie first. In the second ranking, Shen-Yi ranked Feek again. But this time he killed Feek 7 times and won the game again. The account of this electric Ionia was directly upgraded from Diamond 3 to Drill 1. Shen-Yi lowered his head and looked at the time on his phone. It was getting late now. Most of the people in the internet cafe were gone, leaving only a few dozen young people staying up all night. Shin-Chi felt a little sleepy, so she fell asleep with her head down, covered with a high-collared cotton-padded jacket.
Let's go. I will take you to a mysterious place. I promise to open your eyes.
Shen-Yi said this, waking up Shin-Chi from his sleep. Chapter 523 Asking for Trouble. Shen-Yi was a little too late, so he immediately called and booked a hotel room, and was going to book a room with Shin-Chi. This was the mysterious place he called. Shin-Chi thought she was going home at first, so she didn't think much about it. She followed Shen-Yi downstairs, took a taxi at the door, and drove towards a nearby 5-star hotel. The car stopped in front of the hotel. When Shin-Chi saw that it was a hotel, he was dumbfounded.
Don't think too much. We share a room. You sleep in yours, and I sleep in mine.
Shen-Yi's tone sounded a bit joking, but he was definitely not joking. As soon as he woke up the next morning, Shin-Chi disappeared, leaving only a glass of milk and a piece of bread on the coffee table on the left, with a note attached. And he left. Shen-Yi didn't even know what happened last night. He called Shin-Chi, but Shin-Chi didn't answer the phone and didn't know what was going on. Shen-Yi returned home. It happened to be a day off. He didn't have to go to school. He just stayed at home and played games on his broken computer. After a while, Lumu came online. As soon as he came up, he sent an angry message.
What good did you do last night? Did you bully a girl? What kind of bullying? Come to SOL if you are not convinced.
Shen-Yi replied in a message. He really wanted to block this guy directly, Without thinking, Lu Mu directly sent a solo invitation, pulled Shen Yi into the room, and loaded the game interface directly. Lu Mu directly locked onto the vampire, with a surge of anger in his stomach, wanting to quickly kill the bastard Shen Yi. As soon as Shen Yi saw a vampire, he chose a vampire. After all, it was solo, and both of them had to choose the same one. Of course, Shen Yi knew that the hero he was least good at was a vampire.
Just wait, kid.
Lu Mu sent messages continuously, not knowing why he was so angry. Shen Yi ignored him, and soaked a bowl of noodles next to the water dispenser. While eating, he waited for the game to slowly load on the interface. After entering the Summoner's Rift, Lu Mu's playstyle could only be described as abnormal. He was too lazy to make up for his soldiers. He changed blood as soon as he came online, hoping to kill Shen Yi directly. Shen Yi only cares about the last hit, and is too lazy to pay attention to that guy. He only needs to make up 100 soldiers to win, and then he can just taunt him with a few words. Lu Mu moved closer, and a barrier was released from the black energy on the vampire's body. Then he moved up and hit Shen Yi several times. This kid Lu Mu is completely crazy. This thankless method of exchanging blood often only happens in father-son games. In father-son games, if you lose, you will call daddy and try to kill the opponent as soon as possible. Shen Yi kept hiding under the tower and had no idea of going up to consume it. Because in the solo game, whoever gets excited first will die first. The one who wins is usually the one who can stay calm. After all, they both have the same hero, the same skills, and the same damage. In terms of operational level, in the case of equality, the result is 1 for 1. In the blink of an eye, in 5 minutes, Shen Yi had already replenished 60 soldiers, while Lu Mu only had 20 soldiers. It was not that Lu Mu was not good at it. He had no intention of replenishing his troops, and kept pressing under the tower to force blood exchanges. You can guess from his crazy playing style. Show the expression on his face at this moment.
I'm going to win. It's about 100 swords. Do you think you can kill me?
Shen Yi sent the message without any intention of ridicule, just to comfort him gently.
Grandson, just wait. Daddy will kill you right away.
After Lu Mu said that, he rushed into the defense tower with a flash, opened W to escape and ignored the damage from the defense tower. And at the same time, ignition also hung up. At first glance, Shen Yi felt that this kid was most likely crazy. It was obvious that he was hitting the tip of the knife with a tofu brain. Shen Yi took 2 bottles of red medicine. Now his blood volume was at full health. He could cross the tower in 5 minutes. Forced to kill. Either the brain is convulsed or the ears are filled with water. Just a few seconds after Lu Mu rushed into the defense tower, he was taken away by the damage from the defense tower. Shen Yi just made up the last draw and got first blood. Shen Yi texted GG in the chat box and used the mouse to exit the game interface. As soon as he exited the game, Lu Mu went offline and stopped replying to messages. Maybe he was jealous. Shen Yi's QQ was not online either. Shen Yi originally wanted to call her to explain yesterday's situation, but she didn't even answer the call. Shen Yi was bored, so he went to browse the website of the live broadcast room and found that the video of him killing Feek yesterday was posted online by netizens. His account ID suddenly became popular, and there were even live broadcast rooms looking for him to sign a contract. Anchor. He had wanted to be a super anchor before, but family problems prevented him from choosing this path.
This depends on your ability and ability, but I believe I will make a lot of money.
A super manager of a live broadcast platform sent a contract to his email, hoping that Shen Yi could sign the contract and work in this company. The live broadcast platform is fixed for 8 hours of live broadcast every day. Shen Yi signed the contract without thinking. He registered an account on the live broadcast platform that day. After logging into his LOL account, he entered the live broadcast room platform. But the actual situation was not what Shen Yi imagined. He originally thought that when he came to work on this live broadcast platform, a large number of viewers would come in to watch his live broadcast. But he did not expect that the number of viewers would be 0. Of course, Shen Yi is just a newcomer and cannot compare with those great gods. Feek has a lot of fame from his reputation as a competition champion. But Shen Yi is just the opposite. He just has a video that suddenly became popular. Many people don't even know him yet. Shen Yi logged into his LOL Ionin account. After logging into the game, he clicked on the qualifying match and prepared to start the first qualifying round. Shen Yi's rank at the moment is Diamond 1. As long as he wins 3 to 5 games in a row, he can be promoted to Extraordinary Master. When the game entered the selection interface, Shen Yi was still in the 1L position. It was his turn to pick 3 heroes, but the position was not ideal. The supplementary position he chose actually filled up the support.
3L. Can you change positions? I'm not very good at assisting.
Shani typed in the chat box.
Go away. If you don't change, you will die.
3L replied. Shani didn't bother to pay attention to this person. After all, the quality of ranked players in LOL was not high to begin with. Some people even had bad tempers when they knelt down. Changing positions with him was simply asking for trouble. Shani seemed very helpless. But there were very few auxiliary heroes that he knew how to play. And Thresh didn't have his account. So he had no choice but to choose a vampire to play as auxiliary.
Hey, what's wrong with you? You said I'm the winner, and you chose someone randomly.
3L replied. 4L.
Pigeon, don't cheat me. Otherwise I will play support, and you will play top lane.
Shani.
It's okay. I'm guaranteed to win. I'll just use the vampire as support. You guys just lie down.
3L.
Just lie down. I know you want to trick me.
Chapter 524 Changing Dilemma. When it was the third floor's turn to select a player, the third floor directly chose a robot. Shin-Yi originally thought he was going to play support, but he didn't expect that he would rush towards the middle as soon as he came online.
AP robot? Okay.
In high-level segments, AP robots rarely appear. This does not mean that this hero's explosive power is not high, but that it is too unstable. It will be difficult to regain the situation even if a slight mistake is made. Even if the jungler comes to catch it, it cannot change the predicament. However, this time, there was an extraordinary master player on the opposite side. This person was none other than professional player Xiaohu. This is a super powerful AP mid laner. The RNG team crushed him all the way and won the Global Professional League Championship once in S6. He is very sharp in both operation and playstyle.
It's over. It's over. This time it's Xiaohu. I'm afraid I'm going to lose.
Xiaohu chose Airplane, a hero he is best at. The mid laner is very sharp. Generally, if he fights passersby, he will solo kill within 5 minutes and push the enemy in 10 minutes. As soon as Shin-Yi saw Xiaohu, he immediately became excited. Unfortunately, his position was auxiliary, and he was completely unable to compete head-on with Xiaohu. The matchup between the two sides. Beryl versus Jess. Blind Monk versus Clown. Robot versus Plane. Explorer Vampire versus Law Enforcement Girl. Obviously, the opponent's lineup was very fragile. But Xiaohu came on stage and focused on the early game. He thought he could win this game within 15 minutes. Xiaohu was sitting alone in the training room. There was a cup of tea on the table. He had a cigarette in his mouth and inhaled the smoke from the cigarette. Xiaohu.
Let me tell you this. The robot on the opposite side must have suffered from cerebral convulsions. And it will be YM 3 times soon.
Xiaohu's bragging in the live broadcast room has become an indispensable habit in daily life. Every time he sees his opponent's weird mid laner, he feels weak. After the robot went out, he bought a Dolan ring and a red medicine bottle at home and headed down the direction of the first tower.
I just checked the record of this robot. I fell from Extraordinary to Diamond 2 by kneeling 10 times in a row. Don't trick us.
The Explorer was obviously a little worried. He was afraid of meeting a player who kneeled continuously in the rankings. There must be no one. The mentality is warlike. After Xiaohu came online, he took advantage of the absolute advantage of his long hands to consume the robot's blood. The robot's short hands could not reach people. So hitting the middle was a weird choice. Unless the strength of the two sides was not even 1 or 2 levels apart. The first wave of soldiers in the middle line was brushed, and the robots were consumed until there was only a trace of blood left. The robots were hiding under the tower, and were afraid to go out. At this time, the clown on the purple side sneaked around unnoticed, and used Q's stealth skill to touch the bottom of the first tower. He went up and hung Igniter. At the same time, Xiaohu flashed and followed up with a set of combos. Take away the robot.
First drop of blood.
The robot's computer screen turned gray and white, and he was so angry that he almost wanted to smash the computer.
Tiger God 6666. The robot must have been trained through power leveling. Its operation is exactly the same as S's. The vampire on the other side is actually an auxiliary. I thought the vampire was the winner.
Xiaohu's live broadcast room is naturally full of excitement. Every time he kills, there will be a large number of barrages and rockets swarming towards him. Waves of gifts come one after another, and the entire screen is colorful.
How about I hit it?
Shin-Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that the robot's operation was at a silver level at best. It was killed in just 2 minutes without any consciousness at all.
Go away! Choose an M's vampire. Why don't I choose a robot?
The robot cursed a few more times on the computer. Explorer.
Okay. Don't argue. I'm going to advance to the tournament. Isn't it fun?
Robot.
Playing in M. Don't you see that vampire just randomly selected people?
The robot was so angry that it wanted to hang up. And it was impossible to continue fighting. At this time, Shani went to the middle and took a walk, and happened to see the F6 clown in the jungle playing with a box. And the clown was currently in a state of residual health. Shani just reached level 6 and activated his ultimate move. A black cloud splash dealt a set of high burst damage. And an additional ignition was added to directly eliminate the clowns in the jungle. Shani just had more than 1,000 yuan on him at this time. As soon as he got home, he could write a murder book. As long as this book was stacked to 20 layers. Even an assist could deal C position damage. At the same time, the robot was killed again in the middle, with a record of 0-3-0, as a mid laner for 5 minutes. It was really embarrassing.
Damn it. I'm not playing anymore. I'm hanging up. Bye.
After the robot sent this message, it pressed the B button to return to the city and stopped moving in the spring. Explorer.
Don't hang up. I'm in the promotion competition. If you have anything to say, talk to me, brother.
Robot.
Speak of your sister, who is a random person.
Shani.
It's okay. I'll help you win. You can even fight 4 against 5. Please report this robot when you win.
The robot hung up, and there was a shortage of people in the middle lane. So Shani went directly to the middle lane without hesitation. As soon as Xiuhu saw the vampire coming online, the Book of Murder immediately reached the 5th level. The damage was higher than if he had taken 2 heads. But Xiuhu is not afraid at all. With his superb flying skills, he can crush the vampires all the way and consume them under the defense tower. The expression on Shani's face looked very serious at this time. Naturally, he didn't want to lose this game. He made every step carefully and was not careless at all. As soon as Xiuhu saw that the time was right, he flew over with a QW combo, dealing 2/3 of the vampire's damage in an instant. Shani immediately activated the ground escape mode, forming a strong barrier on the ground. A dark mushroom cloud circled behind Xiuhu, and through it with a combo of moves. The outbreak of vampires mainly comes from the damage of E. One set will definitely not be able to kill Xiuhu. Shani understands this truth. Xiuhu will definitely make more money from this exchange of blood. At this moment, Xiuhu's skill CDs were also on cooldown. He thought it would be okay to wait for the second wave to kill this rookie. Anyway, he could use it as long as he wanted. Shani fled back to the tower with his remaining blood, and knocked down 3 bottles of essential oil on his body. He probably wasn't ready to go home. So he spent time with Xiuhu online until he died. Because at this time, the health of the first tower has dropped by more than half. And it is definitely impossible to save the first tower at this moment. If the first tower was pushed down 10 minutes ago, the plane can roam infinitely, and the overall situation will be different. It slowly expanded like a snowball. 10 seconds later, Xiuhu's skill CD had almost completely cooled down, and he was ready to pounce on the second set of skills. After jumping over the tower, he could just take the vampire away. Of course, Xiuhu underestimated the enemy and miscalculated the vampire's cooling time. Chapter 525, Pass all the way and defeat the enemy. The moment Xiuhu flew over, Shani immediately started to escape. At this time, Xiuhu's set of skills must have been empty, and the damage caused was almost 0. After Shani escaped from the ground and got up, he stuck a bug at the limit distance in the defensive position of the first tower. This distance could only be blocked for a moment under extremely fast operation. Xiuhu was not aware of his danger at all. Xiuhu subconsciously retreated, but unexpectedly, at this moment, Shani used the extreme distance of his E skill, and the black barrier directly hit the aircraft. And the burst damage was extremely shocking. In just a short moment, Shani flashed up and hung up ignition, directly harvesting the remaining health of the little tiger. Xiuhu's mouth immediately opened into an O shape. After all, the distance was too extreme, and it was generally impossible to hit. Xiuhu's computer screen instantly turned black and white, and his head worth 400 yuan was handed over directly.
Ah! The tiger god was killed. It's so embarrassing. What's the situation? This vampire is so shameless. He uses such despicable tricks. I pity my brother who... That vampire is a bastard. He must have used a script. Or he was a power leveler. I see. I asked how our tiger god could be killed alone. It turns out we encountered a cheat.
Xiuhu didn't say a word in the live broadcast room. He probably felt embarrassed just now. So he stopped talking nonsense with the audience. Shani quickly pushed through the Zhongyi defense tower, quickly summoned his teammates to take down the dragon, and was ready to start a direct wave to the high ground. Shen Yi's live broadcast room also attracted many viewers. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased from 0 to more than 100. Immediately, the live broadcast room seemed to explode, with barrages of insults one after another.
Are you the one who killed our tiger god? I want to report you. You are so shameless. You are so shameless. When you start a live broadcast, just do it properly. What kind of script are you using? Anchor. Let your dad see what plugins are used in your computer. How much did a certain person buy them for?
Under the abuse of hundreds of viewers, Shen Yi's live broadcast room was immediately blocked. Later, Super Management came to deal with it and restored his live broadcast room. Shen Yi also felt helpless. Today's audience has no quality, and they often curse. In the 20th minute of the game, Shen Yi pushed to the high ground. Xiaohu made several mistakes in a row, and the situation was irreversible. The big crystal was quickly pushed to the ground, and this wave of 4-on-5 victory was achieved. When Shen Yi exited the game interface, his score was directly increased to 25 points. Perhaps because of his winning streak along the way, the hidden score also increased significantly at the same time. Shen Yi clicked on the second ranking and prepared to start the next game. If you had this score, you can advance to the Extraordinary Master as long as you win 5 games. This time, Shen Yi continued to play Vampire. Unexpectedly, he was assigned to Xiaohu again by mistake, and won another round of the game. In the next few games, Shen Yi had no obstacles. He basically passed all the levels, and his score was directly promoted to the Extraordinary Master.
Although it's only a yellow diamond for half a year, as long as you win this game, you will have the opportunity to join a professional team and participate in the World League.
The stranger replied on the phone.
Really?
Shen Yi couldn't imagine that participating in the professional league was his lifelong dream. It would be great to win the championship and be as glorious as the RNG team. When Shen Yi thought of this, he started to get excited unconsciously. Maybe because he was too excited. The time was set at around 8 o'clock the next morning, and the competition was held at a large internet cafe. The participants were all first-class players. Although they were not professional players, they were basically at the level of Diamond 1 and Extraordinary Masters. That night, Shen Yi slept in bed alone, tossing and turning, and couldn't sleep well. His mind kept thinking about the internet cafe competition. The next day, Shen Yi got up very early, put on a new suit of clothes, took a taxi, and went to the large internet cafe. There were many people in the internet cafe, most of them young people, all gathered around the computer and looking at it, holding some snacks and popcorn in their hands. There are 2 rows of computers in the middle of the internet cafe. There are 5 players in each shot. There is a red chair in the middle that is missing one person. This is Shen Yi's position. Shen Yi plays the mid laner, which is also the position he is good at, although his teammates don't know him. It seems that the owner of the internet cafe specially arranged it this way. The game is determined by 1 round. Although it looks a bit like a copycat, it is a game after all. Shen Yi watches the game most seriously. Whether it is a private solo or a game, he will be serious and responsible. A few minutes later, with the referee's whistle, the game began. In 3L, Shen Yi chose to assist Feng Nu on the first floor. The hero Feng Nu will definitely appear as long as she doesn't do it in the game. The benefits to the team are really too high. On the second floor, I chose Wine Barrel. Shen Yi chose Annie. On the 4th floor I chose Vian. And on the 5th floor, I chose Mantis. The opponent's mid laner actually chose a female law enforcer. He did not follow the usual routine, and used AC position to play the mid laner. He probably wanted to quickly suppress the opponent in the early stage, because the internet cafe's copycat game is a one-on-one game. There is no 3-win-2-loss situation like the professional league, so it must be decided quickly. As soon as the game entered Summoner's Rift, Shen Yi bought a starting outfit in the spring, and walked to the line alone.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
The spectators on the left and right sides were shaking light sticks in their hands, and everyone was encouraging both sides. After all, it was a local competition, and the audience was also very enthusiastic. Shen Yi came to the line alone, and the female law enforcement officer on the opposite side came out of the grass. She flashed her E-skill and hit her with a critical hit. She also had a red buff on her body, full of tricks. Not only does the female law enforcer start at level 2, she also has a red buff effect. But Shen Yi is only at level 1. Annie is already good at it, so it would definitely be like hitting an egg with an egg against a rock. Just after clearing the 3rd wave of soldiers, Shen Yi's blood volume was depleted by more than half. He could only hide under the tower to finish off the attack, looking for the female law enforcer's positioning error, and wait until level 6 to kill him with one set. At this time, the top lane had basically exploded. Wine Barrel was single-killed 3 times by the opposing crocodile in the early stage, and the defense of the bottom lane tower was also pushed down.
What kind of teammate is this arranged for? It's obvious that you want to trick me.
Shani didn't dare to speak too loudly, because the 4 teammates next to him were sitting next to him. The game turned out to be one-sided. In the first 10 minutes, the head count was 10-0. The power of both sides could only be described as vastly different. Although Shani was not killed, his health was obviously low. If he did not return to the city, he would be taken away by the female law enforcement officer with a big move.